Tribulation of Myriad Clans Chapter 670 to Chapter 685. The mortal realm had already entered autumn. The autumn wind rustled. This might be the last calm before the great battle. The entire mortal realm knew that the heavens were at war. There was no great battle, but tens of millions of soldiers were constantly attacking some small realms. The small realms in the eastern war zone, if they did not surrender, would be destroyed. Xiao Longwu and the other generals led the army like locusts passing through. If they did not surrender, their clan would be exterminated. If they surrendered, they would have to give up a large amount of resources. Xiao Longwu and the others were using countless resources to support the human race. This was war, there was no right or wrong. The small races also felt that the human race was a bad person. The human race felt that one was forcing them. The immortals and demons felt that the human race was too ambitious. So you did not care about all of this. It was said that in the short span of 2 months, dozens of suns and moons had appeared in the army. Nearly 1,000 mountains and seas had all relied on countless resources and rewards from the heavens and earth to forcefully increase their strength. This kind of war of the 10,000 realms had only happened 400 years ago, and it was not as intense as it was now. This time, Suyu waited in the human realm for 10 days. The heavenly forging king was urged by Suyu's military orders to the point that he wanted to die. He continuously exploited all the blacksmiths and forged weapons with him until he wanted to vomit. Finally, within the time limit set by Suyu, he prioritized the forging of the weapons of the experts who were about to take on the role of guarding the place. From start to finish, it had been almost 3 months. Temple. When Suyu saw the heavenly forging king again, it was as if the heavenly forging king had not slept for hundreds of years. His face was pale, his eyes were turbid, and he swayed, as if he was about to fall to the ground at any time. To be able to bring an eternal expert to such a state, it could be seen how much this expert, who used to like forging weapons, regretted being a blacksmith during this period of time. Heavenly Forging King, the forging of weapons is not bad, ugh. The heavenly forging king suddenly retched, and anxiously said, Emperor Yu praises me, don't mention this. I don't want to forge weapons anymore. Now that I hear these 2 words, I want to vomit. I don't want to for the rest of my life. In 3 months, he had forged more than 30 heavenly armament. He wanted to vomit and die. On average, 1 weapon would be made every 3 days. Thankfully, both Zhao Li and Zhao Tianbing had advanced to become heavenly weapon masters. Both of them had advanced in the middle of the weapon forging process, otherwise it would have been impossible for them to complete the mission. Suyu smiled and said, What are you saying? The human race might not have anything else, but how can they not have the path of forging weapons? I believe that the heavenly forging king is just casually saying it. That's right, the guard's heavenly armaments have been forged, the human realm's eternities are all waiting. Wait for the new weapon to step into the weapon fusion Dao. Heavenly Forging King cannot give up. Heavenly Forging King's face turned pale. No, I don't want to forge any more weapons. Yes, in the past 3 months, they had worked overtime to get the weapons for the guards. However, only a few of the experts in the human realm had obtained the melded weapon main weapon. There were still many who had not obtained it. Even if he had a weapon, if he wanted to transform it into the main weapon of the art of war, he would have to modify it. Thinking of this, the heavenly forging king wanted to die. As for Suyu, he laughed and said, Not only that, I see that there have been many battles recently, and it is the easiest to prove the Tao once the battle starts. Furthermore, there are some ruins in the human realm that are very suitable for proving the Tao, and are close to the rules. If I succeed in proving the Tao, the heavenly forging king will have to prepare for a rainy day for these people's weapons. He cried, the heavenly forging king collapsed, Emperor Yu, I really can't take it anymore. You can do it. Suyu smiled and said, Hold on, you have a lot of weapons now, and your comprehension of the great Tao is deep. Believe me, in a few days, I will bring you on a trip to the weapon forging Tao, and you might be able to instantly step into the eternal realm, or even stronger. You might be the fastest person to advance to the Tao integration stage in the human realm. I think highly of Senior. Tao integration? The heavenly forging king was startled. I can merge with the Tao. Suyu nodded his head. To put it bluntly, it is only now that the human realm lacks a heavenly soldier master. Otherwise, in any period of time, How could there be a heavenly soldier master who could forge a heavenly armament to the point of vomiting? The materials are free for you to use, and if you fail, you don't have to pay for it. If this was in another era, with so many heavenly soldier masters, who would give you the chance to forge weapons every day? Suyu laughed. In just these 3 months, the heavenly forging king has forged 10,000 years worth of the heavenly soldier master. Forging a heavenly armament in 30 years is the norm. 30 pieces, wouldn't it take 10,000 years? The heavenly forging king thought for a moment, then nodded. That's right. It was because there were too few heavenly soldier masters in the human clan. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have the chance to forge weapons every day. Suyu continued, last time, I brought you through the weapon forging Dao, but the heavenly forging king did not decide which weapon forging Dao to walk on. Do you have any results or thoughts now? In the Dao of weapon forging, the heavenly forging king has the most hope of fusing with the Dao. The great bright king wants to walk the Dao of array formation, the time king wants to walk the Dao of extreme speed. To be honest, I really like experts like you who have unique understandings. Suyu praised, it's not like the warrior Dao, it's just a one-track mind, it only knows how to use the physical body, it's impossible to change paths. The invincibility of the human realm was not something that could be changed. There was nothing he could do about it. Some warriors truly relied on their physical bodies to fight. They did not have any comprehension of other great Daos, so how could they prove their Dao? On the other hand, the civilization master from before had a high chance of successfully transforming into a great Dao when they changed paths in the later stages. Moreover, once they succeeded, their cultivation speed would be very fast. Sure enough, the civilization master was still a little stronger. After the body Dao was shattered, there was no future for the warrior Dao, unless the body Dao was repaired one day. Just as the heavenly forging king was about to speak, more than 10 Eternal Realm experts entered the door. They were all experts who were preparing to take over the position of guardian, with the Zhou family brothers as the leader. Zhou Padian and Zhou Polong. Of course, according to seniority, Zhou Potion's seniority was much higher, but no one mentioned it right now. Greetings, Emperor Yu. The 14 experts were all very polite. All the dissatisfaction from before had disappeared. Now, no one dared to disobey Suyu. Suyu looked at the crowd and nodded slightly with a smile on his face. Compared to before, Suyu was much more courteous to everyone recently. He smiled a lot more, and did not scold them as easily as before. However, when he smiled, everyone actually felt even more uncomfortable. Suyu smiled, feeling very kind. In reality, it was not as domineering as before, at least everyone knew what he was thinking. Now, you have no idea what Suyu is thinking. He could be laughing and wanting to kill you. Suyu did not care what they were thinking, and said with a smile on his face, I see that everyone has completed some basic Dao of weapon fusion, and can be considered to have stepped into the door of the great Dao. It's been almost 3 months since the last battle. It's time for us to get down to business. Everyone, let's go in. Suyu casually waved his hand, and the will of civilization appeared, opening a door. When everyone saw it, they all felt a little uncomfortable. This was the most terrifying thing, to be able to enter someone else's weapon. They knew that this was Suyu's will of civilization. However, there was no other way. With so many eternal beings going out, if they didn't hide it, the commotion would be too big. Zhou Polong was the first to take a step forward, directly walking towards the void door. Suyu chuckled, after everyone enters, restrain all of your auras. The door is not open, do not move, do not be discovered by others. Everyone agreed, and soon, they all entered. Suyu closed the door, and in the next moment, a few more layers were sealed outside. Although there were still some weak auras revealed, it was not too obvious. If they did not fight, no one should be able to sense it. Suyu put them away, then looked at Heavenly Forging King again, and said slowly, Senior Heavenly Forging, there is one more mission for the next weapon forging. Emperor Yu's orders. Heavenly Forging King knew that there was a mission, otherwise, there was no need for Suyu to call him over. However, there were already a lot of missions, was there any need for more? Suyu laughed, the next step is just a small matter, I will have to trouble Senior and my teacher to forge the 9,699-page book of civilization for me. It's fine as long as they all reach the Earth soldier level. In addition, Dean Hu Xianxia will assist in cutting space, cutting the small world that we destroyed, cutting it for him. It's nothing if the realm shatters. Small matter, 9700 Earth Soldier, small matter, Heavenly Forging King's face turned purple, stop joking. He really would die. At this moment, outside the door, Zhao Li and Zhao Tianbing came together. Zhao Li said from afar, let's do it ourselves. After all, we can rest assured that outsiders are not too reliable. Heavenly Forging King wanted to curse, I'm already like this, I've forged so many heavenly soldiers for you, and I'm still an outsider, but, if you say you're not an outsider, then you have to work. It wasn't 97 pieces, it was 9,700 pieces, crazy. The entire human race would not be able to gather 9,700 Earth Soldiers, Heavenly Forging King immediately said. It's not that I'm unwilling, it's just that I lack the materials, so you did not say anything. With a wave of his hand, countless materials appeared. Some pots, some pans, some floor tiles, some red tiles, some tables and benches, all of which were plundered from the 8th floor. Not all of them could be used as carriers, but forging Earth Soldier was not a big problem. Many, the entire hall was filled. Suyu laughed, it's fine, I lack everything, but I don't lack these materials. Furthermore, the small world is also searching for a large number of supplementary materials. Suyu said again, 9,699 pieces will do, I don't need 9,700 pieces. Is there a difference? Heavenly Forging King roared in his heart. Was there a difference? He immediately said, but according to what Emperor you said, even if we work overtime, it will take at least 3 months to finish forging the weapons that the others need. It can be forged to 353 omping. If we were to forge another 9,700 Earth Soldier S, even if we were to assemble them all and produce 10 a day, it would still take 3 years. He looked at Suyu. 3 years to forge weapons for you, Suyu laughed, it doesn't take that long, it's too exaggerated. Some of the tasks of accessories can be handed over to the other Earth Soldier Master, or even the Profound Soldier Master. This time, after the forging is completed, there will definitely be a weapon forging master in the human realm who will advance to the Heavenly Soldier Master. A large number of weapon forging master will definitely advance. Since I've advanced, the forging speed will naturally be faster. Suyu smiled and said, so, in my opinion, I will definitely be able to complete it in a year, maybe half a year. How about this, give the Heavenly Forging King a year, I believe that the 9699 Earth-ranked Book of Civilization will be in my hands. Heavenly Forging King really wanted to cry. This amount of money was a little scary, adding on the 301 pieces that Suyu had previously, my god, 10,000 Earth Soldier S. No, in fact, many of Suyu's 301 pages had already advanced to become Heavenly Soldier S, such as Spirit Clan, Golden-Winged Great Peng, Immortal Clan, Demon Clan, God Clan. These pages were all Heavenly Soldier S. As for the record of civilization itself, it was now an ultimate Heavenly Soldier, in the process of transforming into a divine armament. Suyu was even prepared to fuse with 10,000 vessels and raise all of the pages to the Heavenly Soldier level. That record of civilization would definitely surpass the Book of Time, and then fuse with 10,000 virtual Great Daos to reorganize the Tao of the Heavens. Suyu's ambition was even greater than the Time Master's, he had thought it through. If the Time Master lost the Book of Time, he would either not be able to use it, or the Time Master would not be able to use it. He would think of a way to fuse the Book of Time later. The current Suyu could vaguely use the Book of Time. Back then, the Time Master did not dare to exterminate one. After all, there were a large number of Masters of the Laws, and he only dared to kill a few secretly. Suyu. Why wouldn't he dare? The Great Tao in the Book of Time was too illusory, that wouldn't do. Suyu was truly prepared to kill a large number of unconvinced realms and fill them all into his own record of civilization. As Suyu thought about this, Heavenly Forging King said bitterly, alright, this subordinate obeys. It's over, he will definitely be able to forge weapons until he vomits. Suyu laughed, looked at Zhao Li and Zhao Tianbing, and said with a smile, teacher, then I'll have to trouble you guys, I really don't have the time to forge weapons myself, it will take too long. No matter how powerful he was, even if Suyu was awesome, it would still take him almost 10 years to forge 3 Earth Soldier S in a day. Then don't do anything else, Zhao Li said in a deep voice, it's fine. You are busy with big things, we will do these small things. Don't worry, I have advanced to the heavenly soldier master, I will help you watch, no one will be able to do anything, I will also take a look at the heavenly forging king's side. His words were direct, and he also said it directly. In fact, he was also telling the heavenly forging king not to play any tricks. Otherwise it would be ugly. The weapon forging master had this bad habit, the weapons that he had passed through, if he did not leave some room for maneuver, he would not be at ease. The heavenly forging king laughed bitterly, Zhaoli, even if I have this habit, I will not leave any room for maneuver on Emperor Yu's weapon, you. Seriously? Zhaoli said in a deep voice, it's better to say the ugly words first than to fall out with each other later. Don't worry. The heavenly forging king did not speak further. As for Suyu, he smiled. There were some things that he did not need to say, Zhaoli could say. The matter of leaving a backup was indeed a bad habit of the weapon forging master, but Suyu could not say too much. If he was worried that others would leave a backup for him, then he might as well not let others do it. This was the main reason he had found the heavenly forging king this time. Suyu quickly continued, in addition, the problem of melting blood essence, try your best to fuse some of the eternal blood essence. If that doesn't work, then the sun and moon, unless that clan does not have the sun and moon. Otherwise, it won't work. I will inform the front lines that even the races that have surrendered and submitted must provide me with some blood essence. The few of them nodded. The heavenly forging king sighed. The eternal blood essence was even more difficult to fuse. Thinking of this, he suddenly thought of something, and said with some schadenfreude, Emperor Yu, is Xianxia going to cut the space alone? At least there are a lot of people working. If Xianxia were to cut 9,700 pieces by himself, he would die. Suyu laughed, I will go back and take a look at the spatial ancient beast race. This race is good at this, if it is possible, I will ask this race to provide me with some help. The heavenly forging king could not be happy anymore. Forget it, this way, Xianxia would not be that busy anymore. Suyu was in a good mood after giving this matter to her. Civilization G, this Tao-proving weapon, Suyu was prepared to use it to prove his own Tao. No matter how strong King Wen's Tao was, it was still King Wen's. If one day, he met King Wen and fell out with him, what would he do? Wouldn't that be at the mercy of others? Prepare for a rainy day, everything is possible, it was better for him to walk his own path. If the future generations did not surpass the predecessors, then what was the point of cultivating the Tao? His current opportunity was just right. Under normal circumstances, where would he go to slaughter one? In King Wen's era, the Time Master was secretly doing it, and was found to be in trouble. The trouble that the Time Master encountered was most likely related to this. As for Suyu, he was doing it openly. Suyu's ambition was not small, he also wanted to open up a long river of time, the dead spirit galaxy, and the great Tao of the physical body. Since these great Taos could exist, and the Time Master had also given Suyu some revelations, why couldn't Suyu surpass his predecessors, opening the gate of heaven? You guys have opened it, I have also opened it, no one is inferior to the other. Also, the Time Master and the others had asked for help, it was obvious that the enemy was unimaginably powerful. If Suyu became the second King Wen, or the second Time Master, would he really be able to solve the problem? He had promised the little white dog. Suyu knew himself, sinister, selfish, suspicious of everything. He had many shortcomings, but he did not know how to do it, and he would not do it. No one who had helped him suffered a loss. Even if it was Lu Hong, Suyu did not care about him going to the dead spirit world to find him Dao. If he really wanted to stop him, he would have stopped him long ago, because Lu Hong had used the Wen King's token to help Suyu. Since he had promised the little white dog, and had also received many benefits from the Time Master and King Wen, Suyu would definitely go find them. Even if the road ahead was extremely dangerous, as this thought rose in his mind, Suyu laughed, then it's fine. Teacher, you guys can go back first. Heavenly Forging King and Zhao Tianbing quickly left. Zhao Li walked to the entrance of the hall and turned to look at his unnamed disciple. At this moment, Suyu still had a smile on his face, but Zhao Li saw some fatigue. He looked at Suyu, frowned, and said in a deep voice, don't be too pressured, it's not like you caused the human race to fall to such a state. If the predecessors were incompetent and harmed the human race, then the upper realm would really open. If you can win, then fight. If you can't win, then run. You have the strength to escape. External and internal troubles, you have improved too quickly, we can't help you much. The people around you are all scheming people like the king of Great Zhou, they might not even submit to you, you have already done your best. Zhao Li was very serious. This disciple of his was worthy of being a human. Everyone said that he was domineering, that he was cold-blooded. What a joke! If he wasn't domineering, if he wasn't cold-blooded, would this group of invincible humans submit to him? Would anyone listen to him if he spoke properly? If he couldn't even suppress the internal troubles, how could he defend against the external enemies? Ever since Suyu left Dixia province, he had been running around and fighting non-stop. He had never rested for a single day, and Zhao Li had seen it all and remembered it all in his heart. He had narrowly escaped death time and time again, half-dead spirit. In the history of the human race, the first half-dead spirit human lord, did Suyu want to be this half-dead spirit himself? Wasn't he forced to do so? Now, some people felt that being a half-dead spirit was not bad, they could even enter the dead soul's realm. Why didn't anyone want to be a half-dead spirit back then? Teacher. I'm fine. A smile appeared on Suyu's face. Zhao Li looked at him. In front of others, you can be confident, you can maintain the confidence that victory is within your grasp, but you don't have to do that in front of me. In the upper realm, I heard that there are tens to hundreds of Dao integration stage cultivators. Perhaps even more. You have been scheming, but does the human race have that many Dao integration stage cultivators to use? If you really can't beat them, then escape. I believe you have a way to survive. Zhao Li looked at him. Everyone says that you are cold-blooded, but I know that your blood is warm. You are too stupid, you just had to take on this mess. There is no benefit for you to speak of, but you are dragging you into a quagmire. Zhao Li said mockingly, if the king of Great Zhou and the others are capable, why can't they pacify the one? Even now, I can still hear some rumors saying that you are eternally disrespectful to the human race, that you have achieved success at a young age, and that you are arrogant for life. You don't have to worry about it, I have already noted down these people, and the list will be handed to Xiao Longwu and the others. Arrange for them to conquer the heavens, they will be lucky to survive, but if they die, they deserve it. Zhao Li looked at him and said, since you want to do it, don't do it yourself, you don't have to bear the infamy. Summon Wan Tianxing back, let him be your blade, and kill all those who refuse to accept it. It's not the first time he has done it anyway. Don't do it yourself, leave a clean reputation. Zhao Li continued, Wan Tianxing will be happy to do this. It is not convenient for him to return now, so you can use the name of war to summon him back, and you will have a close friend by your side. No matter what, Old Wan is a teacher in your line, including Yun Chen, Nan Wujiang, and the others. Don't care about what others think, give them some benefits in private, be partial to them, Zhao Li said a lot. He could see his students' exhaustion and helplessness. There were over 70 Dao integration stage cultivators in the upper realm, and they could fight their way up just because they wanted to, they could be schemed to death just because they wanted to. How many Dao integration stage cultivators did the humans have? Furthermore, they had to suppress these allies so that they did not dare to have any disloyal thoughts. Even the reliable Iron Eater tribe would abandon them when their tribe was on the brink of extinction. No matter how prestigious Suyu was, could it compare to the inheritance of the Iron Eater tribe? For example, even Tian Mie had tried to persuade the old turtle not to give up halfway. Persuasion meant that there was a possibility of this happening, and Suyu himself was aware of this. Thus, he did not want these tribes to suffer any losses, lest the 100 Battle King's example of failure agitate these people. The 100 Battle King had caused Suyu to suffer a lot. Many of the ancient tribes did not dare to get close to the humans because of this lesson. Suyu not only had to bear this, but he also had to bear the consequences of the 100 Battle King's failure. Thus, this was not the first time Suyu had scolded the 100 Battle King. After speaking for a while, Zhao Li left silently. As for Suyu, he sat on the throne and spaced out for a while. After a long time, he laughed. In this world, there were still people who could understand him. When he was weak, these people had helped him all the way to where he was today. Emperors are all lonely. Suyu thought of a quote from an unknown book, loneliness is when no one understands you. He did not know when he would return, nor did he know if he would be able to return. Every time he left, it was only right to treat it as a farewell. subduing the dead soul's domain, suppressing the North King, and breaking through a small realm. If he was not careful, he would die. I'm so tired. Suyu murmured. Soon, he smiled confidently and stepped into the air, leaving the sacred ground. Others could only see his strength and confidence, on the all-heavens battlefield. Xiao Longwu frowned slightly, but he soon recovered and no longer cared about it. At this moment, they had just conquered a small realm and were resting in preparation for the next battle. The army of over 10 million was divided into countless camps, resting. Longwu Wei. The personal guards of Dixia province were now part of the All Heavens Expedition Army. They were no longer divided into different prefectures. Longwu Wei was only one of the elite troops in the army. In the Longwu Wei's camp, in a Kiliarch's tent, Chen Hao was in the middle of assigning tasks. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and the centurions around him froze. Chen Hao's expression changed, and a huge saber appeared in his hand. His eyeballs moved slightly, and he said with a smile, "Why are you here? You're a Chiliarch now?" Suyu smiled and walked out from the darkness, his robe as white as snow. Chen Hao said with a smile, "Yes. The higher-ups think highly of me. Plus, I've advanced to Lingyan 7, so they arranged a Chiliarch position for me." "Not bad." Suyu smiled, walked to a chair, and sat down. He looked at Chen Hao, his best friend who had grown up with him. They were the same age, but now he had grown a beard and looked a little older. As honest and simple as ever. "As if," Suyu said with a smile, "your advancement speed is not slow. So this is Lingyan 7. Not bad, I killed a few experts and got some rewards." Chen Hao smiled sheepishly as he poured him a cup of tea and asked, "Why are you here?" "Going out to do something, and happened to pass by." Chen Hao nodded, looked at his playmate, and said with a silly smile, "Tired?" "Not bad. Unfortunately, I can't help you. Otherwise, we'll fight whoever you want us to fight." Chen Hao said with a smile, "My dad used to say that listening to Suyu is never wrong. I wanted to listen to you, but now, there's no other way. You can only bear it yourself." Just this sentence, Suyu suddenly felt like crying. But soon, he restrained his emotions and said with a smile, "It's okay, I can bear it. I'm invincible and invincible. You, on the other hand, didn't say to look for me. Why should I look for you?" Chen Hao said with a smile, "You have too many experts on your side. If I look for you, won't I be a burden? My dad beat me up in the past and told me to stay away from you. It's best not to let others know that we're close. Things are good like this." Suyu said with a smile, "Don't you feel disappointed? I'm already so strong, but I don't give you any benefits?" "Nope." Chen Hao smiled, and there was some shrewdness in his smile. "Those who become stronger are your fighters, and they have to participate in the pinnacle battle. Do you think I don't know you? It must be extremely dangerous. If there really is a war, they will die the fastest. If you don't give us benefits, don't you want us to live a little longer?" Chen Hao said happily, "Don't worry, after the experts in front of you finish fighting, it will be our turn. If we die, you will be the first to die. I will definitely be a little later than you." Suyu laughed, "In your dreams." He drank a mouthful of tea and gestured for him to sit down. Chen Hao moved a stool and sat down beside him. Suyu drank tea and said, "Almost everyone in the universe knows who is around me. Be it my teacher, my father, or my friends, everyone knows. Only you, since we went to the academy, we haven't had much contact. Now, the others are all famous, but only you are an ordinary Chiliarch here, and no one knows. Since young, I knew you were smart, although not as smart as me." Chen Hao grinned. Suyu also smiled, "As for me, I do great things. According to what we used to say when we were young, I do a business of beheading, something that can change the world. If I succeed, I will be remembered for eternity, but if I die, I will be worthless." Chen Hao nodded, and grinned, "I know, if you succeed, you will become an emperor. If you fail, you won't even have a whole corpse." Suyu nodded, "Yes. So, when I have free time, I also think, is it worth it? Forget it, who cares? Even if I lose my head, it will just be a bull-sized scar." Suyu smiled, "Let's not talk about this. Your brother, do great things. If I don't die, I will enjoy it, but if I die, everything will be for naught. My father, your uncle, I will entrust him to you. I will tell you where he is hiding. If one day I am about to die, take my father and run. I will not give you any benefits, it is too eye-catching. How Z, I will teach you a cultivation method. Chen Hao looked at him. Suyu laughed, bloodline transformation method. The art of changing one's appearance. Only this one thing, I will not teach you anything else. You can go as far as you want. At the last moment, if I fail, you and my father will transform your bloodline and change your appearance. It is useless for you to become stronger, you can't keep up with me. If I die, you will definitely die. If I don't teach you, you still have a way to live. If I succeed, I will naturally get benefits. Getting benefits while lying down is better than licking blood from a blade. Chen Hao bare one's teeth, did not say anything. Suyu continued, outside, you do not need to hide your relationship with me. It is not that outsiders do not know about what happened when we were young, but there is no need to say more. There is no need to hide it. We know each other normally, you are my childhood playmate. How would I remember who you are? Chen Hao nodded. Suyu did not say anything, his finger pointing at his head. Some things were transmitted in, but some were sealed by him. Suyu smiled, I sealed some things in your head. One day, when the seal is undone, it means that I am dead. How Z, when that time comes, think of a way to return to the human realm immediately. Find my father and leave the human realm through the secret passage I left behind. Yes, Suyu had left behind some trump cards. He only hoped that he would not have to use them for the rest of his life. No one would care about a chilly arch. In this era where even Dao integration stage cultivators died like dogs, what was Ling Yun, sun and moon were dregs, it was good to be weak, but it was not good to be strong. Once they lost and became strong, they would attract attention. It was the mountains, seas, and moon. That was enough. No one would care about them. An invincible realm cultivator hiding was dangerous. In Suyu's opinion, the trump cards left behind by the king of Great Zhou were not reliable. If the human race was defeated this time, one would definitely search all the humans in the heavens. He would not give the human race any more chances. Therefore, the three hidden invincible realm cultivators were a joke. If they were really defeated, there would be no chance. Chen Hao silently remembered Suyu's words and absorbed the knowledge that Suyu transmitted to him. He nodded. I understand. Don't worry, once the seal is broken, I will run away, hide my identity, and change my bloodline. Yes, thank you. We are brothers. Chen Hao bare one's teeth smiled. Don't thank me. Besides, it might not be useful. You have always been the most powerful, and this time is no exception. My dad said that you will not lose out. Suyu smiled. Your parents. If you can take him away, then take him away. If not, I will send uncle away, then I will go back to my parents. Chen Hao smiled. If you are not here, I will stay with you. I am afraid that uncle will not listen to me. Forget him, I will knock him out. Chen Hao chuckled. Then leave first if you have something to do. Don't stay here for too long. Suyu nodded and stood up. He thought for a while and transmitted his voice. Be careful. I am fine. You hang up first. You are not stupid. Don't pretend. You should bully the weak and fear the strong. If you encounter a tough character, stay far away. I know. Don't worry. Chen Hao chuckled. Don't worry about me. I have fought so many times when I was young, but I have never lost out. At most, I will be beaten up by my dad. Our classmates are all idiots. I hit them, and my dad hit me, and they're so happy. My dad hits me, but that's my dad. I hit them, but I'm not their dad. These idiots deserve to be hit by us. Suyu couldn't help but laugh. This was the truth. Chen Hao had fought countless times when he was young. Every time he won, the other party would report it to their parents and teachers. His father would bring him to Chen Hao's house and beat him up. When those fellows saw Chen Hao being beaten up, they no longer had any resentment. In the end, it was the other party's parents who tried to stop the fight. It was not appropriate to hit a child like this. In fact, Xianxia was beaten up by his own father. Nothing happened to him. He was even called a little bully and a fool. No one dared to provoke him anymore, his own father beat him up. How could he lose a piece of meat? Alright, you know what you are doing. I don't need to teach you. Suyu smiled. Then I will leave. But I still have to remind you to take care of yourself. You too. Suyu didn't say anything else and instantly disappeared on the spot. The centurions who were fixed in place didn't seem to sense anything. They regained consciousness and continued talking as if nothing had happened. As for Xianxia, he continued on with the topic of conversation, pretending that nothing had happened. There was a simple and honest smile on his face. The centurions were very satisfied. Although this Chiliarch was young, his strength wasn't bad. Moreover, he was willing to listen to others' opinions. He was much easier to deal with than other Chiliarchs. Everything happened without a sound. Iron Eater World. Suyu came secretly. June and September didn't welcome him with great fanfare. Iron Eater Palace. June looked at the 6 people of the same race in front of her and said in a low voice, Emperor Yu thinks highly of you. He wants you to guard the Dead Spirit Passage. Everything will follow Emperor Yu's arrangements. Understood. The other Iron Eater beasts held the big bamboo in their claws and nodded. No problem, Suyu also smiled. Then, the few of you should hide in my residence. The door opened. The Iron Eater beasts didn't say anything and entered quickly. The Iron Eater race provided 6 Iron Eater beasts. Including the human race, there were exactly 20. Suyu quickly stood up. Then I won't stay any longer. September, ascend as soon as possible. Okay. September nodded. He had improved very quickly recently. And Suyu stepped on the river of time and quickly disappeared. June looked for a while and took a deep breath. This Emperor Yu was getting more and more powerful. She hoped everything was worth it this time. Nightmare Realm. The 4 Gui race experts also quickly entered Suyu's palace. Suyu continued on his way to the 5 Elements realm. In the 5 Elements realm, the 8 5 Elements race experts also quickly entered. Here, Suyu took some time to help the 5 Elements old ancestor walk the path of fusion. After teaching them for a while, Suyu left. There were 32 experts. 3 more were needed before they could all guard. As for Suyu, he had decided that the 3 of them would target the spatial ancient beasts. This clan was more reliable than the primordial giant clan. Suyu hadn't interacted with the primordial giant clan even once, so he was worried. Moreover, Suyu also needed the spatial ancient beast clan to provide him with some spatial fragments. The spatial ancient beast clan. There weren't many people in this clan, about the same number as the Gui race, less than 4 digits in population. There were barely 1,000 of them. The spatial ancient beast emperor was actually very shocked by Suyu's instant entry into this realm, but he didn't say anything. When Suyu said that he needed 3 intermediate eternal realm experts to guard this realm, the spatial ancient beast emperor couldn't help but be shocked. Does Emperor Yu mean that the other 32 have already gathered? Suyu nodded. Yes, we still need 3 more. I want to release the high-level combat power. If these guards can all advance to Dao integration, then I will have more than 30 Dao integration cultivators, and I will be able to contend with the upper realm. The spatial ancient beast emperor's heart trembled. Without anyone noticing, Suyu had actually recruited more than 30 eternal realm experts to help him guard the dead soul's realm. This was not a simple matter. It looked like all the Iron Eaters, including the human race, had submitted. After thinking for a moment, the spatial ancient beast emperor nodded. No problem. We can still provide 3 eternal realm experts. If necessary, we can also transfer a few more. Suyu smiled. There's no need. Also, I need to trouble the spatial ancient beast emperor to cut some spatial fragments for me and send them to the human race. Alright. The spatial ancient beast emperor agreed immediately because he discovered that he really had to examine this new emperor. There was actually another reason why Suyu dared to switch guards. The dead spirit realm was no longer very dangerous, otherwise, he wouldn't switch guards. Even Hong Meng wouldn't agree, now that Hong Meng had agreed, what did that mean? It meant that the dead spirit realm was no longer very dangerous. Some of the intermediate and intermediate stage eternal realm experts could be completely suppressed. This was the core. The spatial ancient beast emperor was still in shock even after Suyu had left with the 3 spatial ancient beasts. He knew that a great battle was coming. If Suyu really wanted to start a war of his own volition, to the point where he wanted to slaughter his way to the top of the heavens, then this new sovereign realm's sovereign was no ordinary kind of crazy. At this moment, Suyu didn't care about what everyone else thought. He had gathered all 35 of the guardians. If the other 35 guardians could progress to the Dao integration stage, then he would have enough power to slaughter his way into the heavens. However, it would be quite difficult for them to progress as well. North King, Dead Spirit Lord. Suyu thought to himself. He would capture the disobedient Dead Spirit Lords, including the North King, and bring them into the starry space manor for the guardians to kill. This was the fastest way to progress. If there aren't enough Dead Spirit Lords, then I'll go to the Dead Spirit Galaxy and capture enough of them. It would be best if I could push all of the Guardians to the Dao integration stage. But in that case, the Guardian faction would be too powerful, so you weighed the pros and cons and decided not to think too much about it. He would think about it later. The most important thing now was to strengthen the forces on his side. Once Tiangu and the others died, the upper realm would most likely open. Soon, Suyu arrived at the ancient Hongming city. He began to gather the guardians. It was time to release them from their 100,000-year imprisonment. As for the old turtle, he was incomparably excited. His old friends and family were finally free. As for himself, there was no need to rush. He would wait until Suyu reached the peak. Soon, the formation set up by the Western Duchess was put to use again. Replacing the guardians would prevent others from spying on them. Suyu had to admit that the Western Duchess was truly a good person. She had paid a huge price to set up a perfect hiding spot for himself. A good person should live for a few more days. From this day onward, Suyu and the old turtle began to release some of the guardians and appoint new ones. The Myriad worlds enjoyed a rare period of peace. There was no war in the Eternal Realm. One by one, the guards were successfully replaced. Excitement, and the emotions of the guards were indescribable. In the ancient Grand Mist City, gradually, more and more guards appeared in front of Suyu. The reason he chose to release them now was to give them a bit more freedom. That way, when they entered the Dead Souls realm, the Spirit Suppression realm would be left unguarded. Don't remove the petrification technique for now, Suyu reminded. The petrification technique was a very good technique to seal one's aura and resist the death chi. This way, when this group of people entered the Dead Souls realm, they wouldn't cause too much of a commotion. He didn't know how to do it, but if he did, he could petrify all the living beings that entered. It was actually very useful. All the guards listened and watched silently, their emotions still surging. As for Suyu, he glanced at these people, thinking about his own matters. Sky Destroyer and the others were familiar with the 35 guards. They weren't familiar with the others. However, Suyu really needed them, and they were also the most promising to advance to the Dao integration stage. For example, Xiao Longwu and the others had reached the 7th stage Eternal Realm and had exhausted all their foundation. If they wanted to advance further, they wouldn't be able to advance just by killing a few marquises. And these guards, in fact, had already polished their cultivation bases enough. They mainly lacked the power of laws to push them forward. 100,000 years of guarding, 100,000 years without rest. The powerhouses of other realms still had the chance to sleep, but these guards didn't. They had been resisting the Dead Souls realm and resisting the death chi. This was a great contribution, Suyu drank his tea as he pondered. After a long time, he said, the Guardians are all people with unparalleled contributions. Of course, I know that you may not like this kind of contribution, and you may not want it. You may not really see it as a contribution. The sudden destruction of the ancient era caused you to be trapped here for 100,000 years. Some people may think that this is a punishment. Suyu raised his head and looked at the silent guards. Resentment, hatred, and anger. Everyone has some of these emotions. Some people may not even know who they should hate. Some people may hate the ancient human race or ancient one. In the crowd, Sky Destroyer wanted to speak, but Suyu raised his hand. Without waiting for Sky Destroyer to speak, Suyu continued, "Seniors, you have helped me, Suyu, many times before. Today, I won't argue with you. Those who resent me, those who hate me, and those who don't want to work for me, on account of our previous friendship, I will release you today. You can choose to continue to follow me, or choose to leave." Suyu said calmly, "If you want to leave, don't expose your existence for the time being. Or you can stay in the ancient Grand Mist City for a period of time. The Guardian General won't harm you." Sky Destroyer wanted to speak again, but Suyu smiled. "Senior Sky Destroyer, not everyone is like you, happy to fight. Some of the 35 seniors here must be tired and don't want to fight anymore. You were forced to do so earlier. After all, you are the Guardians, and you are one. Not anymore." Suyu looked at the crowd and said with a smile, "You don't need to be roasted by Sky Destroyer and the others. They like to fight, and that's their business. Seniors, if you are tired, then find a place to rest and recuperate. I don't have any other requests. The only thing I hope is that you won't side with Juan." Suyu said calmly, "Today, I will say this. As long as you don't side with Juan, it doesn't matter if you participate in the war or not. If I win, you will still be heroes, and you will be rewarded according to your contributions. But if you side with Juan, all your friendship and contributions will be zero, and you will be my target." Suyu looked at them. The group of guardians had complicated expressions. Some didn't care, and some whispered to each other through voice transmission. Next to Suyu, the old turtle was also drinking his tea. His cup of tea had been emptied long ago, but now, he was holding the empty cup nervously. How many people would leave, how many would stay? In fact, the old turtle felt that Suyu's choice was not bad. They could leave by themselves, and since Suyu said he wouldn't pursue the matter, then he definitely wouldn't. As the human sovereign, he had to keep his word in front of his own people and generals. He was afraid that some of his old brothers would choose to side with Juan. Then, Suyu would definitely keep his word and kill them. Seeing that no one was talking, the old turtle said, "Old friends, if you are really tired, then find a place to rest for a while. I know a few small realms with good scenery. When we win, our old friends can get together again, drink wine and eat meat together again." Sovereign, you said not to side with other races. I also think the same. We also don't want to fight each other on the battlefield. He looked at the crowd and sighed, "Back then, I let you down. This time, it has been 100,000 years. Boss." Among the crowd, a guard interrupted the old turtle, "Boss, no one wanted what happened back then. You did it for us. Guarding for 1,000 years, you were rewarded according to the rules, and you were conferred the title of general. These are all good things. King Gong gave you a good job, but I didn't expect something to happen later. Guarding the realm of dead souls was actually a lucrative job. It wasn't too dangerous. In that era, which dead soul dared to come out, the 4 heavenly kings were all obedient. If a dead soul marquis wanted to come out, the old turtle didn't even need to do anything. He could just find the 4 heavenly kings to deal with him. Xianxia also looked a little annoyed and said impatiently, "Okay, let's not talk about this. Brothers, who wants to leave? Go, we won't stop you." Suyu, cough cough, Sovereign Yu is right. As long as you don't side with the enemy, we are still good brothers. If you don't want to leave, then continue. It's not just for the human race, it's to become stronger and safer. In the past, no one dared to touch us, and we were able to protect ourselves. That was because we were the guardians. But not anymore. An eternal expert was killed just like that in the Great War of the Heavens and Realms. When Xianxia wasn't stupid, he wasn't stupid at all. In fact, Xianxia was a fool. He was a 9th-level Eternal Realm expert, and he had a fiery temper. There were so many marquises in the past, but no one dared to cause trouble for him. Why, the old turtle was one reason. Another reason was mentioned before. Xianxia was one of the few existences that had a good relationship with some of King Wen's students. When King Wen's students cast the inscribed tombstone, Xianxia was present, but he didn't understand. Was the inscribed tombstone something ordinary people could see? Xianxia could barely be considered King Wen's faction. Whether it was the marquises or the kings, they had to give him some face. At this moment, Xianxia understood that if they didn't participate in the war, so you wouldn't help them become stronger. Unsealing them could be considered repaying the previous favor. Appropriately protecting them and not letting them get involved in the war was also repaying the favor. After winning, agreeing to reward them according to their contributions was also repaying the favor. But Suyu wasn't stupid. He wouldn't help these people who didn't participate in the war reach the Dao integration stage. That would only make things difficult for himself. Once these people joined one, then Suyu would be stupid enough to support the enemy. Eternal Realm experts could be easily suppressed, but Dao integration stage experts would be difficult. The guards were also hesitant. Joining one, no matter if they had this idea or not, no one would say their true thoughts at this moment. That would truly be courting death, disregarding everything else they all knew about the dead spirit realm. At this moment, most of them were hesitating. Join the war or retire, 100,000 years. They were indeed a bit annoyed. There were still some people who didn't want to participate. Previously, everyone thought that Suyu would let them join the war. But now, he had given them a chance. Since their boss didn't object, it meant that Suyu probably wouldn't pursue the matter if they chose to leave. They might not believe in Suyu, but they believed in the old turtle. 100,000 years had passed, and all the guards were still alive. This was the old turtle's protection. Otherwise, did they really think that the higher realm couldn't defeat a group of guards who only had Eternal Realm experts? After a long time, the Chongping guard said slowly, "In the past, I once received some benefits from the gods and demons. Of course, countless years have passed, and I won't talk about this. The main thing is that I'm really tired. Since Sovereign Yu is giving me a chance today, then I'll say it directly. I don't want to continue fighting." The Chongping guard said solemnly, "My clan has already been annihilated. I'm all alone now. Not for my clan, not for strength, I just want freedom." The Heavenly Destroyer and the others looked at him with dissatisfaction at first, but it quickly turned into relief. Everyone had their own choices, yes, freedom. Everyone wanted it, but while the Heavenly Destroyer and the others wanted freedom, they also wanted to kill their way out. Now that they didn't want to participate in the war, this freedom might not come easily. Suyu didn't have any objections. He smiled and said, "I understand Senior Chongping's words. It's best that you mention it now. I don't have any other requests. Those who want to leave can rest in Hongmeng City for a period of time. After a period of time, when the other new guards or the matter of the dead soul domain are exposed, seniors can find a place to rest and recuperate." Chongping nodded and took a deep breath. He chose to withdraw. He cupped his hands at the old turtle and the Heavenly Destroyer. Chongping didn't say anything. Soon, he looked at the others and bowed slightly. "Brothers, if you want to stay, then I wish you all a safe journey. I, Chongping, am a deserter today. I'm tired." As soon as he finished speaking, Chongping instantly disappeared. In the next moment, a house in ancient primordial city opened, and Chongping entered the ancient house. His attitude was also very clear. He wasn't coming out. When he could leave, he would leave. In the crowd, some guards sighed, and some felt regretful. Their comrades of 100,000 years had left today, so they couldn't scold him. Even the irascible Heavenly Destroyer didn't scold him. It was only because he was tired. So you continued, "Anything else?" "Everyone, don't worry too much. To be honest, even if you stay, you might not have a chance to step into Dao integration. If you don't reach Dao integration, you might not have a chance to change anything." Suyu said with a smile, "When it comes to fighting, it depends on whether you're willing or not. If you're not willing now, then when the war starts, it's fine if you fight with the wind, but if you fight against the wind, then you won't be able to fight. I still remember our friendship now, but if we fight against the wind and a few of us run away, then it won't be friendship anymore." Suyu revealed a smile. "I'll say the ugly words first. The spirit-suppressing army is too important to me. I don't want to have a conflict with the entire spirit-suppressing army because of this matter." The old turtle didn't say anything. Heavenly Destroyer said, "Don't worry. Since we chose to participate in the war, we won't run away." Saying so, he looked at someone and said, "Xianxia, I think you're timid and might run away. Why don't you leave as well?" In the crowd, a brawny man looked at Heavenly Destroyer and said after a while, "You really want me to leave?" You're purposely provoking me because you don't want me to leave, right? I know what you're thinking. You won't be able to show off to Xinghong and the others, and no one will pay attention to you even if you show off to the other brothers. So, you set your sights on me, right? Heavenly Destroyer snorted disdainfully. There was no such thing. Xianxia smiled and said, I'm not leaving. I've guarded the dead spirit passageway for so many years, but I've never ventured deep into the dead spirit realm. Let's go see the scenery. If I'm lucky, I'll be conferred the title of Marquis in the future. That would satisfy my wish. Among the group of people, some chose to stay, and some chose to leave. There were a few female guards, one of whom Suyu was somewhat familiar with, Yu Hong. At this moment, Yu Hong walked out. She was a bit feeble. I won't participate in the war, and you don't need to worry about me. I'm the weakest. Boss has done a lot for me these past few years. Everyone has a chance to advance to Dao integration, but I probably have no chance. I'm the one who's held you back, and my injuries haven't recovered yet. I'll rest for a while. The old turtle nodded. Yu Hong, withdraw. You've damaged your foundation these past few years. Even the great Dao is injured. He looked at Suyu. Emperor Yu, you also know about Yu Hong's injuries, Suyu nodded. I know about this. Senior Yu Hong, find an ancient house to rest. When it's time to leave, I'll inform everyone. When that time comes, all of you can leave. The group of guards continued to transmit their voices. Finally, a few people chose to leave. Everpeace, Yu Hong, Shattered Jade, Sea Burial, and Moonflower. 5 city guards chose not to participate in the war. After 100,000 years of attrition, they were completely tired of everything. The remaining 30 didn't leave. Some wanted to strengthen themselves and didn't want to be weak anymore. Some wanted to kill their way out for freedom. Some wanted to do it out of brotherhood. Since Heavenly Destroyer and the others were participating, they also had to participate. It was a bit better than expected. As for Suyu, he chose to talk openly and honestly out of respect for the old turtle and Heavenly Destroyer. He didn't talk about it before the seal was lifted, lest they felt threatened. Clearly, the old turtle and the others understood Suyu's intentions. If they talked about it before the seal was lifted, it was possible that none of them would choose to withdraw. Once they withdrew, what would they do if the seal was not lifted? The guards were powerful, and Suyu didn't want to make things difficult for them. It wasn't a big deal for a few to leave. Just like they said, even if they stayed, they might not be able to reach Dao integration. With a few fewer people, Suyu could still gather some resources to satisfy the advancement needs of some people. Soon, Suyu said, then the matter of replacing the ancient city, the old turtle smiled. That's not difficult. The ancient city is our weapon. Some buildings, including the dead spirit conversion method, are actually not based on the weapon, but on the nomological power outside the passageway. The new guards only need to suppress their weapons in the core area, and we can extract our weapons. Suyu nodded. It won't be too big of a commotion, right? After all, there are many half-dead spirits in the ancient city. The old turtle smiled. It's fine as long as the outside world doesn't know. The sun and moon are the most powerful in the ancient city. We just need to cover up a little. What can the sun and moon discover? Suyu smiled. That's true. Also, the new guards shouldn't come into contact with the ancient city lords for the time being. After a while of warning, the matter was settled. The guards also went to carry out the handover. In the ancient Grand Mist City, the others also left the city lord's mansion one after another. Preparations were made and gatherings were held. It was rare for the seal to be lifted, so the old guards were all in a good mood. At this moment, they were all in a hurry to drink and eat. They all left, but the old turtle and Suyu didn't leave. The old turtle sipped his tea and was silent for a while before saying, 5 left, it's not unexpected. Emperor Yu, if someone betrays you, we won't care. As for the 5 who left, Suyu smiled. You don't trust me? No. The old turtle chuckled. It's not that I don't trust you, I'm just worried. I'm worried that if the situation is unfavorable and reinforcements are needed, you will forcefully enlist them. Suyu thought for a while and said, I won't. Since I've agreed, I won't go back on my word. If the situation reaches the point where the 5 Eternal Realm Masters have no choice but to participate, then even if we lose, we won't be able to change the situation. So you didn't say anything more. He smiled and said, let's not talk about this. Don't worry. It's better to give some basic trust. Senior, don't think I'll do anything. Let's talk about the situation in the Dead Souls domain. So you didn't say anything more about the guards? He quickly asked, is Senior familiar with the South King? Not really. The old turtle thought for a while and said, the 4 heavenly kings have existed for a long time. They aren't experts from the ancient times, but experts from the primordial era. After the human sovereign and the others calmed the myriad worlds, they went to suppress the Dead Souls domain. Among them, 4 powerful existences were conferred the title of Heavenly King. Suyu nodded. There are no masters of the law in the Dead Souls domain? I'm not talking about mastering the Grand Tao. I know there's only one Grand Tao in the Dead Souls domain. What I mean is, are there any experts on par with the ancient human kings? Some of the ancient human kings walked the fleshly Grand Tao and reached the level of masters of the law. The way I see it, the Dead Souls domain is much more powerful than the fleshly Grand Tao. He was actually quite curious. In the ancient times, there were masters of the law among the human kings. What was the power of a master of the law, the kind that could take on dozens of Tao integration cultivators? Right now, the 4 heavenly kings were strong, but 1 against 5, 6, and that was their limit. The 100 Battle King was also strong, but he was still a bit off from being a master of the law. He'd fought a dozen or so, and of course, there were quite a few peak existences among them. The 100 Battle King might actually be close to that level. These were all experts of the fleshly Grand Tao. At present, the fleshly Grand Tao was inferior to the Dead Souls domain. So why didn't the Dead Souls domain have such existences? The old turtle didn't understand the Grand Tao, but when Suyu asked, he thought for a moment and said, I don't really understand the Grand Tao, but you've told me a bit about it. I have a rough idea. What? The Dead Souls Galaxy. The old turtle said softly, because there are too many dead souls and experts in slumber in the Dead Souls Galaxy. It's not like there aren't a few experts, but there are a lot of them. And when they die, they occupy the Grand Tao. The 4 heavenly kings feel like they can't advance any further, but it's not a feeling. They really can't advance any further because they're all occupied. So you understood. So you're saying that the Dead Souls Galaxy is almost full. Only a certain amount of the Grand Tao is left, but it's been divided up by the 4 heavenly kings. If that's the case, then the existences in the Dead Souls Galaxy are terrifying. The way I see it, if the human race's fleshly Grand Tao can nurture several masters of the law, then the Dead Souls Galaxy will at least double. The old turtle nodded. Probably a lot, but I've also discovered that the masters of the law probably won't awaken as dead souls after they die. There should be quite a few Grand Lords in the Dead Souls Galaxy. In other words, the masters of the law can also become dead souls after they die. It's these masters of the law who occupy the Grand Tao, but don't have enough of it to awaken them. So you understood once more. So, if the masters of the law die because they were too strong in life, and the Dead Souls Galaxy is just a Grand Tao, no matter how strong they are, they won't be able to support the masters of the law's resurrection. But they might still exist at the bottom of the Dead Souls Galaxy? The old turtle chuckled. That's right. Suyu agreed with the old turtle. Then let's talk about the South King. Suyu added. The old turtle thought for a moment. I haven't had much contact with the South King. I've only met him a few times. Ever since the South King was conferred the title, he's kept a low profile. Fortunately, the South King has been around all these years. The East King and the North King tried to fight their way out of the primordial era, but the West King's attitude was unclear. The South King also showed up a few times. Add to that the fact that they're suppressed in the spirit suppression region, and they're no match for the South King and I. That's why the Dead Souls realm has been peaceful for so many years. The West King's betrayal probably happened at a later stage, after the ninth tide. The old turtle looked at Suyu. It's probably that woman who guided him. At first, the West King probably just wanted to be the overlord of a region, so there hasn't been any movement from him for many years. Suyu was speechless. He's already dead, and yet he was tricked by a woman. The West King didn't die in vain. Pervert, you're already a dead spirit, yet you're still thinking about such things. Serves you right, the old turtle chuckled. That's normal. At that stage, even dead spirits have feelings. Let's talk about something else. The South King is actually a woman. Suyu looked at the old turtle, and the old turtle said meaningfully, the South King. When the title was conferred, the South King took the initiative to ask for the title of South Heavenly King. Because at that time, everyone knew that King Wen lived in the southern Yuan, and he was the South King of the Four Poles. It's actually normal. At this stage, dead spirits aren't much different from living people. Back then, there were more than 1 or 2 female experts who fell in love with King Wen. The old turtle sighed. King Wen was a peerless beauty, and all the living and dead spirits fell in love with him. Suyu nodded. I see. Life and death. So, the South Heavenly King helped the human race because of King Wen? By the way, did King Wen live in the dead soul realm for a while to hook up with the South King? The old turtle didn't speak. I don't know about that. Don't ask me. Suyu smiled. Interesting. So, she is a fan of King Wen. No wonder she has been supporting the human race's rule all these years. Now that Senior has said this, I feel more at ease. The old turtle smiled. Don't worry, Sovereign You. If the South King really rebelled, I wouldn't have been able to handle the combined forces of the 3 heavenly kings. If that happened, the dead soul realm would have been in chaos. Yes. Suyu agreed. For now, the South King wouldn't be a big problem. The old turtle said, this time, Sovereign You is going to the dead soul realm to suppress the North King. I don't think it will be easy. Why do you say so? The North King's strength is probably the strongest among the 4 heavenly kings. And there can't be too many living beings going down. King Wen's dog, Fat Ball, better not go. Its blood and chi are too strong. If it goes, it might cause a disturbance in the Dead Soul Galaxy. We can lure out unbeatable enemies. The old turtle said solemnly, it's best to rely on the dead spirits themselves, us guards, and Sky Destroyer and the others who still have the petrification technique. I suggest we don't bring any other living beings. If 30 to 50 marquises of death spirits are lured out, how can we fight them? Sky Destroyer and the others better not go because their petrification technique has been removed. And under the North King, there are still 14 marquises of death spirits holed up in the North King realm. Suyu glanced at him. You don't need to use the word hold up. The old turtle also looked at Suyu. Don't be picky with me. The word hold up is actually what you humans call me. The old turtle was too lazy to say anything and continued, on the other side, he is a heavenly king. Even Sovereign You can't remove him from his position. So in the North King realm, the South King is no match for him. The 10 marquises of death spirits under the South King are also no match for the 14 marquises of death spirits. Mist Mountain has 4 marquises of death spirits. They are evenly matched, but they will definitely be at a disadvantage. The old turtle continued, as for me, it's best not to leave. Once I leave, there will be some abnormalities in the Dead Soul Galaxy. A few marquises of death spirits will appear, and the new guards won't be able to suppress them. Once the marquises of death spirits break out, we'll be in big trouble. Your trouble, my trouble. The old turtle said in a solemn voice, I've already sensed that some marquises of death spirits have awakened. You should have sensed it last time as well. It's just that you were wary of Fat Ball's power and didn't come out. Suyu nodded. He had indeed sensed it. Furthermore, Sovereign You has to be careful in case these awakened guys suddenly appear and join the battle. That would be even more troublesome. Suyu nodded again. Even if the Heavenly Destroyer and the others don't go, the 27 guards should be able to deal with 3 or 4 Dao integration stage super mighty figures if they join forces, right? The old turtle nodded. That's true, but the margin of error is too low. Dao integration stage super. Mighty figures can make many mistakes, but we can only make one mistake. Once one of them is killed, the encirclement will disperse, and the formation will disperse. That will be a massacre. If the 6 guards fight against one Dao integration stage super mighty figure and one of them is accidentally killed, the pressure on the remaining guards will be even greater. It's very easy for the second, third, and so on. The margin of error was too low, they could still fight against them. Suyu stroked his chin. Indeed, living beings entering the dead spirit galaxy would agitate it. That would be troublesome. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to worry so much. He could just crush them, he could take the Great Qin King and the Dasha of Goguryeo with him and kill to their heart's content. Suyu pondered for a moment before saying, "Senior, come with me. The Great Qin King and the Dasha of Goguryeo will temporarily guard this place. If there really are dead spirit marquises attacking, we won't care if the 2 Dao integration stage super mighty figures charge in. I'm just afraid that more dead spirit marquises will appear." The old turtle was still a little worried. This wasn't a good idea. He was more suited to guard this place. Suyu felt the same way, but, if the old turtle didn't go, their combat prowess wouldn't be enough. Marquis Lan Shan had improved very quickly, but he still hadn't reached the Heavenly Monarch stage. As for Suyu himself, he wasn't sure what his current strength was, but one thing was for sure, he definitely hadn't reached the Heavenly Monarch stage. Even the book spirit and the tea tree might not be able to enter, let alone the little white dog. Who else could he bring in? The Great Zhou King. The Great Zhou King's aura concealment ability was not bad, but if he went all out, his aura would also be exposed. A half-dead spirit was the best. Find the South King and convert a few Dao integration stage powerhouses. Forget it, Suyu felt a headache coming on. He quickly said, "Let's go down and take a look. As for the North King, if we don't take the initiative to find trouble with him, he most likely won't dare to leave the North King region. Once he leaves, he will lose his greatest advantage and guarantee." The old turtle nodded. "If that doesn't work, we can actually leave the North King region." Suyu disagreed. "There are too many unexpected factors. Once I transfer the power of the dead spirit's realm, he will launch a surprise attack and kill all the powerhouses guarding the passageway. Then, the dead spirit's realm will go out of control. If that was the case, it would be a gamble on whether the North King was brave or not." Suyu didn't want to leave such a huge hidden danger. The two discussed for a while, but they couldn't decide what to do for the time being. They could only wait for Suyu to meet the South King and summon the Marquis of Lan Shan to discuss countermeasures. After talking about this, Suyu looked at the old turtle and said with a smile, "I think Senior's great Dao is very strong. Senior has lived for a long time. Logically speaking, you shouldn't be weaker than a heavenly king. You should be a top-notch Dao integration stage powerhouse and even control the rules." The old turtle looked at him. "Are you mocking me?" Suyu said with a smile. "Senior, don't misunderstand. What I mean is, I'll take you on a trip to the Great Dao and let you comprehend it. Senior's current path is still to comprehend the Great Dao. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to improve anymore." The old turtle thought for a while and nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble Emperor you. It's just that. I'm not sure if I can comprehend it." "Give it a try." Suyu wasn't sure either. The old turtle felt a little stupid. He had lived for countless years, but he didn't even know what the Great Dao was. He acted according to his instincts and only knew how to hide and defend. Ahem, he just happened to be in line with the Great Dao. Soon, Suyu tore apart the river of time and walked toward his Great Dao together with the old turtle. Suyu didn't actually need to do much to bring the old turtle along. The old turtle was very strong on his own. In the river of time, Suyu soon arrived at the side of the Great Dao tributary. The old turtle sensed something, but he didn't comprehend it deeply. Suyu didn't mind describing it to him. He sighed and said, "I think this Dao should be called the Mountain Guarding Dao. Senior might not be able to see it, but in my opinion, this Dao is a huge mountain, a crouching mountain. It feels like Senior's main body. It should be created by the primordial chaos turtle race. This Dao isn't weak. I've seen many Daos. The Necromancy Dao is first, the Flesh Dao is second, the Brush Dao is third, the Five Elements Dao is fourth, and the Desolate Heavenly Beast Dao is fifth. I'll rank Senior's Dao sixth. It was only slightly weaker than the Great Dao of the Desolate Heavenly Beast. Compared to others who had fused with the Great Dao, Suyu felt that it was more powerful. Soon, Suyu said, "In that case, it's not that Senior's clan doesn't have a deep understanding of the Great Dao. Does Senior know who opened up this path? They're all from your race, yet they can open a Dao. The old turtle was silent for a while. After a long time, he said, it should be my Dao partner. Suyu was stunned. The old turtle said slowly, countless years ago, there were 2 turtles in the world. They had no name, no surname, and no race. Later, they used my name to name them Primordial Chaos. Suyu was stunned again. The other is my Dao partner, a half-emperor of the Primordial Chaos turtle race. Suyu blinked. What the heck, there was such a thing. This was unbelievable, but on second thought, it made sense. The Primordial Chaos turtle race used the name Primordial Chaos. Suyu thought that the old turtle had changed its name to Primordial Chaos because its race had died out. Who would have thought that it was named Primordial Chaos after him? The old turtle said softly, my Dao partner was killed a long time ago in the Primordial era. She was much smarter than me. I was lazy and did not want to move or think, so she was always stronger than me. According to what you said, this Dao should be created by her. In my race, she was the only one who could create this Dao. Later on, some of my descendants died one after another, and I was the only one left of the Primordial Chaos turtle race. Suyu frowned slightly. I remember Senior saying that in the Primordial era, your race also had a half-emperor. That was my son. The old turtle said softly, he died later on. His strength was only average. He was said to be a half-emperor, but he did not enter the parliament. Because of this, my status in the Primordial era was not low, but I personally did not like to move. With a self-deprecating laugh, the old turtle looked at the Dao tributary. Even if he could not see anything, he said regretfully, my Dao partner was not weak in creating a Dao. Unfortunately, I was born stupid and could not comprehend the Dao she left behind. Even after countless years, I could not comprehend it. With that, he looked at Suyu and said, now that you mention it, I know where I went wrong. I have some insights, but most of them are about defense. But, you're actually wrong. You saw a mountain, didn't you? Suyu nodded. He saw a mountain. Actually, this mountain is not defense. Suyu was taken aback. The old turtle laughed, you have been influenced by me. My Dao partner was most skilled in battle. The mountain might be the primordial divine mountain we saw in the past. My Dao partner must have used the divine mountain as her Dao and focused on attack. Attack, Suyu was taken aback again. Yes, he had been influenced by the old turtle. He felt that the mountain was defense. The old turtle sighed. No wonder. So, she still had to attack. I walked the wrong path. I can only rely on time to grind it down. In fact, no matter how much I grind it down, it will be difficult for me to control this Dao. I can only change it and focus on the Dao of attack. Suyu blinked. Your Dao partner was good at attacking, but you were only good at defense. No wonder you couldn't control the Dao for hundreds of thousands of years. So you had walked the wrong path, the old turtle laughed, that's good. Now I understand. Fortunately, Emperor, you helped me take a look. Otherwise, I might not have understood it. No wonder King Gong told me that the martial king asked him to tell me to fight more and guard the dead soul's domain. He actually wanted me to fight more, but I didn't understand it. The old turtle laughed, give me a little more time. Maybe, there will be some changes. I fought many times before and felt that the Dao was smooth. So that's how it was. There was almost no fighting in the first 9 tide flows. No wonder I felt like I didn't make any progress. There wasn't much difference from back then. Lazy, Suyu muttered to himself. That's right. The old turtle was incomparably powerful many years ago, but after so many years, he really hadn't made any progress. But he did learn some more gossip. The old turtle's Dao partner was actually the master of the laws. The ancient half-emperor Grand Mist was actually his son was already a half-emperor, but the old turtle was still sleeping as a guardian general. If it weren't for King Gong, he probably wouldn't have done it. King Gong wanted him to be conferred the title of Marquis and sent to guard the Starry Universe mansion, but he wasn't willing. Then Senior's Dao partner, who killed her? The old turtle shook his head, it's been so many years, let's not talk about it. That person should be dead too. My Dao partner loved to fight and couldn't stay idle. If she was like me, she would have lived until now. If she was like you, then your clan would have no Tao. Suyu was speechless. It was good that the old turtle had his own enlightenment. Suyu had almost led him astray, but it was also the old turtle who had led Suyu astray. This was actually the Tao of battle, then again, a turtle that was good at fighting. The scene was too beautiful. Suyu thought that if the old tortoise was like Sky Destroyer, howling and fighting all day long, then, the old tortoise's Tao companion must have been very interesting. It was a pity that she was dead. Otherwise, a tortoise fighting all day long would have been very interesting. After accompanying the old turtle through the river of time, Suyu didn't expend much of his energy. In fact, he could not give Old Tortoise any pointers, nor would he ask Old Tortoise to switch paths. Old Tortoise knew where his problem was, so he had a solution. As long as it was not too conflicting, it was more comfortable to enjoy a path alone than to open another path. The lazy turtle probably wouldn't open a path for himself. After arranging the new guardians, Suyu left the book spirit and tea tree in the ancient primordial mist city. At this point, the ancient primordial mist city had gathered a large number of Tao integration combatants. Daxia of Goguryeo, the great Qin emperor, Tianmia, Tianyue, the old turtle, and the great bright monarch, who was still studying the great formation outside. Once the great bright monarch succeeded in his Tao integration, the number of Tao integration combatants here could be counted on 2 hands. If anyone dared to attack the ancient primordial mist city at this time, Suyu had to pray for them. It'd be best if it was the master of the law. Otherwise, even the 4 heavenly kings would have to kneel. Meanwhile, Suyu entered the dead soul's realm with the 27 guardians who hadn't recovered from the petrification spell yet. These 27 guardians weren't weak, and they'd all taken their weapons. Among them, there were 6 9th-stage Eternal Realm Masters, 14 8th-stage Eternal Realm Masters, and 7 7th-stage Eternal Realm Masters. With such strength, they could fight 4 or 5 Tao integration combatants. Logically speaking, 4 or 5 Tao integration combatants could fight a heavenly king. According to the equation, they should be able to fight a heavenly king. Unfortunately, this equation didn't hold. If these Eternal Realm Masters encountered a heavenly king, they would most likely be killed in a few slaps. Dead Soul's realm. Suyu entered the Dead Soul's realm again. The sky was as gloomy as ever. There were very few dead spirits in the passageway below the ancient city. Even if there were, most of them were newly born, washed down from the Dead Soul's galaxy by the great waves and wandering around. They were all very weak, and there were only a few suns and moons. Of course, there was still an invincible sovereign in the entire spirit suppression region, the passageway to the great star ancient city. There, as always, stood an ancient castle. The other invincible monarchs guarding the passageway were all taken away. Only Xingyu was unwilling to leave, and no one went to find her. He too and the others did not care about Xingyu. They all knew that Xingyu was Suyu's overlord. Right now, Xingyu wasn't strong enough. Suyu could borrow death chi from the various cities, but the death chi passageway between them hadn't been severed. In fact, Suyu could actually sever it. However, Suyu did not do so. He still wanted to try resurrection. He had previously comprehended Shenwen of life, but now the power of Shenwen had been extracted, mainly the power of the way of the brush. Suyu might not be able to revive people. After all, even Kingwen had failed. He would observe the situation and put it aside for now. Xingyu didn't want to go to Prince Dong's mansion, and Suyu didn't say anything. Suyu arranged for Zhou Padian to guard Xinghong ancient city. The Zhou family still had some brains, so Suyu didn't say much. He just didn't want to have a conflict with Xingyu. Your Majesty. Not long after Suyu arrived, a powerhouse arrived in the distance. It was Marquis Lanshan. Suyu was a little surprised. He looked at Marquis Lanshan. Why are you here? I was just about to come here to see the Guardian General. Marquis Lanshan glanced at the guards behind Suyu. She knew some of them, so she nodded and said, Your Majesty, the Dead Soul Galaxy has been slightly turbulent recently. In the past, it took a long time for a Death Monarch to revive. Recently, there have been more than 10 Death Monarchs reviving in East King District alone. Is there a Death Monarch? Suyu asked. Marquis Lanshan said, Not yet, but there should be. But a Death Monarch is different from a Death Monarch. When a death monarch revives, he can at most retain 10% of his memories. He needs to recover slowly. But once a death monarch revives, he will recover at least 50% of his memories. In terms of intelligence, he will far surpass a death monarch. When a death monarch revives, their instincts will drive them out of the Dead Soul Galaxy. But a death monarch might be hiding in the Dead Soul Galaxy. Suyu nodded. He sensed a death monarch reviving last time, but he didn't come out. As expected, these fellows were quite intelligent. On the other hand, a death monarch would be an idiot. For example, it took Xianxia a long time to recover some of his memories. If he hadn't devoured the Wind Sovereign token, he would have needed many more years to recover his memories. Come to think of it, Xianxia should have left with Lu Hongyi. That grandson of his was quite capable. He didn't know how he managed to fool Xianxia into leaving. He too didn't even know what happened when Xianxia disappeared with Lu Hong. Then why don't you look for Hong Meng? I want to ask him if he wants to come with me to the Dead Soul Galaxy. To assess the situation, Marquis Lanshan said solemnly, the Death Monarch is fine, but I'm afraid some ancient existences will revive. Don't let a heavenly king appear right after we conquered the Dead Soul realm. With 2 heavenly kings dead, there might be another heavenly king in the Dead Soul realm. With 2 heavenly kings dead, a portion of the Great Tao had been freed up. It was enough to support the emergence of a new heavenly king, or even 2. After all, many death monarchs had died. Recently, Marquis Lanshan felt that his strength had improved rapidly. Because the Great Tao had been freed up, 1 carat, 1 pit. Suyu's side had caused turmoil in the Great Tao of the Dead Souls. He had eliminated many fellows and killed many death monarchs. If he was lucky, 3 more death monarchs would appear. Suyu nodded slightly. That was possible. But even if it was, he couldn't say no. The new death monarchs, or even heavenly kings, might be humans. Even if they weren't, they wouldn't be any weaker than they were now. Let's go to the East King region to take a look. Suyu said with a smile, there's nothing we can do about it. The Dead Soul Galaxy has existed for too long. Who knows how many experts and monsters are buried in there? You should cultivate more. In the last battle, you devoured so many death spirit imprints and advanced to Heavenly King soon. Marquis Lanshan was embarrassed. She had eaten them, but her strength hadn't improved as fast as she had imagined. Merging with the Great Tao, even for the Great Tao of the Dead Souls, still required talent and comprehension. It couldn't be done just by devouring. Regrettably, she belonged to the group of monsters who weren't that talented. Warriors, all had this problem. Civilizationers had a deeper comprehension of the Great Tao. Marquis Lanshan was a fierce general in ancient times, not a wise one. Suyu saw that she didn't say anything and felt helpless. Understood, compared to Marquis Lanshan becoming a heavenly king, he too might have a little more hope. Suyu was thinking about whether to let the old turtle remove the seal on Tuesday. The old turtle hoped that he too could revive. But Suyu felt that if he too didn't revive, he too might be a death monarch now. This guy's brain was still very active. If he too was a death monarch, he might really be able to become a heavenly king after devouring a lot of treasures. How long would it take to revive? When the war was over, he too might not even be revived and would still be a stage 7 eternal death monarch. While Suyu was thinking, the old turtle's sigh suddenly sounded in his ears. Emperor Yu, if he too wants to, Emperor Yu can remove his seal. I want him to come back to life, but I actually know, like the moon in the water. In the past, King Wen wanted to revive people, but he didn't succeed, let alone me. Suyu had to admit that the old turtle was very powerful. Did it sense his thoughts? Forget it, he would ask he to himself. The more powerful he was, the more difficult it would be to revive. This was inevitable. Revive. South Monarch. Did the South Monarch know that King Wen came here to revive people? Did the South Monarch know how to revive people? He too was close to the Tao integration stage when he was alive. Once the seal is removed, he might be able to reach the Tao integration stage soon. If I get some benefits while I'm killing the North Monarch, I might be able to reach the Tao integration stage, Suyu quickly said. Let's go to the East Monarch Palace. Yes, Emperor. Everyone answered. Marquis Lanshan quickly followed behind Suyu. He was a little excited. Your Majesty, the East Monarch region is now stable. I've already arranged for people to go to the West Monarch region to take over the West Monarch region. It's just that the East and West regions are separated, so it's not convenient to communicate with them. Unless we can connect the South Monarch region or the North Monarch region. What did the South Monarch say? Suyu asked. Marquis Lanshan quickly replied, the South Monarch didn't say anything. She just, probably wants to see your Majesty before making a decision. At this point, Marquis Lanshan transmitted his voice. It's true that the South Monarch is partial to the human race, but she's arrogant. If your Majesty can't convince her, then the South Monarch will only be an ally, not a subordinate of the human race. Suyu nodded slightly. Understood. The South Monarch is helping the human race, but only the human race, not the human monarch. To put it simply, I'm helping you out of respect for King Wen. However, your human monarch is trash and incompetent, so I'm just helping him. I won't really work for you. I won't listen to your orders. I'll do things according to my own ideas and help the human race. Suyu smiled. He didn't have any other thoughts. That's good. Otherwise, if he helped the human monarch, wouldn't the Tide faction's 100 battle monarch be finished? Wouldn't he lose his last bit of foundation? The last Tide faction didn't help the 100 battle monarch, so this Tide faction had the chance to help Suyu. For example, if Old Tortoise and the others had helped the 100 battle monarch, they would all be finished. Once again, he inwardly humiliated the 100 battle monarch, but his resentment was still very strong. He was the ruler of a subjugated nation that had buried its great rivers and mountains. Marquis Lanshan didn't know that Suyu had so many thoughts in his mind. He quickly reported, Your Majesty, one more thing, the North King sent an envoy. The North King said that he only wants to divide the North King region as his own territory. He has no intention of becoming enemies with the human race. Otherwise, he would have joined forces to deal with the human race. Now that the two heavenly kings have fallen, the North King's strength is actually 30% stronger than before. He wants to negotiate. Negotiate? Suyu laughed, how can I allow others to sleep on my bed? Is the North King an idiot? Or does he think I'm an idiot? Would I leave a disobedient heavenly king at my doorstep? Ignore him. Suyu said, if he sends another envoy, kill him directly. Tell the North King that there is no room for negotiation. Or surrender directly. After surrendering, take the initiative to disperse part of the Great Tao comprehension and be demoted to the level of a Death Spirit Lord. Marquis Lanshan's expression changed slightly. This was almost impossible, then they could only fight, if they surrendered, so you wanted the North King to disperse the Great Tao energy. This? Marquis Lanshan felt that this was a little too ideal. Your Majesty, that North King will never surrender. Suyu nodded, I know. But if he maintains his peak Heavenly King strength, I still need a peak Heavenly King to keep an eye on him. It will be more dangerous than now. At that time, he will be considered one of us. Once we let our guard down, he will take drastic measures. That will be the real trouble. It is better to directly state who is friend or foe. Marquis Lanshan thought about it and nodded slightly. This was true. The group quickly moved forward, and a faint light overflowed from Suyu's body. It wasn't life force, but some power of laws. Suyu was dispersing some of the weak power of laws in this area, allowing the power of providence of the Mortal Lord's seal to cover some areas. This way, it would be easier for the human race or Suyu's side to enter the Dead Soul's realm to fight in the future. Your Majesty is getting stronger and stronger. Marquis Lanshan sighed. He seemed to be much stronger than before, and more similar to King Wen. No, it didn't seem to be the same, Marquis Lanshan thought to himself. It was a very complicated feeling. The previous Suyu was actually very similar to King Wen, and now, they were even more alike. But after a closer look, it was no longer the same. There seemed to be some difference in temperament between him and King Wen. He was more domineering than King Wen, and less gentle. Suyu couldn't be bothered with all of this. It didn't take long for him to catch sight of the Dead Souls galaxy. The Dead Souls galaxy spanned across the heavens and earth, encircling all four directions. The entire Dead Souls world was sealed off by the galaxy. But that wasn't all. The Dead Souls galaxy didn't simply form the Dead Souls realm in the shape of a circle. Suyu looked up at the sky. The Dead Souls galaxy looked more like a tent, the four sides below were what everyone could see. What they couldn't see actually covered the entire realm, receiving the four sides. A tent. No, it's more like a bowl, a big bowl. It wasn't the upside-down kind, but the sides of the bowl spread out in all directions, covering the entire Dead Souls realm, receiving the dead experts along the way. The more Suyu looked, the more apprehensive he became. The current him had a lot of insights. The creator of the Dead Souls galaxy should also be the creator of the great Tao of Dead Souls. This person really wanted to open a realm. Would such an expert die? Who could kill him? If the master of the human race's physical Tao encountered this person, he would most likely be killed. With such thoughts in mind, Suyu soon stepped onto the Dead Souls galaxy. Countless corpses floated in the Dead Souls galaxy, and a large number were submerged in the water. Golden light glowed beneath Suyu's feet, and some of the surrounding dead spirits that had some awareness retreated. The unconscious ones were directly melted by the golden light. At the same time, North King region. At this moment, a huge seal floated in the sky above the North King region. It was the North King seal. The seal emitted a dim light, covering more than half of the North King region. Outside the region, some experts from the South King residence and East King residence were advancing under the South King's lead, compressing the North King's domain. At this moment, the North King appeared in the sky above the North King residence, looking into the distance. The South King also looked in that direction. There, a faint golden light appeared. The South King's expression changed slightly. The leader of this generation had come. In the distance, the North King was even more conflicted. He said in a low voice, "South King, it should be the leader of the human race. I said that I only have one request, and that is to continue to be my North Heavenly Queen. Go tell the human lord how difficult it is to take down the North King region. If the living domain interferes with the Dead Souls domain again, the entire Dead Souls domain will be in turmoil soon. Even if he sends people to kill me, it will be difficult for him to control the Dead Souls domain." Separated by life and death, this was the North King's confidence. No matter how powerful the human lord was in the living domain, the white dog had triggered the Dead Souls galaxy last time. If it happened again, Suyu would be in great trouble. The North King said again, "If we continue to fight, if I die, or if you die, a few more heavenly kings will be born. When that time comes, can the human lord guarantee that those new heavenly kings will listen to him?" The South King said coldly, "The human race will not allow you to split the land and become king." The North King said angrily, "Then wait until the human race takes down the heavens." "I have already backed down. The human race has gone through 9 tides, and each tide is weaker than the last. If I join the human race today, once the living domain is defeated, the Dead Souls domain will be in turmoil again." The South King knew what he was thinking. The North King did not want to surrender now. Could the human race win? There was not much hope. The upper realm had not opened yet. If it did, the human race in this tide was far weaker than the upper realm. How could they be a match? The South King did not say anything more. She turned to look. The human lord should have gone to the East King Palace. Should she go take a look? Marquis Lan Shan held him in high esteem, but the South King knew that the new human lord was not strong. If he was as strong as King Wen, he could easily suppress the North Heaven Queen. In the South King's eyes, people like King Wen were naturally much stronger than Suyu. No matter how much Marquis Lan Shan held him in high esteem, it was not enough. East King Palace. Suyu entered the main hall of the king's mansion. The former East King Hall was now filled with a deathly aura. It was not that there were no people, but that there were many. But they were all dead souls. The guards who had followed him in were all extremely shocked. There were nearly 100 sovereigns, and before them were 3 marquises. Including Marquis Lan Shan, there were 4 human marquises. At this moment, all the sovereigns and Marquis of Death looked at Suyu, but none spoke. As for Suyu, he did not look sideways. With a majestic gait, he walked directly to the throne at the top of the hall. Stepping onto the throne, Suyu sat down. Below, Marquis Lan Shan and Hichu shouted, "Greetings, Your Majesty." The group of sovereigns knelt down. The human marquises hesitated for a moment, then followed suit. They were not familiar with the new human lord. However, Marquis Lan Shan and Hichu had constantly fed them ideas. The new human lord was very powerful. At this moment, these human marquises did not dare be careless. Suyu also looked at the human marquises. 3 of them were male. They were Marquis Lang Yun, Marquis Fanhai, and Marquis Xingyang. They were all ancient marquis. 2 of them, like Marquis Lan Shan, had been conferred posthumous titles. Marquis Xingyang had fallen in a great war after being conferred the title. However, the other marquises had all fallen before the end of the ancient era. When the human emperor had disappeared, almost none of the marquises or masters of the laws had appeared. As Suyu observed the 3 marquises, they were also observing Suyu. This was the first time someone had wanted to subdue the dead soul's realm. In the previous 9 times, everyone had been powerless or hadn't treated the dead soul's realm as the core. In any case, no one had come to subdue it. The 100-battle monarch had attacked the East monarch a few times and then given up. After all, he was a living being, while Suyu was a half-dead. Suyu looked at the 3 for a while, then took the initiative to say, "Marquises, you 3 contributed greatly in the last battle. He too, from the last battle, will each be rewarded with a Marquis death mark." "Understood." He too answered. The 3 marquises also bowed in thanks. Suyu looked at the 3 again and asked, "Since you've come to the East Monarch Palace to help, do you have any questions or things to say?" After a while, Marquis Xingyang said hesitantly, "Human Lord, how many Dao integration cultivators are there in the dead soul's realm?" 4. Just 4, the 3 frowned slightly. So few. Then the higher realm, Suyu said calmly, "I don't know. Pretend it doesn't exist. I'm not too sure about the higher realm." The 3 felt even more helpless. "No way," Marquis Lan Shan said that the humans had a great advantage. Marquis Xingyang said again, "Then human lord means to use the power of the dead soul's realm and the living soul's realm to fight against the higher one experts?" Suyu smiled. "It's hard to say. It depends. The battle can change at any time. There's no fixed strategy." "Human lord, what's your strength?" "Dao integration." "Marquis." Xingyang was silent. Marquis Lang Yun said, "Human lord, have you ever thought that once the higher realm opens, there'll be no room for reconciliation after you kill the one experts? In the previous few tides, even though those human lords had the advantage, they didn't start a massacre at the start. That would only cause both sides to fight to the death. So they were all defeated." Suyu said calmly, "Utterly defeated. Fight to the death, what a joke. Wasn't it supposed to be a fight to the death from the start?" Marquis Lang Yun said in a low voice, "That's not the case. If we were too extreme, the Wan would also be exterminated, exterminate the human race. It was from the start." Suyu interrupted him and shouted, "Do you understand what I mean? The human race isn't exterminated because they're soft-hearted. It's because the human experts left behind a contingency plan that prevented them from exterminating the human race. It's not because we're soft-hearted that they're soft-hearted. This is a fundamental mistake, a joke. You're all ancient marquis, yet you still have such thoughts. Laughable. Now isn't the ancient times. There's no need to integrate the Wan. The ancient human emperors sought to unify the Wan and integrate the Wan, but they failed. And that's not what we seek. What we seek is to exterminate the Wan. There will be no more chaos in the Wan." Suyu said, "You can question my strength, you can question the final result, but the general framework won't change because of your doubts. Whether it's the living domain or the dead soul's domain, you can only do as I say. That's the only request I have. You can scold or be unhappy with anything else, but I won't listen." Suyu said, "Don't talk to me about the previous 9 tides. They were failures. If there are still 11 tides after my failure, you can talk to the next generation lord. This generation's lord, Suyu, doesn't listen to everyone. He acts arbitrarily and leads to the human race's defeat." The 3 human marquises were helpless. "Alright, stop talking. This person wouldn't listen to any of this, nor would he care about comparison." In his eyes, the previous 9 tides and even the ancient times were all failures. Marquis Xianxia didn't continue talking about this and quickly changed the topic. Then, if I may be so bold as to ask, after the higher realms open, if the human race is defeated, where will they go? Suyu frowned. If they're defeated, then they're defeated. Do you think they're a match now? You can ask the 100-battle monarch about this. Why did he send over 100 Dao integration stage cultivators to their deaths? The few of them felt awkward. What did he say? Suyu said, don't ask me what will happen if they're defeated. Because it's meaningless. Without me, they'd be destroyed now. Don't talk about the future. Only the victors are qualified to talk about the future. I didn't cause the defeat of the higher realms. I won't take the blame. You can whip the 100-battle king's corpse, but you don't have the right to tell me that because of you, Suyu, the human race will go extinct. That's not my responsibility. The 3 human marquises laughed dryly. They didn't know what to say. This new lord was indeed domineering. They couldn't even question him, they weren't questioning him, just worried. But on second thought, it made sense. If they were defeated, then so be it. They were defeated in the first place. It couldn't be helped. It was caused by the previous tide. Suyu quickly said, whatever the future is, it's meaningless. You're asking questions that aren't on point. That's right, you're old and haven't been to the living domain for too long. You don't understand these things. What you should be asking now is how to deal with the North King. After dealing with the North King, how to fight our way out of the dead soul's domain, not the higher realms. That's not what we should be thinking about now. All right. Marquis Xianxia said obediently, then, human lord, have you thought about how to deal with the North King? No. Speechless, the death spirit marquises all looked toward Marquis Lanshan. This was not an easy person to deal with. Marquis Lanshan could only step forward. Your Majesty, it's not good for the living beings to act now. However, these petrified guardians can act, but they don't seem to have reached the Dao integration stage. Suyu nodded. So my idea is to capture the idle dead spirit monarchs first. Not all of the East King regions and West King regions are obedient. The same goes for the Dead Souls Galaxy. Open up a starry mansion and let the guardians kill them. If they kill them, there should be some rewards. Finally, kill the spirit monarchs and advance to the Dao integration stage. Marquis Lanshan said solemnly, but if we draw out the powerful beings in the Dead Souls Galaxy, when that time comes, I will arrange for the most powerful beings in the living domain to come here. Suyu said calmly, when that time comes, there's nothing we can do but throw caution to the wind. They'll come out sooner or later. If they come out to oppose me, then we'll just have to draw them out. Right now, we just want to minimize the consequences, not because we can't do anything to the North Monarch. Marquis Lanshan nodded. Then does your Majesty want to summon the South Monarch? Suyu shook his head, I'll go meet them myself. Mist Shan will follow me. As for the others, Hichu, Yu, Shanqi, and the others, along with Xingyang Ho and the other guardians, will go to the Dead Spirit Galaxy to capture some Autarch-level experts. When I return, I'll teleport everyone into the Starry Mansion. We'll capture as many as we can. Understood. He too accepted the order. Suyu continued, he too, if you want to unseal yourself, that's fine too. You can take this opportunity to strengthen yourself, but the chances of resurrection will be lowered. He too hesitated momentarily. Unseal, resurrection, of course he wanted to resurrect. No matter how good a dead spirit was, it was not as good as a living being. But was there really any hope? He had watched as others grew stronger while he remained at the 7th stage. He too had actually considered this recently. Because he was too weak, the death spirit monarchs did not give him much face. He too thought for a moment. I'm willing to unseal myself. I'm already close to Dao integration, and after these years, I've recovered a lot of my memories. After I unseal myself, I should have close to Dao integration combat strength. Have you thought it through? Suyu looked at him. You have the highest chance of resurrection. General Hongmeng had you swallow the fruit of life and death to transform your body into a dead spirit and enter the dead soul's realm. He too frowned. I'm willing to unseal myself. If your Majesty has the power to resurrect dead spirits, then resurrecting a 7th stage and Tao integration is only a matter of time. If your Majesty can resurrect eternity after Tao integration, then I'll wait until your Majesty becomes the master of the laws. Then I'll naturally have a chance. Suyu laughed. You're quite optimistic. The master of the laws. You'll have to live until then. With that, a brush appeared in his hand and he pointed at He Tuesday. The Death Spirit monarchs were stunned when Wang brushed Marquis Lan Shan's eyes lit up. So you really did inherit Wen Wang's Tao. As for he too, he felt his vision blur. In the next instant, the restriction power in his body was broken by the brush. Boom, a powerful aura of death instantly erupted. He too hadn't been idle these years. He wasn't weak when he was alive. As soon as he unsealed himself, his aura erupted, in the blink of an eye. His aura entered the 8th stage. Soon, he entered the 9th stage. After entering the 9th stage, the great Tao of death appeared above his head. So you could see with his naked eye that he too's own path was still rapidly climbing up. Unfortunately, the resistance was getting stronger and stronger. Gradually, he too felt a bit powerless. So you could vaguely see that there was an enormous wave blocking his path ahead of the river diagram. This was the threshold of Tao integration. He too still hadn't reached Tao integration, but he was close to it. He too was a bit disappointed. After unsealing himself, he still couldn't reach Tao integration in one step. He wasn't a Tao integration stage cultivator when he was alive. Otherwise, he would be able to retain his Tao integration stage battle prowess after reviving. Suyu looked for a while and nodded. Not bad. If he's lucky, he might be able to reach Tao integration stage soon. Then, Suyu smiled. Xianxia, you guys stay here and capture some monarchs. I'm going to meet the South Monarch. If everything goes well, we might start a war against the North Monarch soon. Yes. Xianxia and the others all obeyed. In the palace, many of the Death Spirit monarchs knew these guards. Some of them had a strange feeling. They used to be enemies, but now they were on the same side. As expected, there was no such thing as an eternal enemy. So you only stayed in the East Monarch Palace for a while. Soon, he flew toward the border of the North Monarch Palace with Marquis Lan Shan. The South Monarch was there. There was still danger, but Old Turtle's words made Suyu feel a bit more at ease. Since the South Monarch was a fan of Qingwen, the chances of her betrayal were not high. In the North Monarch Palace, both the South Monarch and the North Monarch saw that golden light. The North Monarch looked at the South Monarch in the distance and sent a voice transmission. He came alone. He only brought Marquis Lan Shan with him. If we take care of him, you and I will have the final say in the dead soul's realm, so you did not bring that dog or Old Turtle with him. The North Monarch felt that Suyu was too daring. Not only the North Monarch, but Marquis Lan Shan, who was accompanying Suyu, also sent a voice transmission. Your Majesty, are we really going to go there just like that? It's too dangerous. This is the North Monarch's territory. The South Monarch. I'm not sure. Even if you're sure, Your Majesty, can you not be so? She was too embarrassed to say that Suyu was too rude. The 3 human monarchs had nothing to say to him. Of course, even if the 3 monarchs were dissatisfied, there was no problem with Marquis Lan Shan and so many guards. But now, Suyu could not do that. Once he offended the South Monarch, Suyu might have to face 2 heavenly kings and dozens of Death Spirit Marquis. Suyu smiled and sent a voice transmission. Don't worry. Don't worry, Marquis Lan Shan was helpless. How could she not worry? Not at all. Ever since she met this human monarch, he had always been domineering. He never lowered his head or compromised. How could she not worry? And the South Monarch was an overlord. Marquis Lan Shan was worried that they would not be happy when they met. Soon, Suyu arrived at the place. He saw the powerful existence in the distance. Under Marquis Lan Shan's worried gaze, Suyu smiled and said, Senior South Monarch, Junior Suyu, Monarch Wen's disciple, greets the South Monarch. Stunned. Marquis Lan Shan was stunned. In front, the South Monarch was stunned. At this moment, the South Monarch was also stunned. Just now, she was hesitating whether to welcome Suyu. What should she say when they met? If she did not acknowledge this person, what should she do? but she did not expect that he would suddenly say such a sentence. Master's wife? The South Monarch's mind was in a mess. Master's wife, Monarch Wen's disciple. She was completely stunned. How should I reply? What should I do? Should I respond? It's so difficult, Monarch Wen's disciple. While she was still in a daze, Suyu suddenly took out a brush and quickly wrote something in the air. In the blink of an eye, it gathered into a golden book. Suyu took out his mortal master seal and stamped it. The golden book flew towards the South Monarch. The South Monarch did not care about this. Instead, he looked at the brush and fell into a daze. Monarch Wen brush, he knows Monarch Wen brush. The South Monarch stared blankly at Suyu. The golden book was already in his hand. Suyu smiled and said, Senior, Master's wife? This is the conferring seal I wrote. After all, the ancient times have disappeared. I will bless Senior with the destiny of the human race and confer Senior the title of South Heavenly King. The South Monarch was still in a daze. In a daze, she put away the golden book. After a while, she bowed slightly and said, Thank you. She was a little confused. Should I thank him? I am the South Monarch. Will it be useful for me to accept this? Maybe there is. Regardless, this is written by the Monarch Wen brush. I will accept it. Marquis Lanshan's jaw almost dropped. After a while, 2 words appeared in her mind. Damn, that works, that's it. He subdued the South Monarch just like that. Stop messing around. The South Monarch really accepted Suyu's conferring golden book. This is not what I expected. Heavens, Marquis Lanshan had a mental breakdown. This is not Monarch Wen, not at all. She no longer felt that this generation's ruler resembled Monarch Wen. This human ruler is a troublemaker. She had a mental breakdown. Marquis Lanshan was in a daze. Like the South Monarch, she did not know what she was thinking. Meanwhile, Suyu was already standing in the middle of the group of Marquis Death Spirits with a warm smile. He said, Master's wife, the North Monarch is a traitor. He betrayed the human race and Monarch Wen. I will kill him sooner or later. The South Monarch nodded and let Suyu stand in front of him. He was still in a daze. Master's wife, this is not good, right? Should I remind the new ruler? This is not appropriate. Suyu had an innocent smile on his face. How was he overbearing? Impossible. Speak the language of the people and speak the language of the ghosts. How could an emperor solve any problem by being domineering and vicious? King Nan was King Wen's fangirl. When it was time to be shameless, Suyu was more shameless than anyone else. If he was shameless, Suyu wouldn't have been defeated more than 8,000 times. Commoners knew when to yield and when to stand tall. Suyu wasn't from a prominent family. As for what Marquis Lanshan thought, Suyu didn't care. He was tough with the 3 Death Marquis because Suyu could suppress them. If he didn't, he would follow King of 100 Battles' footsteps. Just as Suyu said, he could ask for help from other races, not humans. This King Nan wasn't a human. As powerful as Martial Monarch was, Suyu wouldn't ask him for help. If he wanted Martial Monarch's help, he would either threaten or oppress him. He wouldn't ask for help. At this moment, Suyu was smiling innocently. Like a kind child. As for King Nan, he glanced at Suyu in a trance. Looking at his clear eyes, he felt as if he was looking at the eyes of someone in the past. He couldn't help but ask, How old are you? 21. How old? King Nan was startled. Suyu chuckled, 21 according to the human calendar. According to the Wan calendar, it's the year of the second tide. King Nan was startled again. The other Death Marquis were also startled. Not just them, even Marquis Lanshan was startled. How old? 21 years old. Suyu's smile was soft and immature. I entered the human race's higher school to study at the age of 18 and fought my way to the All Heavens battlefield at the age of 19. I was lonely and had to turn into a half-dead spirit. After that, I fought everywhere and received the support of many seniors. That's how I am today. Suyu's smile was pure. Now, I can do something for the human race. Fortunately, I encountered King Wen's inheritance, which gave me today's achievements. Otherwise, I would have died in the All Heavens battlefield. At this moment, the Marquis in all directions were dazed. 2 years, he killed his way into the All Heavens battlefield at the age of 19, and in 2 years, he had become the mortal lord. He had swept through all 4 directions, killed the East King, destroyed the West King, and unified the dead soul realm once more. Was this real? The South King's face was not as dark as the other dead spirits. It had a faint yellow tinge to it. At this moment, the expression on his face changed rapidly. His eyes were filled with disbelief and an imperceptible tenderness. This, a 21-year-old child, too young, it was too small, he was only 21 years old. The South King was stunned for a moment, and his voice became much softer. Your name is Suyu? Yes. Suyu smiled and said, Xianxia, please excuse me. No, no, no. You are amazing. King Nan was shocked. How did you manage to subjugate the humans in just 2 years? Don't tell me there are other people in the 9th tide who are helping you? Suyu chuckled. Not really. In the last tide, there was one. He was the great Zhou King of the human race. Unfortunately, I came from an ordinary family, so he didn't like me. Later, I became King Wen's disciple and inherited many of the Shenwen lineages. I was used as cannon fodder and was targeted. I was 18 years old. Half a year after I entered the school, I chose to escape and cultivate my strength. I killed the sun and moon who were targeting me. After that, I entered Soar and wandered around the All Heavens battlefield. Suyu's smile was still gentle. The Wen King lineage was targeted by the All Heavens. When I went to the All Heavens battlefield, one targeted me. First the sun and moon, then the eternal. I had to seek survival in death and become a resident of the ancient city. Fortunately, some of the ancient city guards valued me and protected me for a period of time. Who would have thought that one wouldn't give up on destroying the Wen King lineage? He joined the Downmerge to kill me. Heavenly Ancient, Solitary Nothingness, and Devil Halberd joined forces to kill me. I could only go to Wen King's former residence and seek help from Fatty Ball. Fatty Ball used its 5 drops of blood essence to help me. It also sent the Book Spirit and the Tea Tree to help me carry forward the Wen King lineage. Suyu spoke as if he were telling a story, his smile incomparably mellow. That is how I came to be today. Spirit Severing Emperor, Half-Emperor Heavenly Abyss, Emperor Dragon, Emperor Golden-Winged Rock. Later, I suppressed the ancient factions of the King of the Great Zhou, and ascended to the position of Lord of Man. King Nan listened with shock, disbelief, surprise, anger, and all sorts of other emotions. 21 years old. The human realm powerhouses didn't help him. He wandered the All Heavens alone. One tried to kill him, but the Eternal came to kill him in Soar. In order to survive, he had to become a half-dead spirit. This child had suffered too much. At this moment, King Nan and Marquis Lan Shan were hearing this for the first time. No one would deliberately tell them this. For a moment, Marquis Lan Shan forgot everything else. His face was filled with pain and anger. Your Majesty is so talented, but the humans didn't protect your Majesty? They even set up obstacles for your Majesty? Suppressing the great Zhou King and ascending to the top, she heard these words. Suyu smiled. At that time, the humans were also in a difficult situation. The great Zhou King and the others had no choice but to survive. It was better for me to die than to go to war. The other eternal humans didn't dare to offend one for me. They could only drag out an ignoble existence. They were also in a difficult situation. In fact, I understand. Suyu chuckled. After all, at that time, the humans were too weak. King Nan said coldly, the humans. Haha, this tide was actually so useless. She still cursed him. She could imagine how Suyu had been alone, weak and lonely. How had he wandered the All Heavens alone? How desolate, how lonely, how helpless. At 21 years old, King Nan didn't dare to imagine how Suyu had reversed the situation and ascended to the human lord's position in less than 3 years. This was too unbelievable. Marquis Lan Shan was speechless. This human from the tide, Marquis Lan Shan gritted his teeth. No wonder. I was wondering why the tide was like this. When the war broke out, all the reinforcements were from the other races. Only Tianyue was human. From what Tianyue said, he wasn't from the tide, not a human faction. Suyu smiled. Yes, he was from the Sky Hunter Pavilion, the disciple of the Heaven Supervisor Marquis. The Heaven Supervisor Marquis betrayed the humans and King Wen. Seeing that I was King Wen's successor, he sent him to kill me. Tianyue couldn't bear it and resisted in the end. Instead, he came to help me. This is my fortune. Otherwise, I would have died long ago. The Heaven Supervisor Marquis? King Nan frowned. He betrayed you? Suyu nodded and sighed. Yes, he betrayed me and tried to kill me many times. Fortunately, some experts in the Sky Hunter Pavilion saw that I was in a difficult situation. The Heaven Supervisor Marquis was going against the grain. They abandoned the darkness for the light. Several department heads chose to help me. A just cause enjoys much support, an unjust cause finds little support. Suyu smiled. This is the reason why I am where I am today. Everyone saw that I was benevolent, righteous, and had King Wen's successor. The Spirit-Suppressing Army, Ho Tribe, Iron Eater Tribe, Space Ancient Beast Tribe, Bean Bun Steamed Cake, Fat Ball, and the others all came to help me. King Nan was shocked. In just 2 years, you had all the races come to help you. You are indeed a just cause enjoys much support. Marquis Lan Shan was also moved. She knew some things about Suyu, but she didn't know this much. At this time, she suddenly understood why Suyu was so domineering and cruel. He was in such a difficult situation, the humans were powerless and didn't want to help him. He could only rely on himself. He had to fight, kill, and fight all over the place. He must have had a hard time. According to Suyu, there were only people who came to kill him, but in the end, they were all moved by him and came to help him. This was the charm of a new human sovereign. At this moment, Queen Nan had also forgotten some of her previous thoughts. She looked at Suyu, her eyes filled with sorrow and gentleness. She softly said, "Human Lord, you are able to achieve what you have today because of pain. Without suffering, how could you grow?" King Wen once said, "When the heavens bestowed a great responsibility on a person, it must first torment his will." She spoke for a while before softly saying, "You didn't disgrace King Wen's successor. Under such adverse circumstances, you were able to turn the tide. I heard that the humans have the upper hand in the myriad worlds. Is that true?" Suyu nodded with a smile. "Not bad. Unfortunately, once the upper worlds open, it's hard to say." King Nan frowned. After a while, she said, "King 100 battle is indeed trash. That advantage has ruined the foundation of the humans. It's been hard on you." Too hard. King Nan felt that Suyu had suffered too much. He came from a humble background and had no one to rely on. It was acceptable to say that it took him 3,000 years to get to where he was today, but Suyu spent 3 years. This, no matter which era it would be unbelievable. Suyu smiled. It's meaningless not to mention King 100 battle. I only look at the present, not the past, not the future. At this moment, Suyu's smile was not as mellow as before. He put on a straight face and said solemnly, "I came from a humble background and am young, so I don't know much. I only know that in this world, one must kill their way to the sky." A murderous aura rose. At first, he was tender, gentle, and modest. At this moment, his murderous aura was boiling, and he was incomparably domineering. At this moment, King Nan felt that this was how it should be. Yes, this was the human sovereign who killed his way to the top in 3 years. He was gentle and humble, but he also had his own unique charm. No wonder he could win over the Wan and get the help of the Wan powerhouses. Gentle, domineering, decisive, murderous, intelligent, in an instant, countless thoughts appeared in King Nan's mind. This generation's human sovereign was really different. At this moment, the lords of death around her also felt the pressure. Suyu's murderous aura soared into the sky. Even these lords of death were shocked. How many people had he killed? Human butcher, as expected of a human sovereign who killed his way to the top in 3 years. It seemed that he was not as calm as he said he was. He had killed many people along the way. As soon as this murderous aura appeared, the North King also looked over. Suyu also looked over. Suyu saw the other party, the tall and strong man. He said coldly, "North Heaven Queen, do you really want to betray me?" The North King was speechless. "Betray, maybe. I guess." Suyu was indifferent. I'll give you two choices. First, fight. Fight to the death. Second, surrender and disperse your great Tao power to preserve the strength of the Lords of Death. The North Heaven Queen's expression changed. She said coldly, disperse my great Tao? So you said calmly, think about it yourself. Don't say anything else. Don't use the Dead Souls galaxy as a source of confidence. If this galaxy is really chaotic, I'll take my people to the Dead Souls domain to hide. Do you really think I can't kill you? What are you thinking? I'm in charge of the Dead Souls domain. Believe it or not, I'll lead an army of 10 million into the Dead Souls domain to provoke the Dead Souls. It'll be best if 3 to 5 heavenly kings come out. I want to see where you can run to. Do you think they'll ally with you or live in peace when they come out? Wipe out the 4 kings domain and then the Dead Souls domain. When you're almost done, I'll bring people to clean up. The North Heaven Queen was shocked, so you said coldly, I can open the Dead Souls channel at any time. Can you? If you can, then you have a way out. If you can't, don't think that you have any confidence. The North Heaven Queen's expression changed. After a long time, she said coldly, Human Lord Su, if you really want to do this, aren't you afraid that the Dead Souls domain will become chaotic and you'll kill your way out to the Living Souls domain? Hong Meng is the guardian. If a large number of Dead Souls rush out of the Dead Souls domain, Hong Meng will be the first to suffer. I don't believe you dare. He didn't believe it, however, he was also worried that Suyu would really do this. Once a large number of sovereigns, Dead Souls, and even heavenly kings appeared, he, the original overlord, would definitely be greatly affected. There would definitely be strong cultivators plotting against him. The weak would want to kill him and take the Dead Soul mark. The strong would want to kill him and share the power of the great Tao. The strong cultivators from the heavenly river were not familiar with him. Who else would they target if not him? Of course, they might also kill each other. If he was lucky, he might be able to strengthen his forces. However, if a chaotic battle broke out, it wouldn't be a good thing. It would break the current situation. After hearing Suyu's words, the North Heaven Queen had countless thoughts in her mind. She was really worried that Suyu would really disregard everything and lead an army of 10 million to attack. If that happened, the Dead Souls domain would be in chaos, Suyu chuckled. Let's wait and see. Be careful of your head. I will open the passage above at any time, and kill you on the spot. The North Heaven Queen was shocked. Soon, she said coldly, impossible. Even I don't know where the passage above corresponds to. How would you know where to open the passage? Although she said that, she was still worried. She quickly observed the sky, afraid that some strong cultivators would suddenly appear in the sky. She said again, in the past, the river map opened the passage in the All Heavens battlefield area. Almost all of them were in the East King region. It has never happened in the North King region. Suyu laughed. How can you understand the power of the human race? Forget it, I'm just scaring you. Don't be afraid. Open your eyes wide and stare at the sky. I want you to collapse in fear. Fat Ball and the other 22 Dao integration stage cultivators are right above your head, waiting to kill you at any time. Don't be afraid. The North Heaven Queen's expression turned ugly. She disappeared instantly. He didn't want to talk to Suyu anymore. Suyu's words made him feel a little uneasy. Would Suyu bring an army of 10 million to kill him? Would he open the passage above his head? He didn't know. The South King looked at Suyu in surprise. He couldn't help but send a voice transmission. Can you really open the passage above his head? If that was the case, it would be easy, a lightning strike, kill him, Suyu smiled. Maybe I can. I can still locate him. But it's hard to say where it is above his head. If it is in the celestial world. Should I go to the celestial world to open the passage? And even if I can open it, it's best not to. A lightning strike is also a living being's attack. I don't want the dead spirit realm to be in chaos unless I have to. That doesn't meet my requirements. Maybe he could open it. Suyu actually had a way. For example, he could leave the Mortal Master Seal here. He could go to the infinite worlds to look for it. It would be difficult to find it. The All Heavens battlefield was fine. But if it corresponded to a small world, then forget it. If it was above Tiangu's head, he couldn't open it. he could just scare the North King, the South King frowned. Then human master means, to watch? Suyu shook his head. No, wait. Scare him first. If he is willing to disperse his great Tao power, then that's the best. If not, then wait for a while and attack. Attack, the South King hesitated. I shouldn't be his match here unless Hong Meng comes to help me. We can kill him together. Suyu smiled. How about I help Master's wife? The South King wanted to say that he was too weak, but it was hard to say. Suyu smiled. I am not as strong as some heavenly kings, but I have the strength to fuse the Tao and brush Tao. I am not as strong as the North King in a one-on-one fight. But if we work together, we can hold him back. Not only that, I have a drop of East King's blood essence and a drop of West King's blood essence. What? The South King looked at Suyu. He didn't understand what he meant. Suyu smiled. With the blood essence, I can borrow the power of the great Tao of necromancy. I can barely exert the power of a heavenly king, but not for long. The East King and the West King were too scattered. Suyu didn't want the blood essence, but Marquis Lan Shan and the others left some for him. He too knew about Suyu's situation. He had collected some things from the West King and didn't give them to others to improve their strength. Suyu could use the blood essence of the necromancy race, but he had to spend a drop to open the interface. Then, he could borrow the power. It wasn't worth it. The South King looked at Suyu in surprise. Borrowing the power of the great Tao, barely exerting the power of a heavenly king. If that was the case, he might be able to join forces with Suyu to fight the North King. Suyu smiled. It's best not to use other powers. Once Senior Primordial Mist leaves, I'm worried that something will happen to the Dead Spirit Galaxy during the battle. If a few necromancy lords come and watch us fight, they will barge into the Dead Spirit Channel. That will be troublesome. This was something they had to guard against. The South King thought about it and nodded. Okay. If you can exert the power of a heavenly king, we can join forces. Even if we can't kill the North King, we can weaken the power of the necromancy lords under him. He has 14 necromancy lords under him. On our side, even with the East King region, we only have 14. She only had 10 necromancy lords, which was too few. If they really fought, the South King was worried. No one knew who would weaken the other. Suyu transmitted his voice. No rush. Let's wait. This time I brought 27 guardians with me. They are capturing some necromancy lords and killing them to improve our strength. Once they all advance to level 9 Eternal Realm, 3 guardians can definitely deal with 1 necromancy lord. Many of the guardians were at the 7th or 8th Eternal Realm, so they needed 5 or 6 guardians to deal with 1 necromancy lord. Once they reached the 9th Eternal Realm, they would have the petrification technique and weapons, which would make them extremely resistant to dead spirits. The necromancy lord's strongest weapon was the power of the aura of death. Once the aura of death was neutralized, 3 guardians of the 9th Eternal Realm would definitely be able to deal with 1 necromancy lord. Even if they couldn't kill him, they would be able to resist him. This was equivalent to having 9 Tao integration stage super mighty figures. Of course, in the living world, it would be difficult for 3 Tao integration stage super mighty figures to deal with 1 Tao integration stage super mighty figure. The South King's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this. If that was the case, then they would have 23 Tao integration stage super mighty figures with the addition of the necromancy lord. There were 14 necromancy lords. There was indeed hope of killing a large number of necromancy lords and then joining forces to kill the North King. What do we do now? The South King asked. Suyu smiled. Wait. If we surround the North King, the Dead Spirit Galaxy might become turbulent. We can't let the North King know what is going on over there. Cut off his connection with the outside world and don't give him any information. The South King nodded. This was not a problem. Soon, the South King continued, but the Guardian can't absorb the dead spirit imprints either. How can he become more powerful just like that? A smile appeared on Suyu's face. Don't worry, the Starry Mansion is under my control. I can bring people into it directly. Dead spirits can't enter through the passageway, the South King added. Suyu smiled. There is a teleportation passageway here. Teleportation? The South King thought about it for a moment before nodding. That seems to be the case. I can't remember clearly, but King Wu and the others did teleport people into the Starry Mansion, but I'm not sure about the specifics. So you controlled the Starry Mansion. So that was how it was. The Eastern Heavenly Monarch had died in the Starry Mansion. Meanwhile, he too and the others began to capture dead spirit powerful beings, especially those that had just awakened near the Dead Spirit Galaxy. They even ventured deep into the Dead Spirit Galaxy to lure some of the awakened powerful beings out to capture them. He too had brought 27 guardians, over 100 monarchs, and 3 Death Spirit Lords with him. Even if a heavenly monarch appeared, they would be able to put up a fight. The Dead Spirit Galaxy began to churn again. North King Palace. The North King Palace. The 14 marquises were all looking at the North King, who was looking at the sky. He was wondering if Suyu could really open the passageway above his head. It seemed possible. Once it was opened, what if that dog really was outside? He had seen it stomp the West King to death last time. Not only him, but the others had also seen it. At this moment, a Death Spirit Lord said fearfully, "Heavenly Monarch, if a passageway suddenly opens in the sky, then, why don't we split up?" The North King's face was cold. Split up? Do you want to die? Once the South King and the others attack, we'll split up and be defeated one by one? What was he thinking? He wanted to split up. Soon, a Death Spirit Lord said solemnly, "Heavenly Monarch, why don't we find a way to ask for help? Ask for help from the living domain. There's no way out of the 36 passageways. If the living domain doesn't contact us, it'll be hard for us to contact them. Even if they open the passageway, most of them will appear in the East King domain. What I mean is, go through a small path in the Heavenly Abyss domain. Contact the outside world and ask for help. Create pressure for Suyu in the living domain." The North King frowned. "You think I haven't thought about it?" He had thought about it. The key was, damn, that passageway. Dead spirits could enter, but they were all weak and unintelligent. That wasn't the key. The key was, the Heavenly Abyss race seemed to be gone. Yes, it seemed to be gone. This wasn't a coincidence. When the Great Zhou King and the others attacked the Dead Souls world, they had the intention of cutting off the connection between the Heavenly Abyss race and the Dead Souls world. This meant that the biggest connection between the Wan and the Dead Souls world had been cut off. Then, they cut off the passageway between the 36 cities. Now, if they wanted to contact the living domain, they could only wait for the experts of the living domain to open the passageway and then contact them. The key was, if they opened it, it would most likely be from the East King domain. In fact, the North King was thinking about a question. Where did the West Duchess leave? At this moment, he really wanted to ask for help. The other side was indeed not as strong as his side, but he was really afraid that Suyu would open the passageway and chop him to death with one kick. As he was thinking, Suyu's voice suddenly came from the outside, extremely cold. The North King region has 14 death marquises, 6 from the immortal, demon, and divine races. Kill an immortal, demon, and divine marquis, and you will be spared. Kill the North King, and the immortal, demon, and divine races will pardon your crime of rebellion. The North King's expression was cold. He suddenly looked at the other 8 marquises in the hall and said coldly, "Don't listen to his lies. He can't take down the North King region. The human race is prosperous. All of you, take care." At this moment, a large seal floated in the sky. The human Lord Seal exploded with dazzling light and began to devour the rules of the North King region, expelling the North King Seal's rules. In the hall, some of the death marquises were uneasy. A few immortal, demon, and divine marquises gritted their teeth. Don't listen to that guy's nonsense. If he could really take down the North King region, he would have done so long ago. The glory of the human race is long gone, just like in the ancient times. Suyu was really vicious. He was driving a wedge between these death marquises. The next moment, the group of people looked outside once again. In the void, they saw a brush across the sky. Many death marquises' expressions changed. They saw that the brush was writing in the void. Kill the traitors. Reward the meritorious. Officials. Pardon the meritorious officials, but the traitors must be killed. The North King frowned and let out a cold snort. Heaven and earth trembled. and the brush also began to tremble violently. At the same time, a powerful aura exploded out from Suyu. The brush stabbed out, and a rumbling sound could be heard as an aura of death exploded out. Suyu's faint laughter sounded again. North King, you are a traitor. Watch how I strip you of your throne and cut off your head. The North King said coldly, you, a Dao Fusion Realm cultivator, can strip me of my throne? What a joke, his throne was conferred by the ancient imperial court. Who could strip him of his throne in this era? However, the death marquises in the hall were extremely worried. One of them said hurriedly, Heavenly King, his brush seems to be the Wind King brush. The ancient titles were all written by the Wind King. If he dares to say this, will it affect the laws of heaven and earth? The North King was instantly shocked, the morale in the hall plummeted. Could it really be taken away by that thing? If it was taken away and Suyu conferred a new death spirit Heavenly King, the North King region would become someone else's territory. Here, others would be strengthened, and they would be suppressed. Then there was no way to fight. This time even the North King was a little shocked. He said coldly, it's not necessary. What is his strength? No matter what, they could not fall into chaos, an immortal marquis said in a low voice, Heavenly King, why don't we kill our way out now? Kill our way out? The North King frowned. What after we kill our way out? After we kill our way out? The death spirits were slightly stunned. Yes, after that, what should they do? So you could still return to the living domain, but what about them? The immortal marquis said in a low voice, contact the immortal, demon, and god realms and kill Hong Meng. Seize control of the passageway, and we will be able to enter and exit freely. Seize control of the passageway? The North King frowned. The celestial realm is not open now. Are you sure you can deal with that dog? In an instant, everyone became dispirited again. It was probably going to be difficult. The more they thought about it, the more pessimistic and desperate they became. What if Suyu really took away his throne? If he took away his throne, the North King would definitely be defeated. At that time, even if Suyu did not confer a new king, the South King would still have the throne and could use the power of rules to suppress others. Everyone was panicking. Among the 14 Death Spirit Marquis, there were probably some who were tempted. This was normal. Previously, when Suyu's side was in a disadvantageous position, some of the 10 venerable Marquis under the South King were tempted. When they saw Little White kill the West King, they instantly hardened their hearts and did not dare to betray him. It was the same now. The North King's side was not weak, but there was obviously no way out. Were they really going to sink with the North King? Killing an immortal fiend celestial death spirit marquis would pardon all their crimes. Outside the North Duke's mansion, Suyu wrote some pardon books in the void. Countless books flew towards the North Duke's mansion. Some of the Death Spirit Marquis felt a mighty imperial aura when they received the books. Killing the immortal fiend celestial Death Spirit Marquis of the same level will be pardoned. Books also flew over from the North King Palace's main hall, but the North King destroyed all of them with a cold snort. However, everyone knew, in the void, Suyu imprinted the human master's seal in the void. His voice was mighty. I, Suyu, personally promise this rule. I will stamp the human master's seal with the heavens as my witness. This is an iron law. Bring order out of chaos, everyone, remember this. The North King roared angrily and punched out. The words in the void shattered one after another. The North King shouted angrily. Suyu, don't try to use such despicable methods to drive a wedge between the North King Palace. If you really want to take me down, let's fight one-on-one. If you can beat me, the North King Palace will give you up. As the human master, do you only know such despicable methods? Outside the North King Palace, Suyu's indifferent voice sounded. I am 21 years old this year. If you think you are powerful enough to beat me now, then I will admit that I am not as good as you. If you are not afraid, seal your strength to the level of the Death Spirit Marquis. I am willing to fight you. I am 21 years old. I am confident that I can fight a marquis like you. Do you dare? F*CK, the North King roared in her heart. She was also shocked. Was he really 21 years old? I don't believe it, Suyu continued. Or you can send a marquis to fight me. If I lose, North King, I promise you that the North King region will belong to you from now on. If I win, you will disperse your great Dao power. Do you dare? *CK off, the North King would not let these Death Spirit Marquis decide his fate. If he lost, could he really disperse his great Tao? The North King had a headache. He wanted to fight one-on-one with Suyu, but Suyu refused. He wanted to kill Suyu's prestige, but Suyu said he was 21 years old. He dared to kill a Death Spirit Marquis at 21 years old. What else could he say? How could he kill him? The North King was confused. What should he do? He could not ask for help, there was nowhere to run even if he killed his way out. Was he going to stay here in a stalemate with Suyu if he didn't kill his way out? On Suyu's side, if he opened a passage in the sky and the little white dog came to kill him, how could he escape? An inaudible sigh sounded in his heart. He could not live on like this anymore. Meanwhile, on Suyu's side, the South King could not help but look at Suyu several times. He could not help but ask, will those Death Spirit Marquis really betray the North King? Suyu smiled and said, not now, but this is a seed. There will be no problem in a favorable battle, but once the battle comes and they feel the danger, when the North King is powerless to deal with them, I bet that some of the Marquis will betray me. Suyu said meaningfully, it's the same principle. Once the situation on my side is like this, maybe, some of the Marquis will consider betraying me. The 10 Marquis beside the South King did not say anything, but they were slightly shocked. Is he talking about them? Suyu chuckled and said, I'm just joking. How can Marquis Lanshan betray me? Marquis Lanshan was speechless. Why is he talking about me? The next moment, Marquis Lanshan quickly said, Your Majesty, I will not betray you. I will fight to the death for your Majesty. Suyu nodded and did not say anything. There was no point in saying all this to Marquis Lanshan. He had a one-track mind. He looked at the North King's mansion again. Yu Guang looked at the Death Spirit Galaxy in the distance. At this moment, the Death Spirit Galaxy was shaking slightly. It was probably he too and the others taking action. As for the North King, he was definitely going to be taken down. Let's see how we can minimize our losses. As Suyu thought about this, he quickly sent a voice transmission to the South King. If the South King fights the North King alone, can he hold on? We are of the same rank. He has the advantage here and is slightly stronger than me. However, it is impossible for him to kill me. Suyu understood and quickly said, when the battle breaks out, I will go kill those Death Spirit Lords first. If the South King can hold on, I will bring people to help. You. Human King, be careful. Suyu nodded. I can see the great Tao energy. What is there to be careful about? It was difficult for Suyu to deal with the North King. Against a normal Death Spirit Lord, I might be able to directly seal or break their great Tao energy. Suyu felt that it was not a big problem. These Death Spirit Lords had too few tricks up their sleeves, he kept thinking. In fact, he was also trying to deprive the other party of the throne, but the result was naturally impossible. He could not even deprive the old tortoise of his general position, let alone the throne. The gap was too big. He had to wait for Suyu to make the rules before talking about stripping it, or perhaps the human race's providence would be great enough to suppress the power of the rules here. As long as I kill 1 or 2 god-demon lords, there will definitely be Death Spirit Lords who will change sides. This is the charm of orthodoxy. Suyu murmured in his heart. Because the North King was a traitor, there were benefits to being unified in ancient times. At least the experts of the Dead Souls world knew that the 4 heavenly kings were conferred by the human race, otherwise, everyone would probably take Suyu's words of stripping the throne as a joke. At this moment, he could only wait. He hoped that Xianxia and the others could capture more experts and bring them to the Starry Universe mansion to kill monarchs to advance, then kill the North King. At the same time, Phoenix World. The little phoenix flew towards the realm entrance. The powerhouse guarding the realm entrance berated, Sky Phoenix, don't run around. Where are you flying to? It's dangerous outside. Lord Phoenix Monarch has ordered that no one is allowed to enter or leave. The small phoenix said eagerly, I want to go out and take a look. Even if I don't go out. I want to go to the entrance. I haven't gone out in a long time. The guard sighed and shook his head. No. Then forget it, the small phoenix was very aggrieved. I actually want to find Blue Sky and ask him to return my brothers and sisters to me. Hearing this, the expressions of all the experts guarding the realm entrance changed. Some of them gritted their teeth, and the phoenix's true body appeared, burning with rage. Blue Sky, this name agitated them. Unforgivable, 3,000 phoenix descendants had been captured by him in one fell swoop. This was a sin. Then we can't go out. That bastard. Detestable. The expert guarding the place was incomparably furious. The small phoenix was a little disappointed. Then I'll wait here. I want to wait for my brothers and sisters to return. The small phoenix was a little sad. He flew to the side and stopped on a large tree. He let out a few sorrowful cries. These sorrowful cries almost made the guards shed tears. What a sin, the prodigies of our race can't even go out now. When will this end? Not only the Phoenix realm. At this moment, the Ape realm, Dragon realm, Dark realm. Apart from the immortal, demon, and divine races, all the other Dao integration stage races had more figures near the entrances. They were waiting. Human realm. Blue Sky's female body appeared with a seductive expression. Your Majesty, my brothers and sisters are all here. We're just waiting for the prefecture seals to be delivered. When will we lure those Dao integration stage beings away? The king's lips twitched. Wait. Wait for an opportunity. He could not help but ask, how many doppelgangers do you have? Ah, why do you say that? I don't have any doppelgangers. Those are all my brothers and sisters. Pervert, King of Great Zhou was also a knowledgeable person. He had seen all sorts of people, but when he saw Lan Tian, he felt a little uncomfortable. He quickly said, yes, you are right. Lan Tian, wait here first. I have something to do. Let me help you. No need. The king quickly refused. No need to trouble yourself. Your main task is to deliver the prefecture seals to the various realms. The closer you are to the Dao integration stage, the better. However, you must be careful not to be discovered. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. Don't worry. Blue Sky said seductively, Your Majesty, you're worried about me? I'm not like those stinky men who fight and kill. I'm just burying things. Us women are the best at hiding treasures. The king had goosebumps and laughed dryly. That's for the best. I'll be going now. Seeing that he was about to leave, Blue Sky begrudgingly said, Your Majesty, you're leaving so quickly. Do you hate me? The king's head was about to explode. Unless I have no other choice, I definitely don't want to work with this guy. Unfortunately, I do need Blue Sky now. King of Great Zhou quickly said, No, I really have something important to do. Emperor, you left many tasks for me to complete. All right then. Your Majesty, please go ahead. The king heaved a sigh of relief. Before he left, Blue Sky chuckled. The human realm is so boring. I'll go play with my old friends. Your Majesty, call me if you need anything. Don't run around. I'll miss you if I can't find you. I won't. Blue Sky chuckled. Your Majesty, just call me casually, especially the city lord residents of Dazhou Prefecture. I have millions of brothers and sisters, and half of them are in Dazhou Prefecture. King of Great Zhou, call me casually. Cough cough cough. The king coughed violently. Is this for real? I didn't find many. Stop messing around. However, Blue Sky ignored him and disappeared on the spot. His voice reverberated. Your Majesty, don't ask me to serve you tea the next time we return to the residence. I was scared to death when I served you tea previously. I was so close to you that I thought you discovered me. The king was stunned. Get lost. I don't want to work with this monster in this life or the next. This monster was really walking further and further on this path. If his clones didn't unleash their strength, they wouldn't attract anyone's attention. Of course, the weakness of Blue Sky's clone was that once he unleashed his strength, people would notice it very quickly. However, was this a weakness? Who would let someone unleash their strength all day long? There are too many freaks in this tidal wave. The king murmured in his heart. Perhaps, this was the final radiance of the human race. A large number of geniuses were emerging as their race was about to be wiped out. Blue Sky, this monster, could probably only be suppressed by Suyu. However, it's good that he's here. He has clones in each race. Once Suyu's plan succeeds, the lower realm won't be far away from being unified. the king thought silently and was a little dazed. This tide was so weak and so difficult that he was in despair. In the end, he actually saw hope for unification. How strange, the last tide was so strong, but he didn't think that the human race could really unify and rule the world together. Did the one race become weaker or did the human race become stronger? The king sighed again and stopped thinking about it. If the 100-battle king really returned, he would have to serve Suyu water to wash his feet. That little monster wasn't someone to be trifled with. The encirclement of the North Duke residents continued. Suyu kept provoking them with words and did not actually charge in. This made the experts of the North Duke residents feel more at ease. Thank goodness, it seemed that the new lord could not do anything to the North King for the time being. The so-called stripping of the throne had not succeeded, which made everyone feel more at ease. Suyu stayed for a while longer before saying indifferently, North King, I will go to the world of life and play in the sky above you. Leave the North Duke residence as soon as possible, or else a few feet will appear in the sky. With that, Suyu disappeared. In the North Duke residence. The North King frowned. Suyu had left, but he had even threatened him before leaving. Had he really gone to the sky? Above him, among the 14 death marquises, a demon death marquis could not help but say in a low voice, Lord Heavenly King, he might have gone to get reinforcements. Why don't we kill our way out while he's gone? At most, we can hide in the Dead Souls galaxy. They had no hope of winning, although they seemed to be on the same level as the other side, having a Heavenly King and a dozen death marquises. In reality, they were not at a disadvantage. But the death of the East King and the West King and that earth-shattering kick made the death marquises feel that they could not win. Even if they won, even if they killed the South King and the others, it would be difficult to win. That dog did not come, the North King did not say anything. He leaned back on his chair and looked at the sky for a long time before saying calmly, escape to the Dead Souls galaxy? Another death marquis said, if we can't, then escape to the Endless Ultimate. The North King frowned. An immortal marquis said in a low voice, Lord, I know you are not willing to give up the North King region. This is your territory. But, even if we win the war against the South King and the others, Suyu will not let it go. He might as well break the balance of the Dead Souls realm. Instead of that, it is better to preserve our strength and break out into the Endless Ultimate. The Endless Ultimate was the territory outside the 4 King regions. The Spirit Suppression Domain and King Gong Domain were surrounded by the Dead Spirit Galaxy, and they could be considered as the center of the circle. The 4 King Domains were scattered around the perimeter, and further away from them was the Land of Returning Ruins, the Unclaimed Land. The North King was silent for a while before he slowly said, the sinkhole is even more dangerous. In the past, King Wu of the human race led a few human kings to conquer the Dead Souls domain. King Wu once killed his way into the ultimate. After that, King Wu returned and chose to give up on conquering the Dead Souls domain. Instead, he established the 4 Kings domain. At this point, the North King continued, the sinkhole. I actually have some understanding. Everyone looked at the North King. They had not lived as long as the 4 heavenly kings. They were ancient marquises, and the North King had existed since ancient times. A necromarquis asked out of curiosity, My lord, we've sent people to investigate the ultimate before. It's just that it lacks some power of rules to suppress it. As for the dead spirits, I don't think they're as strong as the 4 Kings territory. In that case, there would be no rules of the North King region or the West King region. The ancient imperial court rules only governed the 4 King region and the Spirit Suppression region. The North King said solemnly, You don't understand. Back then, King Wu and the others killed a large number of experts, causing a change in the Dead Souls galaxy. A large number of dead spirits killed their way out of the Dead Souls galaxy. King Wu was indeed powerful. He led a few human kings and slaughtered countless dead spirits, including dozens of heavenly king stage powerhouses. Everyone was shocked. There was such a thing, they really didn't know. When King Wu and the others conquered the Dead Souls domain, it was a human king who came alone. The All Heavens didn't know the situation when several human kings attacked. The North King continued, A wise man submits to circumstances and I and the others chose to submit. But you have to know that there were countless experts at that time. Even if many heavenly kings were killed, even more experts were drawn out. There is only one great Tao in the dead soul's domain. Everyone cultivates the great Tao of the dead souls. When more experts are killed, some of the top experts have hope of advancing further. The North King said softly, as far as I know, a top expert was born in the depths of the sinkhole. I don't know if King Wu killed him or not. I only know one thing, no more heavenly kings were born after that. Some people were confused. What did that mean? However, there were smart people who changed their expressions. Sir, you mean that even if King Wu could kill them, he wouldn't kill them. Once he did, there would be no end to it. The great Tao of the dead soul's domain would give birth to even more powerful experts. Killing over and over again, perhaps a peerless expert would be born in the end, so, he chose to seal them? The North King was finally relieved. Fortunately, they weren't stupid. He nodded. That's right. I also suspect that King Wu didn't kill those experts. It wasn't that he couldn't kill them, but that he couldn't. If they were killed, the great Tao would be emptied, and more powerful existences would be born. The fewer the top existences, the more hope they had to reach the top. The great Tao of the dead soul's domain was boundlessly powerful and unbreakable. As such, they could only choose to suppress them. At this moment, everyone understood what the North King meant. A Death Soul Marquis said, Sir, do you mean that there is one or more top experts sealed in the sinkhole? The North King nodded and sighed. There probably is. They have been sealed. If they were dead, the South King and I would have improved. We might even be able to match the human monarchs of the physical Tao of the past. Unfortunately, there isn't. Even the physical Tao could give birth to human monarchs, let alone the great Tao of the dead souls. However, there were even more experts who had fused with the great Tao of the dead soul's domain. After countless years of accumulation, the four heavenly kings had never improved much. Until the East King and the West King died, the North King and the South King's strength increased. Sealed, many Death Soul Marquis looked at the North King. The North King said lightly, Don't think about it. Even if it's sealed, it's not something you and I can solve. I just want to say that the sinkhole is more dangerous than we think. Once those existences break the seal, we will only be courting death if we go. King Wu has disappeared for many years. Is the seal really still there? He wasn't sure. In fact, he had sent people to the sinkhole all these years. In the end, no one returned alive. It was a place of boundless darkness that seemed to devour everything. Now that someone was suggesting that he escaped to the sinkhole, the North King felt that he might as well fight the South King. The existence that was sealed was definitely very powerful. Not only was it powerful, it might be overbearing, arrogant, and vicious. Why did he say that? Because the cowardly ones, like him and the other heavenly kings, had all surrendered. If the other party had also surrendered, the human race might have chosen to confer a title on the other party instead of sealing them. The North King felt that he would be crazy to go there to find such unruly existences. If that was really the case, he might as well join the human race. At least he could live. If he joined the sinkhole, he might not even be able to keep his life. Thoughts aside, the North King quickly stopped thinking about the sinkhole. Looking at the Death Soul Marquis below, all of them trying to find a way out, he suddenly felt like he was at the end of his rope. The battle hadn't even begun, these people were all thinking of escaping. Where could they go? The human race was powerful in ancient times. It was one thing for everyone to join the human race. But now, it was said that the human race was at its weakest. Why, did they still have to do this? The human race is really overbearing, the North King mocked himself in his heart. Overbearing to the extreme. If they didn't obey, they would kill and destroy. He was only an overlord here. All these years, he hadn't done anything against the human race. In fact, he hadn't even cared about the human Death Soul Marquis under his command. Suyu. As expected, the geniuses of the human race were all overbearing. King Wu had been the same back then. After coming to the Dead Soul's realm, he would first kill a few heavenly kings to intimidate everyone. If they didn't listen, he would kill them until the heavenly kings were terrified. More than half of the experts he had accumulated over the years were killed. Finally, the heavenly kings submitted, and the human race retreated. At this moment, the North King looked in the direction of the Dead Soul's galaxy. He wasn't willing to go to the sinkhole. If a war really broke out and he couldn't defeat the other party, would he escape to the Dead Souls galaxy? He was born there, so he knew a little about the situation there. He already had some memories when he was born. He wasn't like the other sovereigns who were born ignorant and knew nothing about the Dead Souls galaxy. At the same time, Suyu continued to travel through the void. Soon, Suyu entered the Dead Souls galaxy. After passing through the Dead Souls galaxy, Suyu crushed some of the dead souls that were trying to grab him and quickly walked out of the Dead Souls galaxy. On the other side, the aura of death filled the sky. A large number of Lords of Death were lined up. Xianxia and the others were there. The 3 Lords of Death were shocked to see Suyu. The Southern King seemed to have submitted. At this moment, the 3 Lords of Death didn't dare to say anything. Marquis Xingyang quickly reported, "Human Sovereign, almost all of the awakened Lords of Death near the Dead Souls galaxy have been captured by us." Suyu nodded and looked toward the center. At this moment, many of the lords were still struggling, but they were being suppressed by a group of experts. After a quick count, there were around 30 of them. Suyu frowned, "So many have awakened?" "Yes." Marquis Xingyang said, "Many have indeed awakened. Not only that, we even encountered a Lord of Death. These lords don't have any memories, but that Lord of Death should have recovered quite a bit. He fought with us for a moment and felt the pressure, so he quickly fled." Suyu frowned. Marquis Xingyang continued, "Right now, we don't dare to go deep into the Heavenly River. We've only captured so many at the periphery. Moreover, I vaguely feel that it's dangerous, so I asked Hichu to inform Human Sovereign. Human Sovereign will decide if we should continue to capture them." Danger, Suyu looked toward the Heavenly River. In fact, he had also vaguely felt some movement. Who knew how many experts had awakened in the Heavenly River? Trouble, maybe they were human, maybe they were not. But that wasn't important. What was important was whether or not they had stabilized their hearts. Even if a human lord was dead and had just awakened, it didn't mean that he could immediately stabilize his heart. It required time. Once that happened, the dead souls were extremely cold, only filled with anger, killing intent, and bloodlust. A human lord could even ambush you. How many experts had the Dead Souls domain accumulated? Suyu was helpless. He was afraid that the Dead Souls domain would never be finished. The more they killed, the more there would be. That would drag his side into the quagmire of war. It was unknown how many masters had been nurtured by such a powerful path. He glanced at the awakened Lords of Death. Some were in the shape of monsters, so they were definitely not humans. Some were humanoid, but it was hard to tell whether they were humans or immortals. "Are they humans?" Suyu asked. Marquis Xingyang nodded, "There are 3, but I don't know their identities. We can wait for a while and bring them back to the East Lord residence. They will wake up for a while and recover some of their memories." He then added, "In addition, the East Lord residence has a sky-shrouding mirror. It can be used to monitor the lords born near the Dead Souls galaxy." Suyu was slightly stunned. He didn't know about this. He asked, "What sky-shrouding mirror?" In fact, Suyu didn't know that he had been monitored the first time he entered the Dead Souls domain and killed the Dead Souls with He2 and the others. It was just that the East Lord Residence's monitoring experts had reported this to Marquis Lanshan. Marquis Lanshan chose to ignore it. Since he was in the Spirit Suppression region, the East Lord Residence didn't care much. At this moment, Marquis Xingyang was also surprised that Suyu didn't know. He quickly said, "The sky-shrouding mirror was bestowed to the East Lord by the ancient imperial court. Its main function is to monitor the birth of some dead souls. Once a powerful dead soul is born, according to the ancient agreement, it must be brought to the Four Kings region and not left in the Spirit Suppression region." Suyu said, "Bestowed to the East Lord? What about the other 3 lords?" "The other 3 lords don't have any. It was given to the East Lord because the East Lord region is close to the Spirit Suppression region. Hongmeng doesn't like to move. King Wu is worried that he will delay things and allow the dead souls to accumulate. The other regions are overseen by King Gong. He can expel them at any time. Simply put, it was given to the East Lord for him to do." King Wu knew that old tortoise didn't like to work. He was lazy, therefore, he gave the East Lord residents a sky-shrouding mirror to monitor the dead souls' movements and guide away the powerful dead souls to prevent them from attacking the living domain. As for the other regions, with King Gong around, there was no need to worry. King Gong was much more reliable than Old Tortoise, Suyu was speechless. He quickly said, "The sky-shrouding mirror can monitor dead souls? That means that the dead souls captured this time are used to locate the monarch's location?" Marquis Xingyang nodded, "A part of it is. However, it can only monitor the dead souls galaxy in the East region. It can't monitor the other 3 regions. The range is limited." "Alright. So you didn't know about this before?" He heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, only the East Lord residence has it. If the other 3 Lords' residences also have it and locate your location, it will be troublesome. If the North Lord residence had it, wouldn't they think too much when they saw so many experts gathered here?" "Soon," Suyu said. "Marquis Xingyang, the 3 of you, quickly head to the South Lord's tent. Lock down the North Lord residence. Even if the North Lord breaks out, don't kill them, just trap them. Other than not allowing the North Lord to leave, if there's any danger, let the other Death Spirit Lords escape." "Yes, sir." The 3 Death Spirit Lords didn't say much and quickly left. Suyu glanced at the river map, then at the other guardians, and said, "Escort these monarchs and follow me." Although there weren't many of them, they would make do for now. 27 guardians, 21 of them were not ninth phase. He had captured close to 30 monarchs, 3 of which were human dead souls that couldn't be killed. Anyway, he would bring them to the Starry Mansion to kill them first. Starry Mansion, Suyu was actually thinking about a question. Would the Starry Mansion's nomological reward consume the nomological power of the heavens? Suyu wanted to create a large number of Dao integration stage cultivators this time, and he was worried that the nomological power of the upper realm would be exhausted, then the upper realm would open. It shouldn't, right? The nomological power of the Starry Mansion is frightening. If it's really connected to the outside world, the realm gate can't even be opened. Suyu thought to himself. This time, he had to go and take a closer look. The Starry Mansion was the territory of the human emperor and the representatives. Suyu felt that there was a high probability that it was a system of its own. Otherwise, wouldn't the nomological power of the 8th floor have already leaked out? He hoped that his judgment was correct, otherwise, it would be very troublesome because there were too many people who needed to advance this time. Once the power of the upper realm's passageway was exhausted, it would cause big trouble. Starry Mansion's basement 1st floor. Suyu expended a large amount of energy to teleport over 100 monarchs in. The countless hairs did not move restlessly this time. Instead, those giant pillars shrank a little because the martial emperor was awake. He had to stay awake because he was worried that Suyu would pull out his hair. As soon as Suyu appeared, a face floated in the air. However, no one else saw it except for Suyu. Suyu looked toward the martial emperor's face and could vaguely see a cold face. "You're here again," the martial emperor said coldly. Suyu had only been gone for a few days. Suyu nodded slightly at the martial emperor's face and ignored him. He looked at Xianxia and shouted, "Right here, try to kill a monarch first. I will observe for a while before making a decision." "Yes." Xianxia quickly arranged. Soon, a suppressed death spirit monarch stood there in a daze. A 7th phase guardian walked out and punched out. With a rumble, that death spirit monarch exploded. This death spirit monarch was suppressed. How could it be a match for these guardians? It exploded in an instant, the death spirit imprint shattered, no nomological power descended. Obviously, this guardian was too strong. Killing a weak death spirit monarch was not enough of a reward. The martial emperor's large face frowned slightly. Suyu ignored him. Suyu indeed had no interest in paying attention to him, it was meaningless. With this time, it was more important to deal with proper business. But the martial emperor was extremely depressed. "Bastard, this little worm was too arrogant." He said coldly, "Suyu, what are you doing? Continue to kill." Suyu shouted, "Hurry up, we don't have much time." "Yes." The guardian killed another death spirit monarch with a punch. Soon, a wave of nomological power descended. It was quite rich, but it was much worse than the reward from Sky Destroyer and the others for killing Spirit Marquis. Suyu frowned slightly. He looked carefully and found the source of the nomological power. He followed the great Tao to find it. The power of the rule spread from the top to the bottom. Suyu did not know whether it was spreading from the outside or from the 8th and 9th layers. Thinking of this, Suyu's mortal lord seal trembled. A moment later, experts came through the void layer by layer. After a while, Marquis Tongtian's laughter sounded. Greetings, human lord. Human lord has not seen you for a few days, and you are even better than before. Human lord, did you come to break through the 8th layer and let me out? Under everyone's vigilance, a door appeared in the void. Marquis Tongtian seemed to be able to vaguely see the martial emperor's face. He quickly avoided him and flew towards Suyu, looking happy. Human lord, did you come to find me? Xianxia and the others were a little surprised. It seemed to be Marquis Tongtian. They had not asked about this before, but Marquis Tongtian had also sought refuge with Suyu. Suyu could not be bothered to talk nonsense with Marquis Tongtian. This person talked a lot. He quickly said, just now, did the 8th layer's rules change? No. Suyu frowned. At this moment, the martial emperor seemed to know something. He sneered, are you worried that if too much nomological power is extracted, it will cause a change in the myriad worlds? To open that upper realm? Suyu looked at the martial emperor and said with a light smile, the martial emperor knows as well? Of course. Does the nomological power extracted from the starry mansion come from the outside world? Of course not. Don't worry and draw boldly. Suyu frowned. He was just about to go up with Marquis Tongtian to take a look when the martial emperor said faintly, I see that you seem to be in urgent need of improving the strength of your subordinates. Either you draw the power here or you go out. Anyway, extracting the nomological power is the fastest way to improve. Go out and draw. Very soon, that so-called upper realm of yours will open. Suyu's heart suddenly moved. The nomological power here, could it be, suppressing the martial emperor? He looked at the martial emperor's face. The martial emperor seemed to know what he was thinking. Or rather, this could not be hidden from Suyu. He had opened the gate of heaven. The martial emperor said coldly, a portion of the nomological power here is a self-contained cycle. But don't worry, it's very strong. Go ahead and draw, a little less is nothing. I won't be able to escape so quickly. Suyu cursed in his heart, I was wondering why this guy was so enthusiastic. He couldn't wait for me to draw more. Because there should also be a large amount of nomological power here to seal the martial emperor and suppress him. But now, Suyu would draw a lot. Last time, Heavenly Annihilation and the others fused with their Tao. Suyu thought of something. So, the reason why Heavenly Annihilation and the others fused with their Tao was that the martial emperor was more clear-headed than before was because he extracted some of the suppression power? The martial emperor sneered. So what if it is? Suyu cursed in his heart, there was no way he could live like this. If he drew outside, the upper realm would open. If he drew here, a lot of the suppression power of the martial emperor would be extracted. On one side, there were hundreds of Wan's Tao integration cultivators, and on the other side, the martial emperor might escape. F*CK, how troublesome. Near him, the guardian who had absorbed the nomological reward had advanced from the 7th stage to the 8th stage. These guardians lacked the nomological power. They didn't lack comprehension. They could reach the 7th or 8th stage 100,000 years ago. The only thing they lacked in the past 100,000 years was the nomological power. As long as they were replenished, Tao integration wouldn't be far away. However, in that case, the martial emperor might really escape ahead of time. All of a sudden, Suyu fell into deep thought. What should I do? Meanwhile, the martial emperor was laughing heartily. This guy finally wasn't so arrogant anymore, he said in an incomparably cold voice, don't worry, drawing from here is better than drawing from outside. Once the nomological power outside is drawn away, you'll be dead for sure when the Wan's powerful cultivators come down. Drawing from here is only to make me more clear-headed. I'm not being suppressed because of some nomological power. It's because the great Tao has been suppressed, the divine aperture and origin aperture have been blocked, and the heavenly gate has been sealed. Now, drawing some nomological power will only make my aperture acupoints a little more unobstructed. He started to console Suyu. He seemed to be very carefree. Go ahead and draw. At worst, I'll open all my aperture acupoints and the heavenly gate. My willpower will spread a little, but it's still too early for me to escape. Suyu frowned. If the martial emperor opens his aperture acupoints and the heavenly gate, there's a high chance that chaos won't occur again, right? The martial emperor smiled faintly. What do you think? Suyu understood, once he drew too much, the martial emperor would completely eliminate some of the previous chaos crisis. He wouldn't be confused again. No matter how you provoked him, no matter how angry he was, he wouldn't be confused like before. And at that time, he might not be able to come back to the Star Mansion. Because the martial emperor could make a move inside, he could make a move without restraint. Anyway, he wouldn't be confused again. If he made a move, the first thing he would do would probably be to kill Suyu. Suyu didn't say anything. He opened the heavenly gate and looked around, especially at the aperture acupoints. The martial emperor's aperture acupoints. He quickly shuttled through space and looked around. After a while, Suyu returned. He seemed to have understood something. The martial emperor's large face followed Suyu's, a smile on his face. What do you see? I saw 360 apertures. I'm afraid the martial emperor has already unlocked 1/3 of the seal. Suyu said in a deep voice, it seems that the martial emperor has been awake for the past few years. Every time he wakes up, he will unseal some aperture acupoints. The martial emperor laughed, so what? Suyu, do you have a choice? These people, if you don't improve, you won't be able to match one. Improve, you don't dare to draw the power of rules in the outside world anymore. In the end, you seem to have only one choice. The martial emperor smiled faintly, let me relax a little. Anyway, I will be able to escape sooner or later. He would definitely eat Suyu, it felt so good, you don't have a second choice. If you have the ability, go out and kill these dead spirits now. The dead spirit domain won't reward you, but the outside world will. The key is, if you give it, just wait for the upper realm to open. Suyu took a deep breath. Yes, he didn't seem to have any other choice. Suyu didn't say anything more and shouted, continue to kill. On the other side, the guards continued to kill, and the martial emperor had a smile on his face. As the dead spirits were killed, the reward of rules descended. The martial emperor's face became more and more clear. The giant pillars made of hair and some of the petrified pillars shattered, revealing the hair inside. It was much smaller than before. The martial emperor's smile became more and more brilliant, and his face became more and more clear. Vaguely, it wasn't just a face, but a neck. His head floated beside Suyu. Looking at the guards and killing the dead spirits, he smiled faintly, you killed too little, kill more. This little bit is not enough to become a Dao integration. Suyu said calmly, how many should I kill, and the martial emperor can completely remove the seal of the great Dao. The martial emperor was sealed, and not just one seal, obviously, the seal back then was very powerful, otherwise he wouldn't have been muddle-headed for so many years. The martial emperor smiled, it's still early. I should be able to help some people advance to Dao integration as you wish. The martial emperor was in a much better mood than last time. He smiled faintly, you fused the brush Dao? Yes. Not bad. The martial emperor said faintly, fused the brush Dao, don't tell me you're here to deal with me? The martial emperor worries too much. Worry too much? The martial emperor smiled faintly, it's fine, I'll wait for you. If you don't control the brush Dao, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to deal with me. If you really control the brush Dao, even I might not be able to match you. Actually, it's the same result, isn't it? Suyu frowned. It made sense. However, with the sacred transformation seal, he didn't necessarily need to master the brush Dao. If he had a higher degree of fusion, he might have a chance to deal with the martial emperor. When Suyu thought of this, he suddenly said, why didn't they kill you back then? The martial king and the others should know that you're full of resentment towards them, and you're so powerful. Letting you out might not be a good thing for the human race. The martial emperor chuckled, Suyu, sometimes you're very stupid. What does letting me out mean? It means that the human race is already in decline. It means that I can no longer control it. The human race might not even have a master of the laws. Since that's the case, it's very likely that such a human race has already been exterminated, or will soon be exterminated. Then if I come out, perhaps I can still leave behind some seeds? I am a human after all. Killing 90% of the human race, leaving behind 10% who haven't been contaminated by Taishan and the others, then establishing a new human race and exterminating the powerful enemies of the Wan race, isn't this a kind of inheritance? He laughed heartily. You don't understand. Taishan and the others understand. My existence isn't to help people like you. He knows that I'm hostile towards you, but I don't necessarily have to exterminate the human race. There's always a chance, right? Siyu thought for a moment, then nodded. Perhaps this was what King Wen and King Wu wanted. The martial emperor had come out. If the human race couldn't match him, they might be on the verge of extinction. Since that was the case, even if the martial emperor destroyed all of their inheritances, as a human, the martial emperor would likely preserve a portion of the human race and establish a new human race. Was this an inheritance? Perhaps it was. The fire of inheritance hadn't been extinguished yet. Perhaps the martial king and the others were thinking of the human race's inheritances. Their thoughts might not be the same as Suyu's. At this moment, the martial emperor was much more clear-headed and had more thoughts. Compared to before, he was much clearer. He saw through the thoughts of Taishan and the others and didn't mind. He smiled. Suyu, why don't you give up? When I escape, I'll only kill those related to Taishan and the others and preserve most of the human race. How about it? I'll deal with Wan's powerful enemies myself. Suyu said calmly, can you match them? During the last tide, the 100 Battle King was also very strong, close to the Master of the Laws, but he was finished. Can you match Wan's Upper Lily Dao? Although you're the Master of the Laws, can you suppress the Upper Lily Dao alone? The martial emperor faintly said, it'll be difficult. The Master of the Laws is powerful, but if they join forces, it'll be difficult to deal with them. However, you must understand something. Joining forces can't be forever. Do you want us to live and die together and never abandon each other? As long as we split up, with my strength, I can kill 3 to 5 Dao integration masters at once. After 8 to 10 times, I'll defeat them and everything will be resolved. Yes, if the Upper Lily Dao joined forces, the martial emperor naturally wouldn't be a match. Even if he could kill quite a few, most importantly, it wasn't necessary. With so many Dao integration masters, could they really join forces and never split up? If they split up, with the martial emperor's strength, they could kill as many as they wanted. Suyu nodded and smiled. So you're saying I don't need to work hard at all? As long as the martial emperor escapes, I can just sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. That's right. The martial emperor smiled. Suyu also smiled. And then? I also die? Killed by the martial emperor? Even the experts of this era will die because they all have ancient inheritances. Even cultivators will die because they also have ancient inheritances, right? The martial emperor smiled but didn't say anything. Suyu also smiled. Then forget it. I'll do it myself. Don't be too smug, martial emperor. He's strong, but no matter how strong he is, he's not invincible. If not, even the martial emperor wouldn't be able to suppress you. The martial emperor's expression was slightly unsightly. Suyu smiled. Also, I'm currently unifying the Dead Souls realm. There are many heavenly kings in the Dead Souls realm. The martial emperor can fight Dao integration masters, but what about 5 or 6 heavenly kings? Last time, the Eastern Heavenly King was killed here. The martial emperor saw it too. None of them were weak. The martial emperor said coldly, they're just a bunch of trash. Although they're not weak, if you can gather 10 of them, you can naturally come and fight me. If not, you'll all die. 10 heavenly kings, he might not even win, so you judged the martial emperor's strength and sighed inwardly. Too strong, and this was after being sealed for countless years, the martial emperor might not be telling the truth. So you didn't say anything else. The martial emperor didn't say anything else either. His body gradually became clear. As more and more dead spirit monarchs were killed, the strength of the guards also increased. Gradually, all the dead spirits were killed. Of the 27 guards, 6 were at the 9th stage, 14 were at the 8th stage, and 7 were at the 7th stage. In the beginning, the 7th stage was experimenting. Later on, the 8th stage guards were killing the dead spirits. Even after killing all the captured undead, only 9 of the guardians managed to reach the 9th stage. At this point, there were 15 at the 9th stage, 6 at the 8th stage, and 6 at the 7th stage. If he wanted the rest to advance to the 9th stage, he would need at least 40 to 50 monarchs. It was difficult to capture them. Not to mention Dao integration, each person had to kill at least one marquis. Suyu sighed, so difficult, he had quite a few monarchs under his command, and quite a few had come. Suyu ignored them. Killing these monarchs could also advance, but they were all his subordinates. Although it might not be sincere, Suyu didn't want to kill his own people to help the guards. Continue to capture them. Suyu said solemnly, capture a few dozen more monarchs. Saying so, Suyu thought of something. I'll release the aura of living spirits and lure some monarchs out to gather. Whatever, he had to get these guards to the 9th stage as soon as possible. As for the martial emperor, he couldn't be bothered with him. Soon, Suyu teleported away. Bringing He2 and the guardians with him, Suyu continued to walk along the dead spirits galaxy. Suyu took the initiative to remove the death aura barrier, exposing his life force. As expected, some of the newly awakened dead spirits in the dead spirits galaxy took the initiative to attack him. Dead spirit lords were intelligent, but dead spirit monarchs were not. Meanwhile, in the depths of the dead spirit galaxy, one powerful being after another walked carefully at the bottom of the dead spirit galaxy. Gradually, they made their way toward a palace made of skeletons. Inside the palace, a powerful dead spirit aura could be sensed. At this moment, some powerful beings with intelligence began to gather around the palace. They all possessed intelligence after awakening, and most of them possessed Dao integration stage battle strength. At this moment, one of the dead spirits spoke in a hoarse voice, as if he hadn't spoken for many years. Who are you? Why have you gathered us here? I am Xianxia Ming. I wonder if anyone still remembers me. As soon as the words left his mouth, the surrounding dead spirits fell into deep thought. After a long time, an extremely ancient being said faintly, Xianxia Ming, back in the day, the Lord of Xang Mountain of the Undead Clan, the one who was killed by a human battle king? Inside the palace, Xianxia Ming replied indifferently, that's me. You've actually awakened. The being who recognized him was a little surprised. Before you died, you already possessed power close to the master of the laws. Now that you've awakened, how much of your power do you have? You want to try? Heh. I'm not afraid of you. Although that was what he said, he was a little wary. He really wasn't afraid. He was already dead, and he had just awakened. What was there to be afraid of? Xianxia Ming, why did you summon us? Outside the heavenly river, do you feel it? Many of our people have been killed. That's none of our business. Do you want to stay in the heavenly river forever? Is it inappropriate? It's fine, quiet. The dead spirits began to converse. Inside the dead spirit galaxy, some powerful beings were awakening. Some had awakened long ago and were too lazy to go out. Some had only awakened recently. Meanwhile, Suyu had captured a few more monarchs. The Tribulation character in Shenwen jumped slightly. He instantly withdrew all of his life aura and looked toward the dead spirit galaxy with a frown. There had been too much commotion recently. Capturing so many monarchs wouldn't cause a riot, would it? There were too many powerful beings and geniuses buried in this river. The life aura had stimulated them to awaken again. Perhaps many powerful beings had awakened. He looked at the dozens of monarchs behind him and took a deep breath. Let's not capture them for now and retreat for now. It should be enough. Let's go to the Starry Mansion and continue to improve. Suyu didn't say anything else. He would take down the North Duke Mansion first. The existences in the dead spirit galaxy might not be a bad thing. If the heavenly kings didn't appear, even if a few lords of death came, they would just be food for Suyu. He still hoped that some of them would come out. Otherwise, he was worried that there wouldn't be enough for the guardians to advance. There weren't enough lords of death under the North Duke. Moreover, if they were killed in the dead spirit realm, it would be useless. It was best to capture them alive, but it was extremely difficult. 14 lords of death. Suyu felt that even if everything went smoothly, he would be lucky to capture 5 or 6 of them. even if one of them could advance, he could only guarantee the advancement of 5 or 6 guardians. Lords of Death, I'm still lacking a lot, but I can't bring them all out at once. That would be troublesome. Soon, Suyu led the guardians into the Starry Mansion for the second time. The martial monarch appeared again, but Suyu ignored him. At this time, the martial monarch wouldn't cause trouble. He couldn't wait for Suyu to kill more to help him exhaust the power of the seals. The dead spirits were constantly being killed. The guardians also advanced one after another. When the martial monarch's legs were about to come out, all 27 guardians had advanced. The martial monarch smiled brightly. He was a phantom, but the phantom legs had come out, which meant that his real body had been unsealed a lot. He liked this. He liked to see Suyu angry but helpless. He was looking forward to Suyu bringing more dead spirits to kill. As for Suyu, it was also time for him to leave. Before he left, he suddenly said with some curiosity, "Martial Emperor, someone planted flowers on your ass and opened up a dead spirit channel. I'm curious whether you're a man or a woman. If you're a man, could it be that you've been made into a parliament? Or a human palace? TSK, so disgusting. I'm scared." Suyu instantly teleported away with his people. The martial monarch was slightly stunned. The next moment, he was incomparably angry and roared, "Suyu, when I get out, you'll be the first to be killed." Bastard, this was too much. "Taishan, I'll definitely kill you." The martial monarch was a little crazy again, boundless anger, and Marquis Tong Tian had long fled. He was afraid the martial monarch was about to go crazy again. Suyu kept silent, waiting for the last moment to deal the fatal blow. Who could tolerate this? Marquis Tong Tian quickly fled to the 8th floor. He couldn't stay down there. He actually wanted to tell Suyu that it wasn't like that. You misunderstood. But after thinking about it, he decided not to say it. Human Sovereign was too vengeful. The 27 guardians had all advanced to level 9. Before he left, he provoked the martial emperor. Suyu couldn't wait for that guy to go crazy from his provocation. This fellow had even learned to provoke Suyu after waking up. Let's fight, who's afraid of who? Heh. After teleporting out, Suyu chuckled. The martial emperor was strong, but who would be afraid of him if he didn't come out? The guardians, including the sovereigns, did not know what Suyu was doing. They were all confused. Suyu seemed to be in a good mood, but at the same time, he seemed to be in a bad mood. How complicated, he too did not care about that. Your Majesty, now that Xianxia and the others have advanced, should we fight the North King now? Given the current situation, they would definitely win against the North King. The only question was whether they would suffer heavy losses. Suyu was waiting for all the guardians to advance so that he could kill them without any losses. However, no one could predict the outcome of a battle. Suyu did not say anything. He looked at the Dead Souls galaxy beside him. He could already feel the danger. Suyu was not stupid. He naturally knew that there were Death Souls Marquises inside. Perhaps they were lying in ambush. Once they started fighting the North King, they might appear to take advantage of the situation. As for how many, he was not too sure. Let's go. Suyu did not say anything else. Let's go first. In an instant, a group of people flew towards the other side of the galaxy of dead souls. Powerful auras rippled around them, and the Necromarquis was indeed monitoring them from below. Suyu could vaguely sense it, and he sneered in his heart. Trying to take advantage of me? Dream on. In the crowd, he too received the message and quickly left, flying towards Hongmeng City. The North King was getting more and more uneasy, damn it. In just a short while, he felt like Suyu had returned. The North King quickly soared into the sky and looked at the North King region's dead spirit galaxy. Soon, the North King's expression changed as he murmured, "Guard." He seemed to have seen the guardians. At that moment, the other Death Souls Marquises also flew out and looked over. At that moment, a golden light flashed in the distance. It was Suyu. The Death Souls Marquises' expressions changed. "Suyu brought the Guardian here?" the North King said in a low voice. "Don't worry. Hongmeng won't leave unless the Dao Integration Stage Guardians of the Heavenly Destruction Sect come. Only the Eternal Guardians will come. Don't be afraid, don't worry, it'll be fine." He comforted these necromancers. But he himself was extremely uneasy. These guardians seemed to be slightly more powerful than before. Even though they were no match for Dao integration stage cultivators, they were still able to resist a Dao integration stage cultivator if they joined forces. Big trouble. Was Suyu crazy? He didn't have to worry about the outside world discovering that he had taken these guards away. Or could it be that those idiots in the outside world had been unknowingly replaced by Suyu as guards? That was all he could think of. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for so many guards to leave at once. I might have to flee. The North King knew what was going on. He felt helpless and frustrated. If he couldn't do it, then he would escape. When Suyu arrived with his men, it would be difficult to escape. He wasn't the only one who thought so. The other necromancers weren't stupid either. At this moment, they were all thinking about this. In the distance, Suyu's loud voice echoed throughout heaven and earth. Are you still going to resist? Kill the traitors. What I said before is still in effect. North King, you still have a chance if you scatter your Dao now. Once you attack, you will die for sure. His loud voice echoed throughout the North King realm. In the North King region, the sovereigns with spiritual intelligence were extremely terrified. On the other side, the South King's cold voice sounded. North King, are you still not going to surrender? Do you want to be executed? At this moment, the North King felt like he was at the end of his rope. He looked at the necromancers beside him, then at the monarchs below. He actually still had a chance. Flee now. It would be very difficult for the South King to catch up to him. He could flee to the Dead Spirit Galaxy or the Ultimate Void. He was not weak, so he might not be in danger even if he fled to the Ultimate Void. So you didn't want to fight with him at all. He only wanted to use his powerful army to force him to surrender, or he wanted to destroy the North King Palace in the most powerful way possible. He didn't want to suffer too many losses. Flee. After leaving the North King Palace for so many years, was he going to become an ignorant wandering soul again? This was how he was when he was alive. Would he still be like this after death? The North King looked at the Dead Spirit Galaxy and suddenly laughed. Suyu. The North King's laughter shook the heavens. You are ultimately still a weakling. You can rely on the South King to suppress me, but you can't suppress the world. The world will rebel sooner or later. In the past, when the human sovereigns Wen and Wu were still alive, who dared to disobey them wherever they went? You are still too weak. Be it the living or the dead, who is willing to submit to you? No matter how many helpers you have, no matter how many reinforcements you have, you can't hide the fact that you are weak. The stronger your subordinates are, the more interesting the backlash will be. Even if you win against me, you can't win against the world. The North King laughed loudly. He could feel the turbulence in the Dead Spirit Galaxy. He was a top expert in the Dead Spirit Dao after all, and it seemed like there were many experts in the Dead Spirit Galaxy that wanted to come out. Not only him, but the South King also felt it, and his expression changed slightly. The North King laughed loudly. Everyone in the Dead Spirit Galaxy, the human race wants to unify the heavens again, and if you don't submit, you will die. If you still have any intelligence, you should know that if I die, the teeth will be interdependent. If I die, do you have the strength to resist them? The only way is to join forces. Intimidate the human race, and even destroy them. The North King saw a chance to survive. He could not wait. If he waited until his side was killed, then those idiots would come out to take advantage of the situation. It would be too stupid, and they would be sending themselves to Suyu's side. Suyu, who was flying over, turned back to look at the Dead Spirit Galaxy. There seemed to be an eye in the heavenly river, looking in their direction. Suyu sighed inwardly. Plans could not keep up with changes, there were too many variables, and these fellows were not willing to be subdued, suppressed, and killed obediently. They would only be happy if they caused trouble. In the distance, the North King roared angrily again. Everyone in the heavenly river, do you still not understand this situation? The East King was killed, the West King was killed, and now it's my turn. If I'm killed, even if you have 1 or 2 heavenly kings and dozens of marquises of death, the outcome will be the same. The thing I regret the most is that I didn't join forces with the East King and the others to kill the South King. He roared for a while. Yes, he regretted it. Not because he regretted rebelling, but because his thinking was too simple, and he didn't kill the South King. Back then, he should have joined forces with the West King Consort, and East King Consort to kill the South King, and then kill Hong Meng, instead of sitting here and waiting for death. Are you done shouting? Suyu snorted coldly. The North King also sneered, you won't be able to kill me today. Suyu, if you dare to attack, the experts in the Heavenly River will definitely come to your aid. I've waited until now because I don't want to waste the experts under me for no reason. Suyu's face was dark. He had waited until now not because he couldn't take down the North King, but because he hoped that fewer people would die. But now, those fellows in the Dead Spirit Galaxy wanted to cause trouble again. He could feel the auras of several Marquis of Death spirits appearing behind him. Clearly, the experts in the Heavenly River knew about the situation, and they wanted to join forces with the North King to intimidate Suyu's side. Since they've all awakened, I also want to see how many experts the Heavenly River can awaken. The plan was perfect, but they didn't listen. At this point, you guys should just continue to awaken. At most, I'll just make a mess of this place. Hide in the Heavenly River obediently, and you'll still have a chance to live. I hope you don't court death. Suyu snorted coldly and flew towards the North King again. The North King's expression was solemn. Suyu, do you really want both sides to suffer? So what if both sides suffer? The killing intent on Suyu's body suddenly soared, and he sneered, do I give you face? This is not the first time I've fought a battle where both sides suffer. This time, I just want to smoothly destroy your North King residence. How dare you? I've given you a chance, but you don't cherish it. The killing intent on Suyu's face exploded, and in the next instant, he shouted, South King, drag him to death. Spirit Suppressing Army, follow me and kill. The group of Spirit Suppressing Army was stunned, because Suyu had turned around and fled. The North King was stunned, but Suyu instantly broke through the void, and in an instant, he arrived at the Dead Souls Galaxy, and he shouted, die. One stroke shaking the heavens and earth, foolish Dead Souls, do you think I'm blind by floating on the surface of the Dead Souls Galaxy with the energy of the Great Tao? Do you think I opened the heavenly gates for nothing? Can't I see you at all, trying to play hiding with me? I'll kill you first. Suyu's voice echoed in the surroundings, South King, trap them at all costs. Once I'm done with the Dead Souls Galaxy, I'll come and help you. The South King finally came to his senses, and so did the North King. They were all shocked, this is crazy, Suyu. He actually led the spirit-suppressing army to the Dead Souls Galaxy, boom, this time, Suyu suddenly turned around and launched a surprise attack. He didn't even look at the Dead Souls Galaxy, and directly locked onto a Dead Soul Marquis. In the void, a brush pierced through the heavens and earth, and with a crack, on the Great Tao of the Dead Souls, a fused Great Tao was cut in half by this sudden stroke. In the galaxy, a gust of deathly aura spread out, and a Dead Soul Marquis's body suddenly exploded in half. With infinite confusion, how did he discover me? Little did they know that in Suyu's eyes, these dead souls were like lights in the darkness. They were too obvious. You guys want to ambush me, you want to pick up the leftovers? What are you thinking? A stroke almost cut off the other party's Great Tao, and the sudden attack severely injured the hidden Dead Soul Marquis. As for Suyu, he pierced through the void, the Mortal Lord seal appearing, and with a rumble, suppressed the void. The moment the Dead Soul Marquis was injured, he turned his brush into a saber and slashed down. A loud rumbling sound rang out, in the blink of an eye, before the North King and the others had even joined the battle. Before Xianxia and the others had caught up, Su. You had killed a Dead Soul Marquis in 3 moves, boom. The sound of an explosion resounded through the galaxy, the will of civilization swept out, and in that instant, all the non-eternal dead souls in the Dead Souls Galaxy disappeared, swept away by the will of civilization. Even the Dead Soul Marquis's corpse was taken away by Suyu. In an instant, the galaxy fell silent, completely silent. Tens of thousands of dead souls disappeared in an instant. Only at this moment did everyone come to their senses, and their faces were filled with shock. A Dead Soul Marquis had died. This was too fast. Suyu had ignored the North King and attacked the Dead Souls Galaxy of his own accord. He couldn't believe it. The North King was stunned. F***ck, this lunatic had initiated a battle with the Dead Souls Galaxy. How could this be? This was what he wanted. Rather than being on guard, he might as well take the initiative. Even Suyu had sensed their presence, so there was no way he would give them a chance to ambush him from behind. Not only that, but in the next moment, a huge old tortoise came flying through the air. Yu Huang, the old turtle shouted with some surprise and bewilderment. Start a war with the dead spirits of the heavenly river, this wasn't part of the plan. Is the great Qin King and the others here? On standby, Suyu shouted, everyone, come in. Don't you think the dead souls need time to awaken? As long as we kill them faster than they awaken, I'll make sure that not a single one of them will be able to awaken. As soon as he said this, the aura of living beings exploded in the distance. Rumble, the great Qin King and the others had entered. As for Suyu, the old tortoise's eyes connected with Suyu's, and he seemed to be able to see lines. Suyu shouted, every line you see is connected to a dead soul marquee. Kill them. Target them. Wasn't the Dead Souls galaxy just a secret? How strong were they? Suyu, don't believe it. Kill them. Yes, sir. In an instant, the great Qin King and the others had all entered. The entire Dead Souls galaxy shook violently, and countless dead souls were stimulated, about to awaken. But what Suyu said was that as long as they killed them faster than they awakened, they wouldn't have to worry about them awakening. The old tortoise pierced through the void and appeared on a line. In fact, he didn't sense any powerful beings here. But Suyu had given him some characteristics of the heavenly gates, and he saw a line. He didn't care anymore, he just had to believe in Suyu. Without a word, the old tortoise turned his shell into a mountain and pressed down. He only saw some weak dead souls in the Dead Souls galaxy. He hadn't seen any powerful beings yet, but that didn't stop him from believing in Suyu. This attack was also with all his strength. Boom, with a loud explosion, the great Tao trembled, and a dead soul marquee shot out, but it was torn into pieces by the old tortoise's dead soul body, and its Tao body escaped. The old tortoise was also shocked. F***ck, is it really here? This is too scary. The most amazing thing about the Dead Souls galaxy was that it was mysterious and unpredictable, and no one knew if there were powerful dead souls below. Unfortunately, those dead souls were all ready to attack, and the great Tao was connected. Perhaps they were completely subdued, and didn't disturb the great Tao. But if that happened, they wouldn't be able to attack at any time. Although the old tortoise was shocked, his strength was still top-notch. The dead soul marquee was injured, and his position was locked on by the old tortoise, so how could he be a match for him? The tortoiseshell mountain came crashing down again. Boom, your fleeing death spirit marquee was crushed by his mountain. The great Tao trembled. The old tortoise had never felt that killing the dead soul marquee was so easy. In the distance, Suyu kept opening heavenly gates, and smaller ones landed on the heads of the guardians, as well as the foreheads of the great Qin Emperor and the others. See those lines, there must be powerful beings. Kill them all. Yes, sir. The great Qin Emperor and the others also saw many lines. Without needing Suyu to say anything, they spread out in all directions in the blink of an eye, and the entire Dead Souls galaxy exploded into a huge battle. Rumble, more and more dead souls flew out, looking shocked and confused. What was going on? In the blink of an eye, Suyu and the old tortoise had killed 2 dead souls, and they didn't even have time to react. On one hand, Suyu was too daring, leading people into the Dead Souls galaxy, and on the other hand, these people knew where they were. North Duke Mansion. The North King and the others were also stunned by Suyu. Suyu had not come to the North Duke Mansion, but to the Dead Souls galaxy. They had thought that after they were defeated, they would escape to the Dead Souls galaxy. But, the North King was a heavenly king, and his expression changed slightly as if he had thought of something. Heavenly gates, yes, Suyu had opened the heavenly gates. He immediately roared, he has opened the heavenly gates, and your concealment is useless. Don't expose your great Tao power. Boom, the South King charged over. The South King's expression was cold as he roared, since the human emperor can't come, then we'll do it. Idiots, if you don't expose your great Tao power, you'll die even faster. Do you think they dare? The North King faltered. In the next instant, he let out an angry roar, and a huge saber appeared. Kill. Kill her. The North King roared, there are countless powerful beings in the Dead Souls galaxy. If Suyu and the others can't take down the Dead Souls galaxy, more living beings will awaken. Suyu was relying on this method to suppress the Dead Souls galaxy, but it was not going to work. Let's see how many you can kill. How many can I kill? So you didn't know how many powerful beings there were in the Dead Souls galaxy, how many were in hibernation, and how many were waiting for an opportunity to awaken. At this moment, the great Qin Emperor, Da Xia of Goguryeo, the Ming Monarch, Tian Mia, Book Spirit, Tea Tree, and the Old Tortoise had all entered, 10 Dao integration stage beings. 9 of them were unable to conceal their auras, and only the Old Tortoise did not need to. A large number of dead beings began to awaken, more and more lines appeared, there were powerful beings connecting to the Great Dao, and the Great Qin Emperor and Da Xia of Goguryeo were also sweeping through the area. The two of them did not split up, and instead, they worked together to sweep through everything in their path. A dead soul lord that had been hiding well was instantly smashed into pieces by the heaven and earth ink stone, boom. His Dao body exploded, and a saber and spear arrived, instantly killing the dead soul lord. How powerful could a newly awakened dead soul be? No matter how powerful an ancient Dao integration stage cultivator was, they were still weak if they had just awakened. Right at this moment, an extremely powerful being roared in the distance. Everyone, gather at my location. Damn it, this was that powerful being, Song Shanming. He had just finished discussing with the Dead Souls lords and had finally convinced everyone. He was just thinking of waiting for them to start a war, and then they would attack from behind. Who would have thought that this generation's leader would directly attack, in the blink of an eye? 4 to 5 Dead Souls lords scattered across the heavenly river had been killed, too fast, so fast that Song Shanming did not even have time to react. Damn it, how could this be? He had just negotiated with a dozen Dead Souls lords, but 4 to 5 of them had been killed in an instant. This time, Suyu turned around and attacked the Dead Souls' heavenly river. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone thought that he would be on his guard, but he did not. Instead, he directly led his people in and attacked. At this moment, a few people followed behind Suyu. Suyu casually tossed out a Dead Soul seal and said in a low voice, "He too, eat it." He too had just gone to inform Old Turtle, so he did not say much. That was the seal of the Dead Soul Lord that Suyu had just killed. Eat it, he was a dead soul, so he did not need to go to the Starry Mansion to kill like the Guardian. He too swallowed those things, and his aura became slightly stronger. Meanwhile, Suyu's eyes flashed, and he pointed at the void again. Boom, deep at the bottom of the river, a Dead Soul Lord spat out a mouthful of black blood. Without saying a word or showing himself, he instantly withdrew all the power of the Great Dao. His aura weakened in the blink of an eye, and he hurriedly fled into the river, too terrifying. In front of Suyu, the Great Dao power that connected to the Dead Soul Lord disappeared. That Dead Soul Lord could at most use the power of the sun and moon, and at most a bit of eternal power. He did not dare to use the power of the Great Dao. The heavenly gates were the best weapon to deal with these hidden experts. Hide, where could they hide, unless they did not use the power of the Great Dao? Even further away, Old Turtle was fighting Song Shanming, and he was actually fighting well. Another peerless expert, probably also a heavenly king. Suyu did not care. It was not strange for there to be a heavenly king. He could not care so much now. If these guys gathered together, it would be troublesome. While they had just awakened and were not too clear-headed, their hearts had not stabilized, and they did not know fear or death. It was best to kill them now. The will of civilization covered the world. Devour, countless dead souls were directly devoured by him. In the blink of an eye, the entire heavenly river that was previously filled with dead souls was emptied in front of Suyu. The will of civilization was also overflowing with death energy. A large number of dead souls were killed by Suyu. He looked toward the North Palace. A battle had also erupted there. Both sides were equally powerful. They both had one heavenly king and 14 dead spirit lords. It would be very difficult to determine a victor in a short time. It was up to him. Suyu was also extremely annoyed. His plan was so good, but it was all ruined by this bunch of trash. Not only did they revive, but they also wanted to take advantage of the situation. Dream on, if he did not kill the North King today, he would kill these guys. Rumble. There were battles everywhere. 10 Dao integration stage super mighty figures descended, along with the 27 guardians, Suyu, and close to 100 dead spirit lords. This was a powerful force, and now that they had charged into the heavenly river, they created a huge wave. Ever since the primordial era, no one had ever charged into the heavenly river. In everyone's eyes, the heavenly river was mysterious, powerful, and dangerous, but Suyu was here. He did not follow everyone's plan of attacking the North King first and then waiting for the powerful beings behind him to suddenly appear. Instead, he charged straight into the heavenly river. Not only that, but in the next instant, Suyu roared, "Abandon the North King region, South King, and Mist Mountain. I'm going to level this heavenly river." The South King, who was fighting with the North King, was stunned. What the hell? Even the North King was dumbstruck. He's not going to attack me anymore, he's going to attack the Dead Spirit Galaxy. This, what should I do? Should I go and help? Suyu had gone insane. He had even gathered a large group of Dao integration stage living beings, and now he was even ignoring the North King. It was as if the powerful beings of the Dead Spirit Galaxy were even more despicable. What should I do? The South King furrowed his brows and was just about to say something when Marquis Lan Shan forced back a Dead Spirit Lord. To the Dead Spirit Galaxy. Stop them! The North King roared. Now, it was his turn to hold off the South King and the others. He could not let them get away. If they really did level the Dead Spirit Galaxy, then he would not be able to do anything. But as a result, the Death Spirit Marquises under him were a little unhappy. To be honest, they were a little worried that Suyu had killed his way to the Dead Spirit Galaxy and summoned a large number of powerful beings. That dog was not even here yet. Just how many powerful beings were waiting in the living spirit realm? Also, Suyu was too savage. Even the Dead Spirit Lords did not dare to go to the Heavenly River, but Suyu was killing his way in, following the North King. It felt like they could only passively take a beating. If they were not careful, they would be done for. Now that the South King and the others were not in the mood to fight, should they take this opportunity to escape, or, what, escape to the bottomless void? Although it was dangerous, it felt safer than staying here. While they were still contemplating, the Dead Spirit Lord that Marquis Lan Shan was fighting was about to die from frustration. Marquis Lan Shan's power had increased significantly, and he had completely suppressed his opponent. He was not as strong as Marquis Lan Shan. Now, Marquis Lan Shan was in high spirits and wanted to help Suyu. His explosive power was 3 times stronger, and he was beating his opponent into a retreat. How were they supposed to fight? The North King frowned. He was entangled with the South King, while the latter's killing intent soared to the heavens. Meanwhile, his subordinates were lacking in killing intent. Previously, they had felt that they were surrounded and were fighting with their backs to the wall. But now that the South King wanted to leave, their morale plummeted. The Dead Spirit Lords kept glancing at the North King. Should they still stop them? Why not let them go? Perhaps they would all be buried in the Dead Spirit Galaxy. Heavenly King, why don't we give up on intercepting them? Once they leave, we will have a path of retreat. The North King's heart shook. How troublesome. He had not suffered any losses, but his side's morale had plummeted. Even the gods, demons, and immortals felt the same way. Why not? Stop intercepting them. Marquis Lan Shan and the others were very brave and full of killing intent. No one knew how many experts there were in the Dead Spirit Galaxy. Why not let them fight while they reap the spoils? And they weren't familiar with the powerful beings in the Dead Spirit Galaxy. Why would they risk their lives to intercept their enemies? Heavenly King, there are countless powerful beings in the Dead Spirit Galaxy. If the South King and the others want to die, why should we stop them? They will also lose their lives for no reason. Boom, right at this moment, Marquis Lan Shan's sword pierced through the Dead Spirit Lord. The other Dead Spirit Lords became even more agitated upon seeing this. Heavenly King, if we keep intercepting them, some of us will die. Why don't we join forces while we still have our strength? That way, we'll be able to secure a spot in the final Void Realm. That's right, Heavenly King. We have the Heavenly King and 14 Dao integration stage super mighty figures. We have nothing to fear even if we go to the final Void Realm. We were surrounded before, and we would die if we tried to break through. But now, they want to leave. The Dead Spirit Lords couldn't hold themselves back any longer. If the Heavenly King didn't agree, they would betray them. They had been surrounded before, and they had no choice. If they tried to escape, some of them would definitely die. Now, the South King and the others didn't want to fight them anymore. They were just waiting to die. It's all over. The North King was filled with grief. He hadn't lost, and neither had his subordinates. Not a single dead spirit lord had died. He had even suppressed the South King. But, he knew that it was all over, the North King region was lost. He didn't know if Suyu had done this on purpose or not. If Suyu had retreated for no reason, these dead spirit lords wouldn't have dared to split up. But now, it was Suyu and the dead spirit galaxy who were fighting. All of his subordinates knew what was going on. They knew that Suyu couldn't spare any attention to chase after them, and their morale crumbled. What? What was this? Was he trying to defeat them without even fighting? After losing the North King region, there was almost no hope for them to come back after Suyu united the four king regions. They had also lost their legitimacy and the power of laws. Furthermore, it would be very difficult for them to replenish their forces in the future, and they were extremely far away from the entrance to the living realm. The North King was in a truly miserable state. It was even more miserable than losing a battle. I haven't lost yet, and Suyu hasn't even attacked yet, but the morale of my troops has already been destroyed. He wanted to roar, if we stop the South King and the others now, Suyu and the others might be defeated. Just as he was about to yell, Suyu yelled, "Men, take my order and summon all the Dao integration stage races into the dead spirit realm. Summon an army of hundreds of millions and flatten this world. I refuse to believe that the living cannot defeat the dead." Understood. Very quickly, a few death spirit monarchs in the distance quickly ran towards the various places they were guarding. Meanwhile, some of the dead spirit lords under the North King were even more terrified. "My lord, run. This person has gone crazy and is really going to summon all the Dao integration stage races to attack us. Even if he suffers heavy losses and is defeated in the dead spirit galaxy, he still has a way out. But we have no way out." The morale of the troops had been shattered. Down below, some of the dead spirit lords had even started to run toward the final void. In the next instant, the North King sighed softly with an indescribable sense of despair and helplessness. What was going on? Suyu had killed the dead spirit galaxy and increased the number of enemies on his side, but his side had been defeated first. F***ck. Make way. The North King yelled and chose to retreat. There was no other way. The South King was slightly taken aback. Make way, they weren't going to stop us. Those dead spirit lords were all using voice transmissions, so the South King didn't hear them. At this moment, he was a little surprised and worried that this was just a stalling tactic. However, Marquis Lanshan didn't care too much and really ignored the North King. He yelled, "Go to the dead spirit galaxy and help." Understood. The group of dead spirit lords and the dead spirit lords all ignored their opponents and flew toward the dead spirit galaxy. The South King hesitated for a moment and felt helpless. Fine, she didn't understand how the human race worked. She was also speechless. They had agreed to fight the North King, so why were they fighting the dead spirit galaxy instead? There was no other way. She had to go with them. This time, no one stopped them. After watching them leave, a dead spirit lord quickly looked at the North King and said, "Heavenly King, let's retreat." The North King looked down at the North King region, and felt silent sorrow. "Retreat, I haven't been defeated yet. I even defended the North King region, but now I'm going to lose the North King region." He really couldn't accept it. However, this group of dead spirit lords didn't care so much. If they didn't retreat now, would they wait for Suyu and the others to win and then attack? Regardless of victory or defeat, everyone felt that staying here was courting death. The North King sighed. The next moment, he was exhausted and said, "Retreat. To the ultimate ruins." His subordinates were a bunch of bastards. No wonder they couldn't compare to the enemy race in the past. Damn those bastards, he was being threatened by them, but he had no choice but to retreat with them. If he stayed alone, Suyu would probably laugh like crazy. At this moment, the North King couldn't care less. While the South King and the others were retreating, the North King grabbed countless dead spirit lords in his hand. A huge palm covered the sky and earth. He had to retreat with a group of elites, otherwise, there might not be any reinforcements in the ultimate ruins. The strong were born from the weak. This was a principle that he understood. The other dead spirit lords also brought their elite dead spirit army. In the blink of an eye, the entire North King residence was empty. The North King looked at the dead spirit galaxy with endless anger and sorrow. As the South King and the others killed their way in, the sky changed color. In the blink of an eye, another 2 or 3 dead spirit lords were killed. The North King no longer hesitated and shouted, "Go, to the ultimate ruins." A black wind swept across, and the 15 experts led a large number of dead spirit lords into the endless darkness of the ultimate ruins. Not a single person died. It was worth celebrating, but he couldn't bring himself to be happy. As the North King flew away, he glanced at the dead spirit galaxy. He wanted to know if Suyu had predicted this. Did he ask the South King and the others to help him shake the morale of his army? If so, then their defeat was not undeserved. If not, then their defeat was a little undeserved. In the dead spirit galaxy, Suyu shouted, "Capture the dead spirit lords alive. Capture them alive if you can." As for the North King's escape, wasn't it normal? Even if he didn't run, the dead spirit lords under him would have to run. Whether they were here to fight to the death with him or take the chance to escape, Suyu could guess it even with his eyes closed. This was Suyu's plan. However, this wasn't the result that Suyu wanted. He wanted to take down the North King region and kill the North King, but he had no choice but to use such a method to force them to escape. He could only choose to kill some of the experts in the Celestial River to make up for this loss. Killing the North King without alerting the experts in the Celestial River was the best plan. Killing the dead spirit galaxy and letting the North King and the others escape was the best plan that Suyu had in mind. Now, killing the dead spirit galaxy and letting the North King and the others escape was the worst outcome that Suyu had in mind. It wasn't that he had to kill the North King, but the dead spirits lords might be in cahoots with the outside world. They were more intelligent and harder to deal with than the newly awakened experts in the Celestial River. The dead spirits in the Celestial River, even if they had reached the Heavenly King stage, were very stupid to Suyu. How intelligent would they be when they had just awakened? Did they know what had happened in the past 100,000 years? How could they fight with me with just these people? Suyu didn't care about that. When Marquis Lanshan arrived, he quickly led a few other marquises to sweep through the Dead Souls galaxy. They killed marquises of the Dead Souls and captured those who could be captured alive. Sweeping through the Celestial River, it was the same in other directions. Endless slaughter. Even further away, the powerful Tsang Shanming was stunned. The South King was here. The South King and the Old Tortoise worked together to beat him up. He tried to escape, but he was chased by 2 experts and had nowhere to run. He didn't understand. Why? I just woke up and gathered a group of experts. I haven't even left the Celestial River yet. How did this happen? Why did the North King escape? Didn't you say that you would be in the same boat if the lips were gone? To think that I believed you, you really were going to join forces to fight the human race, but they escaped. 15 new Dao integration stage powerful beings, 25 Dao integration stage powerful beings, 27 guardians, and Suyu. Such a powerful force was comparable to 40 normal Dao integration stage powerful beings. Tsang Shanming knew that he had only gathered 15 or so powerful beings, but 6 or 7 of them had already been killed. Even though there were still dead spirits constantly awakening, they were being killed too quickly. Some of the unlucky ones who had just awakened subconsciously connected to the power of the Great Tao and were instantly exposed. In the distance, Da Xia of Goguryeo and the Great Qin King were killing to their heart's content. They crushed another dead spirit lord that had just awakened. Da Xia of Goguryeo's expression shifted slightly. Marquis of the human race? The one he had just killed seemed to be a human. Did he accidentally kill a Marquis of the human race? Even though the dead spirit lord had just awakened and might not think of him as a human, he might be able to stabilize his heart after some time. The Great Qin King was also shocked. He carefully inspected the corpse and heaved a sigh of relief. No, it should be a god tribe Marquis. Old Xia, be careful and capture him alive. Don't kill the dead spirit lord. All right. The king of the Grand Xia dynasty was afraid as well. He killed to his heart's content, almost killing the wrong person. He quickly asked, Old Qin, did it feel good? The Great Qin King bare one's teeth remained silent. Very good, but I won't say anything. This was truly exhilarating. Dozens of human race experts were slaughtering without the slightest scruple, flattening the Dead Souls galaxy that everyone feared. This was something that had only happened in the ancient times, but today, Suyu had led them to slaughter without the slightest scruple. Of course it felt good. In these past few battles, they had always been the ones attacking others, not the other way around. They had always had the upper hand. In every battle, the human race would always be the weakest. They would have to fight 1 against 2, or even 3 against 1. In the end, they would have to fight to the death. Of course, it was much better to fight such a one-sided battle. The dead spirits had awakened, but not as fast as they killed. Just like Suyu said, as long as I kill faster than you awaken, why would you awaken? Normally, they couldn't see revivals. Only when they awakened would they know that the other was alive. But now, they could see the lines in front of them. They knew where the powerful beings were awakening. This way, they killed even faster. As they killed, the number of dead spirits became fewer and fewer. At this moment, Suyu had also arrived at Song Shanming's side. Seeing Suyu coming, Nan Wang quickly transmitted his voice and shouted, "Don't kill anymore. If you continue, it won't be the dead spirit lord and the heavenly kings who will awaken. I can already feel my strength improving at a rapid pace." Improving strength was a good thing, but it also meant that if they killed too many, there would be a large empty space in the Great Tao. It would be empty enough to support the birth of another human king. On Suyu's side, the auras of the dead spirit lords were also becoming stronger. Nan Wang quickly transmitted his voice and shouted, "Stop killing. Feed the dead spirit lords imprints to them. To advance and occupy the Great Tao. Those who can advance, hurry up and fill the empty space. Let the living beings retreat. We will hold this person back for now." Killing Song Shanming might really give birth to an existence surpassing the heavenly kings. Meanwhile, Suyu's expression changed slightly, and he quickly shouted, "Gather. All living beings, retreat." Just as he finished speaking, some guards came from behind. Some of them really captured the dead spirit lords who had just awakened, and some of them carried the dead spirit imprints. Suyu looked at He Tu and said quickly, "Give the dead spirit imprints to He Tu." He quickly said, "He Tu, advance to Tao integration stage quickly. Occupy the territory." He shouted again, "Lan Shan, devour everything and find a way to reach the heavenly king level." Lan Shan was too stupid. She ate the eastern heavenly king and the western heavenly king, and she ate many dead spirit lords' imprints. In the end, she was only slightly more powerful than the average Marquis. She didn't reach the heavenly king level. Marquis Lan Shan didn't think too much about it. "Feed me again? I'm a little embarrassed." "Never mind, since His Majesty said so, I'll eat some." However, he too vaguely knew something. He looked at Suyu, and his heart shook slightly. He didn't say much and quickly devoured the dead spirit imprints. As he devoured, he said, "That idiot Xiachen ran away. Otherwise, he could also take the opportunity to advance to Tao integration." As he spoke, in a distant place, a great Tao trembled slightly. Suyu also looked in that direction. Xiachen, advanced to Tao integration? Was it Xiachen? It seemed like it. At the same time, in a distant place, it could be regarded as the land of final destruction. In a mansion, Xiachen advanced. Very easy. He didn't expect that it would be so easy today. He only cultivated for a bit, and he advanced. On the other side, Lu Hong was also surprised. Soon, an aura flashed across his body, and he said strangely, "There's a fight outside again? Why do I feel like my Tao integration speed is much faster?" The dead spirit Tao trembled? Lu Hong was extremely surprised, but Xiachen didn't say anything. Instead, he said in a low voice, "What's going on here?" Lu Hong bare one's teeth said, "I just integrated the Tao not long ago. This ink Tao is a bit of a scam." Lu Hong was helpless. "I seem to have been tricked. Ink Tao is eroding the dead spirit Tao. This might be used by King Wen to deal with the dead spirit Tao. With my small arms and legs, he wants me to compete with the dead spirit Tao." He was also depressed. This was much more of a scam than expected. Ink Tao was very strong, but it actually had some dead spirit characteristics. This meant that it wanted to invade the dead spirit Tao. King Wen was too much of a scam. Was he preparing to let someone master Ink Tao to fight the dead spirit Tao? Even you might not be able to do it. Lu Hongxin was so tired, he really overestimated him. If he had known, he would have just given this to Suyu and let that madman Suyu fight the dead spirit Tao. Also, the Tao integration was much easier today. Was the dead spirit Tao trembling? Was it Suyu? Other than Suyu, he couldn't think of anyone else. Suyu didn't care about the Tao integration in the distance. It didn't matter whether it was Xiachen or not. At this stage, a Dao integration couldn't do anything. In the dead soul realm, Suyu was more confident than in the life realm. At this moment, Suyu was looking at the powerful existence in front of him. He didn't know him, and he wasn't familiar with him. He had probably just awakened. Suyu was thinking, is this guy smart? If he's stupid, it might be beneficial. He's a very powerful guy. He might be slightly weaker than Heavenly Kings, but not by much. At the very least, he was evenly matched with Old Tortoise, but now, he was being suppressed. South Heavenly King and Old Tortoise working together could suppress Songshan Ming. At this moment, Songshan Ming was roaring. Damn it, why is it like this? Why is North King running? Where did the human clan get so many experts? Even though the Great Qin King and the others were retreating, the guards and the marquises under South King were still extremely powerful. More and more marquises were being killed or captured. What's your name? Suyu asked. Songshan Ming, who was fighting against two powerful enemies, said angrily, I'm Songshan Ming. Junior, what are you going to do? Songshan Ming, he didn't recognize him. Old Tortoise, however, recognized him and was surprised. Songshan Ming? The Dark Race's Lord of Songshan, the one close to the Master of the Law, why is he so weak? Weak? Songshan Ming was speechless. He was weak, at least weaker than when he was alive. But, didn't he think about the two powerful enemies he was facing now? Who were they? F***ck, one was Old Tortoise, and the other was South Heavenly King. Which one of them wasn't a peak expert? Am I weak? He was sullen. Back at the bottom of the river, I fought 4 or 5 marquises, so you seemed to see that he wasn't very smart and smiled. Do you want to live or die? What do you mean? You want to humiliate me? Songshan Ming roared. Suyu smiled. No, I'll give you a way to live. Do you see the 27 Eternals behind me? I'll choose a place. If you can defeat them, you can live. If you can't, then die. Of course, you're a Death Spirit Heavenly King powerhouse, so I'll have to impose some restrictions on you. You'll have to enter a place where you can't extract the aura of death to fight. If you're willing, you'll have a chance to live. Songshan Ming coldly snorted, I don't believe it. He quickly dove into the bottom of the river, trying to escape. At this moment, the heavenly gate appeared on Suyu's forehead once again. In an instant, the heavenly gate opened, and a beam of light shot into the river of dead spirits, illuminating the bottom of the river. Songshan Ming could be seen diving into the river. As for the Old Tortoise, it transformed into its true form and suppressed the river with a rumble. Tortoises were experts in water battles. Songshan meditation relied on escaping to the bottom of the river. With Suyu revealing his true form, the Old Tortoise chasing him at the bottom of the river, and the South King suppressing him on the surface of the river, how could he escape? Moments later, Songshan Ming was covered in wounds. After a while, Songshan Ming couldn't hold it in anymore. He emerged from the bottom of the river and looked toward the river. At this moment, there were many powerful beings gathering here. With the departure of the Great Qin King and the others, there were very few dead spirits left. Half of the dozen or so Death Spirit Lords had been killed. The remaining half had either completely severed their great Dao power and dove into the depths of the river, or they had been captured. Some Death Spirit Lords still chose to give up on using their great Dao power and dove into the river. There were pros and cons. The pros were that no one could find them. The cons were that once they were found, it would take an instant to reconnect to the great Dao. In that instant, you only had the power of the sun and moon. As long as a powerful being grasped the opportunity, even if you were a Dao integration stage cultivator, there was a chance that the Eternal Realm cultivator could instantly kill you. Songshan Ming had a sorrowful expression. Why was it like this? The North King set me up, bastard. He thought of Suyu's suggestion and yelled, if I beat them, can I really live? Suyu smiled. Of course. You can take a gamble. If you don't believe me, you'll be killed very soon. If you believe me, you can take a gamble. Maybe you'll win, and your chances of survival are very high. After Suyu finished speaking, he looked at the guards behind him and took a deep breath. He's very strong, even if he's injured. Theoretically speaking, the combined power of all of you is equivalent to that of 9 Dao integration stage super mighty figures. 9 Dao integration stage super mighty figures should be able to kill him. But that's not how things work. Once a few of you are killed, there's a chance that all of you will be defeated. Suyu looked at them. Everyone, are you willing to fight to the death with him? If not, then let the Guardian Spirit General and the others kill him. At this moment, Song Shanming also had a look of yearning on his face. Fighting against 27 Eternal Realm cultivators. Although they were all very powerful, there was too much of a difference in rank between him and a 9th stage Eternal Realm cultivator. He couldn't really fight them as if they were 9 Dao Integration stage super mighty figures. These people were about as powerful as Dao Integration stage super mighty figures. Just because they could resist them didn't mean they could resist him. At this moment, he was also quite depressed. He could only take a gamble. This was the first time he had revealed himself. He thought that he was extremely powerful and had a chance of dominating the dead soul's realm. Who would have thought that he would die so soon? At this moment, the old turtle also turned to look at everyone. He knew what Suyu was trying to say. Personally killing a heavenly monarch was a battle above their rank. Furthermore, it was a battle above their rank by several ranks. The rewards would definitely be great. It was very likely that 7 or 8 of them would advance to Dao Integration stage, regardless of whether it was the captured monarchs or the Death Spirit Marquis. Everyone had contributed. Killing them was actually not that rewarding. It was like this before. Killing 70 to 80 monarchs only allowed 21 invincible beings to advance to the 9th stage. They were already at the 7th or 8th stage, so the rewards were really not that great. There was naturally a risk. At this moment, the earth-quaking guardian said in a solemn voice, "We can't always fight battles that go our way. Since the human master has created such a good opportunity for us, we would also like to experience the power of a heavenly monarch. Bring them to the Star Mansion, 27 against 1, cut off the enemy's infusion of death energy." Under such circumstances, this was already an excellent battle configuration. If they joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to kill this guy. The 27 guardians were all weapon fusion Dao experts, so their presence was too weak. "Are you all willing?" "Yes." Xianxia smiled. "Human master, we are all willing to have such an opportunity." Saying so, he smiled. "One more thing, we are soldiers. Ancient soldiers. Since the human master has created an opportunity for us, then, give us a better choice." "What?" Suyu was confused. Severely injured Song Shanming and let them fight. Xianxia bare one's teeth. "Human master, this time, there is no need to teleport over. Including Big Boss and South King, only the 27 of us will fight Song Shanming to the death. Whoever wins will come out." "Suyu. I'm just giving you more rewards, not sending you to die." However, Xianxia said seriously, "Human master, sometimes, just because you have enough nomological power, you can't definitely advance to Dao Integration stage. You need to comprehend life and death. We haven't fought for a long time." Xianxia and the others also advanced to Dao Integration stage through life and death battles. It's not like what human master thinks. They advance to Dao Integration stage just because they have enough nomological power. If you guys also go in, we will only think, it's okay even if we lose, human master and Big Boss won't let us die, we're not afraid." "No, it's not like that." Xianxia shook his head. "If that's the case, it will be very difficult for us to advance. Because we only absorb the nomological power, we don't have the grand Dao laws, we don't have a deeper level of comprehension. That kind of Dao Integration stage, even if we succeed, we will only be weak Dao Integration stage among the 3 movement techniques." Xianxia smiled. Spirit Suppressing Army, the first army under King Gong's command. It is a powerful army that can rival the powerful armies under the other monarchs, or even surpass them. We are soldiers, not babies. Human master, if we really die in battle, it will be because we are inferior. At that time, human master doesn't need to kill Song Shanming. As long as he is willing to submit to human master will pardon his sins. I think he will also be willing to serve human master. Xianxia and the others' suggestions made Suyu unable to make a decision. This wasn't the result he wanted. He was really worried that these people would be killed. Then, they would be in big trouble. He had paid a huge price to release the 27 guardians. If they were killed by Song Shanming here, then the series of advantages he had built up would be gone. Moreover, without these people, it would be extremely difficult to conquer the higher realms in the future. Xianxia knew that he was hesitating, so he half knelt on the river and said solemnly, Emperor Yu, we want to fight. We also know that Emperor Yu paid a huge price to save us, but, if we don't fight to the death and see the power of a heavenly king, we might not be able to defeat an ancient marquis. Now, we are dealing with Marquis of Death, and we are far from having as many techniques as Marquis of Life. And the higher realms are all experts. They are all experts who have fought for countless years. Emperor Yu, do you want 27 weaklings who can only fight 3 Dao integration stage cultivators, or 27 truly brave and skilled fighters who can fight top-notch Dao integration stage cultivators? He was asking Suyu what he wanted, a group of weaklings, 3 Dao integration stage cultivators fighting 1 Dao integration stage cultivator from the higher realms. 27 Dao integration stage cultivators might only be able to fight 7 or 8 primordial marquis. That was because they had only reached Dao integration stage recently and hadn't fought for many years. They lacked battle experience at this level and didn't comprehend the great Dao deeply enough. So you had never thought about this before. Yes, he hadn't thought about this. He thought that these people should be about the same level as the Heavenly Destroyer and the others when they reached Dao integration stage. In reality, he had really underestimated the Heavenly Destroyer. The Heavenly Destroyer hadn't won a fight before, but it didn't mean that he was weak. He was extremely strong, but his opponents were all top-notch experts. At this moment, Old Turtle's expression also changed. He wanted to say something, but Xianxia smiled and said, Boss, we are not children anymore. We are soldiers. We, the Spirit Suppression Army, have stopped fighting a long time ago, but now, we are perhaps the only organized army of the primordial era. If Emperor Yu needs a group of weak Dao integration stage cultivators, then we can let you guys follow them. If you really can't win, you guys can intervene. Hearing this, Song Shanming's expression changed. That wouldn't do, a hesitant expression appeared on Suyu's face. This was indeed quite difficult for him. As for Old Turtle, he looked at them for a long time before a wry smile appeared on his face. Xianxia, I know that you are competing with the Heavenly Destroyer, General. Xianxia suddenly roared angrily, I am a soldier. I am not competing with the Heavenly Destroyer. Everything I've said isn't a competition. I'm just asking Emperor Yu whether he wants an elite Dao integration stage army or a weak Dao integration stage army that can only be raised by relying on humans. He wasn't competing, alright, that was what he thought. Old Turtle's expression changed slightly. He really did hesitate for a moment. He actually didn't want to do this. This wasn't his original intention. However, when he saw his 27 old brothers kneeling on one knee, waiting for him to make a decision, he knew that Suyu was also waiting for him to make a decision. After all, these people were his soldiers. Suyu couldn't make a decision, otherwise, if the 27 guardians died in battle, there would definitely be a rift between him and Old Turtle. After a long time, Old Turtle said dejectedly, I'm not a good general. All of you are brave and skilled in battle, but Fine, I won't stop you. I just hope that all of you can be safe. He agreed, so you didn't know if this was a good idea or not. An elite army. After a long time, Suyu spoke, he too and Lan Shan will go with you. If the Spirit Sealing Army loses, escort Song Shanming out of this realm. If he wins, the two of you will swallow his remains on the spot. Suyu looked at Song Shanming with a cold expression. You heard him. If you win, you will have a chance to live. If you lose, you will die a horrible death. Song Shanming thought for a while before asking in a low voice, where do you want me to go? The Starry Palace. The Starry Palace? He didn't know where. Suyu spoke in an indifferent voice, the primordial human race unified the heavens. It has now been abandoned. Of course, there is nowhere to run. You can't find the exit there and you can't come out. You can try if you don't believe me. When Song Shanming was alive, he was also a top expert. He hesitated for a moment before replying, fine, I'll take the risk. Here, he would die for sure, because there were no more experts awakening in the Dead Soul Galaxy. Even if they did, they most likely wouldn't dare to show themselves. If he stayed here, he had no hope of surviving. He didn't even have the ability to kill anyone to accompany him in death. He wasn't willing, he was willing to take the risk. This place wasn't far from the passage. Without another word, Suyu quickly flew toward the passage, and the others followed behind him. Old Turtle and South King were also responsible for watching over Xianxia. Soon, they arrived at the passage. The martial monarch might still be mad, but Suyu knew that he wouldn't get involved, let alone kill the guardians. He wasn't stupid. He needed the guardians to win. He needed them to kill Xianxia and obtain the reward. Therefore, among the 27 guardians, their only enemy was Xianxia. At this moment, everyone was under great pressure. There was no need for such a gamble. But Xianxia was right. What you want is a weak army that grows up, a strong army at that. What did Suyu want? A strong army, of course, but if they failed, they would have to pay a great price. At this moment, Suyu transmitted his voice to he too. I won't go in. If I go in, they'll think that I'm looking down on them. You stay here and watch. If there's any danger, summon Marquis Tong Tian. If Marquis Tong Tian and Marquis Lanshan work together, we should be able to win. When? He too asked. After some thought, he added, what's the casualty rate? Summon Marquis Tong Tian? Suyu hesitated for a moment. Soon, he transmitted his voice, half. No, 10 of them. Once 10 of them die, attack immediately. Got it. He too remembered this and said, Marquis Lanshan might not listen to me. I'll make her listen to you. Thank you, Your Majesty. He too didn't say anything. Suyu also didn't say anything. He only told Marquis Lanshan to listen to he too's orders after entering. Soon, the 30 experts, including he too and the others, were distributed on various large planets. Xianxia was a little excited. Could they escape after being teleported in? Although Suyu said they couldn't escape, he still wanted to try. The next moment, Suyu activated the teleportation. The group of people instantly disappeared. Once they left, Old Tortoise looked depressed and couldn't maintain his calm. He said anxiously, Emperor Yu, these guys are too arrogant. Heavenly kings aren't that easy to kill. After all, they're only Eternal Realm experts. Once Xianxia defeats them one by one, it'll be over. Just now, he could barely maintain his calm. Now that these people disappeared, he was really worried. 100,000 years ago, I tricked them once. Now, I don't want them to die like this. Old Tortoise was a little impatient and uneasy. His personality was not like this. He was neither arrogant nor impatient, and he was not in a hurry. However, at this moment, he was really anxious, and he spoke without thinking. I'd rather they become weak convergence paths and live longer. If they really can't beat the powerhouses of the upper realm, then they can run. Then, he stopped talking and glanced at Suyu. Suyu didn't seem to hear him and comforted him. It's okay, I've asked Marquis Lanshan and Marquis Tong Tian to prepare. Marquis Lanshan and Marquis Tong Tian are improving. If they're really in a desperate situation, they'll help. Old Tortoise was still uneasy, but Nan Wang frowned. So fussy. Hong Meng, no wonder you can't reach the Heavenly King realm. You're always just a little bit away. Old Tortoise was very strong, but he was indeed not as strong as the 4 Heavenly Kings. Character was one thing, and Tao comprehension was another. Old Tortoise said helplessly, I'm worried, countless people died in the primordial era. How can there be no deaths in the current situation? Nan Wang said coldly, I have high hopes for that Xianxia. He's right, including human Lord Su. I've discovered that all of you want the plan to be perfect, and it's best if no one dies. How can that be possible? Even if King Wen's plans are flawless and his conquest of the heavens, countless humans will still die. If human Lord Su didn't wholeheartedly seek perfection, it would be very difficult for the North King to escape. At that time, human Lord Su will join forces with me to suppress the North King. Lanshan's strength surpasses that of ordinary Dao integration stage beings. Once Lanshan kills a Marquis of Death Spirit, there will definitely be other Marquis of Death Spirit who will flee. There's a high chance that we'll succeed in killing the North King. Letting the North King escape made her feel that Suyu was still flawed. He was too gentle. Of course, she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with that. This was because she felt that Suyu was this kind of person deep down. He was gentle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called her master's wife. This was a pure and kind child. Meanwhile, Suyu nodded and didn't say anything else. There were some things that he didn't mention. Big sister, it's not that I don't want to do this, it's just that I don't have the resources. There are too many Dao integration stage cultivators in the upper realm. Furthermore, the 100-battle monarch has taught us a lesson. Now, all the races are very worried that I will use them as cannon fodder. If a foreign Dao integration stage cultivator dies in battle, while a human Dao integration stage cultivator remains unscathed, it could easily cause an unforeseen event. Otherwise, there would be no need for Suyu to think so deeply and think about killing the enemy with the least amount of effort. The 100-battle monarch had walked this path to a dead end. Even a death spirit lord couldn't be killed so easily. Suyu wasn't too worried about the North King's escape. He smiled. The North King escaped. He didn't even dare to attack us when we were fighting the Dead Spirit Galaxy. Instead, he chose to escape. Then, there's a high chance that he won't dare to attack us again. Nanwang frowned and nodded. But we still have to be careful. If this Xianxia dies, he's also an extremely powerful being. If a heavenly monarch doesn't appear, and so many lords and sovereigns have died, it's very likely that a powerful being will be born. Nanwang, what about you? Suyu looked at her. You don't have any hope? Nanwang frowned. I'm still not good enough. In fact, I'm not even as good as the North King. The North King has a higher chance of advancing than me. The best way is to produce more dead spirits to fuse with the Tao, or a death spirit heavenly monarch to fill in the gap. Suyu nodded and looked toward the Dead Spirit Galaxy in the distance. Nanwang was also looking, and he said solemnly, there must be a large number of powerful beings there, but they don't dare to show themselves now. Once things calm down, these guys will probably join forces again, and they will be more cautious than before. Xianxia was too careless and trusted the North King too much. He thought that the North King would participate in the battle, or rather, he thought that he would help the North King, not the other way around. Suyu's sudden attack stunned him. If Suyu attacked the North King, then he would definitely bring the Death Spirit Lord along. Suyu nodded again. The two of them chatted and ignored Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise was anxious and uneasy, but there was nothing he could do. What should he do? Would people die? How many would die? He didn't want his old brothers to die, but he couldn't stop them. Suyu was a little exasperated by his impatience, but he quickly said, General Zhenling, go wait at the entrance to the 7th level. If there's any danger, you can sneak in. I'll get the heaven-piercing Marquis to cooperate with you, and you can teleport to the battlefield at any time. You should have said so earlier. Old Tortoise instantly disappeared. At this moment, he couldn't care less about maintaining Suyu's dignity anymore. He was about to die from anxiety. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Nanwang furrowed his brow slightly. This Hongmeng is indecisive. He's not weak, so he can participate in the battle, but he can't lead the battle. Otherwise, if he encounters a powerful enemy, he will definitely lose. He can't let go of his old brothers. Suyu smiled. That's a good thing, it's good to have more human emotions. Master's wife can't let go of Monarch One either, right? As for me, there are some things that I can't let go of. If this person really has no desires, then he can't control himself. If he really has no desires, then why would he fight for me? He didn't think there was a big problem with Old Tortoise. If he really had no desires, then why would he help you? Nanwang was slightly startled and was speechless for a long time. After a long time, he nodded slightly. Maybe you're right. She didn't refute. Maybe Suyu was right. If she really had no desires, then why would she help the human race? It was because she couldn't let go of some things. Suyu also took the opportunity to ask, Master's wife, did Teacher Monarch One come here to resurrect someone? Nanwang frowned. It seems so. He didn't say, and I didn't ask. I didn't dare to ask, and it wasn't appropriate for me to ask. I didn't dare. This was also because Monarch One was too honorable, and ordinary people would feel ashamed of their inferiority when they saw him. It was the same for Nanwang. I'm just a dead spirit, but he's the overlord of the heavens, the #1 person in the heavens. Nanwang once felt that Monarch One was much more charming than the human emperor. It's not Nanwang. Suyu was sure that Monarch One didn't come to resurrect Nanwang. It might really be Xingyu. What was Xingyu's identity? She had swallowed the mark of the Death Spirit Marquis and was a level 6 Eternal Realm existence. She couldn't advance for countless years. Did Xingyu know who she was? He didn't have time to think about it. He quickly said, Master's wife, do you know how to resurrect someone? Nan Wang pondered for a moment and said, I'm not sure, but it's very difficult. I don't know the specific steps, but I do know something. It seems that some things are needed, including the power of various great Daos. It's not as simple as having enough life force to resurrect someone. I vaguely heard that the Death Spirit Great Tao needs to be suppressed, but the Death Spirit Great Tao is extremely powerful. How can it be suppressed? Nan Wang shook his head and said, however, Lord Monarch Wen seems to have done some research and needs some cooperation. Brush, ink, paper, and inkstone must be used. Brush Dao seals, ink Dao suppresses, paper Dao bestows the Dao of life, and ink Dao bestows the power of life. She gave a simple explanation, and that was all she knew. Suyu was slightly stunned. All 4 great Daos must be used. Brush Dao seals, ink Dao suppresses, but how can ink Dao suppress? Ink Dao can suppress the Death Spirit Great Dao. It can't be, Suyu said in a low voice, ink Dao suppresses. Brush Dao seals. In other words, he wants to separate the Death Spirit Great Dao from the Death Spirit Great Dao. I vaguely have an idea. Strip the other party's Death Spirit Great Dao, not entangled with the Great Dao, and use the powerful physical strength to bestow some life force. Paper Dao may be able to create a new Dao, the Dao of life. He might have guessed correctly. If that was the case, it would be too difficult to resurrect someone. It was much more difficult than expected. Even King Wen didn't succeed because he wasn't strong enough, not necessarily, or could it be that King Wen couldn't strip the Death Spirit Great Dao? In that case, he might not succeed either. If he wants to resurrect Xingyu, could she be the human emperor's daughter? Suyu was suspicious. The human emperor was single, right? Did he have an illegitimate daughter? Even if he did, the human emperor should be the one to do it. Why did he let King Wen do it, or was he wrong in his judgment? Never mind, let's not think about this. At this moment, he looked at the transportation tunnel and let out a breath. He didn't know if the 27 guards could kill Songshan Ming. If they couldn't, and there were casualties, then he would have suffered a great loss this time. As for North King and the others escaping, so be it, so you didn't think any more and quickly looked at the crowd. A group of Death Spirit Lords and Death Spirit Lords were still suppressing a few Death Spirit Lords, so you looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, reward 8 Eternal Level 9 Monarchs with a Death Spirit mark each. The light spots in his hand scattered and landed on the 8 Death Spirit Lords. He had been observing all this time. These 8 were all brave and good at fighting. They were much better at fighting than the other monarchs. This time, they had killed exactly 8 undead monarchs. Only 5 of them had been suppressed, and the rest had all escaped. The 8 Death Spirit Lords were overjoyed. They all knelt on the ground and shouted, Yu Huang is wise. Quickly absorb the Death Spirit mark. It's best to advance. This is also the best time to advance. The Great Tao is in turmoil, and many Great Tao spots are empty. This was indeed the best opportunity to advance. Soon, the sovereigns began to absorb the Death Spirit imprints and death blood. The other sovereigns could only be envious. The Necromarquis was also envious. However, Suyu's distribution of the Death Spirit imprints allowed him to become stronger. There was a limit to how much the Marquis could improve by devouring the imprints. After assigning these tasks, Suyu did not make a sound and waited patiently in the teleportation channel. If the battle ended, he would. No. Once they advanced, the providence of the human race would increase greatly. If they all died in battle, the destiny of the human race would be greatly weakened. In the Star Mansion, the Martial Emperor was sulking. A lot of his hair was broken. At this moment, the battle in Basement 1 was incomparably bloody. The 27 Guardians had also killed countless people in the past. They were experts in battle, but their opponents were too strong. Song Shanming focused on one person, causing Shanqi's petrified body to shatter and his flesh body to shatter. Song Shanming also wanted to use the fastest method and pay a price to kill some of the Guardians so that the enemy's alliance would be broken. However, these Guardians were old friends. When they joined forces, they were not so unfamiliar. Just as Xianxia was heavily injured, the person in front of Song Shanming changed. The next guardian blocked in front of him and slashed with his saber. The battle was extremely cruel. In the blink of an eye, 8 guardians were heavily injured. Song Shanming was also beaten until his body was covered in black blood and death energy. The death spirit Great Tao's power suppressed the guardians. The Great Tao was too strong, causing them to feel exhausted. Far away. He too frowned slightly. If this continued, even if the 27 guardians won, only a few of them would survive. He pondered for a while and quickly transmitted his voice, Marquis Lan Shan, you and I should quickly absorb the death spirit imprints to strengthen ourselves and share the Great Tao's power. Otherwise, with so many Great Tao gaps, Song Shanming might become stronger as the battle progresses. Marquis Lan Shan did not say much. The two of them sat cross-legged and quickly absorbed the death spirit imprints. They both had some. These were left behind by the previous killings. He too's thinking was very simple. He had advanced to Tao integration stage now, so he could seize some control over the Great Tao. Marquis Lan Shan could do the same. If there were other dead spirits advancing in the outside world, they would seize even more. If he guessed correctly, Suyu had most likely bestowed some death spirit monarchs to them to help them advance to Tao integration stage. Ever since he recovered a large amount of his memories and heart, he too was much smarter than before. He was no longer so easily angered or stupid, he was already very close to Tao integration stage. Now, he was absorbing the death spirit imprints, comprehending the Great Tao, and watching the heavenly monarchs fight. After a while, his aura fluctuated slightly. After a while, a powerful death energy soared into the sky. In the distance, Song Shanming was instantly enraged when he felt the death energy weaken slightly. The other guardians did not know what was happening and did not sense it, but Song Shanming cursed in his mind, one more Tao integration stage being, and this was a place where the death energy was cut off, so he would be weakened slightly. But he was indeed weakened, there was no time to think about this. At this moment, the guardians were also in a frenzy. Some of them chose to use the shattering and petrification technique. Their weapons erupted with great power, and heaven and earth were turned upside down. The battle continued, more and more guardians flew out. Meanwhile, Song Shanming's aura was also gradually weakening. Marquis Lan Shan was strengthening himself, and so was he Tuesday. At this moment, of the 8 monarchs in the outside world, 2 had advanced to Tao integration stage. They were already so close, and now that the Great Tao of Death was loosening, it was the best time for them to advance. Suyu arranged for all the Death Spirit Marquises, including the South King, to start cultivating so that they could seize more power of the Great Tao. As for the North King and the others, they did not waste any time. The first thing they did was to cultivate and strengthen themselves. Similarly, in the distance, Xia Chen and Lu Hong also found an opportunity to strengthen themselves. There were also many existences in the Dead Spirit Galaxy that were absorbing the nomological power to strengthen themselves. This was a rare opportunity. Today, many Death Spirit Marquises and monarchs had died. This was also a feast, at the same time. In the living realm. A small realm. It was very weak. At this moment, some cultivators from the Mountain Sea Sun Moon realm had gathered together. Soon, an eye appeared on the body of a Sun Moon immortal. That Sun Moon immortal's aura and gaze both changed. Heavenly Ancient, yes, Heavenly Ancient's aura. In the blink of an eye, the auras of the other powerful beings also changed. The Sun Moon immortal that Heavenly Ancient possessed said solemnly, "Everyone, our true bodies have been unable to gather. Some things are not easy to discuss. Today is a good time to gather and discuss." There were many people. Heavenly Ancient, Talisman Monarch, Phoenix Monarch, Ji-Wu, Demonic Halberd, Demonic Leap, Ape Monarch, Deep Abyss Marquis, Heaven Dragon Marquis, and Underworld Monarch. There were a total of 10 Tao integration stage cultivators. There were no Heaven Supervisor or many treasures. They were not called Spirit Monarch, Spirit Abyss, Long Do, Golden Winged Rock, and Soldier Monarch. In the last battle, a total of 5 Tao integration stage cultivators died. Heavenly Ancient said solemnly, the Talisman Monarch went to the Dead Spirit realm, and 2 Death Spirit Marquises were killed. The last battle was too heavy. Everyone's expressions were dark. Suyu has grown too fast. Heavenly Ancient said solemnly, I've been very uneasy recently. This is the first time in 100,000 years that I've felt so uneasy. We won the Battle of the Ninth Tide and killed almost all of the Tao integration stage cultivators of the Human Race Alliance. However, our races also suffered heavy losses. Due to the weakness of the human race, many of our Tao integration stage cultivators chose to go to the upper realm. In the past, each race would not only leave behind one Tao integration stage cultivator. At most, there would be 5 or 6. At other times, there would be 2 or 3. However, this time, because of the heavy losses of the human race, many Tao integration stage cultivators went to the upper realm, resulting in fewer Tao integration stage cultivators in the lower realm. Now, a problem had appeared. Jiwu said coldly, Heavenly Ancient, if your celestial race had not harbored evil intentions in the beginning, then this would not have happened. In the past, your celestial race even allied with the human race. Heavenly Ancient frowned. At that time, it was not just because of the celestial race's ambitions. Also, everyone wanted to keep the human race so that some of the upper realm's old monsters would appear. They even wanted to bait out some flame bearers who might not have been exposed. Who would have thought that after suppressing the human race for hundreds of years, such a change would occur in the last 10 years of the upper realm's opening? No one could have predicted it. In a few years, the upper realm would open. The celestial race was ambitious, but so were the gods and demons. In the beginning, they did not make up their minds to destroy the human race. They wanted to lure the upper realm's old monsters down to rescue the human race. They also wanted to lure out the flame bearers who might still be in the human race. In the end, they fell. Heavenly Ancient said, this is a good thing. At least, some people have been exposed. Including some of King Wen's trump cards, the book spirit and the tea tree, as well as the blood essence that Suyu consumed. King Great Zhou has also been exposed. He definitely isn't a human from this tide. And the Iron Eaters and the other ancient races have all been exposed. When this tide ends, all survivors will be killed. Demonic Halberd said softly, let's not talk about this. Heavenly Ancient, why did you call us? According to what we said before, everyone should lie low and wait for the upper realm to open. There is no need to fight the human race to the death now. Once the upper realm opens, the human race will be exterminated. Heavenly Ancient took a deep breath. I feel uneasy. Extremely uneasy. I'm worried that in another 7 or 8 years, Suyu, what if he becomes the master of the laws? Impossible. Demonic Halberd said gravely. In the last 100,000 years, no master of the laws has been born. Not even the 100 battle kings succeeded. What if? Heavenly Ancient said gravely. So I feel like we still have to deal with Suyu. Even if we don't kill the others, we have to get rid of Suyu first. Difficult. Jiwu shook his head. If Suyu was easy to kill, he would have been killed long ago. Heavenly Ancient nodded. Even if we don't kill Suyu, my idea is to use up the power of the laws. Let the upper realm open earlier, even if it's not by much, weaken the power of the laws and let more Tao integration stage beings come down. Now, even if we add many treasures and the Heaven Overseer, we only have 12 Tao integration stage beings. And on the human side, we have 2 from the God Eater tribe, Hong Meng, Book Spirit, Tea Tree, Great Zhou Monarch, Iron-Eating Beast Monarch, Space Beast Monarch, Yen Monarch, and Primordial Giant King. Suyu has successfully fused with his Tao, so he might also have Tao integration stage power. Also, there should be another being behind him, the dog that the Heaven Overseer Marquis mentioned. That makes 12, Heavenly Ancient sighed. We're evenly matched, and we might even be weaker. Also, I haven't seen some of Suyu's recent actions clearly, so I don't really understand them. Everyone's expressions became solemn. They all looked at Heavenly Ancient. What do you mean? Heavenly Ancient said quietly, every family has many Sun Moon Peak and Quasi-Eternal Realm cultivators. Tao validation. Every family should have made some preparations if they chose another path instead of the 3-movement method. Using Sun Moon Peak in exchange for some Tao integration stage beings, come down in secret. Marquis Tianyuan, keep an eye on the life realm, don't let the news leak out and catch Suyu off guard. If they secretly validate their Tao, they will incur the punishment of the laws. If they die 30 to 50 sun moons, they might be able to send 1 or 2 Tao integration stage beings down to the lower realm. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. Heavenly Ancient sneered. Can't bear to? That can't be. Everyone, think about it. My celestial clan can let 30 sun moons choose another path to validate their Tao. If they succeed, it'll be for the best. If they fail, they will also incur the punishment of the laws. But don't count on the celestial clan all the time. Is this only my family's problem? Heavenly Ancient said coldly, if we don't act now, we may not have the chance. First, we'll secretly send 5 or 6 Tao integration stage beings down to the lower realm and catch Suyu off guard. Finally, we'll think of a way to kill Hongmeng. That way, Suyu will lose his greatest support. My celestial clan has contacted Eastern Sky King before. He said he would act, but there has been no movement. I'm worried that something has happened over there. Demonic Halberd pondered for a moment, then nodded. We still have to prepare both hands. We can't just wait. If Suyu really did step into the realm of Master of the Laws in a few years, then even the upper realms would suffer disastrous losses. It's better to send some Tao integration stage beings down in advance. After saying this, he said, the demon race can also send 30 sun moons to validate their Tao. If they succeed, everyone will be happy. If they fail, losing some sun moons is better than losing Tao integration stage beings. Trading sun moons for Tao integration stage beings is worth it. The other Tao integration stage beings thought for a moment before nodding. Heavenly Ancient smiled. He had finally convinced them once. These guys were really troublesome. He quickly said, then we'll act after we return. Keep a low profile. Also, keep a close eye on the life realm. Otherwise, if news of this leaks, we'll be in big trouble. Keep a close eye on the Life Emperor. That guy, this tide seems to be getting close to the human race. This is not good. Marquis Abyss, you must keep a close eye on him no matter what. I will. Marquis Abyss smiled. Don't worry. I'll keep a close eye on him. The upper realm is also worried about him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come down. Heavenly Ancient felt a little more at ease. All races should think of a way to contact the Dead Souls realm again. We can't keep waiting. If the heavenly monarchs of the Dead Souls realm make a move, Hongmeng will be eliminated. We'll think of a way, but it's best to take down the heavenly abyss realm first. Otherwise, communication will be difficult. The monarch of Great Zhou sealed the heavenly abyss realm to prevent us from entering the Dead Souls realm through the heavenly abyss realm. Find a chance to start a war and take back the heavenly abyss realm. The group of Tao integration stage beings continued to discuss among themselves. Under such circumstances, some previously impossible agreements were quickly reached. The key was to dispel the power of punishment. It would be best if they could open up the upper realm in advance. Even if they couldn't, they had to send a large number of Tao integration stage beings down to the lower realm to assist in the battle. While they were making their move, Suyu's side was eagerly waiting. Was there a result? A battle between powerful beings would be over very quickly. It was impossible for them to be entangled for a few days. Of course, if one fled and the other chased, there would be a lot of fighting. However, everyone inside had nowhere to run. His mortal lord seal was fluctuating violently. He didn't know how it was doing. I hope we can successfully kill it. Suyu prayed silently. He had high hopes for the Guardians of the Spirit Subduing Army. Without the Spirit Suppression Army, Old Tortoise and the others might lose their composure. Suyu was a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have created some weak Tao integration stage beings. It would have been much better than this feeling of waiting for the result. I might as well go and kill it myself, at least I know the result, I also know who won and who lost. Right at this moment, there was a loud boom. The Dead Souls realm suddenly trembled. A great Tao appeared. A great Tao had collapsed, Suyu was startled. Then, he was ecstatic, Songshan Ming was killed, they won, however, in the next instant, Suyu's expression changed. If they won, then how many died? If many died, then it would be troublesome for him and he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Even though this was the choice of Xianxia and the others, Suyu didn't care if the martial emperor was angry or not. he instantly teleported inside. He didn't care if the martial emperor was happy or not. Come and hit me if you have the guts. As soon as he teleported inside, he saw a huge pillar that was filled with nomological power. In the next instant, the martial emperor appeared in front of him with boundless rage as if he wanted to eat Suyu. Get out of my way. I have something to do, Suyu, I'll kill you. The martial emperor's figure was already complete. Suddenly, a complete phantom appeared and punched towards Suyu. Suyu was shocked. This guy's ability to unseal is not weak. This is troublesome, I might not be able to enter this place next time. At this moment, he didn't even have time to look over there. He had to beat this martial emperor into submission first. Then he could unseal himself. It was not time to completely escape. Rumble, the battle just now had just ended. In the blink of an eye, Suyu was fighting with the martial emperor's phantom. In the blink of an eye, heaven and earth changed color. In the air, a punch and a brush intertwined, hitting the entire basement one. Countless strands of hair were broken, and the martial monarch was beaten bald. Martial monarch, stop this nonsense. In the void, Suyu scolded, do you really think I can't do anything to you? You haven't completely broken the seal, I'm just too lazy to waste my energy to deal with you. If you don't stop, believe it or not, I'll gather all my strength and kill you first. The martial monarch coldly snorted, punching through the void. There wasn't much great Tao energy, his great Tao energy was sealed. However, he didn't need any great Tao energy, just a simple punch from the phantom was enough to shake the Tao of brush. Kill me? The martial monarch faintly smiled, you can try. Is there no end to this? Suyu suddenly took out a seal, that seal erupted with resplendent light, the martial monarch's phantom paused, Suyu snorted, try attacking again? Do you know what this is? The martial monarch's phantom stopped punching, looked at Suyu, looked at the big seal in his hand, after a long time, said coldly, the Tao of sanctification? Suyu snorted. It's best if you know, can the current you block this? I just don't want to waste it on you. Don't think I can't do anything to you. The martial monarch's tone was also cold, this is a good thing, unfortunately, it can only affect me a little, you can't break my physical body, you can't break my Tao, at most you can delay for a while, let me break the seal a little longer. Although he said so, he still gave up the thought of continuing to tangle with Suyu. And Suyu also ignored him, covered the heaven and earth with the will of civilization. Countless broken hairs were absorbed into the will of civilization. The martial monarch's expression was very ugly, what are you doing? Recycling waste. Suyu said indifferently, you should shave your head, these broken hairs are left to pollute the ground, I'll help you clean it. The martial monarch was incomparably cold, looking at Suyu, do you think I'm an idiot, this evil creature, it's fine that you broke my hair, but you actually want to take it away to refine weapons, hateful, right now, in the eyes of the martial monarch, the first to be killed was Taishan, and the second was Suyu. This guy was very hateful, not only was he hateful, he was also very shameless. Suyu ignored him, but he was secretly shocked. This was just a projection of a martial monarch. It did not have the power of a great Tao. The projection only used the power of some acupoints, yet it was able to fight to a draw with him. Suyu did not dare to say that he had reached the Heavenly King stage, but now that he had used the brush Tao, his strength should be considered above average among Tao integration stage cultivators. If one had to make a comparison, there should be someone at the level of Yen Emperor. None of these antique half-step monarchs were weak. The first level was the Heavenly King stage. On the second level, Old Turtle, Tiangu, Heaven Supervisor, King of Great Zhou, and Do Bun were all at the Tao integration pinnacle stage. Of course, Do Bun was slightly weaker. The third level was similar to the Great Qin King, Daxia of Goguryeo, Solitary Nothingness, and Demonic Halberd. The fourth tier was the Yen Empress, the Phoenix Empress, and so on. The fifth tier, Demonic Leap, Heavenly Annihilation, and so on. The sixth tier actually existed as well. Some Tao integration stage cultivators who had just advanced, or some Death Spirit Marquises, were considered sixth tier. Of course, there would definitely be differences among them. The Old Turtle was much stronger than Bean Bun, an existence that was truly close to the Heavenly King stage. Suyu was amazed that the martial monarch was only a projection, yet he could fight against him without the power of a great Tao. If he used the power of a great Tao, wouldn't he be unimaginably powerful? Could he use the power of a great Tao, or was it completely sealed? Or perhaps, once he used the power of a great Tao, this guy would be sealed again to a muddle-headed state. It was difficult to judge these at the moment. The other party did not use the power of a great Tao, so Suyu could not detect the location of his great Tao. With these thoughts in mind, Suyu ignored the martial monarch and quickly looked toward the group of people who were absorbing the power of rules. He was slightly taken aback by what he saw. At this moment, Marquis Lan Shan, he too, and Marquis Tong Tian had rushed over. At this moment, the few of them actually saw the martial monarch's shadow. It was no longer like before, where they could not see the shadow. They were very vigilant and solemn, guarding around Suyu. Suyu did not say anything. He looked at Xianxia and the others and said with some surprise, "How did you do it?" He felt that in this battle against Song Shanming, no matter what, a few of them would die. Even if they won, there would be casualties. Suyu was prepared. It was normal for 3 to 5 of them to die. It was understandable for 7 to 8 to die. But, not a single one died. What was going on? Yes, it seemed like not a single one died. Although the 27 guards were all injured, and their injuries were not light, and they were currently absorbing the power of rules to recover, not dying meant not dying. There was no need to be afraid of serious injuries. How was this possible? Suyu felt that it was not possible. He looked at Marquis Lan Shan and the others. "Did you guys make a move?" When Marquis Tong Tian saw Suyu looking over, he hurriedly said, "Emperor Yu, we did not make a move. Don't look at us like you are suspecting us. We really did not. We still listen to your orders. Don't think too much." Suyu frowned. "Get to the point." Marquis Tong Tian instantly shut up. At this moment, he too smiled and said, "It has nothing to do with us. When Song Shanming was fighting, there was a problem." "Problem?" Suyu was puzzled. "What problem?" he too quickly said, "Not just him. Just now, there was a small problem for everyone, but it quickly disappeared. We did not fight, so it was not affected. Maybe there was a problem with the necromancy path." Suddenly, everything went black. Everything went black. Suyu was very surprised. How was this possible? At this point, how could everything go black? What the hell, the necromancy path was already dark enough. What else could make the necromancy path go black? He came in a hurry and didn't ask about the situation of the Southern King and the others. Hearing this, he couldn't help but frown. During the battle, everything went black. What was going on? Marquis Lanshan also sensed something. He said, "Everything went black for a moment. The fluctuation of our Daos was not strong, so the effect was not too big. But Song Shanming was fighting and injured. If he was like us, his 6 senses might have been blocked. We are not too sure about the specifics." They did not know. The martial monarch sneered, "It was just the interference of the Daos." The parasite seized the opportunity and secretly swallowed the Daos energy. "Parasites?" Suyu looked at him. The martial monarch sneered, "Aren't these so-called civilizationists the only ones who do such things? A bunch of shameless people, what can't they do?" Secretly opening tributaries on the Daos, trying to use the tributaries to steal the mainstream power. "This is not the first time you guys have done this." Suyu pondered for a moment. His eyes moved, tributaries, treating the necromancy path as the river of time. Opening tributaries on the Daos to steal power and occupy this Daos. He understood. Suyu's eyes flickered. Ink path? Ink path? The martial monarch thought about it and sneered, "So it is this Daos. Before I was sealed, I vaguely heard of it, but I have never seen it before. I was wondering who had such ability. So it was him. Ink path, good move. Stealing the nomological power of the great Tao of necromancy to control the great Tao of death, it was ink path, so you could roughly confirm that it was King Wen's ink path. It was not connected to the river of time. All Daos, besides the necromancy path and the time master's time path, were all tributaries of the river of time. And this time, King Wen treated the necromancy path as the river of time. He actually opened a tributary on the necromancy path. Was this tributary strong? Definitely not. This was what Suyu thought in his heart. But, this Tao had a single purpose. It was to steal the power of the great Tao of necromancy and turn the tables. Its ultimate goal was none other than to seize control of the great Tao of necromancy. In other words, if one relied on this ink Tao to grasp the great Tao and become a master of the laws, even if they succeeded, they would still be very weak. Perhaps they would be the weakest master of the laws, because what they relied on wasn't the river of time, but the river of dead souls. No matter how strong the great Tao of necromancy was, it was no match for the river of time. The other great Taos were considered second-grade branches while the ink Tao was a third-grade branch. It was more similar to some of the virtual great Taos collected in the Book of Time. At this moment, Suyu had 1,000 things to think about. Did Lu Hong fuse with the Tao? It just so happened that the Xianxia underworld great Tao was fluctuating violently. That fellow was seizing the opportunity to invade the great Tao of necromancy's nomological power, or was he extracting this power to strengthen his tributary? Was it Lu Hong? If that was the case, then it was too fast. Suyu was secretly shocked. The Tao of ink was the Tao of the world of souls, and it might be the only branch. Was that so? He did not see it, but if he had seen it, he would have felt it. The martial emperor might have seen it because Xianxia underworld was fighting here. Suyu thought in his heart and soon sneered, turning from guest to host. Seizing power? Shameless person? Ridiculous. In today's world, who isn't stealing the power of the river of time? Martial Emperor, sometimes you are childish and cute. If the river of time itself is a great Tao, then tell me, did you steal its power? You still have the cheek to mock this and that. If the river of necromancy is the river of time, then I can only say that the ink Tao is the first great Tao to be opened on the river of necromancy. Back then, when the Lord of Necromancy opened the dead spirit domain, could it be to allow everyone to integrate with his great Tao? Could it be that he didn't want to open a river of time, just like the river of time, with countless people opening tributaries on his great Tao? Since he has such ambition, then when someone opens a great Tao, it is instead a form of recognition for him. What do you know? Suyu curled his lips. The martial emperor sneered, what you see, I can also see. These two are not the same concept. The Tao on the river of time is just a tributary, and this Tao wants to turn the tables. Suyu laughed, so childish. If I can control the river of time, I will also turn the tables. Martial Emperor, if you don't have such thoughts, then it can only be said that you are incompetent, your vision is too low. You only know how to keep an eye on your own territory. Probably the biggest idea is to open up your great Tao to the level of the fleshly body Tao, right? The martial emperor's face darkened, not saying a word. Suyu said mockingly, I'm probably right. In this life, your biggest dream might be to catch up to King Wu, most likely thinking that as long as your great Tao is the same as King Wu, a slightly higher dream is probably to turn your Tao into a great Tao as broad as the fleshly body great Tao. In this life, you probably never thought of turning into another Tao, right? The martial emperor looked at Suyu. After a long time, he smiled and said softly, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, young and frivolous. When I was young, I had this dream. When I first opened the gate of heaven, I also felt that no one in the world could match me. Sooner or later, I will control this great Tao of time, all Taos will be my master. He was also a proud son of heaven of his generation. How many people could open the gate of heaven? The first time he saw the river of time, seeing the scattered Taos, who didn't think that he would become the master of this river, but when you really opened your Tao, and then went to strengthen the great Tao, you will know how difficult it is. The martial emperor smiled faintly and said, now, you are just walking on someone else's Tao. Suyu, wait until you control this Tao of the brush, then. Think about how to become stronger, how to swallow the river of time. At that time, you will know how childish your thoughts are today, how laughable. An ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating your own strength. He had also had this frivolous period of Suyu. When Suyu was beaten up for a while, he would roughly know why he didn't think about these things anymore. Suyu didn't argue either, some things were indeed not good to say. The idea was good, the dream was great, but if he really waited for tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years and still couldn't improve, no matter how high his aspirations were, they would also be ground flat. The martial emperor's aspiration was obviously ground flat, however, Suyu knew some things. The ink Tao had been controlled. It was not controlled, but it was probably fused with the Tao. Lu Hong, that treacherous fellow, had actually grasped the opportunity and felt the fluctuations of Xianxia Ming's great Tao. He might have stolen the great Tao's power. Treacherous guy, as usual, he lied to me last time, saying that he was just taking the key. The treasure is on the 9th floor of the Starry Mansion. Su cursed in his heart, but this guy stole the power this time, unintentionally helping these guards. As for whether this would affect the guards' Tao heart, don't mess around, this was an accident. During the battle, an accident happened, and neither side expected it. It was not like there was a babysitter next to you to help you. This accident, even Suyu didn't expect it. And what made Suyu even more puzzled was that, the ink Tao, couldn't it affect many dead spirits? The ink Tao infected the great Tao of the dead spirits. Previously, South King said that resurrection was related to the great Tao of brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. At this moment, Suyu was thinking, could this ink Tao really strip away the Tao of the dead spirits? If so, this Lu Hong could be called the dead spirit killer. He definitely had a way to deal with the dead spirits. But I don't know what's going on with this guy, but I feel like he has his own purpose. Suyu muttered in his heart for a while, then looked at the guards who were still absorbing the power. And heaved a sigh of relief. Very good result, destiny is on my side. At this crucial moment, Xianxia Ming actually had some of his great Tao stolen, causing him to lose his 6 senses. In a battle of life and death, suddenly losing his 6 senses, it would be hard not to die. Suyu glanced at a broken dead spirit mark, his eyes slightly moved, and said, General Xianxia, can I share Xianxia Ming's dead spirit mark and some of his body with the dead spirits? Xianxia, who was healing his injuries, quickly opened his eyes, and said in a deep voice, Sovereign Yu, if it wasn't for you giving us a chance, Xianxia Ming would have been killed long ago. Thank you very much. Suyu waved his hand, and a crystal-clear mark appeared in his hand. He waved his hand, and the civilization will absorb everything in the surroundings. In an instant, some black blood, death chi, Tao body fragments, and other things gathered together. After a while, the residue in Suyu's hand gathered into 3 drops of essence blood. 1 mark, 3 drops of essence blood, all of which belonged to a heavenly king expert. And Suyu still had 1 drop of East King blood and 1 drop of West King blood, a total of 5 drops of essence blood, and 1 mark. He looked at He2 and Marquis Lanshan. Marquis Lanshan was actually not weak, but he felt that his talent was a bit lacking. He2's talent was not bad, and if He2 devoured these things, He2 might improve further. Even if he couldn't reach the heavenly king realm, he might be able to enter the 3rd or 2nd tier. It was easier for the dead spirits to improve. Right now, Marquis Lanshan was roughly the same level as Suyu, stronger than some of the dead spirits. She was roughly above the 4th tier, close to the 3rd tier. She should be slightly weaker than the Great Qin King and the others. To whom, Suyu could also keep them, but he actually hoped that these 2 would improve further and take over some of the power of the great Tao of dead spirits, in case the North King and the others continued to grow stronger or even give birth to even more powerful beings. After a slight hesitation, Suyu gave all the things to Marquis Lanshan. If you absorb them, even if you can't reach the level of a heavenly king, as long as your comprehension of the great Tao of dead spirits deepens slightly, you will definitely be able to reach the peak Tao integration stage. Yu Guang glanced at He2, who didn't care. Marquis Lanshan was actually not stupid. At this moment, she was silent for a while, then suddenly said, Your Majesty, give me He2. His talent is better than mine, and he will improve faster than me. He has a higher chance of becoming the next heavenly king. Suyu said indifferently, Don't doubt my words. He2 will naturally have a chance later on. Eat, quickly. Take advantage of the great Tao's turbulence to comprehend and quickly devour. There will be many battles after this, and today is just the appetizer. Marquis Lanshan was a bit conflicted, but in the end, she accepted all the essence blood and marks. Your Majesty, are you not going to keep a few drops? Suyu smiled. No need. Then, absorb, cultivate, and cut the nonsense. Yes, Your Majesty. Marquis Lanshan sat cross-legged and began to absorb the essence blood and marks. He too didn't say anything, and neither did Suyu. On the other hand, Marquis Skylink's eyes swiveled as he smiled and said, Emperor Yu is wise. One look and you can tell that he too is a schemer and has a bad heart. Marquis Lanshan is a good heart and is loyal. Suyu looked at him. Since you have a mouth, you should speak properly. Otherwise, believe it or not, I will make you lose your mouth, Marquis Tong Tian laughed dryly. Wasn't I just trying to ease the atmosphere? Did I say what you were thinking? Forget it, I won't expose him. He quickly comforted He too, little He too, it's okay. It will be your turn next time. Your ancestor King Gong will be very happy to know. Oh right, your ancestor King Gong used to like chatting with me the most, and it would last for a year. In the future, when Emperor Yu unifies the world, why don't we be neighbors again? He too was tired. I don't want to talk to you. Can you shut up? My ancestor liked to chat with you? Then I'm really too free, too bored. At this moment, among the guards, someone's great Dao power vibrated. A moment later, the already powerful Xianxia recovered from his injuries. Not only that, a great Dao appeared above his head. The great Dao power that belonged to Xianxia quickly climbed up. In the blink of an eye, he crossed a heavenly chasm and leaped up. His aura changed. He had fused with the Dao, Xianxia fused with the Dao and instantly exited the light pillar. He flew towards Suyu and bowed, spirit-suppressing army Xianxia greets your majesty. I have fused with the Dao. Thank you, your majesty, for your gift. Suyu smiled. No need to thank me. You killed Song Shanming, so you received more rewards, even more than Tianmia and the others. Tianmia and the others didn't manage to kill a heavenly king in the end. Xianxia didn't say anything. That was different. Suyu looked over there again and asked, how many people do you think can fuse with the Dao? Xianxia also looked over and said, apart from me, there are about 5 more. They are the ones who were stuck at the 9th stage. The others have only just reached the 9th stage. It will be very difficult for them to fuse with the Dao. Suyu nodded. Apart from Xianxia, there were also earth-shaking, Zhanqiang, Zhouqi, Shuangying, and Huangji. According to Xianxia, apart from him, these 5 had a chance of reaching Dao integration. Xianxia said with some regret, Chongping didn't come. Otherwise, Chongping and Sea Burial would also be at the 9th stage and have a chance of advancing. Among the 5 guards who left, 2 of them were also at the 9th stage. They were not weak. If they came, putting aside the other 3, these 2 had a very high chance of advancing. Suyu didn't say anything. Everyone had their own ambitions. Advancing to Dao integration meant becoming more powerful, but it also meant more danger, and the enemies they had to face were more powerful. Suyu waited silently. The result was as he expected. The other 21 guards were more stable at the 9th stage and did not advance. However, Zhanqiang and the other 4 had all advanced. Song Shanming had 6 Dao integration stage cultivators, which was not bad. At this point, there were 10 Dao integration stage super mighty figures and 21 9th stage Dao integration stage super mighty figures, including the old turtle. Apart from this South King, there were 10 Death Spirit Lords. He too and the others were on Marquis Lanshan's side. There were also 2 new Death Spirit Lords. Including the 3 from before, there were 7 Death Spirit Lords in total. In the entire Dead Souls realm, including the South King, there were 18 Death Spirit Lords. No, there was also Xia Chen, who should have advanced as well. There were 19 in total. On the human side, Great Zhou, Great Xia, Great Qin, and Great Light Monarch entered before. I feel like he should be here soon. If he advances, the human race will have 5 Dao integration stage cultivators. 2 balls, Fat Ball, 3 of them. Ancient Spatial Beast, Gui Tribe, 6 moons, and Primordial Giant, that's 10. If Big Log also advances to the Spirit Transformation stage, there will be 2 Dao integration stage cultivators in addition to Marquis Tong Tian. Thus, excluding Suyu himself, Suyu's subordinates in the 2 realms of life and death might have reached a total of 44 Dao integration stage super mighty figures. Of course, some of them couldn't be used. For example, Marquis Tong Tian couldn't leave, and Death Spirit Lords couldn't be used in the Living Souls realm. Even so, Suyu couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It was difficult to find a single Dao integration stage cultivator, but now, he had more and more Dao integration stage cultivators under his command. Even though there was still a gap between him and the upper realm, there was at least hope. The other 21 Death Spirit Lords might also have a chance of advancing. After all, they had captured some death spirit lords. Furthermore, even though there were no Dao integration stage cultivators among the Five Elements tribe, the two teams were comparable to two Dao integration stage cultivators. With these thoughts in mind, Suyu quickly said, "We've also captured a few death spirit lords. Even though the rewards for capturing them are small, let's give it a try. There's no need to split them up. Let's gather all of them and see if we can help one of them reach Dao integration stage. Let's kill the death spirit lords and give the seal to Marquis Lan Shan. I wonder if there's a chance that Marquis Lan Shan can progress to the Heavenly Monarch stage." After capturing a few death spirit lords, Suyu felt like there was a chance that one of them could progress to the Heavenly Monarch stage after killing them. Of course, these people were hoping to advance through battle and experience life and death. Didn't you guys already experience life and death? Killing the death spirit lords now is just to replenish your power of laws. Let's give it a try. Soon, Suyu teleported out. After teleporting back, the Star Mansion had almost become his home. He could come and go as he pleased. The Martial Emperor actually didn't want to let him in, but he was a little wary after seeing Suyu take out the Holy Transformation Seal, so he chose to ignore him. Suyu continued to absorb the power of laws. Absorb it all. The more he absorbed, the more power he would be able to use. What followed was another round of slaughter. Doko was responsible for killing the Death Spirit Lords. He used to be at the 8th stage, but he advanced to the 9th stage by killing monarchs. Now, he had absorbed a lot of the power of laws from Song Shanming's rewards. He killed 3 Death Spirit Lords in a row, but he was still unable to advance. The main reason was that these Death Spirit Lords were all severely injured. It was impossible to capture a Death Spirit Lord in one piece. Doko only advanced to the Dao integration stage after killing the 4th Death Spirit Lord. However, he clearly felt like he was weaker than Xianxia and the others. Suyu had no choice but to give up on capturing Death Spirit Lords. If he killed too many, he could easily create more powerful dead spirits. Most importantly, if he didn't kill them on his own, the rewards would be too low. Some of his plans had been shattered. He could only rely on himself to kill some powerful enemies. However, at least he had one more Dao integration stage super mighty figure. This was already very good. However, there was also a troublesome matter. These guys had all broken the petrification technique, so they couldn't stay in the dead spirit realm any longer. They had to leave as soon as possible. Once the petrification technique was broken, the aura of living beings would be too strong, so you didn't want to agitate the dead spirits in the dead spirit galaxy and awaken them. Marquis Lan Shan had devoured a large number of Death Spirit Lord marks and the blood essence of several heavenly monarchs. Marquis Lan Shan had used up almost all of Suyu's dead spirit treasures. After waiting for almost a day, Marquis Lan Shan finally woke up. He had digested a lot, and his aura had clearly improved significantly. Suyu felt that Marquis Lan Shan shouldn't be any weaker than the Great Qin Emperor and the others. In fact, he had a vague feeling that he was close to the old turtle. However, he still didn't meet his expectations. Suyu was actually a little disappointed. Marquis Lan Shan had already eaten so many treasures. If this continued, he would probably have to continue to grind his way to the Heavenly Monarch stage. There weren't many ways for dead spirits to advance. Either they were powerful when they were alive, or they had extremely powerful perception, or they had to rely on devouring the marks and blood essence of powerful beings. Marquis Lan Shan's perception was average, and he had used up all of his foundation when he was alive. If he wanted to become a heavenly monarch, he would have to see if he could devour more treasures. Suyu didn't stay any longer. He had to leave with the guards. He didn't teleport away through his essence aperture. It would be too eye-catching if he appeared in the Star Sea. It was better to continue through the dead spirits world. Although the rich life aura might stimulate some powerful beings to awaken, only a few would wake up if they were fast enough. He shuttled back and forth at high speed. Suyu sent all the guards back to the ancient primordial mist city. At this moment, a large number of Dao integration battle forces had gathered in the ancient primordial mist city. The great array set up by the Western Duchess was about to be destroyed by these Dao integration cultivators, and this was because everyone was restraining themselves. Moreover, the great bright monarch was constantly reinforcing it, otherwise, it would have been discovered by the Myriad worlds long ago. The aura of Dao integration cultivators was too powerful. With so many existences, it wasn't just one or two. If they were to reveal themselves, it would easily cause the great Tao to tremble. At this moment, anyone who wanted to launch a surprise attack on the old turtle was really courting death. If 1, 2, or 3 heavenly monarchs came, they might be killed. Suyu was constantly accumulating strength. As for Wan, he was also speeding up. Just as Suyu sent the guards back to the ancient primordial mist city, the celestial realm, the devil realm, the divine realm. All the realms were quietly sending a large number of suns and moons to verify their Tao in a secret place. They didn't care whether they succeeded or not, it didn't matter, they just needed to consume a large amount of nomological power, in the life realm. The Life Emperor frowned and stepped onto Destiny Mountain again. The illusory passageway in the sky became clearer and clearer. The power of punishment inside was slowly being consumed, but it was also being reborn. At this moment, Marquis Abyss stared at the Life Emperor and said coldly, "Wu Ming, this is extremely important. Wu Ming, if you have nothing to do, come and watch with me." The Life Emperor frowned. Marquis Abyss said coldly, "It's not just my opinion. It's the opinion of all the races. No matter how powerful the fated kin is, we still have to consider it. Neutral. Then let's be neutral." The Life Emperor didn't say anything. He knew that he couldn't leave, and he couldn't leak information anymore. If he was discovered, he would be in big trouble. All the races had gone crazy, they were secretly consuming the resources of all the races. There must be a large number of Sun-Moon Peak cultivators who had reached Tao validation. It wasn't an ordinary Tao validation. In such a situation, a large number of peak Sun-Moon Peak cultivators would definitely die, not just 1 or 2, all the races would lose more than 100 peak Sun-Moon Peak cultivators. This kind of loss could be exchanged for some Tao integration stage cultivators. Once he was exposed, Wan wouldn't let him go. At this moment, thunder rumbled continuously in the void passageway. After a long time, 2 powerful beings walked down from the sky with some injuries. One was covered in demonic flames while the other was shrouded in immortal aura, powerful cultivators of the demon race and the immortal race. Marquis Abyss glanced at them and was a little shocked. He quickly said, "Marquis Yunxing, Marquis Mo Dang." They were 2 primordial. Marquis, he was also an ancient Marquis, but the immortal race and demon race were powerful. In ancient times, they had many Tao integration stage cultivators, but they couldn't all become Marquis. They could only choose the strongest among them to become Marquis. Every time the immortal race and demon race changed, some Tao integration stage cultivators would be born. People like the Soldier King and the Talisman King were much weaker than these ancient Marquis. Marquis Tianlong from the lower realm was also weaker than these 2. This time, it was the primordial Marquis from the 2 races. Although Suyu had defeated the immortal race and demon race Marquis in the dead spirit realm, they were all dead people. The living were much more powerful than the dead, not to mention that they were still alive. The Fate Sovereign was surprised. He nodded at the 2 ancient Marquis and asked, "No powerful beings from the divine race have descended?" The divine race was really low profile. Now, the immortal race and demon race had 3 Tao integration stage cultivators. What was the divine race thinking? The 2 ancient Marquis glanced at him. The demon race Marquis Mo Dang sneered. "Divine race? These guys are just waiting to wear us down. What a bunch of idiots. Forget it, ignore them. The next time they descend, there will definitely be some of them. If they don't descend now, the divine race will be annihilated." After saying this, he looked at Marquis Abyss and said coldly, "Should we attack the mortal realm now?" "No." Marquis Abyss hurriedly said, "What ancient sky means is for the 2 of you to wait here first. If you attack, you must strike with lightning speed. We can't let those guys get away. It's best to wait for the upper realm to open. Right now, everyone's goal here is not to annihilate the human race, but to prevent the human race from doing something desperate. If something unexpected happens, everyone will be Wan's trump card." Marquis Mo Dang said coldly, "Ancient Sky is still so cowardly. If it were up to me, I would just attack now. How many humans are left in this tide? As for those guys who are helping the human race, they will definitely collapse once we kill the powerful beings of the human race." Marquis Yunxing of the immortal race chuckled lightly. "What's the rush? Let's stall for a while. Ancient Sky has a calm personality and is not in a rush. Alright, let's stall for a while and see if the higher-ups can surround and annihilate those guys. After causing so much trouble for so many years, it's time to kill them all. The Fate Sovereign raised his brows slightly. These two clearly knew more than others. He didn't bother guessing and asked, "Seniors, how many Dao integration stage cultivators of the human race have not been annihilated?" Marquis Yinxing nodded with a friendly smile. There are still a few survivors hiding in a few perilous places. A few days ago, they killed Marquis Minshan, who had been on the run for many years. The Minshan lineage was completely annihilated. Marquis Minshan wasn't weak, but unfortunately, he didn't last until the end. He had a cold smile on his face. The Fate Sovereign trembled slightly. Marquis Minshan was dead. This, Marquis Minshan was one of the most powerful remaining Marquis of the primordial human race. He was no weaker than Hong Meng, and he was also the greatest help to the 100-battle monarch during the last tide. Marquis Minshan was also one of the few top marquises who had escaped to the higher realm. He was dead. The Fate Sovereign's heart trembled. With the death of Marquis Minshan, even if there were still a few marquises of the human race remaining in the higher realm, was there really any hope of turning things around? Marquis Abyss was also shocked. Marquis Minshan was killed? How come I didn't know about this? Marquis Yinxing smiled lightly. I was worried that the news would leak and cause the other survivors to escape, so I didn't tell anyone. Now that they are in the lower realm, it doesn't matter. Marquis Abyss did not say anything, but he was still shocked. With the death of Marquis Minshan, I'm afraid the roots of the human race in the higher realm will be broken. It seems that this tide will really have no more humans. He sighed. Marquis Minshan was one of the top existences who had survived since the ancient times. Even he is dead. It is only a matter of time before the human race is destroyed. Marquis Modang sneered. It is destined. Minshan overestimated himself and fled for many years, but in the end, he couldn't escape death. Unfortunately, there aren't many old fellows in the human race now. Otherwise, once the news of Minshan's death spreads, they will fall into chaos. As he spoke, he sneered. Tell Tiangu. Doesn't he have many tricks up his sleeve? Tell the human race about Minshan's death. Do the old fellows of the human race know about Minshan? Marquis Abyss smiled. Probably. That king of Great Zhou might be one. That's good. Spread the news. Tell them that you know. With Minshan's death, I want to see if they still have the will to fight. All right. 2 marquises came down from the higher realm. They brought with them a piece of big news. And this news was quickly received by the human race. Because the human race was rampaging across the all-heavens battlefield, the celestial race quickly spread the news. There was no need to hide it. This was the time to deal a heavy blow to the human race's morale. The human race's Marquis Minshan in the higher realm had been killed. Human realm. Eastern Rift Valley. King of Great Zhou's body trembled slightly. He lost control of his power and shattered the teacup in his hand. Marquis Minshan had died. Around him, some eternal realm beings were confused. Who was Marquis Minshan? They really didn't know. King of Great Zhou couldn't hide his grief. He actually didn't want to say it, but when he saw everyone looking at him and his loss of composure, he said with difficulty, Marquis Minshan, one of the 360 marquises of the ancient times. The first general under King Wu's command. He commanded the Minshan guards and conquered 38 small realms. He killed 7 Dao integration stage venerables. He was also the left general under the Lord of the First Tide and commanded half of the First Tide's human army, the first general under the King of 100 Battles in the 9th Tide. He was a top-tier Dao integration stage venerable and once suppressed Hong Meng. Instantly, the entire hall fell silent. King of Great Zhou was extremely grief-stricken. Marquis Minshan had died in battle. This human. Suyu. Did he really have hope? His previous excitement suddenly dissipated a lot. Previously, he was still thinking that if the higher realm opened, Suyu would not be alone. Marquis Minshan did not die last time and might still be alive because he had never heard of anything happening to Marquis Minshan. But now, Marquis Minshan was dead. How did he die? Marquis Minshan was powerful and had lived for a long time. Most importantly, he was not stupid and would not fight head-on. When the ninth tide saw that they were no match for him, they quickly led their people to retreat. Only then did they preserve some of their strength. With his death, the foundation of the higher realm might be destroyed. At this moment, King of Great Zhou was confused. Was there anyone else in the higher realm? Dead Soul's world. Suyu sent the guardians up and did not bother himself with it. As for the death of Marquis Minshan, he naturally had no way of knowing. Even if he did, Suyu would not care too much. At most, he would sigh. He was not familiar with them. As for death, so be it. It was not that he was inhumane, but he felt that those fellows from the upper realm, to put it bluntly, Suyu felt that they were too complicated. There were traitors, fools, disobedient ones, and those who took advantage of their seniority. Crooks mixed in with the honest folks, and they might even hold him back. It was not that Suyu wanted to guess, but that was the truth. Especially when the 100-battle king caused the defeat of the human race, Suyu did not want to talk about the upper realm at all. If the upper realm could be defeated and killed in battle, what else could he hope for? He might as well start from scratch. As long as they did not cause trouble for him, he did not expect the upper realm to help at all. At this moment, Suyu brought people into the East King residence. As expected, he found the sky covering mirror in a large hall. It was somewhat similar to the Ming residence's sensing mirror, but of a higher level. This thing only had one use, to monitor the dead spirits near the heavenly river. Even the number of dead spirit monarchs in the spirit suppression region was marked. It was a very useful treasure. Why didn't you say so earlier? Suyu looked at He-Tu, who coughed softly. I forgot. Suyu was speechless. This is a good thing. It's used to monitor the dead spirits in the heavenly river. In ancient times, it could be said that they did their best and placed great importance on the dead soul's domain. All those above the eternal stage will be revealed. In war, intelligence is the most important. Suyu smiled. As long as the intelligence is balanced and can keep up, then the weak can win against the strong, ambush and decapitation. It will all be very effective. Use this thing well and monitor the dead spirits' movements in the heavenly river. Suyu said with a slightly serious expression. Many marquises died there, and even many monarchs died. There are still some dead spirit marquises hibernating there. There will definitely be another batch of them coming back. Also, the North King and the rest escaped to a lawless land. That place is called the Land of Bottomless Ruins? Behind him, the South King walked in and said, the ultimate ruin is very dangerous. There should be a group of experts sealed there. I've also heard that in the past, there were some undead spirit experts who couldn't be completely killed, just like now. In the end, King Wu and the others sealed a group of top experts in the ultimate ruins, not allowing the great Tao of necromancy to give birth to more experts, leaving only the 4 heavenly kings. Suyu nodded. I see. Now that you mention it, it's understandable why your strength hasn't improved much after so many years. That side isn't easy to provoke. Once a few undead spirits come out, it'll be very troublesome. The North King has escaped with his men. The Nan King said solemnly, it's still very troublesome. Once he has any ideas, the experts who have unsealed the seal, it's not that easy. Suyu smiled and said, if the seal is really lifted, then we have no choice but to give up the dead soul domain. Temporarily hide in the living domain. As long as we don't kill and don't spread death aura, it won't be a big problem. If we block the passage, it won't be easy for those undead spirits to kill their way out. Speaking of this, Suyu added, send some sovereigns to the edge of the ultimate ruins, mainly to be on guard. Then, send another group to guard the Dead Soul Galaxy. Then, Suyu added, also, the barrier between the Heavenly Abyss realm and the Dead Soul world is a little weak. Some of the weaker existences can penetrate through the barrier. Send people to station there and have the Death Soul Marquis lead the troops. Anyone who enters from that side will be killed without exception. In addition, patrol the entire 4 Kings domain to prevent one from secretly opening the Dead Soul passage and entering the domain to bring back the news of the Dead Soul world. Behind him, the undead spirit generals took note of this and quickly arranged for people to carry out the orders. Suyu added, and I have a few things to do next. Locate the experts from the other domains and secretly kill them. He looked at the South King and Marquis Lanshan and said quickly, "We need to finish this quickly and seal off the news." South King, Marquis Lanshan, your strength won't be suppressed in the living domain, right? Of course not. There was no suppression when the dead souls entered the domain. The great Tao of dead souls was too strong, and the enemy's great Tao could not suppress the great Tao of dead souls. Suyu nodded, "That's good. It's best not to kill them. Capture them alive. This is more difficult. If we kill them, the domain will be shaken and the heavenly phenomena will be hard to hide. Also, we need to seal off the movements of the small realm to prevent them from self-destructing. This is a test for everyone. The slightest mistake will easily be discovered by one." With their current strength, it was not that they could not defeat one, the key was that it was very troublesome to force one into a life and death struggle. It would be for the best if he could resolve this quietly. The best outcome would be to destroy one without the upper world knowing. That would be perfect, so you hoped that he would be the one fighting, and not passively fighting when the upper world opened. The South King pondered for a moment, then said, "We are still suppressed in the living domain. Moreover, the great Tao of dead souls does not suppress us too much. If we want to launch a surprise attack, even if the other party is weaker than us, it might not be that easy." Suyu nodded, "What else do you think we need, South King?" "It will take some time to break through the domain, and this time is enough for a Tao integration cultivator to find a way to report or escape." The South King thought for a moment, then said, "One more thing. We cultivate the great Tao of dead souls, which is different from the great Tao of time. We can suppress the other party in terms of strength and great Tao. However, it is very difficult to seal off the other party's great Tao. We need a living being to seal it." Suyu thought for a moment, then nodded. That was true. It was not easy to seal off people who were not on the same path. They could not rely on the dead souls. At the very least, they needed a powerful living being. He could do it, but he might not be able to do it successfully. It would be best if there was someone to help. Thinking of this, Suyu said, "Hongmeng General. It's best if it's a human. Hongmeng will be suppressed by the power of the domain." The South King suggested, but Suyu had a headache. The great Zhou monarch was actually very suitable, and he could even hide the commotion. However, once the great Zhou monarch came here, who would seal off the outside? The great light monarch. Could the great light monarch do it? He always felt that the current human race was still lacking. They did not lack powerful cultivators, but rather, they lacked a more sinister and omnipotent cultivator. It was best if they could do a little bit of everything. The great Zhou monarch was actually very good. Wanfu prefect. All of a sudden, Suyu thought of Wan Tianxing. Wan Tianxing had always been a schemer. Although he had schemed and schemed against others, he had still managed to escape the trap. Over the years, there were not many who could jump out of that circle. Wan Tianxing, even now, Suyu did not know what Tao Old Wan was walking on. However, he knew that Old Wan had either found his own Tao and opened it, or he was preparing to merge with another Tao. For Old Wan to reach this stage without being able to see the great Tao, his accomplishments were very terrifying. There was no need to mention Blue Sky. However, Blue Sky was not suitable for head-on battles, but for ambushing. Perhaps Old Wan has already opened his Tao or merged it, and he is not weak. Otherwise, he would not be able to match a 5th or 6th stage eternal cultivator. If I find Old Wan and bring him to the River of Time, he might be able to comprehend more. Suyu thought that Wan Tianxing was a demonic genius, an absolute demonic genius, even more so than Yubadian, whom everyone praised. In the ancient city, Suyu had heard the Tianmen general say that the most powerful person was not Yubadian but Wan Tianxing. Wan Tianxing was young and talented. After failing to use the 3 movement techniques, Wan Tianxing stopped using the 3 movement techniques and walked the one Tao alone. He was decisive in killing and had killed so many eternal descendants. Previously, Xiaochen had been careless. He should have found Old Wan. That would have been better than him trying to figure things out on his own. If Old Wan was here, Suyu would feel more at ease. He would not have to keep thinking of asking the King of Great Zhou for help. With these thoughts in mind, Suyu quickly said, "I will think of a way to solve this. Then, it is best for me to go to the living domain to lure those guys away and probe Wan's movements." At the same time, I will find a way to place the tracking objects in the various domains. With that, Suyu said in a low voice, I will have to trouble you guys to deal with the Dead Souls domain. It looks like we have taken down the 4-king domain and the spirit suppression domain, but in fact, I know the situation. Outside the 4-king domain, the ultimate ruins are full of danger. The Dead Souls galaxy is even more troublesome. Suyu took a deep breath. He too, go find Xiachen. Call Lu Hung out for me. Tell that guy to come to the East King domain and keep an eye on the situation. That guy is sinister and cunning. Now that he has merged with the Ink Dao, he is good at dealing with dead spirits. Tell him to come out and work. With that said, he took out another item, the inscribed tombstone. Yes, the inscribed tombstone of Shunwen had been extracted. Suyu said in a low voice, use this to sense some of the newly awakened dead spirits, including some of the older generation dead spirits. Note down all of them with any fluctuations. He too took the inscribed tombstone and looked at Suyu, a little confused. This was made by King Wen's students. The South King suddenly looked at Suyu. Suyu said with a smile, back then, King Wen took in some students. Unfortunately, they could not pass down the Brush Dao inheritance. Later, in order to make this item, they integrated their own Shunwen combat techniques. What a pity. Some of them may not be strong, but these people are good at studying Shunwen and analyzing the Great Dao. Suyu still praised them. They were quite impressive. In fact, it was equivalent to splitting the Great Dao. Suyu did not know the strength of these King Wen students, but he knew that it was similar to Bai Feng's method of splitting. These people had split King Wen's 99 combat techniques, Shunwen, to learn bit by bit, and at this moment, Suyu thought of something. The Brush Dao was so difficult. If these people could split it, then what about the other Great Daos? Could these people also split the other Great Daos and let people comprehend them bit by bit through Shunwen's method? If they could, then it would be amazing. Suyu felt that it was possible. If the Brush Dao could do it, there was no reason why the other Great Daos couldn't. This was a group of scholars. They might not be good at fighting, but they were all top-notch researchers. Suyu was still thinking of reviving them and recalling the past to help him reorganize the Myriad Daos in the future. Yes, Suyu had such thoughts. There were not many researchers nowadays. On Suyu's side, he did not care too much about Bai Feng and the others. He did not even bring them along to increase their strength. In fact, he had the intention of letting them focus on researching these things. In this world, there were still smart people. Idiots were not worthy of controlling the world. Both hands had to be grasped. Without everyone's research, Suyu would not have reached this stage today, nor would he have been able to open the 720 apertures and open the heaven gate. Whether it was the deduction of cultivation techniques, the positioning of apertures, or the splitting of combat techniques, they had all brought him a lot of help in the early stages. At this moment, King Nan did not say anything, but Marquis Lanshan thought of something and said, King Wen's students. I know a little about them. Those old researchers, right? So annoying. Some are older than King Wen, but their strength is very weak. Can they really become dead spirits after they die? Suyu laughed. Annoying? You're an idiot. It's normal for you to be annoyed when you meet a researcher. Maybe they don't even like you. Speaking of which, it was said that Sky Destroyer had a good relationship with them. How did he do it? He thought about this and asked, are there many of King Wen's students? Not many, about 70 or 80. Suyu raised his eyebrows. 70 or 80? So few? I think there are thousands or even tens of thousands of Shunwen's combat techniques in the Wen Tombstone. That's to say, each person contributed at least 100 combat techniques. King Wen's arrogance was something Suyu could feel himself. He should have the ability to split the combat techniques and let people learn them bit by bit, but he did not. He only left a rough outline, probably because he felt that idiots were not worthy of inheriting his Dao. This kind of arrogance was not something ordinary people could understand. Even King Wen himself knew that not many people could inherit his Dao. Last time, when the phantom in the Dao of the brush appeared, it was said that once he appeared, the entire human race might be exterminated. Clearly, that fellow did not expect that his Dao would be inherited in a short period of time, by his cheap students. However, his students did have some ability, but their strength was probably not that great. After contributing so many combat techniques, they might have used up all their energy to analyze the Tao and had no energy left to cultivate, so they died or suffered a backlash from the brush Tao. Because they were deciphering this Tao, in any case, if they could recover their memories, that would be the best. Speaking of these people, Suyu thought of another person and said, and Yi Badian, also look for him. He too knows him, see if you can find him. He too smiled. Yi Badian. Speaking of him, it's a pity. If he didn't die, he might have reached Tao integration. He was also the one who officially announced King Wen's inheritance to the heavens. Yi Badian could not be judged. But before he died, he had most likely discovered some of the profundities of the Grand Tao. Now that Suyu had seen through the Grand Tao, he had some understanding of Yi Badian. Back when he had fused his divine runes, he had most likely discovered some of the profundities of the Grand Tao. But this secret was not worth much now, because Suyu had opened the heavenly gate. Without Yi Badian, there would have been no Lu Wenyan lying dormant in Nanyuan, no Suyu entering the divine runic department, no inheritance of the Tao of the divine runic department, and many other things. Today, the situation might have been completely different. If there was only the Book of Time, the current Suyu might still be hiding in the dark, absorbing blood essence day and night to improve himself. Then in a few years, when the upper realm opened, it might be another situation. The human race would be destroyed, Suyu did not say too much. If you can find him, then find him. If you can't, then forget it. He died not long ago, he might not be able to recover. But recently, the heavenly river has been turbulent, and some people who died recently might recover. I think we can find him, or we'll be unlucky and be killed before we can recover. Then there's nothing we can do. He too nodded. He would look for him. Suyu made some arrangements and prepared to go out. The dead soul's realm was a bit stifling after all. He didn't stay too long in the East King's mansion. A moment later, Suyu appeared in the spirit suppression realm. After thinking for a while, he flew to an ancient castle. There was only one castle in the spirit suppression realm now. In other words, in the entire spirit suppression realm, except for the Dead Souls galaxy, this was the only place with many dead souls and a king of dead souls. Great Commander. Star Moon Kingdom. Those commanders still remembered Suyu, or rather, they couldn't help but remember him. As soon as they greeted him, the dead soul named Xingda by Suyu quickly changed its greeting. Greetings, Emperor Yu. Obviously, these dead souls also knew the situation. They knew who was the boss of the dead souls realm now. Suyu smiled and nodded slightly. Where is Lord Xingyu? In the mansion. Suyu waved his hand, gesturing for them to leave, and walked toward the dark castle. There were some dark trees on both sides, which were actually very ugly. However, this was the dead soul's realm. It was good enough to have such a thing, so there was no need to ask for more. Suyu walked in. In the spacious hall, Xingyu sat on the throne, looking at him coldly. She was connected to Suyu through the Death Chi channel, so she already knew he had come. She said coldly, "What are you doing here?" "My lord, you must be joking. I'm here to report that I've conquered the dead soul's realm, so it belongs to my lord now, right?" Xingyu almost broke down. "What do you mean by it belongs to my lord?" Suyu was still talking nonsense as usual. Humph. Ignoring Suyu, Suyu smiled and didn't care. He found a place to sit and looked at Xingyu. "My lord, have you thought of anything in the past recently?" "Too lazy to think about it." Xingyu didn't want to talk to him anymore. Suyu smiled. "Don't. I think Lord Xingyu's noble status might know some secrets. Or maybe some treasures. Should I go dig them up for my lord? I don't have enough manpower and treasures, so I'll get them for my lord." Speaking of this, Suyu asked expectantly, "My lord, do you remember if the human sovereign left any treasures behind?" "No." Xingyu said coldly, "You came here just to ask these questions?" "That's not it. I'm just asking along the way. I'm mainly here to visit my lord." Suyu said with a smile, "I think I know what the resurrection process is. However, I still lack many things. For example, the paper path, brush, ink, and inkstone have all been passed down, but the paper path is still missing. And even if I get them, I might still need some other things. After a while, Suyu asked, Lord Xingyu, do you have any impression of these things? If King Wen really wanted to resurrect Xingyu, did Xingyu have any memories at that time? She was a very ancient existence who had been staying here for a long time, building a castle to entertain herself. She was completely different from the other dead souls. So secluded that you were afraid. It wasn't that she couldn't leave this place, but she had stayed here for more than 100,000 years. You couldn't deny it. Did King Wen exist in Xingyu's memories? Suyu concluded that if King Wen resurrected someone, it would be Xingyu if it wasn't South King. Xingyu frowned, looking at Suyu for a while, then said, Is it really good to be resurrected? Is there any meaning? I see that you living people are also fighting endlessly. It was a never-ending battle. What's so good about fighting? Shatter the firmament, leave 10,000 worlds with corpses. Suyu smiled, there's nothing we can do about it. But there are still benefits to living people, many benefits. Xingyu sneered. Many benefits? I don't think so. Suyu also smiled. Suddenly, he waved his hand and a scene of 10,000 flowers in full bloom appeared in front of him. Xingyu was startled. Looking at the scene, Suyu said with a smile, My lord, this is the benefit of living people. Look, how beautiful the flowers are. The black flowers of the dead soul domain can't compare. It's not endless darkness and dusk, it's too boring. Xingyu looked at the flowers, slightly dazed. After a while, she said, Where is this? King Wen's old residence. I think I've seen it before. Suyu's eyes flickered. Sure enough, King Wen's former residence wasn't a place anyone could go. Only a few people could go to King Wen's lair. Xingyu looked for a while, then said, There's a yard with a tree in it, right? Suyu nodded. Xingyu thought for a while, then shook her head, I can't remember. I've long forgotten some things. King Wen. Maybe I've really seen King Wen, Time Master. Suyu raised his brows. You're not a Time Master, are you? Time Master is fighting. Xingyu was a bit absent-minded. The name Time Master was something Xingyu had said before. Before this, Xinghong and the others didn't know of her existence. However, Xingyu seemed to remember something. She rubbed her forehead, saying, I seem to vaguely remember something. I might know Time Master. King Wen and Time Master disappeared, Human Sovereign also disappeared. All of this might have something to do with Time Master. She seems to have discovered some secret. Xingyu's head hurt. She shook her head, it might have something to do with the Grand Tao of Time, probably? Time Master, she's very powerful and likes to run around. Myriad worlds, maybe she knows more secrets than anyone else. Knowing too much is why she disappeared. Xingyu said some things intermittently. Finally, she said with a splitting headache, Let's not talk about this. I can't remember. If you come next time. She looked at Suyu, her face cold, Next time you come, pick some flowers like this and give them to me. Suyu bare one's teeth was a bit helpless, this is a bit difficult. A dog is very important. Fat Ball, do you know him? I don't know him. Xingyu snorted, he might have been planted by Time Master. She and I should know each other. I want a flower from her. A dog doesn't matter. Fat Ball might not believe it. Xingyu frowned at him, useless. You can't even do a small thing. Then, she thought for a moment, Time Master's dog? I don't remember. Maybe I haven't seen him, but I vaguely remember something. I should have been to this flower bed you showed me. I seem to have left something here. Suyu's eyes widened. What? Tell me, is it a treasure? Xingyu really went there and left behind some treasure. This was worth checking. Xingyu sneered, don't think too much. It's not a treasure. I forgot what it was, but it shouldn't be anything precious. It should be in the backyard. If it's like what I remember, it should be buried under the 3 blue flowers. Maybe it has decayed. After all, countless years have passed. Suyu noted it down. He didn't care too much about whether there were blue flowers or not. He would know when he went back. What treasure was buried? Why did you go to Wen Wang's house to bury a treasure? Who was Xingyu? Suyu was curious. Unfortunately, Xingyu's memory was fragmented. Maybe her strength hadn't recovered, so she couldn't remember much. Seeing that Suyu still didn't leave, Xianxia was a bit speechless. It was very boring to sit here with Suyu. She could only say again, "You can go." Also, I don't remember what treasure it is. I have a vague impression that Time Master had a book. It might contain some secrets. That book is in your hands, right? Suyu was surprised. Did I say that? You even know this, there were secrets in the book. Now, Suyu could use a bit of the Time Master's power, but he couldn't control it. But Xingyu's words made him pay attention. He could try later and see if he could uncover something. He relied on this to start his own business. Well, thank you for your advice, Your Excellency. Suyu got up and said with a smile, then I will go out and continue to fight for Your Excellency. If Your Excellency remembers anything good, please call me. Humph. Xingyu snorted coldly. Do you think I'm stupid? Fight for me? Who are you trying to fool? Suyu smiled and left. When he left, Xingyu also snorted. She seemed to be in a good mood and quickly continued to play with her castle. This castle had been built for countless years. She used to like it, but now she suddenly felt that it was lacking some color. Perhaps it was indeed more exciting to be a living creature. At this moment, Suyu directly went out through the original passage of Xinghong Ancient City. Of course, now it was someone else's territory, and Zhou Padian was in charge here. As soon as Suyu came out, Zhou Padian was nervous at first, but soon he was relieved and said hurriedly, Emperor Yu, my father asked me to inform Emperor Yu to go to the human realm immediately when I see him. Recently, something is not quite right, and there is some news from the upper realm. The human clan seems to have suffered heavy losses. Suyu nodded slightly. News from the upper realm? Heavy losses? Then it would be better to suffer heavy losses. Zhou Padian saw that he was not in a hurry and could not help but feel a little anxious. Emperor Yu, once the upper realm can't defend and the upper realm opens, we will be in big trouble. Suyu glanced at him, why are you so anxious? Learn from your father can keep calm. He is also anxious. Zhou Padian said helplessly, my father is also very anxious because the news this time is very bad. It is said that a pillar of the human clan in the upper realm has fallen. After so many years, he has fallen? Suyu thought for a moment and shook his head, if it is not done by a traitor, then there is a traitor. I am not very clear about the situation in the upper realm, but last time I asked about some information. It is said that not many survived, and they are all hiding in some secret and desperate places. They have been hiding for so many years, and now they are dead? As expected, even the traitors in the upper realm can't sit still. Zhou Padian did not know why Suyu was so sure, but he was not in a position to say too much. In fact, he did not know the situation himself. He did not even know who the Marquis of Minshan was. However, his father's message was a little urgent, as if he was very eager for Suyu to return. Suyu was really not in a hurry. He asked, have you seen Wanfu Prefect recently? No. Alright, if you have seen him, help me inform him. Forget it. Suyu flew out of the ancient city and shouted, Wanfu Prefect, I heard it, return to the human realm to discuss the matter of attacking the Myriad worlds. His voice shook the heavens. Suyu was still as arrogant as ever, he wanted nothing more than for some people to come and attack him now. They arrived at the ancient city of Grand Mist in an instant. At this moment, there were a bunch of Dao integration cultivators there. If these bastards dared to come out, Suyu would not have to worry about them. Following Suyu's words, some projections appeared in some of the greater worlds. Life Realm. Marquis Demonic sneered, what an arrogant guy, this is the human lord of this generation. Even Baijan of the previous generation was not this arrogant. Does he think the All Heavens battlefield is his territory? Marquis Yunxing also chuckled, arrogant as he is, his talent is still very strong. It is said that he inherited King Wen's brush Dao. Marquis Yunxing frowned slightly, his talent is indeed not weak, King Wen, his Dao, those who can inherit it are all monstrous geniuses. Although he was cold, he did not deny Suyu's talent. King Wen's Dao was really not something that just anyone could inherit. Only a peerless monstrous genius could do that, Marquis Yunxing said coldly, no wonder ancient heaven sent us to the lower worlds, this guy is indeed a threat. Why don't we take this opportunity to kill him and get rid of future troubles? No. Marquis Yunxing shook his head. This person is so arrogant, maybe he has some trump cards. If we kill him now, the myriad worlds are watching, it will not be easy to kill him. If we kill him by force, it will be another battle to the death. Let's wait a little longer, wait for the various races to weaken the passageway, wait for more brothers to descend. As they spoke, the Fate Emperor was about to leave, but Marquis Yunxing smiled and said, "Wu Ming, let's sit down and have a chat. Why are you in such a hurry to go back?" The Fate Emperor glanced at them. Are they spying on me? Troublesome, he smiled and said, go back and make arrangements. So you can't stay idle. It would have been fine if he didn't say anything, but now that he has, there might be some changes. He also knows that the entrance to the higher worlds is here, so we should be careful and strengthen our defenses to prevent a surprise attack. Marquis Abyss sneered, he dares. The Fate Emperor laughed, why not? The Tianyuan race was destroyed this way, and Ling Yuan probably thought that he wouldn't dare, but he really did. He stabbed Marquis Abyss. Why not? You just came down, do you really think that Suyu is a coward? The Fate Emperor was actually a little worried, not that he was making excuses, but that Suyu would bring people to attack the Fate Realm. This was the entrance to the higher worlds. Marquis Abyss was furious, but Marquis Yunxing thought about it and nodded. Then, Wu Ming, go do what you need to do. It's best if you don't leave the higher worlds, in case you're targeted by the humans. Of course. The Fate Emperor didn't say anything else. Being targeted is secondary, right? You're probably worried that I'll do something, right? The Fate Emperor was clear. Soon, the Fate Emperor left. Once he left, Marquis Demonic Dang said coldly, the fated race still wants to remain neutral in this tide? Wishful thinking. If the fated race still acts this way, then there won't be any neutral faction in the future without the humans. The neutral faction was built on the fact that the humans and the Wan could fight. After the fight, there was still no winner, and everyone was worried that the neutral faction would be biased. The fated race was quite powerful, especially one of their elites. He was a top-tier Dao-fusing cultivator in the higher worlds. However, if the fated race still acted this way, then once the winner was decided, they would settle the score quickly. At the same time, Suyu's voice also traveled back to the Eastern Rift Valley. The king of the Great Zhou, who had been frowning recently, felt a little more at ease when he heard Suyu's voice. It had to be said that Suyu might be arrogant, but he was victorious in every battle. He had beaten the Wan to the point of cowering. Hearing his voice gave people a sense of security. He's finally back. I wonder how the situation is? The king of the Great Zhou thought and sighed again. Recently, Old Qin and the others didn't communicate with him. Ever since they ran to Hongmeng City, they didn't care much about the human race. Weren't they afraid that the human race would be gone, or did they trust Suyu too much? Did they think that everything would be fine if Suyu was around? As he thought of this, he guessed why Suyu was looking for Wan Tianqing. Lan Tian had returned to the human realm, and Wan Tianqing seemed to have disappeared recently. The king of the Great Zhou didn't pay much attention to it. Wan Tianqing was a monster, but he only had the combat power of a middle-stage eternal realm. In the upcoming battle, he wouldn't be able to play a decisive role. He was still thinking when his eyes moved. A moment later, the void split open. Suyu held his hands behind his back and descended from the split void. The king of the Great Zhou wanted to say something, but Suyu said, don't talk about who died or what happened to who. I don't want to hear it. The news of the upper realm must have been purposely released by Wan. Why spread it so much? It will shake people's hearts. You're not stupid. Why do you purposely show a worried expression? The king of the Great Zhou's heart shook and he quickly said, even if I don't say it, Wan will quickly say the importance of Marquis Minshan. If we find out from an outsider and add oil to the fire, it will easily shake people's hearts. It's better if I say it myself. At least everyone will be prepared. Suyu nodded slightly. There's no need to worry. If I don't show that I'm worried, Wan will also suspect if we have any trump cards or arrangements. Suyu nodded again. That's true. Then let's do this. The king of the Great Zhou frowned slightly, but he still said, I'm still worried that something big has happened to the upper realm. The human race should still have some Dao integration cultivators alive. I can't say many, but there might be 5 or 6. There might even be 7 or 8. No matter what, it's not a weak force. At this juncture, I know that Emperor you might not care, but if they really die in battle, it's not worth it. Then what can I do? So you said indifferently, should I bring people to kill them now? The king of the Great Zhou took a deep breath. That's not what I mean. I just want to create more turbulence in the infinite realms and attract the attention of the upper realm. If one race kills 10 eternal realms, the rules of the upper realm will also become turbulent. This can relieve some pressure on the upper realm's human race. We'll talk about it later. So you said calmly, focus on my plan. I know what you mean. You want to attack some realms and kill some eternal realms. If you want to, bring your people and do it yourself. The king of the Great Zhou was helpless. Emperor Yu, I'm also doing this for the human race, not for my own selfish motives. I know. Su Yu nodded and smiled. I know you're doing this for the human race, but you're not doing this for me. If you act rashly, the pressure on the upper realm will lessen, but what about me? Su Yu sneered. This is the situation you old antiques are in. You don't consider reality. I thought you were smart, but in the end, you're still the same. In your eyes, the human race is number one, and in this human race, the old antiques of the upper realm are more important. But you have to understand that if you ruin my plan and cause the War of Wan to break out ahead of time, 3 to 5 Dao integration cultivators on my side will die. Can you bear this responsibility? You want me to use 3 to 5 Dao integration cultivators in exchange for a chance of survival for those people in the upper realm? So you said coldly, in your eyes, that's worth it. In my eyes, all my Dao integration cultivators are my people, my loyal followers. You think it's worth it to use 3 to 5 Dao integration cultivators in exchange for 7 to 8 Dao integration cultivators from the upper realm, but I don't think it's worth it. King of the Great Zhou. You better think twice before you act. The human race isn't without you. The king of the Great Zhou was helpless. After a long while, he sighed and nodded. I understand. Don't worry, Emperor Yu, I won't do anything rash. That's for the best. So you said calmly, I know you're a smart person, and you've always been. But you keep jumping around, and it makes me very uncomfortable. This time, when the upper realm was attacked, your first thought was to save the upper realm. Even my plan hasn't been perfected, and you want to attack the Myriad realms in advance. I hope there won't be a second time. The king of the Great Zhou said solemnly, I understand. I just hope that I can help those people to the best of my ability. I'll naturally help if I can. So you looked at the sky. We'll talk about this when the Wanfu prefect comes. Think of a way to lure out the Dao integration cultivators of Wan first and fight a small-scale war. The king of the Great Zhou nodded. After a long while, he said, what about the Dead Souls realm? Not bad. I killed another heavenly king. There are so many heavenly kings. Su Yu shook his head. I killed the East King, the West King, Songshan Ming, defeated the North King, killed dozens of Death Spirit Marquises, killed hundreds of monarchs, and still not enough. This damned place is very difficult to deal with. The king of the Great Zhou was speechless. I don't know if I should believe him or not. Forget it, I won't ask. I'll find out sooner or later. At this moment, Su Yu smiled. He sensed Old Wan's aura. Old Wan is here. Compared to Old Wan, the king of the Great Zhou is too inconsiderate. Wanfu prefect is better. This time, I'll push Old Wan to the Dao integration realm even if I have to sacrifice everything I have. Just restrain the king of the Great Zhou in the future, otherwise, none of my subordinates can restrain the king of the Great Yin. The king of the Great Zhou could use him, but he had to find someone to restrain him. The king of the Great Qin and the others were all boorish men. They couldn't understand what the king of the Great Zhou was planning. Only Old Wan might be able to restrain the king of the Great Zhou. Even if he couldn't, he wouldn't let the king of the Great Zhou ruin his plans so easily. This person had indeed submitted, but his heart was with the human race, not Su Yu. There was still a difference between the two. The fire relayer inherited the human race's fire, not Su Yu's. Old Wan had arrived. They came openly and openly. Even though there were still some eternal beings here, he still came openly. Because Suyu had gone out and was waiting for Old Wan at the peak of the Eastern Rift Valley. As such, Wan Tianxing had no choice but to show himself. Otherwise, he would appear too sneaky. "Greetings, Emperor Yu." Seeing that many people were looking at him, Wan Tianxing gave him enough face. Suyu smiled from afar. "Welcome back, Wanfu Prefect. I, Suyu, was not able to receive you in person." Old Wan was surprised. What was this guy doing? He really was not well liked. Even though he felt that he had done nothing wrong in killing people, his existence was still hated by many people. Suyu chuckled and said, "The human race is in imminent danger. There are internal and external troubles, internal and external instability. I am overjoyed that Wanfu Prefect has returned. I want to establish the Anti-Corruption Bureau. I want to invite you to be the director. I want to invite Lan Tian to be the deputy director. I want to clean up the filth inside and outside." Among the 4 primordial kings, the Hell King betrayed the human race and led to the great defeat of the primordial era. After that, the Burning Sea King and Heavenly King Jin betrayed the human race and colluded with outsiders. They deserve to be killed. And then there is the 9th tide. A monster bewitched the 100 Battle King and led to the great defeat of the human race. He died in battle on the upper realm and humiliated his nation. He deserves to be killed. And the upper realm Marquis of Min Shan died in the hands of a traitor. The human race of the upper realm is on the decline. Less than 1 in 10 Dao integration stage cultivators survived, but there are still traitors. The older generation cultivators were loyal to their country and fought for their race, but they all died in the hands of villains. The surviving traitors are hiding among the older generation cultivators. We can't kill them, but we can't appease them without killing them. Only the Wanfu Prefect can do this. At this moment, the surroundings were deathly silent. The millions of soldiers who had not gone out to battle heard everything clearly. They were all shocked. What was going on, traitors? What does that mean? In the distance, Xiao Longwu's eyes flickered, and he said in a clear voice, "Emperor Yu, you said that the Marquis of Min Mountain died in the hands of a rebel?" Suyu said calmly, "I have received reliable intelligence that Marquis Min Shan was betrayed and died in the hands of the various races. Not only that, during the last tide, the 100 Battle King won a great victory, but it was also because of his rebellion that he suffered a great defeat, almost causing the extinction of our human race. The traitor is still alive in the upper realm. The King of Great Zhou told me not to spread the news. This is a top secret and I'm afraid it will affect the hearts of the people. No, I want to tell everyone to be careful and alert. The upper realm is about to open. Once everyone is unaware of the situation and carelessly falls into the traitor's trap and dies in the hands of the traitor, how can I be at ease?" Suyu sighed. "Even if it will affect the morale of the people and the morale of the army, I have to say it. Most of the traitors come from the bloodline of the Hell King. The Hell King had an affair with the ancient emperor of the demon race and gave birth to his bloodline. The heart of this bloodline belongs to the demon race, and Heavenly King Jin is from this bloodline. Heavenly King Jin's father wanted to exterminate the human race hundreds of years ago, but he was discovered by Xia Chen, and he used his peerless power to kill him and perish together with him. Xia Chen is the descendant of the Battle King, and he is responsible for passing on the fire of civilization. Today's eternity, and the ruins obtained by the founding master were all passed down by Xia Chen." Suyu said in a clear voice, "Principal Xia Chen is the inheritor of this Tideflow's flame seed. He was killed by Heavenly King Jin's father, and they perished together. Hateful, the inheritor of the civilization died in the hands of these bastards. Heavenly King Jin's mother, the descendant of the Hell King, and the elder sister of Heavenly King Jin's father. This bloodline is inhumane, and in order to continue being a bastard, she had an affair with Heavenly King Jin's father and gave birth to Heavenly King Jin. Heavenly King Jin is still hiding somewhere in the infinite worlds, and I don't know if he's hiding in the demon realm. This woman's strength is unparalleled, and she has the power of Dao integration. She has secretly killed countless powerful cultivators of our race. Hateful, she should be killed." Suyu listed out the crimes one by one. All of the soldiers and powerful beings were enraged, and some of them cursed incessantly. "Detestable, she should be killed," Xiao Longwu's eyes flashed. Then about the Battle King. In his final battle, the Battle King was plotted against by the Hell King's bloodline and was sealed somewhere. He was unable to return, and he cut off everyone's path forward. I don't blame the Battle King, but that traitor deserves to be killed. Suyu said in a clear voice. The Battle King trusted the traitor too much, and he handed over power to the traitor. He killed his allies, resulting in the annihilation of dozens of the Human Race Alliance tribes and the death of dozens of Dao integration stage cultivators. The Battle King is simple, brave, kind, and sentimental. He is too kind, and he is powerful, but he can't bear to kill anyone. All he wants is to unite the world peacefully. He is a role model for our generation, but he trusts others too easily. At this moment, all of the Eternal Realm cultivators wore peculiar expressions. All of the soldiers and generals below grimaced with bare one's teeth. Some of the more hot-tempered ones couldn't help but curse in a low voice. The Battle King was the human emperor of the last tide, right? I've heard people say that he is kind and sentimental. Emperor, you still calls him a role model? What an idiot. He killed over 100 Dao integration stage cultivators? When did the human race have so many Dao integration stage cultivators? F*CK, this idiot can become the human emperor? I heard that he has a lot of powerful beings supporting him. They are all powerful beings from the upper realm. The upper realm powerful beings are also idiots, right? Didn't you hear what Emperor you said? There are many traitors in the upper realm. Damn it, no wonder the human race is so miserable despite being the ancient overlords. So it's because over 100 Dao integration stage cultivators were killed in the last tide. I'm really speechless. There was a lot of discussion. Behind Suyu, the king of Great Zhou's face was pale as he looked at Suyu. At this moment, there was a rare look of pleading in his eyes as he transmitted his voice to Suyu. Emperor Yu, once the 100 Battle King's name spreads, he will be a sinner of the human race. Isn't he? Suyu also transmitted his voice and said calmly, he is. I'm just reminding everyone to be careful and not be stupid. There must be traitors. Heavenly King Jin's mother, a Heavenly King stage powerful being, has already been captured by me. There are still people of this bloodline in the upper realm. I don't want to repeat the same mistake. I want to announce to the world that there are many traitors in the upper realm. I also want to announce to the world that the Battle King was tricked. I didn't say that he was a traitor because I was giving him face. He ruined the foundation of the human race for 100,000 years. Did I, Suyu, say anything about that? Suyu said coldly, don't think that I don't know that he's still alive. You even know that he's still alive. Zhou Tianqi, don't think that I, Suyu, am an idiot. You pushed me to the throne because you want to get through the current crisis. Once the Battle King returns, you will bring your people to help him ascend to the position of the human emperor. Do you really think that I don't know that? Suyu stared at him fiercely, sending chills down Monarch Zhou's spine. Suyu chuckled. Try me now. I've given him face, and I've given you all face. Perhaps the Battle King has already appeared, or perhaps he's been waiting for me to lay the foundation for him so that he can take advantage of me. I don't mind thinking the worst about you people. But, am I, Suyu, stupid? Suyu sneered. There are too many traitors. The Battle King is more powerful than Tiangu of the Immortal Tribe, Mog of the Demon Tribe, and Jiwu of the God Tribe. He can kill 10 Dao integration stage super mighty figures on his own, but he was still defeated. 100 Dao integration stage super mighty figures of the human race have fallen, and less than 30 of the Wan army have died. How lamentable. Suyu sighed. The Battle King is about to return. I hope that he can realize where he went wrong and not repeat his mistakes. If he can understand everything, then with his strength, I will step down and help him conquer the heavens. I just hope that he doesn't ruin the foundation of the human race that has existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Upon hearing this, Xiao Longwu said coldly, no. How can Emperor Yu do this? The Battle King is indecisive and indecisive. No matter how powerful he is, he's just a brute. He doesn't even have the right to be a brute. Even a brute can kill more powerful enemies. Our human race has walked out of this tide from weakness to where we are today, and we've always won every battle. We fought the weak, but we've been beaten to the point of extinction. 100 Tao integration stage super mighty figures were defeated in the last tide, and the human race only has one Tao integration stage super mighty figure in this tide. Do you want the Battle King to take us down with him? I refuse. Many of the Eternal Emperors yelled in unison, no. General Xia's will is our will. Emperor Yu has always been victorious, and the alliance relies on him. If the Battle King returns and becomes the ruler of the human race, then he will destroy the ancient tribe dozens of times in the last tide. How can the Iron Eaters rest assured? All the races are helping the human race because of Emperor Yu, not because of the Battle King. The Battle King trusts traitors, and if he replaces Emperor Yu, the alliance will fall. Among the group of Eternal Emperors, there were people from the Zhu family, Nan Wujiang, and some other powerful beings. They weren't fools. Some things were secrets among the higher-ups, and now that Suyu had made them public, they knew what Suyu wanted. At this moment, the news had already spread among the millions of soldiers. In the next instant, someone shouted, "We only respect Emperor Yu." The hearts of the people are united, and Emperor Yu is the only one. We want a victorious Emperor Yu, not a powerful Battle King who will destroy the foundation of the human race. Cheers rang out incessantly. No, how could this be? The Battle King wasn't familiar with the lower ranks, but he knew one thing. He had the absolute advantage, but he was defeated by one. Tao integration stage super mighty figures. Now everyone knew what Tao integration stage super mighty figures were. The human race actually had 100 half-emperor realm super mighty figures in the last tide. My God, some people wanted to cry. How could someone so powerful be defeated? Battle King, it's him. Trash. Emperor Yu even said that he was extremely powerful and could kill Tiangu and the others. Then why didn't he kill him? Not only that, but it seemed that the Battle King had something to do with the fact that the human race didn't produce Tao integration stage super mighty figures. If he didn't die, why would he stop everyone from improving? Was that what he meant? Then he might as well die. Across from Suyu, Wan Tianxing had a strange look in his eyes. He looked at Suyu and then at the monarch of Great Zhou. He understood now. Why did Suyu come to welcome him? Good lad, you're ruthless enough. Since there are still people waiting for you to return, then I'll cut off your path of retreat. Even if you return, your reputation will be unbearable. Anti-Corruption Bureau. As Wan Tianxing was thinking about this, Suyu said loudly, Wanfu Prefect is fair and just, self-disciplined, and only cares about the human race. He's a role model. Therefore, student Suyu hopes that Wanfu Prefect will take charge of the Anti-Corruption Bureau and clean up the scourge of the human race. He will contribute to the rise of the human race. Beware of the Hell King and the Demon Emperor's bloodline sneaking into the upper echelons of the human race. Wan Tianxing quickly said loudly. Wan Tianxing receives the order. Emperor Yu, you're too kind. I will definitely not allow such monstrous beings to sneak into the human race. Great. Suyu laughed heartily. He waved his hand, and the Mortal Master Seal descended from the sky. White clouds gathered in the void and instantly turned into a book. Suyu wrote the letter of appointment. In the next moment, the Mortal Master Seal descended. Boom, a wave of power of providence landed on Wan Tianxing's body. The human realm shook. Wan Tianxing's projection appeared in the sky above the human realm. This was the first eternal being to receive such treatment. Suyu wanted everyone to know that this was his personal appointment. He was not a human demon. Wan Tianxing was a human sage. He was enforcing the law on behalf of the heavens. Beside him, the monarch of Great Zhou closed his eyes and calmed down. In the surroundings, the powerful beings fell silent. Suyu laughed, and the golden book landed in Wan Tianxing's hand. In the next moment, Suyu laughed loudly. Wanfu Prefect's strength is comparable to a 6th-stage eternal being, but he is still too weak to suppress the rebellion. I will bestow upon you an opportunity. Follow me on a journey to the great Tao of heaven and earth. With a stroke, Suyu stepped into the air and disappeared. Wan Tianxing's eyes flickered, and he quickly disappeared as well. In the river of time and space, Wan Tianxing smiled bitterly. Aren't you afraid that these guys will embarrass you on the spot? Suyu didn't care. What are you afraid of, man or head? Let's put it this way. Don't provoke me. If you provoke me, I will get rid of all the disobedient ones. I can take out dozens of Tao integration stage powerhouses at any time. I don't lack a few eternal beings or a Dao integration stage powerhouse. What? Wan Tianqing was surprised. Suyu smiled. Including Hong Meng, there are 11 Dao integration stage powerhouses. The Monarch of Great Qin and the Daxia of Goguryeo have both reached Dao integration stage. In the Dead Souls realm, I still have dozens of Dao integration stage subordinates. Mannerhead, do you think I need to be polite with them? Wan Tianqing took a deep breath. After a long while, he only said, F***ck. No wonder this kid was so arrogant. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How? How did you do it? That's how geniuses are. Suyu chuckled. Wan Tianqing also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Nonsense. Mannerhead, you don't believe me? Suyu smiled. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Mannerhead, listen to me explain the essence of the Great Tao. It's very simple. Idiots can't communicate it, and they won't understand it even if I explain it to them. But I believe you will understand. Wan Tianqing nodded solemnly. Suyu quickly told him about the river of time, the tributaries, the Great Tao, the physical body Tao, the 3 movement techniques, the nomological laws, the art of war integration, everything. Wan Tianqing listened with rapt attention. This was the first time someone had explained the Great Tao and nomological laws so clearly. When Lu Hong said that Shunwen was the embryonic form of nomological laws, he had understood a lot. But today, he had completely understood what the Great Tao was. I see. Wan Tianqing murmured, which means I might have opened up my own tributaries. Or maybe I've comprehended the existence of other Great Tao, but I don't know how to fuse them, so I didn't fuse them. In reality, I'm no longer walking the path of the physical body Tao, so the Tao validation in everyone's eyes is useless to me. Suyu nodded. He thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Mannerhead, I can attach some heavenly gates power to you, but you can only see some lines. It's useless. If you have the guts, enter the heavenly gates and fuse with the Sea of Will. I'll let you see for yourself what the true Great Tao is. Wan Tianqing took a deep breath. You're crazy. Then, he added, aren't you afraid that I'll trick you to death? Suyu was speechless. What am I afraid of? Do you really think that I wouldn't know if you didn't tell me? Back then, you left your will clone in my heart. You've seen through 90% of my secrets. No, you probably know everything except the Book of Time. No, you might even know about the Book of Time. Wan Tianqing's expression changed. He quickly coughed and said, it doesn't exist. How is that possible? I've never done such things. I'm not Blue Sky, who likes to spy on others. Suyu sneered. Xing Hong, Tian Mia, and Senior Hong Meng all said that they've seen you. I've asked them. They've seen you in all the cities I've visited. Still pretending. I've got the wrong person. Wan Tianqing denied it firmly, he didn't do it, Suyu sneered again. Mannerhead, if it wasn't you, did I do it? Forget it. You're still denying it. I'm not interested in women, so I won't argue with Mannerhead. Wan Tianqing coughed again and said, you're interested in women, but I won't look at those things. Don't worry. Suyu stared at him for a while. Wan Tianqing explained awkwardly, didn't I tell you when we first met? I can't deal with you in the Mountain Sea realm. I'm only fulfilling my promise to protect you. After that, I saw that you were in danger, so I didn't recall the will clone. Later, the clone dissipated on its own. Actually, I didn't see anything recorded. He then added, I really didn't see anything. Even if you're hiding a woman outside, I don't know. Suyu was speechless. Pretending, forget it. I don't believe that you don't know anything. Forget it, I won't argue with you. In any case, there's nothing to hide. The most important thing is that the Book of Time is no longer a secret to some people. Wan Tianqing also laughed dryly. Some things are better left unmentioned. I didn't put that person in your heart to peep at you. That was to protect you, understand? Wan Tianqing quickly changed the topic and asked, can the heavenly gates merge with my willpower? I'll give it a try. Suyu wasn't sure either. Objectively speaking, your comprehension of the Great Tao is deeper. What you see is better than what I've told you. After all, Manor had saved me several times. Senior Primordial Chaos said that the first time he saw me, he almost slapped me to death because I was converting death energy. He thought I was a dead spirit. Manor Head went to explain to him personally, so he didn't pursue the matter. Wan Tianqing's person had actually helped Suyu several times. At that time, Suyu just didn't know it himself. Later on, Xinghong and Tianmi both mentioned this matter. The first time he converted death energy in the Star Sea, Old Tortoise had indeed almost slapped him to death. Death energy was something that the guards had to eliminate. At that time, if he had really been slapped to death, it would have been another story. Old Tortoise said it as a joke, but Suyu was still afraid. He had almost died. How terrifying. Wan Tianqing pondered for a while and said, I can try. It won't destroy your heavenly gates, will it? That won't be the case. Suyu said with a smile, the heavenly gates are made up of 720 orifices. If it's really gone, I can rebuild it. Then I'll see for myself what Dao I've walked. Everyone was curious about this. Wan Tianqing was curious, and so was Suyu. Wan Tianqing's Dao, what Dao was it? Blue sky. Needless to say, it must be related to the clone. Wan Tianqing and Suyu really didn't know. What was Wan Tianqing's strength? It was control. Previously, when he traveled through the river of time, he was still very powerful. He even traveled through the past and future of others. Now that he thought about it, he probably traveled to the front of others' great Dao and cut off their great Dao energy. What Dao did Old Wan walk? Did he open his own Dao, or did he integrate an incredible great Dao? The next moment, Suyu's heavenly gate flew out. Old Wan didn't say much. He slapped his forehead and a Shenwen flew out. Suyu's civilization Shenwen was actually learned from Wan Tianqing. Obviously, Old Wan's Shenwen was not weak. Suyu suspected that it was a combination of Shenwen, but he wasn't sure. The next moment, the Shenwen flew into the heavenly gate and instantly merged with it. Suyu's body shook, and he suppressed the repulsive force. Meanwhile, Wan Tianqing let out a groan as a third eye appeared on his forehead, which looked like a mini heavenly gate. He said while panting, I'll try opening a fake heavenly gate myself. Suyu gasped. What's that? Duplicate Shenwen. Huh? Wan Tianqing explained, it's used to duplicate treasures. Duplicate nomological rules, great Dao, and everything. I'll duplicate a small heavenly gate first. That works? Suyu was dumbfounded. Could that work? Wan Tianqing said with a smile, it's just a small Dao. It's not very useful to duplicate this thing. For example, I can only duplicate some weak things. If you stand in front of me and let me duplicate a Dao integration stage, I can't do it. These are all basic skills of some civilization masters. They're not very useful. Suyu, on the other hand, had bare one's teeth. It was very useful. How is it not useful? I think it's very useful. Duplicate great Dao, this. Wan Tianqing said with a smile, then you can do it yourself. Don't disturb me, let me take a look. He looked toward the river of time. At this moment, he vaguely saw something, and he was shocked. So, in your eyes, great Dao is like this. Great Dao tributaries, river of time, the nomological power contained in this great Dao is actually different. He could not see it too clearly, but he could see it. As he looked, he had some comprehension and quickly said, Go, I have some feeling that my Dao isn't here. Let's go forward. The two of them were both powerful people, flying forward rapidly. They flew past the human race's great Dao of the fleshly body, but Wan Tianqing didn't care. He had long since been able to traverse the river of time, and he had even taken Suyu with him. It was just that the two of them hadn't been able to see the tributaries of the great Dao before. And Suyu saw something different this time when he swam the river of time with Wan Tianqing. He discovered that when Wan Tianqing swam the river of time, his body would produce a power that counteracted the invasion of the river's power. Therefore, he could walk further. Wan Tianqing also sensed it. Seeing Suyu look over, he explained, this should be related to a Shenwen that I have. Dispel force, dispel the power of all things. I didn't pay attention to it before, but it seems like the effect is not bad. According to the Shenwen's rules, then this Shenwen should also correspond to a great Dao. Suyu nodded. Wan Tianxing smiled and said, "This is not my main great Tao. Let's go, it's still ahead. I have some feelings." The two of them continued forward, crossing many great Tao tributaries. Suyu suspected that they were even about to reach his Pen Tao. Was old Wan's great Tao really still ahead? Wan Tianxing did not care so much. He continued forward and said, "In the past, I actually had some feelings. According to what you said now, I might have had hopes of merging the Tao or opening the Tao in the past, but I have been unable to complete it. Actually, something is not right, do you know?" Suyu said strangely, "Something is not right?" Wan Tianxing nodded. "Something is not right. If I couldn't comprehend anything at the beginning, then so be it. In fact, when Lu Hong said that Shenwen had rules, I comprehended a lot at that time. I felt that at that time, Shenwen had the power to open the Tao. You have to know that my Shenwen is now far stronger than the average 6th stage Eternal Realm cultivator, but I still cannot open the Tao. I don't believe that the primordial ancient human tribe could not even open a small Tao when they reached the 6th stage Eternal Realm. Last time, didn't I go to the Spirit Tribe? I stole the Spirit Tribe's supreme treasure, the 100 Spirit Fruit. This is a fruit of a Tao integration stage cultivator, and it contains a large amount of the power of rules. In the end, I swallowed it. Shenwen has become stronger, but I still cannot open the Tao or merge it with the Tao." Wan Tianxing explained, "Just ahead, every time I swim in the river of time, I reach a certain point, and I get stuck, unable to move forward. I can't move forward, and I thought the river of time had an end. When I reached the end, I always felt that the river of time was so long." Suyu became more and more strange. "You've really gone far," Suyu said awkwardly. Wan Tianxing didn't care. He smiled and said, "Fortunately, my Shenwen is more compatible with the river of time, so it can resist some pressure. Yes, if I go any further, I won't be able to move forward." Suyu nodded awkwardly. You've gone very far. Your talent is really amazing." "Not as far as you, but there's an end over there," Wan Tianxing said. "Maybe I have to go in the opposite direction? Who knows, let's go take a look first." The two of them continued forward. After walking for a long time, Wan Tianxing stopped and hesitated. "Wait, there's still a path ahead. I feel like I'm in the vicinity, but I can't go any further. But I feel like my Grand Tao is still ahead of me." Suyu laughed dryly. I'll try this time. I can see that there's still a road ahead." Wan Tianxing charged forward, and with a rumble, chains appeared in the air. Wan Tianxing was sent flying, and his head felt like it was about to split open. "That's right," he said, "it's the same thing again. I didn't see it before, but now I see it. Bastard. Which bastard set up chains to block the road? F***ck, no wonder I get knocked back every time I come here. I thought I'd reached the end of the river of time. Turns out someone is blocking me." With that, he said with a heavy expression, "I understand now." "What?" Suyu asked awkwardly. Wan Tianxing said solemnly, "Enemy. I understand now. The ancient enemy, the enemy of the human race, an extremely powerful existence. He set up an obstacle here, not allowing the geniuses of the human race to fuse with the Tao and open up their own Tao. What a vicious heart. Could it be the Hell King?" His expression changed. "Yes, he's skilled in the Tao of sealing." "I see. The Hell King is a bastard, cutting off the path forward for the human race." Suyu laughed dryly. "That can't be. This is already very far. Under normal circumstances, normal people can't make it this far. Moreover, there are actually hundreds of paths on our way here, all of which are Tao. If he really wanted to block us, he should have set it up at the entrance to the human realm." "You don't understand." Wan Tianxing said solemnly, "This is the Hell King's brilliance. The further we go, the more space there is for us to open up. There are too many paths ahead, and even if we do open a path, we can't expand it to the size of the Tao of the flesh. This means that once you reach the Master of the Laws level, you can't continue to strengthen yourself. This also means that the Hell King isn't afraid of proving his Tao, fusing with the Tao, or becoming a Master of the Laws. But he's afraid that someone will become a powerful Master of the Laws, so he sealed off the path ahead. Bastard. Suyu was incomparably embarrassed. After a while, he nodded. The Hell King really is a bastard. Mannerhead, I'll open a path for you. No need, I'll do it myself. Don't, Mannerhead. Let me do it. I'm good at opening paths. Suyu laughed dryly, and a Shenwen flew out. The next moment, the Shenwen inserted itself into the middle of the chains, and the previously sealed river of time was instantly opened. Wan Tianqing was stunned. What's this? It's so powerful, but it's directly opened. Suyu laughed dryly. Powerful, right? Mannerhead, let's keep going. Puzzled, Wan Tianqing could only follow along. He felt a little strange. How could the seal be opened so easily? How strange. After flying for a while, Wan Tianqing suddenly took a deep breath. Look, this path is very powerful. Is it the Hell King's Dao? Suyu laughed dryly. No way, let's go. Meanwhile, Wan Tianqing was stunned. He looked at the great Dao tributary and suddenly looked at Suyu. Then, he thought about the Shenwen and frowned slightly. Then, he thought about the brush Dao. After a while, Wan Tianqing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. F***CK. With a loud curse, Wan Tianqing said angrily, Qingwen? Cough, cough, cough. Suyu coughed and said embarrassedly, a normal person wouldn't be able to open a path here, right? Yes, Suyu felt that a normal person wouldn't be able to open a path here. Qingwen's opening of a path here meant that this place was actually very deep. Of course, it didn't mean that the deeper one's Dao was, the stronger the Dao of the body was. However, there were countless great Daos ahead, and there were also open spaces. In any case, a normal person wouldn't have to keep flying forward to open a path. It was too far. Who knew that Wan Tianqing couldn't fuse with his Dao and open a path because he felt that his Dao was behind the brush Dao of Qingwen. As for Qingwen, he had sealed it off. Qingwen didn't want others to enter his Dao and leave it for his successor. As for whether others could cross it or not, that wasn't in Qingwen's consideration. He wasn't stopping others. If there was a true powerhouse, they could just open another entrance. He had only sealed off a small section. A true peak powerhouse, such as the Master of the Laws, could easily bypass this section and open another entrance. Clearly, Wan Tianqing didn't have this ability. It was only because his Dao laws were on this side and he had all sorts of methods that were compatible with the river of time that he could reach this side. Thus, he had been blocked, not just once. Therefore, no matter how strong his divine runes were, there was no way for him to open his Dao or fuse with it. It was no wonder that even though he had reached the level of the 7th level of the Eternal Realm, he still couldn't open his Dao. So you could feel that Wan Tianqing should be even stronger than before. At the very least, he was at the 7th stage. Before this, he had been around the 5th or 6th stage. His progress could be considered fast, but the crux of the matter was that he hadn't fused with his Dao or opened a path. He had simply strengthened Shenwen to this point. At this moment, Wan Tianqing gnashed his teeth. He understood. Qingwen, is he trying to cut off my Dao? Suyu laughed dryly. He probably didn't expect this either. Mannerhead, you're amazing. Is your Dao even deeper than the Dao of the brush? Wan Tianqing was speechless. So if no one inherits the Dao of the brush, I can forget about opening a path for the rest of my life? Forget about fusing with it? And here I was wondering why I couldn't find a way. So it turns out someone blocked my way. Also, if I couldn't see it and you didn't bring me here, would I have to rely solely on strengthening Shenwen to continue growing stronger? Suyu laughed dryly. That won't be necessary. Once Mannerhead and Shenwen become stronger, you can walk another path. Nonsense. Wan Tianqing cursed. Just because of this, Qingwen and I are already enemies. If it weren't for today, I would never have discovered it. He had seen it just now and thought it was Hell King's doing. Qingwen is inhuman. How many people's Daos have you blocked in the past 100,000 years? Suyu shrugged. Not necessarily. I think it's just you. Most of the humans in the past walked the Dao of the body, while a small portion walked the Dao of the other. But even they couldn't go this far. To be honest, even someone as talented as me found it difficult to reach this point. I don't think there are people who have gone further than us in the previous 9 tide flows. What if there are? Wan Tianxing was still very angry. What if there are? Suyu laughed. If there are, then it's fine. True geniuses won't be defeated. Like you, man or head, you really can't cross it. In a few years, when your Shenwen is strong enough, you can directly connect to the region you want to open or fuse with it. Then you won't need to pass through here. I can only say that I can stop you now, but I can't stop you forever. Wan Tianxing thought about it and nodded. He wasn't so angry, but he was still indignant. You've wasted at least 10 years of my time. Suyu laughed. It's hard to say. Without all these years of accumulation, man or head might not have had the enlightenment you have now. It might not be a good thing to keep going smoothly. I don't need you to comfort me. Wan Tianxing snorted. He wasn't in a good mood at the moment. His grudge with King Wen had finally been settled, revenge for blocking the Dao. It was indeed a big grudge. Of course, Wan Tianxing didn't say much. He swore inwardly, King Wen, you must live. When I can beat you, we'll see. That chain region had really blocked him for at least 10 years, Suyu shrugged. Anyway, it had nothing to do with me. Old Wan could beat King Wen first. Really beat King Wen. Suyu knew that King Wen was ridiculously strong. Old Wan might not have a chance to get revenge in this lifetime. After crossing the Dao of writing, Wan Tianxing and Suyu were under a lot of pressure. Wan Tianxing's force dissipation method was also somewhat ineffective. Suyu was also sweating profusely. He panted. Are we there, man or head? Soon. How much farther? Soon. The two continued forward. After flying for some distance, Suyu was still panting. Wan Tianxing was already pale. His endurance was much worse than Suyu's. At this moment, Wan Tianxing was suddenly delighted. It's here. Suyu was stunned and looked around. There were no tributaries here, both sides were straight rivers. He frowned slightly. Open a path. Man or head, this is troublesome. If you open a path, it means that no one has taken it before. What have you comprehended that no one else has? He frowned. I know that opening a path is very difficult, and progress is also very slow. There's no hope of opening a path to the point where you can control it in your lifetime. It's nothing. Wan Tianxing didn't care. You said it yourself. The stronger the Dao, the stronger the battle prowess. Some top Dao integration cultivators of the Dao of the body can fight masters of the laws. At least I have the battle prowess of a 7th-stage eternal realm cultivator. No matter how bad I am, I shouldn't be weaker than I am now. I don't see any other paths nearby. It's a good place to open a path. Man or head, won't you consider finding another path to fuse with first? No. Wan Tianxing shook his head and smiled. My Dao is one, and I don't consider anything else. If I can't open my own path, then I'd rather continue strengthening the Shenwen Dao until it can't be strengthened anymore. Fine. So you didn't try to persuade him any further. He was actually very curious about what Wan Tianxing's main Shenwen Dao was, or rather, what the main law was. No one had ever opened a path before. Man or head, open a path for me to see. Perhaps I'll also open a path in the future and gain some experience. Then watch closely. I have some ideas. Shenwen Dao integration. My main Shenwen Dao integration can be done here. As soon as he finished speaking, an incredibly powerful Shenwen Dao flew out. Suyu stared at it and was slightly startled. What the hell? It looked like a miniature person, or rather, a miniature version of Wan Tianxing. What the hell was this? Suyu was dumbfounded. Was this Shenwen Dao? Man or head, show me Shenwen Dao. What is Shenwen Dao? Why did you create a Shenwen Dao integration? Wan Tianxing said strangely, it's either a Shenwen Dao integration or Shenwen Dao integration. What do you mean? Suyu looked at the miniature Wan Tianxing Dao integration. What did he mean? He was a little confused, really, he didn't understand. Wan Tianxing thought for a moment and said, perhaps it can transform into Shenwen Dao integration, but it's actually like this. Forget it, I'll transform into Shenwen Dao integration for you to see. The next moment, the miniature person suddenly transformed into a Shunwen Dao integration. In fact, it was just Wan Tianxing himself who forcibly transformed it into a Shunwen Dao integration. Just like King Wen's, Wan Tianxing's Shunwen Dao integration was the miniature person. The next moment, the miniature person transformed into a word, human Dao integration. Wan Tianxing explained, it's probably the human Dao integration. In fact, it's me. I am a human, my Dao is a human. There is only me in the myriad worlds. I am this Dao, and this Dao is me. Forget it, you're too young. You won't understand my realizations. Suyu was stunned. And at this moment, Wan Tianxing's Shunwen missile hit the barrier on one side of the river with a loud bang, creating a depression. In the river, countless rule force was suddenly drawn. At this moment, countless Wan Tianxing suddenly appeared and crashed into one side of the river. These rule forces all took human form. At this moment, countless Shunwens emerged from Wan Tianxing's body, turning into miniature Wan Tianxing. One Wan Tianxing was practicing martial arts, one Wan Tianxing was reading, and one Wan Tianxing was eating. As for Wan Tianxing's true self, he said excitedly, "This is the unity of my Dao. My everything is mine. Reading is me, practicing martial arts is me, eating is me, sleeping is me, everything is me. I am a human, and so are they." Opening the Dao of man. Opening the Dao is like this. It's very simple. The reason why I chose this place to open the path is because, first, this place is big enough, and second, there are some human Dao rule forces here that are compatible with my Dao. Rumble, as countless Wan Tianxings appeared, a small tributary gradually opened up on one side of the river. A large amount of river water flowed towards the tributary, instantly filling up the tributary that had just dried up, and Wan Tianxing's aura instantly soared. He opened the path. It was so simple. In fact, if not for King Wen's obstruction, he would have opened the path long ago. As for Suyu, he had a strange look on his face. Opening the path? This was opening the path. Countless Wan Tianxings and everything that belonged to Wan Tianxings were integrated into this Dao. Reading, teaching, practicing martial arts, researching, fighting, living, everything was integrated, turning into power, opening up a Dao that belonged to him. Suyu even saw some strange things. For example, when he was young, Wan Tianxing was in love with a woman, and he was reading a love letter to her. This was also his life experience and comprehension, and it was also integrated into the Dao, opening up a Dao, perfecting his Dao. Wan Tianxing, on the other hand, had a calm expression. He did not even look at Suyu as he said with a smile, "Understanding human emotions is like writing, be it reading, love, or everything in life is Dao. Opening the Dao, I understand now. Take what you cherish, love, and protect, and fuse it all into your Dao. Then, you will have your own great Dao." Suyu silently absorbed all of this. This was an expert who had truly opened up a Dao on his own. In fact, he was much more proficient and complex than the little white dog. The little white dog had actually opened up its Dao in a muddle-headed manner under the guidance of King Wen and the Time Master, and its comprehension was not very deep. Even if it had comprehension, it could only be described in one word: bite, instinct. King Wen and the others had turned the little white dog's instinct into its Dao, allowing it to open up its Dao, saving it a lot of comprehension and trouble. Opening the Dao, life, comprehension, human path, Suyu silently experienced. Perhaps one day, I will also open up my own Dao. Then, what will my Dao be? What will my comprehension of life be? Battle, become stronger, or something else? At this moment, Suyu suddenly felt that he actually did not have the qualifications to open up a Dao. In his eyes, the so-called comprehension of everything and seeing the essence of all Dao was still lacking. If this heavenly gate was in Wan Tianxing's hands, perhaps it would be more useful, and at the moment this human path was opened up. The human realm. Xia province. The Great Xia Civilization University suddenly had a surge of providence. White light illuminated heaven and earth, and waves of providence appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, all the students in the entire Civilization University felt a special Dao connotation, and many people instantly fell into a state of comprehension of Shenwen, comprehension of life. On the heavenly battlefield, at the place where Suyu had just disappeared, golden light suddenly shone. There seemed to be a vague figure appearing and then quickly disappearing. The great Zhou King's expression changed. He tilted his head and looked at the sky above the human realm. When Suyu had conferred the title to Wan Tianxing, a phantom of Wan Tianxing had fallen into the human realm. At this moment, the phantom suddenly appeared again, flashing with golden light. The great Zhou King's expression changed. What was going on? The Star Mansion. The martial emperor opened his eyes again. This time, he opened the heavenly gate and looked into the endless void. He frowned. What was going on? Was someone opening up a path? It was quite a commotion. In this era, how many people could open up a Dao? Suyu? Impossible, that guy was not qualified yet. Although he had inherited the brush Dao, he had not even comprehended it thoroughly. The martial emperor frowned, but he could not see anything else. And at this moment, in front of Suyu and the others, in a place far away, there were several huge paths trembling slightly. It seemed that at the end of the river of time, there was a golden path appearing. That golden path was connected to the main path. There seemed to be a phantom appearing, looking towards the downstream of the river of time with some surprise and exhaustion. In the future, someone opened up a Dao alone? What Dao? To be able to move the river, to move the past and the future, interesting. The phantom looked towards the distant downstream. How far in the future was there? With a sigh, he opened up a Dao. It seemed to be in the near future. There might not be time. The phantom dissipated, the paths no longer trembled and calmed down. At this moment, Suyu and Wan Tianxing were unaware of all this. Between the two of them, one was immersed in opening up a Dao while the other was immersed in observing. Suyu seemed to be observing Wan Tianxing's life. It was very interesting. He suddenly grasped a lot of gossip about Wan Tianxing, and he couldn't help but admire Wan Tianxing's knowledge. He discovered that one book was one person. Wan Tianxing had read at least 1,000,000 books in his life. It was inconceivable. Countless Wan Tianxing were holding books and walking towards the Dao, continuing to open up a Dao. This was a foundation. How could he have the time to read so many books? Moreover, if he didn't thoroughly comprehend it, it shouldn't appear. In less than 100 years, he had read books since he was young. In a year, he had read 10,000 books, 30 books a day. Did this fellow read 10 lines at a glance and not do anything else? As for Wan Tianxing, he didn't care about Suyu. At this moment, he was in high spirits. He constantly recited some Dao texts and opened up a Dao. His true self even crossed the river in one step and entered the tributary that belonged to him. In this world, in this myriad worlds, he, Wan Tianxing, was truly a peerless monster. As early as 50 years ago, when he wasn't even 50 years old, he could match an eternal. Back then, it was different from now. Before 50 years old, he could match an eternal. The mortal realm, perhaps it had never happened before. Suyu wasn't too sure, but if Suyu hadn't inherited something, it would have been very difficult for him to reach where he was today. Strange, could he be a descendant of a powerhouse? Suyu muttered inwardly. He looked at the Dao. At this moment, it had already been opened up quite a long way. It seemed like Wan Tianxing could continue to open it. It continued to open up. Its length and width were all expanding. Was Wan Tianxing going to step into Dao fusing one day? At this moment, Suyu felt that his aura should be at the 9th stage of the eternal realm. The increase wasn't that much. After all, he had the 7th stage strength before. It felt like he could really step into Dao fusing. As expected, I still have to read more books. Suyu sighed. Suddenly, he saw a tiny Wan Tianxing holding a book and stepping into the Dao. He looked at it and was stunned. He could see the title of the book. Ode to Yin-Yang Intercourse of Heaven and Earth. Suyu was startled. He looked at Wan Tianxing's true self for a long time, and then he raised his middle finger. Shameless old man, he actually read this kind of book. Then how many of the millions of books he read were this? TSK, Suyu despised him. Shameless. He used to hole up in Xianxia and read this all the time. No wonder he didn't come out often. Despite his disdain, old Wan still showed the bearing of a grandmaster at this moment. Talent, countless Wan Tianxing were studying. In just 100 years, he felt more magnanimous and experienced than those old ghosts who had lived for 10,000 years or even 100,000 years. He had the air of a scholar in him. Perhaps this was the true portrayal of Wan Tianxing. Suyu's scholarly temperament was more of a disguise than anything else. Suyu had studied for more than a decade and learned a lot from books, but he didn't have this kind of calmness. Wan Tianqing opening the path also gave Suyu a kind of enlightenment. It turned out that opening a path wasn't like what he had imagined. It wasn't like opening a path by force, but using one's understanding to expand one's Tao. It wasn't something that could be opened by brute force. That human Tao rapidly expanded under Suyu's eyes. Of course, it was far less powerful than the great Daos Suyu had seen, and not as broad as those great Daos. However, all the Daos were opened by Wan Tianqing himself, bit by bit. The river that flowed into the tributary was all nomological power. These nomological power couldn't be used in the long river of time. But once it flowed into the tributary, it would transform into the attribute you needed and be under your control. Wan Tianqing's aura was also getting stronger and stronger, his true body looked gratified. He turned to look at Suyu on the main path and said with a smile, King Wen's seal is also a good thing. In these 10 years, I have many new understandings. I have killed Eternals, seen fusing Daos, seen Myriad Daos, and walked Myriad realms. He chuckled and said, if I were to open the path 10 years ago, I wouldn't have been able to continue. If I had really opened the path, perhaps I wouldn't have the experience and training I have today. Suyu smiled. Principal, you're well prepared. Sooner or later, you will succeed. Wan Tianqing smiled and didn't say anything else. Those mini Wan Tianqing also gradually decreased, which meant that Wan Tianqing's foundation had been completely integrated into the human Tao. The tributaries rumbled and opened up continuously. After reaching a certain point, Wan Tianqing's aura became extremely powerful, and he could vaguely sense that he had already reached the Tao integration stage. There was actually no such thing as Tao integration when it came to opening a path. It was even called eternity. The little white dog had said that if you didn't know how long you were going to drive, how were you going to segment the road? How did he know that he had reached the Tao integration stage? Actually, he didn't know anything. He was just comparing himself to others to give himself a general ranking. The one who opened the Tao was eternal. However, Suyu felt that Wan Tianqing might have the combat power of the Tao integration stage now. In fact, Suyu had no idea what was going on with him. A moment later, all the mini Wan Tianqing disappeared. Wan Tianqing opened the way. He didn't use any weapons. It could be said that he used his own body to open the way. At this moment, he instantly appeared in front of Suyu. Flying out from the tributary, Wan Tianqing glanced at the Tao he had opened and sighed. I don't have enough foundation. I don't have enough life experience. I haven't experienced enough and comprehended enough. I can't open it anymore. As he spoke, he smiled. In the past, there was a legend that the Tao of Shunwen advanced 1,000 miles in a day. In the morning, he was a farmer, and in the evening, he ascended to the heavenly hall. Now, I have a deep understanding. You are the heavenly sun. Am I worthy of your attention? Suyu smiled. Of course, but competing with the blue sky is quite stressful. Wan Tianqing, who had an extraordinary bearing a moment ago, instantly fell silent. He just looked at Suyu silently. Do you know, you interrupted all my thoughts and caused me to fall from the peak to the bottom of the valley? Suyu grinned. He looked at the tributary. Palace Head, are you not going to continue opening the way? I've reached my limit. Wan Tianqing recovered from his speechlessness and explained, this is my limit. I'll accumulate more later. Every battle, every book I read, every person I meet, everything I do, they are all my accumulations. All my previous accumulations have been exhausted. Then, Palace Head, do you think you can match a Tao integration cultivator? Tao integration? Wan Tianqing chuckled and said, how can we know if we don't fight? Suyu nodded. Then, shall we stop here for today? As he spoke, he added, Palace Head, the rules may not allow you to open the way yourself. There may be rules to punish you later. Wan Tianqing nodded. However, he quickly smiled. That may not be the case. The rules only cover the area where their Tao is located. There are still Tao here, but if we go any further, there may not be any Tao left. Where there is no Tao, there will be no rules to punish us. Although that was what he said, Wan Tianqing looked up and shook his head. Forget it, we can't go any further. Going against the current has the intention of breaking through the past. Time is flowing. It's almost impossible to break through the flow of time. As he spoke, he looked ahead again. I have a vague feeling that there may be something waiting for us up ahead. Suyu was silent for a while. After a long while, he smiled. Perhaps it's a disaster, a world-shaking battle. Whether the human emperor and the others were outside the boundless void or in this strange river, who knows? Perhaps those people had always existed in his past. The flow of time was different for both sides. They existed in another dimension. When the time of the past and the present synchronized, perhaps they would meet. Wan Tianxing nodded. In fact, he had a vague feeling as well. At this moment, he smiled. If we find someone to fight here for 3 to 5 years, perhaps 30 to 50 years have passed in the outside world, or even 3 to 500 years. When they can't find us and think we're dead, we'll end the battle and go with the current back to where we came from. Perhaps 1,000 years have passed in the world. Wan Tianxing was deep in thought. He sighed. Perhaps that's the case. However, there's still one thing I don't understand. Why aren't they going with the current, but staying where they are, or fighting against the current? Going with the current, logically speaking, should soon coincide with the current. They fought from the past to the present. Why didn't they do that? Suyu smiled. Principle, isn't it simple? Someone isn't giving it to us. If there's someone like Qingwen who sealed off our escape route, wouldn't we have no choice but to waste time? Either you kill the opponent, or you break the seal, or you keep fighting downwards. Wan Tianxing looked pensive. That's true. You've seen it clearly. Suyu chuckled. It's human nature. If some of what I know is true, it means that the human emperor and his people are stopping those people from returning. And they have a point of overlap with us. Or in this era, if they want to return. I know where. Wan Tianxing glanced at him. After a while, he said in a low voice, the 9th level. Suyu nodded. Yes, that's also their entry point. They must have entered from there. If they want to come out, to coincide with where they are now, they might have to come out from there. Suyu smiled. What do you think, Principal? Wan Tianxing thought for a moment, then nodded. There might really be an entrance there. If we want to find them, perhaps we can enter from there, or go against the current to find them. Forget it. Suyu laughed. A group of masters of the laws is incomparably powerful. Even if they've fought for countless years, they're still not people we can match. I wish they didn't come back. Wan Tianxing also laughed. Without another word, he stepped forward. Let's go back. This is as far as we can go for now. With that, he took away the Shenwen that Suyu had fused into the Heaven Gate. He no longer looked at the tributaries, nor did he look at the other Grand Daos. He just silently experienced the different sensations. After a while, he said, the Heaven Gate is a good thing, but it also has its drawbacks. Suyu. Wan Tianxing explained, you lack the desire to explore. When you do a question and I give you the answer, it must be correct. However, the process of solving the question loses a lot of fun. You lack the joy of self-exploration. You don't have the joy of suddenly seeing the light. Next time, when you do a question and I give you the answer, you'll do it. If I don't, you might not do it because you lack the desire to explore, the desire to learn. This might not be a good thing. He explained, the river of time is mysterious. But now, you lack the reverence and desire to explore this mystery. Because in your eyes, the Grand Daos are a river and tributaries. In this way, everything you see will be very boring. Boring, Suyu looked pensive. Wan Tianxing continued, opening the Tao is a kind of interest, a kind of enlightenment. I feel that I need something, I know something, and I can do something. It's not that I see this Tao is very powerful, so I open this Tao. Suyu saw the essence of the Grand Daos more clearly than Wan Tianxing. However, Wan Tianxing was saying that seeing more might not be a good thing. He continued, when you face an enemy, I suggest you open the Heaven Gate. However, you still close the Heaven Gate when you comprehend the Grand Daos. You see the essence, so you ignore the process. So what if you see the end of the Tao of writing? You feel that it's nothing, that I can walk to the end. So, you stare at the end and walk. However, in the process, do you really comprehend anything? Can you really walk to the end? I'll give you an answer. You just stare at the answer and calculate. Maybe you can try again and guess it, but does this mean that you have really mastered this question? Do you know the process of calculation? Do you know why I have to calculate like this? Yes, you gave me the correct answer, but so what? Wan Tianqing said earnestly, now that you close the heaven gate, you might have a different understanding when you look at the long river of time. So you thought about it and closed the heaven gate. In an instant, the great river surged and the tributaries on both sides could not be seen. The entire river of time suddenly became a lot more turbid. For a moment, Suyu suddenly felt that he was blind. He wasn't blind, but he was short-sighted and lost his glasses. Everything he saw was blurry. This was the perspective of a normal person. Where is the Tao of writing? Suyu silently comprehended it. He and Wan Tianqing were walking back. The Tao of writing should be on the way. Soon, he trembled slightly. Looking to the side, it should be where the Tao of writing was. And at this moment, Suyu saw something. He saw a little ripple in the tributary. Shunwen seemed to be jumping in joy, telling him to enter the Tao of writing and continue forward. As for Suyu, he shook his head. Before this, he could see ahead of the tributary, but now he couldn't see anything. He could only see the roughly 30% of the territory that he controlled, and this 30% didn't seem too clear. Suyu pondered and looked at Wan Tianqing. Principal, you should be able to see the path that you opened up, right? Wan Tianqing nodded. Suyu understood and sighed. I understand. As for the Tao of writing that I fused, I know how much I fused, but in reality, this small portion has many corners that I didn't see or think about. It can't be considered as completely comprehending this small portion of the Tao of writing. Suyu smiled and said, I was only focused on the road ahead, but I neglected some details. The heavenly gates brought me great help, but also created some drawbacks for me. It's like pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Wan Tianqing nodded again. Actually, the heavenly gates is a very powerful thing. It can see through the essence of the great Tao. This thing, in any era, is a symbol of invincibility. However, those who opened the heavenly gates must have different strengths. Some people might be like you, seeing through the essence but neglecting many things. In the end, they have high expectations but low ability, and they can't go far. So you thought about it and nodded. Yes, I understand. Martial Emperor. Martial Emperor can be considered crippled, but he opened the heavenly gates earlier than King Wen and the others. In the end, even King Wu could easily suppress him. If I'm not wrong, Human Emperor, King Wen, King Wu, King Yu, and King Ming have all opened the heavenly gates. Martial Emperor should be weaker than the four kings, but Martial Emperor is a senior, yet he's still so weak. He must be in the process of opening up the path and didn't seek to understand. Barbarians are barbarians. Suyu was deeply moved, some of his thoughts from before were instantly enlightened. I was wondering why Martial Emperor was so miserable. He was suppressed, and even King Wu couldn't beat him. He even opened the heavenly gates. Suyu felt that those who opened the heavenly gates should be peerless. Now he understood. Martial Emperor might not have sought to understand. It was hard to say if he had opened the path himself. Maybe he saw a strong path and merged it, just like how Suyu was fusing with the Tao of the brush. Once Suyu grasped the Tao of the brush, he might not be able to strengthen the Tao of the brush. He might not even be able to open the path himself, because all his energy was focused on fusing with the Tao. He might not have the time to open the path. Even if he opened the path, he might think that the path was too small and weak. Because he had seen a tall mountain before, how could he take a fancy to a small dirt mound like him? Seeing that he understood, Wan Tianqing smiled and said, You are a smart person. You are not in existence like Martial Emperor who sounds like a brute. There should be more than these few who opened the heavenly gates. However, there are strong and weak, which means that everyone's comprehension is different. Suyu nodded and then asked curiously, Principal, you haven't opened the heavenly gates. You haven't even opened the spirit orifice and Yuan aperture. How can you be so strong? No, it's not that we are strong. It's that you are weak now. Wan Tianqing shook his head. Your potential will definitely surpass mine. There is no doubt about that. I should not be your match if we are at the same level. However, you also said that we are at the same level. You are fusing with the Tao now. You have not reached that stage yet. Oh. Suyu smiled. Principal is indeed knowledgeable. I am also curious. There are many old antiques from the various clans. Why do I feel that none of them are as knowledgeable as Principal? Principal has only lived for 100 years. Wan Tianqing smiled. You are only 21 years old. What do you think of your knowledge? It's all right. Compared to others of the same age? Of course, I am more knowledgeable. I have seen Wan's cultivation technique and seen the experts of the various worlds. I have explored the ancient times, traveled the realms of life and death, and explored the essence of the great Tao. We are both 21 years old. Others are still working hard for Soar, but I have already seen through the essence of the great Tao. Isn't that all? Wan Tianqing smiled. Most of the worlds today are mediocre. Some of the old antiques are either sleeping or thinking about killing all day long. They only think about becoming stronger. They bury themselves in cultivation and don't think about how to become stronger. They don't think about what they want to do after becoming stronger. They simply want to become stronger. That is just wishful thinking. Let me give you a simple example. When they fuse with the Tao, guess what their first thought is to become stronger? Suyu thought for a moment. Kill other Tao fusers. That's right. Wan Tianqing smiled. That's what mediocre people think. Suyu was embarrassed. I think so too. You're scolding me. What does Principal think? Me? Wan Tianqing thought for a moment, then said, plunder comprehension. Suyu frowned. Wan Tianqing explained, a Tao is divided among 10 people. You occupy a 10th, but that doesn't mean the others are stealing your share. Rather, it means that the other 9 people's comprehension is different from yours. This Tao has 10 kinds of comprehension. You've only comprehended one of them. At this moment, you should be comprehending what the others have comprehended and what you haven't. Once your comprehension is stronger than the others, you can instantly plunder everything they have. By squeezing them out, your control over the power of the laws will be greater than theirs. So you understood. That's the power of a master of the laws. Because he has comprehended more, if you try to steal the power of the laws from him, it's like throwing an egg against a rock. He'll easily push you out. Right. Wan Tianqing continued, let's talk about the Tao of the brush. If you control it, you'll think you're the master of the laws and no one can steal it from you. However, Qingwen's comprehension might be deeper than yours. He doesn't need to control it, but he can instantly seize it and take control over your comprehension. At that time, you'll be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. So you nodded again. That makes sense. So Principal wants me to find a chance to kill Qingwen? To sow discord between me and Qingwen? Wan Tianqing chuckled. Of course not. Principal, are you still holding a grudge? Impossible. Suyu laughed. Of course. Why else would you mention Qingwen for no reason? I'm just reminding you. Suyu chuckled, but still accepted the suggestion. Principal is right. I'll think about it carefully. I don't want to become a martial emperor who grows flowers on his ass. He's obviously a peerless genius who opened the gates of heaven, but ended up in such a miserable state. That's right. Martial emperors are indeed a bit useless. Wan Tianqing nodded. 2 juniors with only the strength of the Tao integration stage had to evaluate a master of the laws. Moreover, this master of the laws might even be quite powerful. Just because a martial emperor lost to a martial king didn't mean he couldn't defeat another master of the laws. After all, he was an existence who had opened the gates of heaven. But in Suyu and Wan Tianqing's eyes, it was precisely because he'd opened the gates of heaven that he shouldn't be so weak as to be defeated by a junior. A moment later, Suyu and Wan Tianqing tore open the void and walked out of the river of time. At the same time, golden clouds and dark clouds appeared in the sky. Wan Tianqing looked at Suyu. Should he hide? Suyu thought for a moment, then shook his head. Tribulation is also a kind of enlightenment. Don't worry, principal. A single punishment isn't enough to consume anything. Wan Tianxing chuckled. Then I'll take a look at what it means to be rewarded and punished at the same time. A moment later, he stepped into the void. The golden and bloody clouds flew towards him at the same time. Wan Tianxing's left hand suppressed the bloody clouds, while his right hand absorbed the golden clouds. He silently comprehended them. His left hand transformed into a massive palm that rumbled as it suppressed the bloody clouds. The laws were punishing him, punishing those who had corroborated their Tao. Most importantly, this punishment was aimed at those who had corroborated their Tao through the Sun and Moon Tao. The main body of the punishment was between the Sun and Moon Tao and the Eternal Realm. At most, it had the destructive power of a 4th or 5th stage Eternal Realm cultivator. Of course, Wan Tianxing was too strong. At this moment, the power of the punishment was perhaps 6th or 7th stage. However, to Wan Tianxing, it was too weak. He comprehended the golden clouds for a moment, then smiled. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, he shattered the bloody clouds. They completely dissipated. Down below, the soldiers were dumbfounded. The Eternal Realm experts, on the other hand, had grave expressions. These blood clouds weren't weak. They were extremely powerful. In the end, Wan Tianxing easily shattered the blood clouds. What was his current strength? As for the king of the state of Great Zhou, he frowned and looked at Wan Tianxing. Vaguely, he felt that he had met his match. Wan Tianxing was eternal, a true eternal. He seemed to be opening the Tao and not fusing it. For such an existence, there was no such thing as fusing the Tao. He was purely an Eternal Realm expert. After a moment, Wan Tianxing landed. Standing beside Suyu, he looked at the king of the state of Great Zhou and smiled gently. Greetings, king of the state of Great Zhou. I came in a hurry just now and forgot to greet you. Please forgive me for my lack of manners. You're welcome. The king of the state of Great Zhou nodded slightly. Wan Tianxing smiled. It's what I should do. Senior, you've protected the human race for many years. Now that Emperor Yu has opened the Anti-Corruption Bureau and entrusted me with an important task, I still have many things to ask Senior, including capturing the rebels of the Upper Realm. King of the state of Great Zhou is familiar with the people of the Upper Realm. I hope that you can help me track down the rebels of the Upper Realm as soon as possible. The king of the state of Great Zhou smiled. I will. I will tell you everything I know. Wan Tianxing nodded again. Then I'll have to trouble Senior. If Emperor Yu unifies the heavens again, king of the state of Great Zhou's hard work will be passed down as a rule for future generations to remember. A clean name will be left behind. Let future generations of the human race know of king of the state of Great Zhou's contributions. The corner of the king of the state of Great Zhou's mouth twitched. You're too kind. I'm just a member of the human race. No, you will definitely pass down the rule. Wan Tianxing smiled. King of the state of Great Zhou assisted Emperor Yu to restore order. Emperor Yu ascended to the position of the holy leader because of king of the state of Great Zhou. He suppressed all the voices of the rebels. Emperor Yu also worked hard to rule. On the first day he ascended to the top, he killed several Tao integration venerables and ushered in a prosperous era for the human race. King of the state of Great Zhou's vision is unique in this world. Even I didn't think that Emperor Yu could do such an outstanding job. He smiled. In the future, if there are any rebels who want to steal the destiny of the human race, we still have to rely on King of the state of Great Zhou to restore order. Protect the orthodoxy of the human race. Orthodoxy? The king of the state of Great Zhou took a deep breath. After a long time, he nodded. I will. Wan Tianxing smiled. King of the state of Great Zhou will naturally understand what I'm saying. In a chaotic world, a sage will appear. Everything that was rotten and backward should be swept into the garbage heap, cleaned up to create a bright future. This tide is a new beginning. Everything is new. The king of the state of Great Zhou sighed and nodded again. I understand. King of the state of Great Zhou, I'm just expressing my feelings. Wan Tianxing's face was full of smiles. He looked around and bowed slightly. I was wrong to kill your descendants in the past. Everything has rules and laws. I wasn't a law enforcer in the past. When I carried out the law, I was wrong to exceed my authority. He just exceeded his authority. He didn't feel that he killed the wrong person. According to the laws of that time, those who exceeded their authority should be punished. Wan Tianxing stretched out his hand and made a gesture. Suddenly, 10,000 swords appeared out of thin air and instantly exploded towards him. Poochie, 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 countless swords pierced through his body. Nearby, the expressions of some eternal realm cultivators changed. Below, exclamations sounded continuously. The king of the state of Great Zhou frowned slightly. Suyu was silent at the side. Wan Tianxing's face was pale. Other than his head, his entire body was pierced by swords. He smiled. I've been punished. I've been punished by the law. In my heart, I don't owe anything for this matter. In the future, I won't feel guilty or blame myself for this matter. Whether you're willing or not, public and private matters are private. If you have any grievances, you can put aside your identities and settle it privately. He punished himself and threw away his shackles. He didn't feel that he killed wrongly. He just felt that he shouldn't have killed them. His identity was not a law enforcer, but now, he was. Everyone was silent. After a long time, Suyu said, Chief Wan, everyone, the previous matter ends here. If you want to take revenge privately, send a letter of challenge. Be it sparring or fighting to the death, I won't stop you. Cultivators can take care of themselves if they spar or fight privately. In addition, the new year has a new atmosphere. In a month or so, the 352nd year of Onping will have passed. Next year, the year of Onping will finally be 352. The world is no longer at peace. Next year will be the first year of the new universe. The group of people's hearts stirred. Change the calendar. The first year of the new universe, Suyu said calmly, the new year has a new atmosphere. Everything will be new. A new world, new policies, a new beginning. You can cherish the old, but don't immerse yourself in the past. Emperor Yu is wise. Wan Tianxing bowed. Below, the million soldiers did not care about this. When they saw this, they all cheered, Emperor Yu is wise. The Onping calendar was about to end. It had been more than 350 years since the establishment of the government. Before the establishment of the government, there were nearly 100 years of battles. The era of the establishment of the government would officially end in a month. Only a few people understood that Suyu was telling everyone that not only the Onping calendar, but also the ancient age and the first 9 tides were all over. At this moment, the fortune of the human race was in turmoil. In the next moment, the fortune of the human race was even more exuberant. In the sky above the human realm, Suyu's projection suddenly became much clearer and quickly spread to the entire human realm. At this moment, in the sky above the various realms, the shadows of experts appeared again. What was Suyu doing this time? He did not rest for a single day. The human realm. Emperor Yu's matter. Suyu did not continue to stay in the Eastern Rift Valley. At this moment, there were only a few people in the main hall. Lan Tian appeared with a smile. However, when he saw the dignified Suyu, the silent Great Zhou King, and the pale Wan Tianxing, his smile gradually disappeared. He carefully moved to Wan Tianxing and sat upright. When Suyu saw Lan Tian, he did not smile. He was afraid that if he smiled at Lan Tian would immediately smile at him. He could not take it. Be serious, let's talk business, Suyu said quickly. Right now, there are 2 urgent matters. First, the positioning seal must be in place quickly. Second, the Dead Souls realm needs a human realm expert who can instantly seal the fluctuation of the deathly aura. Suyu said a few simple words before saying, it's best if the aura is not too strong. Otherwise, it will easily cause unrest in the Dead Souls realm. The Great Zhou King's shielding technique is very good and he also has the power of teleportation. He can quickly teleport us to stop the other party from escaping. The Great Zhou King said in a deep voice, then, as mentioned before, I will seal the small realm, leave it to the Great Light King. Suyu said slowly, the Great Light King is about to do unification. He will seal the outside of the realm. I have to go to the Dead Souls realm or I won't be able to open the passageway. The Great Zhou King thought about it and nodded. I understand. Suyu did not say much and looked at Wan Tianxing. After the great Zhou King leaves, Secretary Wan will take charge of the overall situation to prevent unrest. Alright. Wan Tianxing was rather calm. So you looked at Lan Tian again. Deputy Secretary Lan, you have to be careful. You must hide the great prefecture seal well. This concerns the fate of the human race. Furthermore, you must hide it extremely close to the Dao unification stage. However, you must not be discovered. Furthermore, you can only hide it once. Otherwise, even an idiot will know that something is wrong if you attack once a day. Lan Tian could only reply solemnly, alright. Then let's hurry. I'll gather the Guis and Iron Eaters for Dao unification and prepare to launch a sneak attack on the Life Realm. Wanfu Prefect, the great Zhou King, is not here to kill Dao unification cultivators. Of course, it's fine if we can kill 1 or 2 Dao unification cultivators without any casualties. Act according to the circumstances. If there's a chance of casualties, then give up on killing them. Everyone, listen to my instructions. Don't act rashly. So you said solemnly, I want to lead everyone and fight our way up to the higher realm. I don't want to kill 10 Dao unification cultivators and 5 Dao unification cultivators. Let alone 5, not even 3, not even 1. If I can fight our way up to the higher realm without any casualties, then there's no need to sacrifice the lives of Dao unification cultivators. The so-called exchange of 1 for 10 is nonsense in my eyes. The death of even 1 Dao unification cultivator will weaken my power. How are we going to fight our way up to the higher realm? The great Zhou King wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he gave up and did not say anything. He felt that Suyu was too concerned about these things. Was it possible that no one would die? Suyu did not think much of it. If his side was weak, then there was definitely no guarantee. However, his side was currently crushing the lower realm. As long as the plan went smoothly, it was normal that no one would die. Let's cut to the chase. I'll go find people. Once the Dao unification cultivators of the various races are lured out, Lan Tian, you act immediately. Alright. The conversation soon ended. Suyu did not want to stay at all because Lan Tian seemed to want to chat with him. As for bringing Lan Tian to see the great Dao, Suyu had actually considered it before. However, it was not the right time now, mainly because he was worried that once Lan Tian became stronger, it would easily cause fluctuations in his doppelganger. Then, his doppelganger hidden in Wan might be exposed. The possibility was very high because Suyu discovered that this person's Dao laws might all be one. As for Lan Tian, he could only take him to see the great Dao after things had stabilized. Soon, in the Iron Eater realm, the Iron Eater Beast Emperors met Suyu. 3 days later, they joined forces to launch a surprise attack on the Life Realm. Not only the Iron Eater realm, but the Nightmare Realm and the Spatial Ancient Beast Realm also received the news. Only the Primordial Giant race, Suyu, did not go at all. The 3 Beast Emperors, Suyu himself, and the Monarch of Great Zhou would go as well. Wan Tianxing would oversee the human realm border. Suyu went to Primordial Mist City to call Book Spirit and Tea Tree before making another trip to the ancient God Eater realm. This time, he planned to mobilize 10 Dao unification cultivators, including himself and Wan Tianxing. As for the Monarch of Great Qin and the others, they would stay in Primordial Mist City just in case. On the surface, there were 2 Dao unification cultivators in the Life Realm. Suyu did not know whether this was true or not, but he did not care. He would not fight his way in. Apart from the human race, everyone else was suppressed. It would be foolish to fight their way in. If he attacked the Life Realm, he would only attack from the outside. Wan would definitely come to rescue them. Even if he did not come, he would threaten the human realm and force Suyu and the others to return. Just as Suyu was preparing to attack the Life Realm. Life Realm. Destiny Mountain. The Fate Emperor moved his fingers, and a moment later, bloody marks appeared on his hands. Without batting an eyelid, he quickly healed the wounds. He looked at the sky and sighed in his heart. Trouble seemed to be coming. If it was not the human race, then it would be the upper realm. The fated kin would definitely not be able to remain neutral in this tide. It's time to make a decision. This is the last time. The Fate Emperor's heart was extremely heavy. This was the last time. He would observe the situation. This time, he would make a decision. The fated kin's decision was very important. The gate to the upper realm was in the life realm. The life realm suppressed the other races. Whoever took over the life realm would have the advantage. Once the life realm sided with the human race, one would definitely attack. And once they sided with one, the human race would come sooner or later. In any case, it was just a matter of time. The Myriad realms had actually been peaceful for some time. It had been more than 3 months. Only Suyu had caused a bit of a stir when he had defeated the Heaven Supervisor. In reality, 3 months was like a nap in the past. But now, Wan was very satisfied. Apart from the small tribes in the eastern battlefront, the other tribes were all eager to cause a big stir. A large number of eternal cultivators had died, and many Dao integration cultivators had died. These small tribes didn't dare to participate in such a war. The All Heavens battlefield had recovered a bit. Life still had to go on. The vital energy in the All Heavens battlefield was rich, and there were more treasures. They couldn't just sit around and eat. Now, the human race was attacking the eastern small realms and had almost completely razed them to the ground. The eastern side was also a lot livelier. Some of the small tribes that had chosen to surrender dared to come out now. The human race had the upper hand in the All Heavens battlefield, which was a good thing for the surrendered tribes. As for the higher-ups being suppressed, that was a matter for the higher-ups. Sea of Desire Plain. One could also see the figures of some other tribes. The ancient city was still standing. It had just changed owners, but it didn't make a difference to others. In reality, they couldn't feel it. There were still powerful beings guarding it. They were also eternal cultivators. Heavenly Destruction Ancient City. It was situated on the Sea of Desire Plain, close to the edge of the Star Sea. At this moment, the ancient city had recovered a bit of vitality. There were more people than before, and it was no longer lifeless. There was actually much less death energy in the entire ancient city, mainly because the dead spirit realm lords had all disappeared. On the second day after Suyu contacted the powerful beings of the various tribes, a few figures appeared at the gate of the Heavenly Destruction Ancient City. 3 men and 1 woman, all humanoid beings. The Heavenly Destruction Ancient City was now guarded by Zhou Polong. In addition, the Heavenly River City Lord was still in the city, but he didn't care much. He knew that the Heavenly Destruction Ancient City had left. He and Zhou Polong were supervising each other in case anyone leaked the news. At the city gate, a Sun Moon General was still guarding the city gate. He was the Sky Gate General who was familiar with Suyu. At this moment, the Sky Gate General scanned the 4 people and didn't see anything unusual. They seemed to be humans. Currently, human experts were all over the All Heavens battlefield, searching for opportunities, killing their way into lesser worlds, plundering resources, and exploring the Star Sea. Because the ancient city was under Suyu's command, many humans came to visit. Half of the people in the city were humans. It wasn't strange for a few humans to come. All 4 of them seemed to be in the Mountain Sea realm, and their strength couldn't be considered too remarkable. The few of them entered through the side door instead of the main door. The Tianmen General only glanced at them and did not look at them further. It's a little new. At this moment, General Tianmen's ears twitched slightly. A little new, was he talking about the ancient city? In fact, the ancient city had not changed much. The buildings remained the same, but the core guardian weapon had been changed. Most people did not know, and the Tianmen General was not too clear about the specific situation either. However, he had been guarding the city gate for many years, so he had some sense of it. The current ancient city did not feel as dangerous as before, nor did it feel as oppressive as before. It did feel a little lacking. Of course, this was the conclusion he had reached after guarding this place for hundreds of years. General Tianmen did not ask, nor did he care. This was a matter of the higher-ups, and it might have something to do with Suyu. He understood that he shouldn't ask what he shouldn't ask. One of the people who had just entered the city said, "It's a little new." The other 3 did not respond and just continued to walk toward the ancient city. General Tianmen turned his head and glanced at them. The 4 of them did not walk quickly. It seemed like it was their first time entering the ancient city, but it also seemed like it wasn't. Their posture was like meeting again after a long time. They were not familiar with this place, but they knew what it was like originally. General Tianmen took a few more glances and did not find anything unusual. He frowned slightly. Was he thinking too much? It was just a casual remark. Even he did not know what was going on, let alone outsiders. He turned his head back and no longer cared. At this moment, the people behind him seemed to have sensed something. One of them looked back at Tianmen and did not say anything. Soon, he turned his head back and continued forward. On the city gate, General Tianmen frowned slightly. They were looking at him just now, so sharp. After a slight hesitation, General Tianmen still touched the city gate token. It was a little inappropriate. He couldn't find what was wrong, but it did seem inappropriate. Forget it, let the city lord take a look. He sent a voice transmission to Xianxia and soon left it alone. In the city lord's mansion. Recently, Xianxia had been very carefree. Heavenly annihilation had left, and the new Zhou Polong was polite to him. He was not as overbearing as Heavenly Annihilation, who often scolded him for being useless. He was also familiar with the new guard. As for Zhou Polong, he had known him before. However, he was too inexperienced, so Xianxia was not too afraid of him. It was good that he did not provoke either of them. He drank tea and read books when he had nothing to do. Now, even his desire to prove the way had faded a lot. He, who was in the quasi-invincible realm, had been cultivating himself recently. He felt that it was okay not to prove the way. As he was drinking tea and reading books, his deputy city lord token vibrated. After sensing it, he secretly cursed. Tianmen was too meddlesome. They had to alarm him for such a small matter. There were always people coming to this ancient city from day to night. It was just a few mountains and seas, it was not a few eternity realms. Zhou Polong did not say anything, but Xianxia was so meddlesome. Although he thought about it, Xianxia's willpower instantly burst out and overflowed out of the city. As the city lord, it was his duty and normal to patrol the ancient city regularly. Many of the experts in the city also sensed it and were used to it. There was no fluctuation. In the ancient city, the 3 men and 1 woman who were walking also sensed it. Seeing that no one around had any strange expressions, the 4 of them did not care about it. The few of them allowed the willpower to sweep over them. When the willpower swept over, one of them said, "Is this the city lord of the ancient city of this generation?" "It should be. I think his name is Xianxia. The peak of the sun and moon realm. The city lords of the ancient city are really diligent now. They actually monitor the whole city regularly. It should be Suyu's arrangement." They secretly communicated for a while and did not say much. Soon, they continued to wander in the ancient city. In the city lord's mansion. Xianxia frowned slightly. There was no problem. What was the heavenly gate doing? He swept through and saw that there were a few mountain sea realm humans. There was no problem. Why did they have to report this to him? This guy has a nervous breakdown. Xianxia muttered. He wanted to ignore it, but after thinking about it, he decided to go and take a look. He had nothing to do anyway. He suddenly flew out of the city lord's mansion. In the backyard of the city lord's mansion, Zhou Polong opened his eyes and frowned. He did not say much. It was fine as long as he did not leave the ancient city. He could not be bothered with Xianxia. Xianxia had some friendship with Xiao Longwu and was also familiar with Suyu. It was not good for him to get involved. He was only responsible for guarding the passage and polishing his weapon. He did not care about anything else. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Xianxia did not go straight to the 4 of them. Instead, he patrolled the city. When he encountered some experts, he reprimanded them before walking toward the 4 of them. At this moment, the 4 of them were being pestered by an ostrich-like fellow who asked if they wanted to buy treasures. The 4 of them were a little impatient, but they did not speak ill of it. They were just annoyed that it kept promoting its treasures. In fact, they were not interested in it at all. "Brothers, I can tell at a glance that you are from a major human mansion. I have an earthly weapon from ancient times. Its power is unparalleled, comparable to a heavenly weapon of today. It took me a lot of effort to get it." The ostrich-like monster kept promoting its treasures to the 4 of them. Among the 4, the female mountain sea was a little impatient. She wanted to laugh, so she said disdainfully, "Ancient weapon? Earthly weapon? I don't think you have a single earthly weapon on you. Leave while you can. Are you trying to swindle us? How would I dare? The ostrich-like monster grinned. It really is an earthly weapon from ancient times. It's just a little broken, really. It took out a piece of black wood. Look, this thing is obviously very old. It has been preserved for countless years. Perhaps it was a heavenly weapon or even a divine weapon in ancient times. The female mountain sea was so angry that she laughed. Divine weapon? Do you know what a divine weapon looks like? Ancient divine weapon? Why don't you say ancient emperor weapon? The ostrich-like monster laughed dryly. Can an emperor weapon be stronger than a divine weapon? What's an emperor weapon? A divine weapon is the strongest. Of course, I have to say divine weapon. Ignorant. The female mountain sea snorted. The other three glanced at her. Seeing this, she did not say anything more. Behind them, Xianxia walked over and greeted the experts on both sides. Soon, he walked past them. Just as he walked past them, he suddenly turned around and asked, "Which prefecture are you from?" Among the four, a man who looked slightly older walked out and said with a smile, "City Lord, we are from the Great Yong Prefecture in the human realm." Not from Xianxia province? Xianxia raised his eyebrows slightly and quickly said, "Forget it. I saw that you are full of vitality and thought that you were from Xianxia province. That grandson, Xiao Longwu, has not dared to come to my place recently. He has not given me the opportunity that he owes me." After muttering for a while, Xianxia said in a deep voice, "If you see people from Xianxia province, help me tell them that Xiao Longwu owes me the opportunity as soon as possible. Don't think that he is great just because he became the general of the northern expedition. This city lord is also a subordinate of Emperor Yu. I am not afraid of him. I will definitely pass on the message." The middle-aged man laughed and bowed. "That's good." Xianxia walked a few steps and suddenly looked at the ostrich. He scolded, "Don't try to fool the humans. You have guts. Aren't you afraid of being beheaded?" The ostrich looked embarrassed. "City Lord, I didn't fool them. I also couldn't tell if it was an ancient treasure or not. Forget it. Don't do it again." After saying this, he looked at the others and said, "Take it easy when you are shopping here. If you get cheated, it's because you have bad eyesight. Violence is not allowed in the ancient city. Thank you for the reminder, City Lord." Xianxia nodded slightly and glanced at the three people behind the middle-aged man. The three of them smiled and bowed slightly. Xianxia nodded. There are more and more good seedlings of the human race. It's a good thing. Enter the sun and moon realm as soon as possible. If you encounter any trouble, you can look for me at the City Lord's mansion. Thank you, City Lord. The middle-aged man thanked him again. Xianxia didn't say anything else. He walked away and continued to sweep the two sides. The four people behind him looked at Xianxia for a while and didn't say anything. They continued to wander in the ancient city. Soon, Xianxia strolled around and returned to the City Lord's mansion. He went straight to the backyard. In the backyard, Zhou Polong opened his eyes. Xianxia went straight to the point. Your Zhou family knows a lot. Let me ask you, do you know what an ancient emperor weapon is? Emperor weapon? Zhou Polong was slightly stunned. After a while, he said uncertainly, there were divine weapons in ancient times. Human kings usually used divine weapons. As for emperor weapons, I think there are records that the four extremities human kings and human sovereigns used them, right? Zhou Polong wasn't too sure. He could be considered to have learned a lot. Xianxia thoughtfully asked, are there many people in the human race who know about emperor weapons? Definitely not many. Zhou Polong smiled. Even I don't know much about it. I've only heard about it and read some ancient texts. Under normal circumstances, unless it's a top-level existence, they might pay attention to it. Otherwise, if they don't even have a divine weapon, why would they pay attention to it? Then let me ask you again. Are the people of the Great Yong Mansion very free? Can the four mountains and seas roam around as they please? The mountains and seas were neither strong nor weak. They were indeed unremarkable, but it also depended on where they came from. Zhou Polong thought about it. That's not it. The Great Yong Mansion's strength is average. Even now, it's mainly because of the mountains and seas and the sun and moon sovereigns in the army. The mountains and seas can still oversee a region. For is not a small number, he looked at Tianhe. Tianhe rubbed his chin and said, under normal circumstances, if I scold Xia Longwu as a grandson in front of the human race, what reaction would they have if they weren't from Xia province? Zhou Polong smiled. It depends on the position. Before, all the manners had their own positions. If I scold you in front of the people of Dazhou Prefecture, they would probably snicker and say that you deserved it. If it's the Ming Mansion, then it's none of my business. You can scold me all you want. If it's the Qin Mansion, then it's anger. Xiao Longwu is the god of war. Then what about the Great Yong Mansion? The Great Yong Mansion isn't strong. They're cautious and will probably avoid it. They won't dare to respond and will just be a yes man. Tianhe rubbed his chin again. Then if I tell them to tell Xiao Longwu that he owes me something, what reaction will they have? Zhou Polong frowned. No reaction. They'll just smile in response. How can they casually respond? Xiao Longwu was a top-notch expert and a god of war. Now, he was a direct subordinate of Suyu. Naturally, he couldn't casually respond, even if Tianhe was also on Suyu's side. Tianhe nodded. He wasn't human and didn't know much about the situation of the human manners. Hearing this, he sighed. I almost made a mistake. That guy from the heavenly gates is quite vigilant. What happened? 4 mountains and seas of the human race came to the city. They say they're from the Great Yong Mansion. The specifics are as I said. You can guess. Zhou Polong frowned. Mountains and seas of the human race? Do you mean they're in disguise? It's possible. And they have good eyesight. As soon as they entered the city, someone said they were quite new. Quite new? Zhou Polong was slightly shocked. Did you hear it wrong? No. The matter of changing the guards is confidential. Unless the Eternal Ones step into the ancient city, they won't be able to sense it. Who dares to step into the ancient city rashly? Tianhe nodded. So the heavenly gates felt something was wrong and told me. I went to have a look. As a quasi-invincible realm expert, I couldn't see anything. Zhou Polong's eyes were solemn. You couldn't even see it face to face? Yes. Zhou Polong took a deep breath. His eyes flickered for a while. Tianhe said in a low voice, what's going on? Your human race is being impersonated? Wan Spy? If he's hiding his strength, is it the Eternal Ones? Wan Spy has begun to use the Eternal Ones. Does he know something and come to see if Lord Sky Destroyer is here? Zhou Polong didn't say anything. Tianhe raised his eyebrows. Or something else? Then, he said with a smile, forget it. I don't care. The guards can do as they see fit. Although he said he didn't care, his heart was slightly moved. Soon, the token of the deputy governor trembled slightly and directly sent the news to Sky Destroyer and even to Suyu himself. Suyu had the token of the governor. Zhou Polong glanced at him. Tianhe said with a smile, it's a normal report. Don't get me wrong. I'm leaving now. Don't observe others. It's easy for them to find out your identity. That'll be troublesome. I don't need you to remind me. Up to you. Tianhe left leisurely, thinking about something. What was going on? It was somewhat inexplicable. Was he not a human? Was one willing to use such an expert to explore the ancient city, if he was a human? It didn't feel right. It was very strange, forget it. Anyway, I've reported it. It's not my business how to deal with it. The human realm. Suyu had just finished his work. He was about to go to King Wen's former residence to look for the buried treasures that Xingyu had mentioned. Just as he was about to leave, a governor's token trembled slightly. Now that Suyu had become stronger and could communicate with life and death, the coverage of the governor's token had also increased. There was no need for a middleman to convey anything. Soon, he glanced at it. It was from Tianhe. Tianhe rarely sent him voice transmissions. Suyu looked for a while and was puzzled. What did this mean, a few humans? There was something wrong, Mountain Sea Realm, or were they in disguise? Scouts? Suyu was puzzled. It was normal to be a scout. Was there a need to tell him such a small matter? However, if they were Eternal Realm experts, it was indeed worth paying attention to. Don't mess up my plan. Suyu thought, who should I send to investigate? Just as he was thinking, the great Zhou King quickly flew over. When he saw Suyu, he took a deep breath and said, Emperor Yu, there might be a little trouble. What? Suyu looked at the time. Let's talk on the way. I have to go to Fat Ball's place. The great Zhou King didn't say much and quickly followed Suyu into the air. As they flew toward Starfall Mountain, the great Zhou King said, just now, Polong sent me a message. There are 4 more people in the ancient city. Oh, what's wrong? The great Zhou King hesitated and quickly said, I'm not too sure. Those people know about the ancient emperor armament. What's that? Yes, so you didn't know. He didn't care about this. The great Zhou King explained, there is actually only one ancient emperor armament, the human emperor's seal. Oh, what's wrong? The great Zhou King didn't know whether Suyu really didn't know or not, so he explained himself, other than some higher-ups in ancient times, no one should have heard of the emperor armament. How do you know? The flame bearer knows about the emperor armament. Suyu nodded. Then what does that mean? It means that the 4 of them either know about it from ancient books or they are some experts from ancient times. Otherwise, they have the inheritance of an ancient expert that has never been broken. Suyu smiled. There are many ancient books and ruins. Knowing a name doesn't mean anything. No, about the emperor armament, the great Zhou King said in a deep voice, even if there are records, there won't be many. Most of them will be recorded using the human emperor's seal and not the emperor armament. The Zhou family knows a little about it and I wrote some books. Logically speaking, there might not be anyone in the current human race who would mention the term emperor armament. So, it's a fake human? Not necessarily. Suyu raised his brow. Just say it directly and stop probing. If it doesn't work, go capture them. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? The great Zhou King fell silent for a moment. I suspect it's the flame bearer. What? I suspect it's the flame bearer. The great Zhou King said in a deep voice, perhaps it's the flame bearer from the upper world. Or perhaps the flame bearer brought someone to the lower world. Suyu was stunned. The lower world? The great Zhou King said in a deep voice, the flame bearer actually controls a passageway between the upper world and the lower world. Suyu's eyes suddenly shone with a sharp glint as he looked at him. The great Zhou King lowered his head and said in a deep voice, it's not that I don't want to say it, but this passageway has been abandoned. It has been abandoned for many years. The passageway in the life realm is the safest and most direct. The passageway controlled by the flame bearer is too dangerous. In the past, many people died in order to open this passageway. Even after the flame bearer's teleportation, less than 10% survived. That's why the passageway was abandoned during the 3rd tide. The great Zhou King said in a deep voice, it has never been opened since then. Suyu frowned. Then why do you suspect that it's someone from the upper world? The great Zhou King exhaled. The emperor armament is one thing. The flame bearer likes to call it the emperor armament, the weapon of the emperor. When outsiders talk about it, they will only say the human emperor's seal. Also, it appeared in the Sky Destruction ancient city because it is closest to the human race. If it's someone from the upper world, they will definitely not go to the human realm first. Instead, they will observe it from the closest place. Also, if Wan's spies know about the ancient city, they will not go to the Sky Destruction ancient city first. Instead, they will choose the ancient city near their region. The Sky Destruction ancient city belongs to the Eastern War Zone. If they place spies here, they will be easily discovered. Suyu said, so you suspect that the flame bearer has come to the lower world? Yes. Why don't you think that they are originally in the lower world? If they are originally here, then they are most likely inside the human realm and not outside. Suyu did not say much. He asked, where is that passageway? Emperor Yu, that passageway is too dangerous. I don't know how they came down. If my guess is correct, they must have paid a huge price to come down, where is it? Suyu looked at him. The king of Great Zhou wanted to say something, but when he saw Suyu's cold eyes, he could only say, in the endless void. But I am not lying. If you want to sneak into the upper world, then you must be prepared to die before you can go up. I didn't say it because this passageway has been abandoned for too many years. I never thought it would open again. He said in a low voice, and those who know about it should be mostly dead. As far as I know, even if there are still flame bearers, there will be no more than 3 people who know about it. Now, there are 4. Suyu raised an eyebrow. The 2nd and 3rd generation of flame bearers? I am not sure about that. Suyu thought for a while. Let's not worry about it for now. Just keep an eye on them. Let's get down to business. Everyone is coming out. I will arrange for people to keep an eye on them. You don't have to worry about it. The king of Great Zhou said in a low voice, if it is indeed a flame bearer who risked his life to come to the lower world, then he might have an important mission. Maybe he is here to ask for help. Ask for help? Suyu was slightly stunned. He suddenly thought of something. You are saying that the upper world is dangerous, and some flame bearers can't wait any longer. They can only send people down to ask for help so that we can create some commotion in the lower world? To distract the attention of the various races in the upper world. The king of Great Zhou nodded. I can only speculate that. Otherwise, that passageway is extremely dangerous. They won't send people down rashly. Sovereign Yu, those people might not be bad people, and they might not have evil intentions. They might just want to observe and see if they can get some support from the lower world. Please, don't kill them rashly. He was also worried that Suyu would do that. Without another word, he would kill them directly. Suyu touched his chin and smiled. All right. If they are really from the upper world, I will definitely treat them well. The king of Great Zhou's expression changed. Suyu said angrily, what? I'm telling you to treat me well. I know too little about the upper realms. What you know is also old news. Of course, I have to treat people from the upper realms well. As long as you are polite to me and tell me some information, I will treat you like an honored guest. Do you think I will kill anyone I see? Kill anyone I see from the upper world? Am I crazy? The king of Great Zhou was embarrassed. I really think so. Because Suyu had always acted like he was not interested in the powerhouses from the upper world. Suyu chuckled. Don't think too much. I have no enmity towards the human powerhouses from the upper world. I only hate 2 kinds of people. First, traitors. Second, they want me to listen to them. They won't listen to me. As long as they are not traitors and don't stupidly want me to listen to them, they are my friends. Suyu smiled and said, King of the Great Zhou, isn't my attitude obvious enough? It is already so obvious. As long as they listen to me, we are on the same side. What are you worried about? The king of Great Zhou was a little discouraged and helpless. I used to think that you are flawless. Why are you always like an old woman recently, nagging endlessly about these things? The king of Great Zhou smiled bitterly. I am worried that you will kill the king of 100 battles. The king of Great Zhou also threw caution to the wind and sighed. The king of 100 battles is not dead. He should be in the upper world. He may have been suppressed, but it is a fact that he is not dead. This is actually the hope of some of us old people. It is a good thing that he is not dead. Previously, when I said to delay for a few decades, I was actually thinking that the king of 100 battles can make a comeback. After all, he has strength close to the master of the law. The king of Great Zhou threw caution to the wind today and said directly, therefore, our hopes are still placed on him. He lost the last battle, but as long as he learns his lesson, with his strength, there is still hope for a comeback. The reason why we are not in despair is because he is still alive. The king of Great Zhou looked at Suyu. Emperor Yu, perhaps you cannot understand. However, he is indeed the last hope for us old people. Before you rise, do you think the human race can make a comeback? Suyu thought and shook his head. Difficult. Yes. The king of Great Zhou nodded. We all know it is difficult. Therefore, after we lost the last battle, we didn't flee immediately. Instead, we communicated with each other through some special methods and waited for an opportunity, for the King of 100 Battles to return. Only he is our hope. After all, he is incomparably powerful. It is not that we are stupid, it is just that, there is no other hope. The King of Great Zhou sighed. I have also thought about whether this tide can have a powerful individual like him rise. However, in the past few hundred years, you have also seen that the great Qin monarch and the others did not see this hope. In fact, because the King of 100 Battles is still alive, he can't even reach Dao integration. I can only give up on all thoughts and wait for him to return. The more he spoke, the more bitter he became. Therefore, Emperor Yu suddenly rose, and I placed my hopes on the King of 100 Battles for thousands of years, tens of thousands of years. In such a short period of time, it is indeed a bit difficult for me to shift my hopes to him. Not only me, but those in the upper world who know that he is still alive probably also have the same thoughts. Because we could not see any hope before, only he is our only hope. Suyu listened silently. After a long time, he nodded. Now that you put it this way, I somewhat understand you. Seeing the King of 100 Battles as our hope for countless years, it is indeed difficult to accept the sudden appearance of an uncertain factor at the last moment. The King of Great Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. It is good that you can understand. It is not that we have to do this, but it is indeed difficult to change the feelings of thousands of years in a short period of time. Seeing the King of 100 Battles as their hope for thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, it was still difficult to suddenly change now. Suyu smiled. Then, is he injured, sealed, or hiding? He is sealed. The King of Great Zhou explained, although we did not see the specific process, he is indeed sealed. We do not know where the seal is, but the Marquis of Minshan once said that even if he is sealed, the next time the upper realm opens, the great Tao will shake, and some of the seals will loosen. Every time heaven and earth shakes, it is the best time to unseal. Suyu thought for a moment and nodded. That is true. The martial monarch is also preparing to unseal himself at that time. It seems that the opening of the upper realm in the All Heavens battlefield is a good time to unseal himself. If the King of 100 Battles is unsealed at that time, there is hope for a comeback. That is what you all think, right? Yes. Suyu smiled. Then have you ever thought that someone could seal him back then, and not know that he might be unsealed at this tide? We can only take a chance. The King of Great Zhou said in a low voice, we have no other choice. Alright, it seems that his unsealing is a foregone conclusion. But after unsealing, it will be even more troublesome. Who cares? The King of Great Zhou felt a toothache. That, if Emperor Yu helps unseal him, maybe we can let the King of 100 Battles assist Emperor Yu. He is still extremely strong. Some of the upper realm's old Wan antiques are very strong. In the 9th tide, some old antiques did not come down. We'll talk about it later. So you did not want to say more. Soon, he arrived at Mount Starfall. Seeing that the King of Great Zhou was still there, he smiled. Alright, I understand. If you really can't do it, bring your people and meet up with the people from the upper realm, and save him yourself. Then, you can form a group and live. I am not an unreasonable person. If you don't cause trouble for me, I won't bother. But the people you took away, how much benefits did you take from me? Return them to me. Suyu smiled. King of Great Zhou, before he is unsealed, you should be more down to earth. Don't think too much all day long. One hasn't been dealt with, and I still have to worry about you all day long. If you anger me again, I will deal with you first. Suyu smiled. The matter of the King of 100 Battles ends here. If he is really unsealed, do as you wish. I don't want to mention him again, and I don't expect him to help me. Do whatever you want. You don't have to care about those 4 people. I will have people watch them. Also, do your job well. As the King of Great Zhou, do what the King of Great Zhou should do. Tomorrow, I will take action, and so will you. Don't say anything else. The King of Great Zhou nodded. I won't cause trouble for Emperor Yu. That's for the best. Suyu smiled. Alright, go back. The matter of the King of 100 Battles is a small matter. He can't even defeat one, and he wants to fight me? If you really see him, remind him yourself. Otherwise, I will be merciless. That's it, I am going to find Fat Ball. You go do what you need to do. The king of Great Zhou smiled bitterly and could only retreat. Before he left, he thought and said. If I say that I trust you more, you think, no need. So you said indifferently, it's up to you whether you believe me or not. You are an old man. Do you think I will be moved just because you believe I can win? Don't mess around. Suyu, started from scratch. I roped in and nurtured my subordinates. I don't like people like you. He was speechless. The king of Great Zhou smiled bitterly and said in the end, even if the king of 100 battles is unsealed, I will stand on the side of the human race and the public. I won't follow him unscrupulously just because he is my legacy. Also, even if I leave, Zhou Tianqi guarantees that I will be alone. I won't bring anyone with me. Even my son will fight for Emperor Yu. Your son is too weak. Whatever. He was dealt another blow, the king of Great Zhou was helpless. Then. I will take my leave first. The king of Great Zhou left. Suyu laughed. He actually understood the king of Great Zhou's thoughts. He might feel that he was better and more suitable than the king of 100 battles. However, some of the upper realm's antiques might favor the king of 100 battles more. The king of Great Zhou wanted to be this bridge. Suyu was too lazy to care about him. This was normal. They were not familiar with each other. If they met, how could the antiques be at ease with a 21-year-old young man? Suyu didn't care at all. The king of Great Zhou probably knew that he didn't care about these things. He was worried that Suyu would really get rid of those antiques, so he could only think of ways to mediate this conflict. Good intentions. Unfortunately, both sides might not appreciate it. You're asking for trouble. You're in trouble. Suyu concluded. He didn't care anymore and quickly stepped into King Wen's former residence. What treasure was hidden by Xianxia? At this moment, Suyu was curious. Fat Ball was curious too. Hairy Ball also took the chance to break away from the tree and ran to Suyu's head. It was curious too, but it might be fake. It didn't want to read anymore. Backyard. Suyu saw 3 blue flowers. Fat Ball was curious. Is there a treasure? I don't know. I kept watering the flowers but didn't shovel them. Who buried them? If there really is one, it might have been buried before I became sensible. So early. Suyu wasn't sure either. I don't know what it is or if there is one. However, seeing 3 blue flowers means that these flowers have been the same for countless years. There might really be one. He looked at Fat Ball. Pluck the flowers? Fat Ball struggled. I don't want to, these 3 flowers were very beautiful. Can I not pluck them? Suyu smiled. You might not die even if you pluck them. After plucking, you can look around. If there are no treasures, you can bury them again. Fat Ball struggled for a while before lying on the ground. It was a little sad. Okay. Don't die. Really, why do you have to bury them under the flowers? How boring. Go ask Xianxia. Suyu was speechless. How would he know that Xianxia would bury something here? He was indeed very curious. He couldn't wait. Soon, he plucked out the 3 flowers and quickly began to dig. The soil here was not ordinary. Suyu couldn't be bothered and kept digging. After digging a few meters deep, he almost reached the river of time. Suyu's eyes lit up, Fur Ball and Fat Ball also craned their necks to look down. Suyu hurriedly picked up a buried box and said excitedly, there really is one. Xianxia really buried a treasure here. Fat Ball, do you think it's a treasure? Fat Ball was speechless. A treasure is buried here? Not really. Maybe a shoe? Fat Ball guessed. Or a hairpin? Shuttlecock? Hair rope? That's also a treasure. Suyu grinned. It hasn't rotted since ancient times. It must be a treasure. Just this box alone makes me feel that it's not ordinary. It's a treasure. He walked up with the box and quickly began to fill it with soil. He smiled. Open it. Maybe it's a pill? This box was sealed. With curiosity, Suyu quickly walked to the front yard with Fat Ball and the rest. He placed the box on the stone table. At this moment, even Big Blockhead next to him looked up. He seemed very curious. What treasure was it? The next moment, Suyu couldn't wait any longer. He hurriedly opened the box. There was no light, no heaven and earth collapsing. It was extremely quiet. In the box, there was only a small stone lying quietly. Suyu, Fat Ball, and the rest were all stunned. What did it mean? Just a small stone? Are you kidding us? Suyu looked at Fat Ball. Fat Ball looked at Suyu and shook its head. Don't look at me. It's just a stone. I don't know either. You dug it yourself. I didn't change it. Suyu's mouth twitched. Xianxia. Are you kidding me? Damn, he picked up the stone. It was not light. But no matter how he looked, it was just a stone. He was speechless. Suyu waited and pinched it. He frowned slightly. It's quite hard. I haven't crushed it yet. Fat Ball, come and pinch it. Fat Ball stretched out its paw and scratched it. The small stone did not leave a single mark. Fat Ball was slightly stunned. So sturdy. Suyu was a little surprised. Was it a treasure? Whether it was or not, Fat Ball did not leave a mark. It was definitely not simple. It could be used by heavenly soldiers. Suyu observed it carefully. After fiddling with it for a while, there was still no change. He could only say, forget it. I'll ask Xianxia later. I'll leave first. Fat Ball shouted. Call me if you need help. Sure. Suyu took the box and the stone and left King Wen's former residence. Little Fur Ball wanted to steal it, but Suyu tossed it to Fat Ball. Learn a little more, and he felt that Fur Ball had improved quite a bit recently. Don't run around. Fur Ball felt very wronged. Suyu did not care about this. He took the box and quickly left. He still had things to do tomorrow. He could not stay here for long. As for what that stone was, he would treat it as a stone for now. Not long after Suyu left King Wen's former residence. Suddenly, it shook violently. Fat Ball quickly erupted with powerful blood energy, suppressing the turbulence. Countless branches and leaves also extended from the tree, stabilizing the former residence. After a while, it barely stabilized. Fat Ball blinked with some confusion. After a while, it suddenly cried. Not good. That seems to be the foundation of the house. It had always felt that this place had been stable for countless years because King Wen's house was strong. But now, that thing had been dug out, causing the former residence to shake. This meant that the stone Suyu had taken away was more important than the whole of King Wen's former residence. Fat Ball cried. It's over, it's over. Can I still get it back? That thing is actually a treasure that stabilizes the river of time. Fat Ball looked miserable. Now that it was in Suyu's hands, could it still get it back? It suddenly looked at Little Fur Ball. Bare One's teeth suddenly said, don't tell him. Next time I see him, I'll ask for it back. Just say that it's useless and ask him to return it to me. Fur Ball blinked and nodded. No way, I must secretly tell Sweet Fragrance that I picked up a big treasure. It seems that the stone is more important than all the treasures in King Wen's former residence. I've hit the jackpot. If I tell Sweet Fragrance, he will definitely take me away. Meanwhile, Fat Ball's dog face was full of despair. It's over, it's over. I've unintentionally lost the most precious treasure in the house. Outside King Wen's old residence. Suyu ran quickly, not because he was busy, but because he was worried that Fat Ball would ask him for the stone. Treasure. Suyu was not stupid. How powerful was Fat Ball? Even a fool would know that it was a treasure, a huge treasure. To prevent Fat Ball from thinking, Suyu ran first. What if Fat Ball said it was King Wen's treasure and did not want to give it to him? Although it was Xianxia who buried it, it was in someone else's house. Xianxia went to King Wen's house to bury something. This means that she has a good relationship with King Wen. To revive her, King Wen even went to the world of souls to live for a while. Suyu pondered in his heart. What does it matter? Lovers? Suyu was bare one's teeth. Was King Wen secretly no longer single? Never mind, he would not think about it. He took out the stone and sensed it carefully. He raised his eyebrows. What was it, Xing? You might not even remember what it was. Is it used as a weapon? To smash people? Or some other treasure? At Suyu's level, he had many treasures. Ordinary items might not catch his eye. He would keep it for now. Maybe he would find something in the future. Suyu flew all the way and soon flew out of the human realm. After flying out of the human realm, Suyu quickly concealed his aura. He did not want to care about Sky Destroyer City. He had already notified Wan Tianxing and asked Wan Tianxing or the Blue Sky clone to keep an eye on them. Neither of them was weak. A few people from the upper realms were small matters in front of him. After killing Talisman King, Refining Talisman King, Marquis of Abyss, and Marquis of Heaven Dragon, what secrets did he not know? When he killed West Duchess and got rid of her, the secret of the Hell King's bloodline might not be a secret. It was just that it was not the right time to kill them. He did not want to attract Wan's attention and prevent the Hell King's bloodline from knowing in advance. I'll go to the life realm first. It would be good if he could sneak in, but if he could not, so you would not force it. The tunnel to the higher realm, the fated kin. Suyu was actually very puzzled. How could Wan be so at ease as to leave the passage to the realm of life? Although the other party was not weak, if it were him, he would have taken down the life realm long ago. It was the same for the humans as well. Take the last tide for example. The humans were strong at the start, but they couldn't take down the fated kin. What was he thinking? This is a realm that guards the strategic passage. Even if I don't attack the myriad races, I have to take down the life realm first. If I guard the passageway, I can attack up, but I can also guard the passageway and not let them come down. That old fellow, the Fate Sovereign, is not weak. Previously, he might have been hiding something. He has been quiet all this while. I have to be on guard against him. Last time, when he informed me, he had the intention to eat both of us. He's a smart person, but he's also a fence-sitter, so you kept analyzing everything about the Fate Emperor. If he wanted to forcefully attack the life realm and take it down, it would be very difficult if the Fate Emperor did not cooperate. There were many invincible beings among the fated kin, and their life sovereigns were also top-notch Dao integration stage cultivators. The other races would all be suppressed if they entered, and if the human race could kill their way in alone, they would suffer heavy losses. With these thoughts in mind, Suyu concealed his aura and hurried towards the life realm. In the life realm. At the peak of Destiny Mountain. The Fate Emperor stood up and was about to leave. Not far away, Marquis Demonic Dang said lightly, "Brother Nameless, are you going back to do something?" The Fate Emperor thought for a moment and said, "I'm a little uneasy. I'm worried that the human race will attack the life realm. The Heavenly Abyss realm has been destroyed, and the Dead Spirit passageway has been cut off. If the life realm is also destroyed, then we will be at the mercy of the human race." Marquis Abyss sneered. "The human race will attack the life realm? Then just wait for your bad luck. Wuming, as long as you don't betray us, you and I can work together. Even if Zhou Qianqi comes, he will be defeated. If the human race really attacks, then we will hold them back and not give them a chance to leave the realm. Then, they will be seeking their own deaths." According to their current strength, this was indeed the case. If they were blocked from entering the realm, then it would be a huge problem. This was because Suyu's allies would be suppressed when they entered the realm. It was the same for the Wan, but on the Wan's side there were many eternal realms and suns and moons. Even if they were suppressed, everyone would be suppressed together. The Fate Emperor said lightly, "Betray us? If Marquis Abyss is so worried, then why don't you destroy the fated kin and let the Heavenly Abyss race stay here? I'm just afraid that no one will come." This was a slap to the face. No one. Marquis Abyss's expression was dark. The Fate Emperor looked at the three and said calmly, "My friends, this is still the fated kin's territory. Do I need your permission to leave and take a look?" Marquis Yinxing smiled. "Brother Wuming, you misunderstand. Marquis Dang and the others mean well. Brother Wuming, please go ahead." The Fate Emperor did not speak and disappeared. Once he left, Marquis Abyss said in a low voice, "The fated kin. Wuming is a strange person. No one knows what he is thinking. You two should be careful." Marquis Mo Dang's eyes were dark. Marquis Tianming is still alive, and he is not easy to deal with. That old man is not weak. Even if Marquis Yanxing and I work together, we might not be able to defeat him. As he spoke, he shook his head. The fated kin has always been indecisive, but over the years, they have never sided with any side. This tide probably won't do anything stupid. If he really wants to choose a side, it won't be the humans. During the last tide, the 100 battles came. Marquis Tianming personally went down to the lower realms and didn't give way to the humans. Abyss, you don't have to worry too much. Alright then. Marquis Abyss did not say anything else. If he did, it would be a provocation. At the entrance to the life realm. At that moment, there were a few invincible beasts guarding it, including the genius of the fated kin. Long River was among them. Seeing the Fate Emperor, Long River hurried forward and said in a low voice, "Chief." The Fate Emperor nodded slightly and looked around. There was a Long River surging in his eyes. He looked around for a while, and after a long time, he suddenly looked at a tree. On the tree, there was a black bird that was circling around. It was silent and its aura was extremely weak. A normal person would definitely ignore it. The Fate Emperor looked at the bird. At that moment, the river of fate in his eyes reflected the great Tao. He seemed to see something vaguely. He saw countless spirit-like things appear above the bird's head. The Fate Emperor looked at the bird. At that moment, the black bird was motionless as if it was asleep. The Fate Emperor stared at it for a while. The bird flapped its wings slightly. Long River saw the Fate Emperor looking in that direction and also looked there. He smiled and said, "Chief, what's wrong? Is there something special about this black raven?" The Fate Emperor smiled and said, "It's nothing. Just watch the entrance." "I know. Don't worry, Chief." The Fate Emperor nodded slightly and did not say anything else. He walked towards the passage, and Long River quickly followed. "Chief, are you going out?" "No. Let's go take a look at the entrance." As the Fate Emperor walked out, he said softly, "Have you learned the race's ultimate art, the Eye of Heaven?" "Not yet." Long River said awkwardly, "It's still early. Pay more attention. This is an extremely important art. The reason the fated kin can survive until now and not decline is related to this art." "I know." As they spoke, the Fate Emperor had already walked to the entrance of the passage. He stood quietly at the entrance. The life realm was very high. The other great realms were at the same level as the heavenly battlefield. They flew out of the passage and reached the ground. Only the life realm was a little special. It floated in the air. The Fate Emperor looked down at the world and said softly, "Changhe, do you know why the fated kin are not the rulers of any of the tides in the universe? Do you know why they can build a world region in this galaxy?" Long River thought for a while and said, "It's said that the emperor of our race made a bet with Kingwen that the fated kin can see through all fates. In the end, Kingwen lost, so the fated kin won this land. We are the source of the great Tao. The emperor of our race opened the world here." "Nonsense." The Fate Emperor chuckled. "What bet?" "The truth is that before the humans unified the world, Kingwen entered my life realm and said that the great Tao of the fated kin was very interesting. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. He asked my grandfather if the fated kin would be destroyed today." It was the first time Long River heard about this. He said in surprise, "Is that so? Then the emperor saw the future? Fate?" The Fate Emperor smiled. "Is there a need to see it?" "There's no need. My grandfather said that the fated kin will not be destroyed." So, Kingwen was very impressed. He made the life realm float in the air and was in charge of connecting to the higher worlds. He joked that the fated kin had a long life. If he died, the fated kin might not be destroyed. It was good enough to watch the gate. Long River was a little dazed. The Fate Emperor smiled. "Do you understand now?" Long River said in a low voice, "Are you saying that the emperor thought that Kingwen could destroy the fated kin? What do you think?" Long River thought about it and said uncertainly, "My former emperor was very powerful, right?" "Of course. Even in the life realm, he couldn't win against Kingwen?" "Idiot. Even if we have the power of the world and Kingwen is not restricted, do you think that we can win against Kingwen?" "I don't think so." Long River was uncertain, and the Fate Emperor did not say much to him. He only said with a sigh, a joke in the past decided the fate of the fated kin. The fated kin survived for hundreds of thousands of years. Now I can feel the ripples in the river of fate. Corpses lie in the river, and blood spills in the sky. Chief, then, the Fate Emperor ignored him. At that moment, his great Tao rippled, and Marquis Tianyuan and the others came. They looked at him from behind. What is Wu Ming doing? Marquis Yunxing thought of something and looked at the Fate Emperor. He frowned slightly. The Eye of Heaven? Once he said that, the other two also remembered something. They all frowned. What does that mean? Marquis Abyss also knew about this art. He said in a low voice, Wu Ming. Marquis Yunxing stopped him and frowned. He did not say anything and sent a voice transmission. Let him see. Using the Eye of Heaven will greatly injure his vitality. Is this guy going to see the future of the worlds? The Fate Emperor ignored them. Soon, an eye that seemed to be asleep opened on his forehead bit by bit. This eye was somewhat similar to Heaven Gate. But it was also different. The eye opened slowly. The Fate Emperor's hair was originally white, but it had an endless luster. At that moment, it gradually became dry and lost its luster. His skin, which had previously been like a child's, also gradually became shriveled. He tried hard to open that eye. At this moment, the world in his third eye was completely different. At this moment, he saw many things. He first looked at the celestial world. In the sky above the celestial world, an illusory figure suddenly appeared. It was Heaven Ancient. Heaven Ancient seemed to have sensed something and looked over. The Fate Emperor ignored him and continued to look at the celestial world. In the sky above the celestial world, black chi floated, blood chi overflowed, and figures fell one after another. He seemed to see Heavenly Ancient, but also not. The Fate Emperor panted softly and looked at the demon world. At this moment, the demon world was also filled with blood chi. Countless figures appeared and countless figures fell. Looking at the divine world, the situation was similar, but slightly better. Soon, the Fate Emperor's eyes became a little weak. He panted and moved his head to look at the mortal world. He did not see the mortal world, but when he saw the star sea, he was shocked. Primordial Mist City. At this moment, he saw Primordial Mist City. On the sea above Primordial Mist City, rays of golden light flashed, and lines of fate extended toward the mortal world. He was shocked. What is that? The old tortoise of Primordial Mist City is powerful, but is the fate of the old tortoise so strange? It's not just the old tortoise. It's not just one person. It's the fate of many people. His heart trembled, and he quickly shifted his gaze. Along the way, he saw some ancient cities, and the sky above those ancient cities was also overflowing with black chi. However, this black chi did not contain blood chi, but pure black chi. What did this mean? The Fate Emperor had a vague idea. He was extremely shocked, and he quickly shifted his gaze toward the mortal world. When he looked, he did not see the mortal world, but his heart trembled. Boom, the third eye shattered, and at that moment, the third eye saw something. Between him and the mortal realm, or rather, in front of him, a person suddenly appeared. That person had a strange expression on his face, and suddenly, a stone smashed into the third eye, shattering it. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Clan leader. Several powerful fated kin were shocked, and they quickly ran over. Long River supported the Fate Emperor, his face full of worry. Behind him, Marquis Yunxing's voice came faintly, Wu Ming, what did you see? The Fate Emperor coughed up blood. I can't say. I can't reveal the secrets of heaven. It's just an art. It doesn't mean anything. Marquis Yunxing frowned and sent a voice transmission. Did you see the future of the human race? Ho Yi overestimates me. The future of the human race and the one is not something I can see. The Fate Emperor panted. I only saw it. The blood chi in the world is boiling. This is a sign of chaos. I also saw the ninth tide, and this time, it seems to be even thicker than the last time. When the three heard this, their expressions changed. Thicker than the ninth tide, Marquis Abyss said in disbelief, are you mistaken? The Fate Emperor coughed and said with a smile, if you believe it, then it exists. If you don't, then it doesn't. Once he finished speaking, he smiled and said, "Forget it. I don't believe it myself, but many people will definitely die." That was true. People would definitely die. Marquis Yinxing sent a voice transmission, "I saw you look at the mortal world, and the eye of heaven peeking shattered. Is it a backlash?" "No, I used up too much energy before. The myriad worlds of gods and demons can't hold on any longer." Marquis Yinxing did not ask any more and disappeared. "All of you can leave as well." The Fate Emperor smiled and said, "It's fine. Go. I will continue to look." The other powerful fated kin were worried, but they could only leave. Long River continued to stay by his side. The Fate Emperor looked in the direction of the human race again. At that moment, he closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Was the scene he saw in the future or in the present? The person who hit him seemed to be Suyu, with a strange look on his face. A stone smashed his eye. That was a line of fate, not something that had actually happened. He could only say that his view of a mortal world was blocked by Suyu and a stone. Suyu might have discovered something, or his eye of destiny was not strong enough, and his eye was smashed. "Suyu," he murmured in his heart. Muttering to himself, he abruptly opened his eyes. Suyu was on this line, the line between the realm of life and the mortal world. He was here, he really was here. It was not an illusion. It was not the future. It was the present. Suyu might not be far away from him. He might even be right in front of him. He just hit his tracks, he looked forward, and his gaze gradually became solemn. Also, the rays of golden light in the ancient Hongming city and the black light in the sky above the other ancient cities. What did they mean? Powerful warriors, dead spirits, Suyu, dead soul's realm. He's not the only one with the old turtle. There are other powerful warriors hiding there. Not just one, there are many. Something happened in the dead soul's realm? Suyu hasn't appeared much these days. Could he be in the dead soul's realm? There are 4 heavenly kings in the dead soul's realm. 3 of them are hostile to the human race. Countless thoughts rose in his mind. He looked into the distance again. He felt that Suyu was nearby. A thought rose in his mind. Was he going to attack the life realm? With his boldness, it might not be impossible. Could he have conquered the dead soul's realm? Impossible. But the ancient city seems to have changed. The Fate Emperor suddenly felt vexed. He should have looked at the Iron-Eating realm and the Human Race Alliance realm more. At this moment, he could not use the Eye of Peering anymore. With some thoughts in his mind, he suddenly looked at Long River. "You are familiar with 9 moons, Heaven Devourer, and the others. Send a message to 9 moons. Say that you want to prove your Tao and invite him to watch you prove your Tao." Long River was stunned. "That's not good. Quick." Alright, Long River could only send the message. Just as he sent the message, the space in front of him suddenly fluctuated, and the message was cut off. The Fate Emperor suddenly turned around. Behind him, Marquis Abyss said faintly, "Just to be safe, there is no need to send the message. There is no need to contact the outside world for now." The Fate Emperor looked at him faintly. "Abyss, you are interfering with my race's internal affairs. Do you know the consequences?" Marquis Abyss said calmly, "This is the decision of the various races, not mine." "Wuming, who do you want Long River to send the message to?" "Long River is going to prove his Tao. It is not good for him to go out now. I will ask him to invite some friends to watch." "Is there a problem?" "In the future." Marquis Abyss smiled. "There is no hurry." With that, he disappeared. The Fate Emperor frowned slightly. At that moment, he also sensed that there was a barrier around the realm of life. It was set up by Marquis Abyss, and it cut off the connection between the realm of life and the outside world. Bastard, the Fate Emperor let out a cold snort in his heart. He did not ask Long River to send the message again. There was no need to offend Juan now. He looked in the direction of the human realm again, and he frowned. Suddenly, he thought of something. He laughed. Perhaps, it was more interesting. At that moment, his great Tao fluctuated slightly. At the same time, less than 100 lis away from the realm of life, Suyu turned into a small cloud and hid in a cloud. He was a little strange. Just now, it seemed like the old fated kin was spying on him, and he had fought back. Was he discovered? So you could feel it when he fought back. He seemed to feel that the old fated kin was looking at him, and a special power of the great Tao spread towards him. So you instinctively punched the old fated kin. As for the stone that hit him, he really did not. However, the stone he put away just now did tremble slightly, but Suyu did not pay much attention to it. Have we been discovered? Discovered. So be it. Suyu muttered in his heart. He continued to look at the realm of life. He seemed to see the Fate Emperor in the distance talking to Long River. That old man is really sharp. Suyu sighed in his heart. The next moment, his gaze suddenly became strange. At that moment, he seemed to see something. Suyu hurriedly rubbed his eyes, and soon, the gate of heaven appeared. At that moment, he saw it. In the distant void, a great Tao appeared. He could vaguely see something. It was a little far away, so it was not too clear, but he could still see it. That great Tao was a little vague. And on the great Tao, a person suddenly appeared. Immortal aura floated around him. He seemed to be an immortal. Then, it changed and turned into a guy with monstrous demonic aura. Was it a demon? Then, a black-robed man appeared. Was that the Heavenly Abyss race? Suyu's eyes flashed. What did this mean? Heavenly Abyss race, immortal race, demon race, and at that moment, the great Tao began to change again. It was like three people walked out of the gate together. Suyu frowned. Gate. Three powerhouses, Heavenly Abyss race. Marquis Abyss? Suyu raised his eyebrows. Marquis Abyss behind and two in front. Two Marquises stronger than Marquis Abyss? One is from the immortal race, and the other is from the demon race. They all came down from the upper world? Suyu's eyes flashed. Was the Fate Emperor telling him? The great Tao changed. In today's world, other than him, who else could see the changes of the great Tao? Strange. I opened the gate of heaven. The Fate Emperor doesn't know, right? Three powerhouses, not one. Suyu frowned. Was this for real? He wasn't sure if the Fate Emperor was warning him. And at that moment, the Fate Emperor's great Tao continued to fluctuate. The next moment, a white-haired old man appeared. The old man vomited blood. Then, he turned around and left. What do you mean? Are you talking by looking at the picture? F***ck, if you really want to warn me, can't the great Tao transform into a few words? Is there a need to do this? Or are you saying that your great Tao can't transform into words? The old man vomited blood and left. Are you saying that you're leaving and that you're injured? Are you looking at me? Thoughts appeared in Suyu's mind. At that moment, he felt extremely strange. What was going on, at the same time? The Fate Emperor's eyes were dark as he said coldly, Marquis Abyss, come out and remove the barrier, or else. No one paid attention to him. The Fate Emperor frowned. After a while, he laughed coldly. Fine. Since Juan doesn't trust me, then so be it. Once he finished speaking, he turned around and walked into the realm. He said flatly, retreat. Let Marquis Abyss guard here. Since he doesn't trust us, then he won't be here to stop us. The humans also know that Marquis Abyss is here. Just watch and seal the life realm. Long River and the other fated kin couldn't help but frown. One of the fated kin quickly said, Chief, should we give up the tunnel? Give it up. The Fate Emperor said coldly. Even if we don't, there will be people watching. Just give it up. Once the humans attack, you won't be able to do anything. Let Marquis Abyss block them. In the distance, Marquis Abyss appeared again and chuckled. Brother Lifeless, you misunderstand. The Fate Emperor looked at him indifferently. The fated kin didn't show any favoritism during the 9 tides, but you have been targeting this tide. During the last tide, King of 100 Battle came to me a few times and asked me to help him. I rejected all of them. Marquis Destiny even fought against King of 100 Battle personally. Abyss, you don't have to go overboard. If you really force the fated kin to side with the humans, do you think that one will support the Heavenly Abyss tribe to replace us? Marquis Abyss smiled. It's a misunderstanding. Guard it yourself. The Fate Emperor said coldly. I don't want my people to become pawns in your war against the humans. Let's go. The fated kin were a little unwilling, but the Fate Emperor had already given the order. They had no choice but to give up the tunnel unwillingly. Marquis Abyss did not stop them. He watched them leave quietly. Soon, Marquis Yinxing and Marquis Mo Deng appeared. Both of them looked a little strange. He left? He gave up on the tunnel? The entrance to the realm of life had always been guarded by their own people. The fated kin did not want to give up their territory. Even if one wanted to station there, they would not let him. But this time, they gave it up. Marquis Yinxing frowned. Did he see danger? He used the Eye of Heaven just now. Did he see something? Marquis Mo Deng thought for a moment and smiled. So what if it's dangerous? It's a good thing that we took the entrance. The news of us coming down to the lower worlds has not been leaked. It's a good thing that we took the entrance so that we won't be stopped. If the humans really break into the realm of life, we will be in danger. If Wu Ming did not interfere, or if he stopped us at the entrance, we would be suppressed. It's good now. If the humans really come, we can go out and fight at any time. With the Abyss and the old turtle working together with the King of Great Zhou, the three of us will not have to fear them. Even if the humans come out in full force, we can just hold on for a while. Then Ancient Heaven and the others will come. It'll be safer. Marquis Yinxing thought for a moment. It was a good thing that they controlled the entrance. The fated kin might have seen some danger, but that was not important. No matter how dangerous it was, the humans had given up on the entrance and given it to them. This was a good thing to restrict the fated kin. It's a good thing, but be careful. Marquis Yinxing thought for a moment and said, Wu Ming's Eye of Heaven is not weak. He might have seen something. The three of us should be careful. Of course, we won't joke around with our lives. Marquis Mo Deng and the Marquis of Abyss smiled. If the fated kin wanted to leave, then so be it. They had taken over this place. It was easy to get here. During the previous few tides, the fated kin had guarded this place and refused to give up. Wu Ming is injured, so he probably won't care anymore. Marquis Mo Deng smiled again. He might have done it on purpose. He purposely injured himself so that he doesn't want to participate in the upcoming battle. That's normal. Marquis Yinxing was not surprised. Injuring himself was a good thing to avoid the fight between the two sides. The three of them did not leave. They stayed here. The entrance was even more important than the tunnel above them. Once they took control of this place, the fated kin would have to go through them when they wanted to enter or communicate with others. 3 powerful warriors, and 2 of them are even stronger than Marquis of Abyss. Suyu judged. Marquis of Abyss was an ancient marquis, after all. In Suyu's judgment, he should be on the same level as him. He defined Heavenly Kings as first level, Old Turtle and Ancient Sky as second level, the Great Qin King as third level, and himself as fourth level. Marquis of Abyss was not weaker than him, and might even be slightly stronger. If he was stronger than Marquis of Abyss, could both of them be third level? They were existences that were stronger than the emperors of the other ancient clans. 2 more came down? Suyu's eyes flashed. He had wanted to attack the life realm and fight casually to lure some people out. But now that there were 3 big fish, he wanted to eat them, he wanted to catch them off guard. They did not know that he knew that they had 3 powerful warriors on their side. If he really brought the iron-eating beast emperor and the others, they might be very happy. If I were Ancient Sky and the others, and they saw me bring a few beast emperors here, would they come to help immediately? Not necessarily. They know that this place is very powerful, and we won't be able to take it down in a short time. Maybe now, it's better to attack the ancient iron-eating realm or the human realm. They can hold us back and injure these races. In any case, we won't be able to kill these 3 powerful warriors in a short time. If the Great Zhou King can stop one of them, then if I want to kill the other 2, I need at least 6 or 7 Dao integration cultivators to kill them instantly. These thoughts flashed through his mind. He had not planned to kill Marquis of Abyss before. There was no point in killing one. Moreover, once Marquis of Abyss entered the realm, he would be a branch of the fated kin and would not be suppressed. In fact, it would be difficult to kill him. so you did not want to enter the realm to kill him either. However, those two were not fated kin, and they would definitely not want to be restricted from fighting. They would definitely come out of the realm. If they didn't come out, he would bring the great Zhou King and kill them. Those two powerful warriors would probably die of frustration. Thinking of this, Su Yu quickly issued an order. The great Qin King, Da Xia of Goguryeo, Book Spirit, Tea Tree, go meet up with the great Zhou King. He wanted the great Zhou King to quickly teleport over. These 5 powerful warriors could instantly kill a top-tier Dao integration cultivator if they worked together. Being able to fight against the great Zhou King alone did not mean that he could take on 5 top-tier powerful warriors. As for Su Yu, he had his eyes on Marquis of Abyss. As for the remaining ones, Lu Yu and the others would also work together to deal with one, instantly kill the other. That way, the great Qin King and Da Xia of Goguryeo would be exposed. So be it. He would kill 1 or 2 powerful warriors first. The top-tier ones would be very satisfying to kill. 9 moons can guard the iron-eating realm, but I need to find powerful warriors to guard the Gui tribe and the spatial beasts, just in case. The chances of the other party breaking through were not high. Once he made his move, Ancient Sky and the others might not have a chance to attack. However, he still had to be careful in case something happened to his allies. If they did not break through, then it was best not to be exposed. If they did, then 1 or 2 would be exposed. Tian Mia, go to the Gui tribe secretly. Xinghong, Yun Xiao, the 2 of you go to the spatial ancient beast realm secretly. Do not attack unless there are Dao integration cultivators. He mobilized the Dao integration cultivators on the surface and the Dao integration cultivators in the dark. They would not be exposed until the last moment. Even if the other party really allowed the 3 Dao integration cultivators to die and the life realm to be lost, it would be useless. They would not be able to break through the other realms. On the human side, Wan Tianxing would defend. However, that might not be enough. Thinking of this, Su Yu was also afraid that the other party would concentrate their full strength to attack the human race. Soon, he continued to transmit. Xianxia, go to the human realm. After transmitting for a while, Su Yu waited silently. Wait for dawn, launch a sneak attack at dawn tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the ancient Hongmeng city, Da Xia of Goguryeo and the great Qin King both frowned slightly. Da Xia of Goguryeo said in a low voice, didn't you say you were going to hide us? If you and I follow old Zhou now, are you going to expose us? He wanted to be their trump card. But now, Su Yu was not going to be their trump card, the great Qin King said in a low voice. Perhaps something has changed. Previously, he gathered many Dao integration cultivators, meaning to kill if he could. Once Marquis Abyss hid, he would focus on breaking through the realm. Now, he wants to kill. Could it be that something has changed? He was not too sure. So you did not say too much. Whatever, kill if we can. The great Qin King glanced at the old turtle and said, there are so many of us. If we are not careful, we will be easily discovered if we return to the human realm. Can we move the outer formation now? In the distance, the great light monarch nodded excitedly. We can move it, but don't break it. I want to continue observing. Hearing this, the old turtle smiled. Then I will move the ancient city and send you to the eastern Rift Valley. No need. The great Qin King said. Go to the entrance of the ancient God-Eater realm. There is a passage there that the God-Eater race can open. We will enter the human realm from there in case we run into them. Okay. Soon, the ancient city was moved. In an instant, many people's attention was drawn to the ancient Grand Mist City. As for the ancient Grand Mist City, it stopped at the side of the God-devouring world. Some experts swept a glance over, but before their willpower could probe the area, 2 large mouths opened wide as though they were crying piteously for food. In an instant, everyone gave up on this idea. Forget it. They did not know why the old turtle was looking for these 2 fellows. If he was looking for them, then so be it. It was impossible for him to not speak to the Dao integration cultivators of the Human Race Alliance. Perhaps the old turtle was looking for these 2 fellows to talk about life. Soon, the great Qin King and the others all left and entered the human realm. The ancient Chaos City also quickly disappeared, returning to its original place. It did not take long for them to come and go, so the others did not care. It was fine as long as the old turtle was still in the city. It would be inappropriate if the old turtle left. The sky gradually brightened. At this moment, a group of powerful cultivators began to move. In the iron-eating realm, the 6-month beast emperor took a deep breath. Holding the big bamboo, bare one's teeth, he looked at the 9 moons and said, "I'm leaving. Look after the clan and be careful. If you don't leave the realm, the ancient heaven realm will not be able to defeat you." "I understand." In the nightmare realm, the Yen emperor stood at the entrance of the passageway, and his expression suddenly changed. Don't say anything. Suyu. Emperor, cough cough, Emperor, you said that you are worried that something will happen if you leave, right? I will help you guard it. The Yen emperor's heart trembled. Heavenly annihilation? It's your grandfather, cough cough, forget it, I'm used to saying it. It's me. You. Dao integration? Nonsense, shut up. If it weren't for the fact that I wanted to hide my advancement, how could you have a chance to attack me? I will kill the Marquis of Abyss with one strike. The Yen Emperor was shocked, but also excited. Thank you for your care, Emperor Yu. I was indeed a little worried, but now I'm not worried anymore. What about the other realms? Don't worry, we have many trump cards. No matter where they attack, they will die. If it weren't for the fact that we don't want to die, we would have already destroyed their nest. Emperor Yu doesn't want people to die, so focus on attacking the upper realm. The lower realm is nothing. The Yen Emperor fell silent with excitement. He was indeed worried that something would happen to the realm if he left, but he didn't expect Suyu to have considered this. At this moment, all of the worries in his heart disappeared. Suyu really did have the bearing of a human emperor. Not only him, but the spatial beast emperor was also shocked. 2 of them had come, Xinghong and Yun Xiao. The spatial beast emperor transmitted his voice, "You too, have suffered this time. Please enter the realm first. As long as they don't attack the realm, don't expose yourselves. As for outside the realm, it's fine if they cause some damage." The spatial beast emperor was instantly ecstatic. All of the ancient tribes had Dao integration stage cultivators guarding them. This meant that the number of Dao integration stage cultivators on Suyu's side was beyond imagination. After all, the human race still had to guard the realm. Perhaps there were even more on the other side. Just how many people had progressed to Dao integration stage? At this moment, all of the ancient tribes were exchanging Dao integration stage cultivators. Suyu had even made preparations. If those fellows were foolish enough to split up and deal with the other realms, he would take the opportunity to eat them up. Of course, if they joined forces, then forget it. Focus on defense. The sky gradually brightened. Brighter and brighter. At the entrance of the realm of life, there were 3 powerful beings. At this moment, Marquis Yin Xing was feeling a little uneasy. The Life Emperor had escaped, and he felt uneasy. Could it be that something was really going to happen? It couldn't be so fast, right? He took a deep breath and stood up. Mo dang, let's go outside the realm in case someone blocks the entrance. That would be very dangerous for us. We'll stay at the entrance of the realm passageway, and we can leave the realm at any time. Mo dang nodded. He had wanted to go to the entrance for a long time. He felt safer there. The 2 of them soon arrived at the entrance. Marquis Abyss didn't come. It didn't matter where he was. At this moment, the sky officially brightened. The entire All Heavens battlefield turned from dusk to starlight. Even though it was daytime in the All Heavens battlefield, it was still quite bright. Some gentle starlight instantly shone upon the realm of life. At the same time, streaks of light shot towards the realm of life at an incredible speed. They were extraordinarily fast. They were extremely fast. At the same time, over at the human realm, King Shen, one of the great Zhou, activated. The void trembled, and he was instantly teleported toward the realm of life. At the same time, attack the realm of life. The beast emperors were all hot-blooded. They hadn't been this excited in many years, and they weren't afraid at all. They had a backup plan. Their realm was overseen by powerful cultivators. At this moment, the 2 from the ancient God-Eater clan headed straight for the realm of immortals, while the old turtle headed for the realm of devils. They would suppress Tiangu and the others first. If they couldn't, then they would intercept them, let the Dark, Phoenix, and Ape clans rescue them. In the realm of immortals, auras fluctuated. Tiangu was first shaken, but when he felt all the auras fly toward the realm of life, he suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. That scared me. He'd thought that attacking the realm of dragons would be troublesome. He hadn't expected Suyu to attack the realm of life. You're unlucky. Tiangu laughed. Even if Lifeless didn't interfere, the realm of life was not enough for 3 peak Dao integration cultivators and Suyu's people to intercept them. Marquis Yunxing and the others aren't weak. Tiangu laughed, but he still had to rescue them. He didn't want the humans to succeed in their siege. Talisman Monarch, attack. Tiangu led the Talisman Monarch and instantly charged toward the 2 from the God-Eater clan. They had some guts, but they were destined to fail. He was just worried that Marquis Yunxing and the others would be exposed. It wouldn't be too dangerous, but it wouldn't be good to expose the existence of these 2. Forget it. If they're really exposed, then so be it. Tiangu was helpless. There was nothing he could do about it. Suyu and the others were too bold. Fortunately, he was smart enough to prepare in advance. 2 peak Dao integration cultivators had descended. Otherwise, things would have been difficult to resolve. Sure enough, he was right. Suyu wasn't willing to be left out. Tiangu relaxed and rejoiced. Thank goodness, not a big problem, he also shouted, charge into the human realm. Yes, Monarch of Great Zhou had left. There were many benefits to charging into the human realm. Once Suyu and the others returned, the ambush would fail, and the 3 ancient marquises could stab them in the back. If they did not return, the human race would not be able to reach Dao integration. They would destroy the human race's eternity and foundation. Did Suyu think the realm of life only had 1 marquis, that they could be killed in an instant? Wishful thinking. At this moment, all the races had a tacit understanding. With Tiangu's shout, the Divine Emperor, Phoenix Emperor, Underworld Emperor, Ape Emperor, and Marquis Tianlong all charged out of the realm and toward the human realm. Let's see if you can destroy the realm of life. Everyone knew that the realm of life had 2 more ancient marquises, and they were the kind that could fight 1 against 2, or even 3, perhaps they would be killed by Suyu and the others' ambush. They were really courting death. At this moment, Suyu roared and charged out of the void. Ancient Giant King, stop solitary nothingness. Suyu did not invite the ancient giant race. Because something was wrong with this race. They had made some sort of agreement with Monarch of Great Zhou. Suyu did not ask, and Monarch of Great Zhou did not say. It was likely related to 100 Battle King, so Suyu did not care about this race. But now, it was best if they could borrow power. It was fine if they could not. It all depended on the choice of the ancient giant race. Suyu contacted the other races, and they all took the initiative. Only the ancient giant race had closed off their realm after the last battle and did not actively contact the human race. Monarch of Great Zhou also did not mention forming an alliance with the ancient giant race. Because of this, Suyu could only treat this race as neutral for now. Suyu only shouted. It did not matter whether he stopped them or not. He instantly charged out and pointed at the realm of life. Great Dao power vibrated through the air. At the entrance of the realm of life, Marquis Yunxing and Marquis Mo Dang were both shocked, then relieved. Fortunately, we are at the entrance, and not in the realm of life. Otherwise, with the suppression, it would be troublesome for Suyu to kill his way in. But now, they could go out at any time. The 2 of them exchanged a glance and revealed a hint of excitement. Kill Suyu, their luck was pretty good. Suyu had actually taken the initiative to attack them. No wonder Lifeless Life had run away. Perhaps he had sensed something beforehand. Of course, it was normal for the fated kin not to say anything. That was just how they behaved. Kill. With a low roar, the 2 great experts, thinking that Suyu did not know of their existence, instantly charged out from the domain passageway. In the distance, Suyu pointed out a brush, but it was shattered by demonic Marquis' fist. Suyu's expression changed drastically. At this moment, Marquis Modong and Marquis Yunxing saw his expression change. Obviously, Suyu did not seem to know of their existence. Impossible. Suyu roared. The next moment, a ruthless look appeared in his eyes. Quick, someone, come. Hurry! Too late. Marquis Modong laughed coldly. He moved through the air and instantly charged towards Suyu. His aura erupted with boundless power. On the other side, Marquis Xianxia was also surrounded by an immortal aura. With a smile on his face, he instantly broke through the air and charged towards Suyu. At the same time, Marquis Abyss also roared, Marquis Xianxia, Marquis Modong, have descended. A large number of powerful experts from the higher realms have descended. The fated kin, rockbirds, golden crows, and three-headed demon wolves, why aren't you attacking the humans? They would use this chance to wipe out the humans. The people from the higher realms had arrived. And they were top-notch ancient Marquis. Who didn't know how powerful these two were, at this moment? Figures appeared in the regions of the ancient races. 3 heads of a powerful being from the three-headed demon wolf race appeared, and they all looked surprised and shocked. Marquis Modong and Marquis Xianxia had descended ahead of time. Suyu was going to die. Why did he have to attack the realm of life? More importantly, ancient heaven and the others were really sinister. They had quietly led 2 ancient Marquis to the lower realms. The tide had to take sides in the Battle of the One. Neutrality did not exist. The three-headed demon wolf actually had a plan. He just wanted to stall for as long as he could. But when he thought about it, once the humans were destroyed and Suyu was killed, it would be too late to take sides. The next moment, there was a fierce roar. The three-headed demon wolf flew out of the realm and shouted, I've come to help the ancient Marquis. He wanted to make his stand clear to prevent friendly fire. At this moment, it was taboo to not know who was friend or foe. The three-headed demon wolf was the first to fly out of the ancient realm. He chose this moment to join the battle. He was worried that he wouldn't have another chance to attack. If that happened, he would have a hard time in the fight for the One. He chose to fly to the realm of life. The mortal extermination realm experts had already gone. There was no need for him to participate. At the same time, a golden crow covered the sky and earth. An ancient roar came, block Suyu's path of retreat. Seal the void and kill them all in one fell swoop. Buzz. The burning sky flame appeared. The experts of the golden crow race appeared. In another moment, waves surged. In the starry sea, the sea trembled. A huge demonic beast transformed from a kuan to a pung. It spread its wings and flew high, covering the sky. It roared, the Kuanping race will help you kill Suyu. They had all chosen sides. When Marquis Xianxia and Marquis Modong suddenly appeared, the 3 ancient clans had chosen sides. There probably wouldn't be a second chance. At this moment, the experts from all sides laughed. The path of retreat was cut off, and the road ahead was also filled with powerful enemies. The 3 ancient Marquis were in front, and the 3 ancient race half-emperors were behind. Could Suyu's side overturn the heavens? Monarch of Great Zhou, Suyu, Emperor Yan, Iron-Eating Ancient Emperor, and Space Ancient Emperor. Even if Monarch of Great Zhou had more than one person, including Book Spirit and Tea Tree, there were only 7 of them. It looked like a lot, but their combat prowess wasn't strong enough. The 3 ancient Marquis were much more powerful than the emperors of the ancient race. The human race was finished. At this moment, Tiangu and the others all smiled. Their path of retreat was blocked. The appearance of the 2 ancient Marquis brought about a chain reaction. The 3 ancient races instantly chose sides. And this was actually within expectations. So you probably didn't expect that there would be more than 2 ancient Marquis in this ambush. There were also 3 ancient race powerful beings, a total of 5 Dao integration stage cultivators. Not only had they made up for the losses from last time, but they had also become even more powerful. Suyu's expression changed. Marquis Modong and Marquis Xianxia both saw his expression and laughed. Are you dumbfounded, too young? Do you think the life realm is that easy to ambush? Also, the 3 ancient races would choose sides sooner or later, and there was a 99% chance that they would choose one. Did the human race really think that they had won? It was just that the battle hadn't erupted before. Yunxing, Abyss, go and stop the others. I'll kill this brat. Marquis Modong laughed heartily. Boom. Fist projections covered heaven and earth, and 10,000 fist projections shot toward Suyu from afar. Meanwhile, Suyu also brandished his brush and pierced through the void. On the other side, the ancient beast half-emperor was the first to arrive. Marquis Abyss instantly charged toward him. Immediately afterward, Luyu brandished her large bamboo and pierced through the void with a single strike. She joined forces with the spatial beast half-emperor to fight him. Marquis Abyss was slightly weaker, but he was still an ancient marquis. Marquis Yunxing immediately went to fight the monarch of Great Zhou and the others. He felt that there was more than one person on the monarch of Great Zhou's side. However, Marquis Yunxing was confident that even if he couldn't defeat all of them, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him in a short period of time. Finally, the Yan dynasty flew toward Suyu's side, preparing to help Suyu fight the Marquis Mo Dang. At this moment, the entire All Heavens battlefield was filled with powerful auras, one after another. Dozens of Dao integration auras blotted out the sky. Over in the Dragon Realm, Marquis Tianlong had originally wanted to go to the human realm, but now, seeing this situation, he also quickly flew toward the Life Realm. Killing Suyu and the others was the core. Suyu and the others most likely wouldn't be able to escape. Heavenly Calamity Ancient City. At this moment, the ancient city quaked. All the living people in the ancient city were shaken with fear, alarm, and terror. The great battle had begun again. Suyu had initiated the battle to attack the Life Realm, but the result didn't seem to be too satisfactory. Within an ancient house in the ancient city, the people of the four mountains and seas, who were suspected to have come from the higher realm, were all incomparably solemn. Suyu initiated the war, but he's stupid. It's over. If the lower realm is destroyed, the higher realm, it was a good thing that Suyu had initiated the war. Just as the monarch of Great Zhou had said, they had indeed come to contact the lower realm and use the lower realm to create pressure, kill some eternal realm experts, and restrain some higher realm experts. However, they hadn't sent the human race out in full force to fight a war of destruction. Stupid. The difference in strength is too great. He's ruined his previous advantage. Too arrogant. How young. They were both angry and sorrowful. Their emotions were very complicated. On one hand, they didn't want the human race to be defeated. On the other hand, they were angry that Suyu had stupidly taken the initiative to attack in full force. On the other hand, they were a little expectant. Not to mention being destroyed, they could kill a few Dao integration cultivators. The higher realm would be in turmoil, and perhaps they would shift their encirclement against the human race. In short, at this moment, they hoped that the human race would win. At the same time, they thought that Suyu was so stupid that he deserved to die. How infuriating. They were still observing and gathering intelligence on Suyu in the lower realm. They were also responsible for gathering intelligence on this generation's leader and sending it back to the higher realm so that the higher realm old-timers could make a judgment. There was no need to make a judgment now. Suyu had dug his own grave. AI, the monarch of Great Zhou, didn't stop him. He should be the flame bearer, right? Maybe. We can't stay in the ancient city any longer. If we lose, the ancient city will probably be destroyed. We need to evacuate quickly. They talked for a while and prepared to evacuate quickly. At this moment, the ancient city barrier rose. Tian has shouted angrily, "Everyone, return to the ancient house. No one is allowed to leave. Lord Sky Destroyer, prepare for battle. If you think you can match Lord Sky Destroyer, then create chaos." Hearing this, the four of them frowned. They couldn't leave. In the ancient city, it was Sky Destroyer. He was a 9th stage Eternal Realm expert. In that case, they would hide first. When they reached the ancient city, they would act according to the situation. Everyone was making decisions. They were even prepared for this to be the last battle in the lower realm. So you would give them a chance. Boom, crack. The void exploded, and there was the sound of shattering glass. There was a powerful enemy in front. Behind them, although the several powerful beings were a step slower than the Gui tribe, they were also rapidly closing in on this side. One wrong step, and every step was wrong. Suyu had gone the wrong way. He was digging his own grave. Otherwise, one wouldn't want a battle to break out now. He would rather wait until the upper realm opened. Demonic Dang Ho's cold smile was already within reach. Fist projections tore through the void, covering heaven and earth. The nomological Great Dao transformed into a fist and punched towards Suyu's brush Dao. Although these Dao integration stage cultivators couldn't see where the Great Dao was, With their many years of combat experience, they knew how to fight against the power of the great Tao. In the void, a brush and a fist rapidly intertwined. The brush was like a knife. Behind them, the Gui Emperor swallowed the heavens, and the power of the great Tao engulfed demonic Dang Ho. Demonic Dang Ho smiled coldly. You don't know the meaning of death. I was conferred the title of Marquis in ancient times. There are many Tao integration stage cultivators in the demon race. How can trash like you understand how I was conferred the title of Marquis? In an instant, tens of thousands of fist projections erupted. Demonic chi soared into the sky, Suyu let out a low roar. Using his hand as a brush, he carved one Shenwen after another. Seal, suppress, suppress, destroy, destroy, explosions rang out incessantly. Countless carved Shenwen shattered, and in the void, fist projections also exploded one after another. In the next instant, the three of them seemed to have stepped into the river of time. This was the scene of a peak battle between Tao integration stage cultivators. The three of them seemed to be in the river of time. Waves surged, and countless waves turned into fist projections. Suyu also raised his hand, and countless brush blades appeared, fighting each other in the river. The brush blades shattered, and the fist projections exploded. In the eyes of outsiders, they could see that the three of them didn't move, but corpses kept falling below them. That was the consumption of the power of the great Tao, just like the old turtles' battle with the Heaven Supervisor. The figures that died were all their nomological incarnations. This was even more dangerous than melee combat. The slightest carelessness could cause the great Tao to collapse. Everyone's speed was extremely fast. At this moment, Suyu's side seemed to be at a complete disadvantage. The God-Eater Ball was beaten back by Heavenly Ancient and the Talisman King. On the Demon World side, although MOG and MOU were no match for the old turtle, the Ape Emperor, who was near the Demon World, also quickly arrived. He didn't go to the human realm, but chose to help. The three of them combined could just barely stop the old turtle. Suyu was finished. At this moment, the primordial giant king didn't attack. Suyu's side had lost one Tao integration cultivator, but Wan's side had gained 5 Tao integration cultivators. The Heaven Supervisor and many treasures hadn't appeared yet, but they could feel the turbulence in the boundless void. The two of them were far away, but they had probably sensed the commotion and were rushing over. Suyu, you've lost. Marquis Emodang laughed heartily. Heavenly Ancient had overestimated this guy. Suyu's expression was dark, but he didn't say anything. He was thinking about how long it would take for the King of Great Zhou and the others to kill Marquis Yunxing. Among the 5 powerful cultivators, the King of Great Zhou was classified as second class by Suyu, the King of Great Qin and Dasha of Goguryeo were third class, the Book Spirit and Tea Tree were fourth class, and the opposing Marquis Yunxing was borderline second class or third class at most. Would it take long to kill him? These 5 should be able to resist even a heavenly king. Lost? Suyu snorted, and his brush blade flew out of the river of time. Countless brush blades shot out. I still have Fat Ball. How can I lose? He was a little hysterical. Marquis Emodang sneered. He had heard of a dog, right? Most importantly, the Divine Emperor and the others were all charging toward the human realm. Many Tao integration cultivators were there. Could a dog stop all of them? I'll kill all of you today. Boom, another battle erupted in the river of time. Emperor Yen continued to support Suyu, allowing Suyu to fight against Marquis Emodang. The three of them fought fiercely. Marquis Emodang wasn't worried. Reinforcements were coming from the rear. Marquis Yunxing had the same thought. All he had to do was hold them back. The King of Great Zhou had arrived. It didn't matter. He had also sensed several Tao integration auras. It didn't matter. These guys wouldn't be able to kill him for a while. What was he afraid of? His people were all behind him. The moment the King of Great Zhou arrived, he instantly set up a large array. The array disk covered the void. It had no other purpose other than to obstruct the vision of all directions. Marquis Yunxing slashed out with his sword, and the nearby void was shattered. He felt that it wasn't appropriate and didn't want the King of Great Zhou to set up this array disk. The King of Great Zhou didn't say anything and continued to set up the array. After a while, the King of Great Zhou's Shenwen finally appeared. 4 figures appeared above the Shenwen. Marquis Yunxing was slightly taken aback. Who were the other 2? Although he was taken aback, it didn't affect his battle. He mainly focused on defense and didn't plan to fight them head-on. However, at this moment, the four of them attacked at the same time. They were far more powerful than Marquis Yinxing had imagined, especially the Daxia of Goguryeo and the King of Great Qin. With their combined strength, a primordial beast seemed to appear in the void. It opened its mouth and bit the longsword. There was a cracking sound. The longsword was completely broken. Pfft! Marquis Yinxing spat out a mouthful of golden blood. This is impossible. Where did these two top-notch Dao integration cultivators come from? When the two of them joined forces, they were unimaginably powerful. Even with the two of them working together, he would most likely lose. Moreover, the book spirit and the others were here. At the beginning of Yong'an, the long river was turbulent. I chained it with iron chains. It was the ancient Dao that turned into a spirit, an evil spirit that brought harm to the world. Destroy its evil spirit, capture its great Dao. At this moment, the book spirit recited some words that he hadn't read before. At this moment, a person appeared in the void. It was a shadow, holding a chain. One could only see the back of the person. The chain locked the great Dao. It was Marquis Yinxing's great Dao. The book spirit's body trembled. Marquis Yinxing roared and shook the great Dao, unwilling to be locked. At this moment, the King of Great Zhou Dao was activated. Enduring Dao. I can endure everything. Let them kill me. I will not move, he muttered. However, he wasn't enduring himself. Instead, it was the great Dao that affected Marquis Yinxing. A thought suddenly appeared in Marquis Yinxing's mind. I will endure, I will let them kill me, I will endure and not move. If I don't move and endure, they can't kill me. Such a thought was so strong. It was so strong that his boiling great Dao power paused for a moment. Soon, he shook his head frantically. His eyes were filled with shock. He seemed to have been disrupted. The next moment, the King of Great Zhou chanted again, calm your heart. Kill me. Eat me. Flesh is but skin. What harm is there in enduring him for a while? Boom, with a loud sound, a wild beast bit off Marquis Yinxing's arm. Under the intense pain, Marquis Yinxing's great Dao trembled. He instantly came to his senses and wanted to retaliate. The King of Great Zhou murmured again, as a saint, I will feed the demon with my body. Endure him. Creak, his other arm was bitten off. Marquis Yinxing shook his head frantically. No, 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 both of my arms have been eaten. How can I endure it? I can't. He wanted to retaliate. He wanted to kill the enemy in front of him. His eyes were a little crazy and turbid. The King of Great Zhou's great Dao power was also extremely strong. At this moment, his forehead was sweating profusely. He muttered, endure him. Let him be strong. I will endure him. No. I can't. Marquis Yinxing's eyes fluctuated violently. He struggled frantically, but he lost his sense of propriety and retaliated randomly. The King of Great Qin and the Daxia of Goguryeo had rich battle experience. They had battled for hundreds of years. At this moment, both of them were shocked. The King of Great Qin could not help but curse in his heart. F***ck, old Zhou, this fellow is strange. Endure, he was about to chop off someone's head, but he still wanted others to endure. Most importantly, Marquis Yinxing's great Dao was first locked by the book spirit, then ambushed by the two of them. Now, with the King of Great Zhou's interference, his great Dao was already a little turbid. This powerful ancient marquis was about to be played to death. As for the tea tree, she was also stunned. This is fun. She also turned into thousands of branches and secretly tied Marquis Yinxing's legs. Then, she began to spread to his head. Marquis Yinxing only roared crazily, as if he did not know that he was tied. As for King of Great Zhou, he could not mutter for too long and could only shout softly, endure. Endure him. Endure for a while. You must endure. Endure and you will win. Endure. Crack. His legs were crushed, and his bones were broken. Blood splattered in the air. Marquis Yinxing's eyes were turbid, but he was somewhat clear-headed. He opened his eyes and looked at the King of Great Zhou, roaring, no, I can't endure, endure. No, the great Tao powers of both sides continued to clash. The next moment, the Dasha of Goguryeo and the king of Great Qin looked at each other. They were no longer in a hurry. They gathered their strength and prepared to kill each other in one blow. It felt very easy to fight them, both of them smiled. The next moment, the saber and spear continued to gather strength and strengthen themselves. They gathered and strengthened themselves right in front of Marquis Yunxing. In the air, the wild beast also continued to strengthen itself. Its massive limbs also stomped on the air, preparing to crush the other party's great Tao. Gather strength, the king of Great Zhou cursed in his heart. I've expended a lot of strength. These two bastards sure have it easy. Endure him. No. Both sides repeated the scene. The king of Great Qin and Dasha of Goguryeo had also finished gathering strength. At that moment, the spear and saber in their hands were extremely powerful. The next moment, both of them looked at each other and shouted at the same time, "Kill!" Buzz, the saber and spear descended, boom, a deafening sound reverberated through the world. The great Tao was locked. At that moment, a gigantic beast trampled over and crushed the great Tao. The saber and spear landed and Marquis Yunxing's corpse turned into ashes instantly. The sea of wool had just appeared when it was completely destroyed. Endure him. At that moment, the king of Great Zhou was still shouting. Everyone turned to look at him. The king of Great Zhou's face was pale. When he saw everyone looking at him, he panted and could not be bothered. Tell him to endure it and not cry out in pain. The few of them were speechless. It felt so easy to kill him. The next moment, the world collapsed. Blood clouds gathered and a rain of blood fell. Marquis Yunxing endured until his death. Yes, he endured and did not cry out, he endured and did not cry out. At the moment of his death, he was still thinking that he could endure a little longer. He could endure it. And then, there was no more. He was instantly killed by the two experts working together. Far away. Immortal world. Suddenly, there was a violent tremor. Tiangu, who was beating the bean bun, was startled and dazed. He really was dazed for a moment. Bean bun bit off one of his fingers, but he did not care. He instantly retreated and looked back at the immortal world. At that moment, in the sky above the immortal world, a huge figure suddenly crashed into the immortal world and was destroyed. The immortal world was in turmoil. Natural disasters broke out instantly and countless immortals died. Tiangu subconsciously looked at the Talisman King. In the distance, the Talisman King was fighting with the biscuit. Tiangu glanced at him, his eyes still somewhat dazed. The Talisman King was alive. He was not dead. If the Talisman King was not dead, then, Tiangu looked at the world of life in the distance. He couldn't see anything, but he could see the blood clouds, the rain of blood, the rising origin energy, the blood light pillar, and the signs of the fall of experts. At this moment, Tiangu was completely stunned. He could not help but be dazed. The battle had just started. Although it felt like a long time, in fact, some people had not even reached the battlefield. It had not been more than 20 seconds. And then, it seemed like, his top celestial lord, Marquis Yunxing, had died. Yes, it was not the Talisman King, not himself. Naturally, it was another Dao-fusing expert of the celestial race. Aside from Marquis Yunxing, there was no one else. But, there was no sound even after he died, not even a shout, not even a warning. No Dao-fusing expert would die in such a cowardly manner. No, the great golden-winged Peng had also died in a cowardly manner. But Tiangu remembered that before he died, he had at least roared. And Marquis Yunxing, this peerless expert, seemed to have died with his teeth clenched, not making a sound. Impossible. At this moment, Tiangu came to his senses. He slapped the bean bun back and roared, "Impossible. How could it be? There must be a mistake, the phenomenon must be a mistake. How could this be? We just started fighting, and you tell me that Marquis Yunxing died without a sound. If not for the phenomenon, no one would know. The rules must be messed up, it must be." He murmured to himself. He really could not accept this. Marquis Yunxing was not a soldier king, and he was not a weakling among the ancient marquis. If he was killed in an earth-shattering battle, Tiangu could accept it. He could not accept the fact that he had died without knowing why, not just him. Marquis Demonic Dang and Marquis Abyss, who were near Marquis Xianxia, did not know that Marquis Xianxia had died in battle. Even when the phenomenon appeared, Marquis Demonic Dang looked up at the sky. It was raining. He did not sense Marquis Xianxia's all-out attack. Just like that, a top-tier Marquis had died. Marquis Demonic Dang was slightly dazed. His next thought was, who died? Even now, he still could not think of Marquis Xianxia. This was too absurd. Marquis Xianxia was killed by the monarch of Great Zhou's Tao of Enduring and several top-tier powerful beings. Everyone felt that this was extremely absurd. Not only him, but even Suyu felt that this was absurd. I thought you guys didn't do anything. He did not sense it either because the shockwaves from the battle were not strong. The monarch of Great Zhou had set up a spell disc and sealed the area with the Tao of Silence. In fact, there was not much commotion in the surroundings. If there were no phenomenon, perhaps no one would know that someone had died. But soon, Suyu came to his senses. Dead, who cares? In any case, he knew that it was not one of his own who had died, so there was no problem. Pen blade slashed through the air. This blade slashed toward Marquis Demonic Dang, specifically aimed at his great Tao. Marquis Demonic Dang hesitated for a moment and was unable to dodge this blade. The great Tao creaked, and Marquis Demonic Dang's great Tao trembled. He took a step back, and countless thoughts appeared in his mind. I can't fight anymore. Something seems to have happened. Just as he was thinking this, 5 powerful beings suddenly appeared beside him. Kill! With a loud roar, Suyu and Emperor Yan also attacked with their full strength without any hesitation. They're here. The 5 powerful beings who had killed Marquis Xianxia were here. 7 powerful beings of the Tao integration stage had joined forces to kill one person. Marquis Demonic Dang no longer had a smile on his face. There was only despair in his eyes. He looked into the distance and saw Marquis Deep Abyss, who was battling the spatial ancient beast emperor and the iron-eating beast emperor. Marquis Deep Abyss also seemed to be in a daze. He looked into the distance to see Marquis Tianlong leading the powerful beings of the 3 ancient tribes who had just participated in the battle toward them. They were not far away. Very close, they would be able to reach the battlefield in about 7 or 8 seconds. No matter how fast a battle between powerful beings was, they should at least be able to last for a few seconds, right? In reality, Marquis Demonic Dang knew that he might not be able to last for long. Among the 7 powerful beings, there were a few who seemed to be slightly more powerful than him. The rest were slightly weaker, but not by much, including Suyu. Even if Suyu was weaker than him, it would not be easy for Marquis Demonic Dang to kill him. No way. Why would there be 2 more powerful beings of the Tao integration stage? He could not understand. Why, where did they come from? This was completely unexpected. However, it was too late. Endure it. Monarch Great Zhou roared. Tao Lock. The book spirit roared. Heaven-splitting saber. Slash. Stab you to death. Heaven engulfing. The 7 powerful beings roared and attacked with all their might. There was no way they could hide anything after killing one. They had to kill Marquis Demonic Dang as soon as possible. Even a heavenly monarch would have to think twice before facing such a combination, let alone Marquis Demonic Dang. At this moment, a look of despair and bitterness appeared on Marquis Demonic Dang's face. F***ck, I'm going to die. He had lived for countless years, but he had never thought that he would die like this. Endure it and don't cry, don't shout, this thought appeared in his mind. No, I'm going to be stubborn for once. I'm a peerless powerful being, how can I be influenced by the great Tao of others? At this moment, Marquis Demonic Dang finally erupted. His demonic aura soared into the sky as he roared, I can't bear it. I'm in so much pain. I can't accept this. Boom, the 7 powerful beings unleashed their attacks, the heavens shattered, heaven and earth shattered, and the great Tao shattered. The will of civilization engulfed the void and engulfed everything. There was nothing left except for a huge dark cloud, and a rain of blood poured down. 2 powerful marquises, who had existed since ancient times, had died just like that. Not to mention the others, even the 7 powerful beings present were dazed for a moment. Wasn't this a bit too fast? In the distance, Marquis Abyss' expression completely changed. and he immediately fled toward the realm of life. It's over, even if there were reinforcements, it would be useless. Two extremely powerful Marquis had suddenly been killed. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Were they just going to wait for death if they didn't run? At this moment, a white-haired old man appeared at the entrance of the realm of life. He looked at Suyu and the others, then at Marquis. Abyss with shock and awe in his eyes. They killed Marquis Yunxing and the others just like that. He hadn't expected this. Fine, I want to live for a few more years. Whether I die or not, we'll talk about it after the realm of life opens. Right now, the morale of the human race is high. I'll just lend a hand. The realm of life was suddenly blocked. Drops of blood seeped out of the Life Emperor's palm, and he sealed off the entire passageway. I'll go take a look at the passageway to the realm of life and help you reinforce it in case more people come. The death of two Dao integration stage mighty figures will definitely cause a commotion. You're welcome. Before Suyu could say anything, he quickly disappeared. Don't come to my realm of life. I'm afraid it will be destroyed. All of you just need to block Marquis Abyss from outside. I'll help you seal off the passageway to the realm of life. The Life Emperor's heart thumped wildly as he flew toward the passageway to the realm of life. He was scared to death. He was very powerful, even more powerful than Marquis Yunxing. However, those two weren't weak either. How could he not be scared when they died just like that? At the same time, Marquis Abyss crashed into the passageway with a loud bang. A hint of despair appeared on his face. If he had some time, he would be able to break the seal. This seal wasn't too powerful. However, he didn't have time. He wasn't facing 7 Dao integration stage mighty figures, but 9, more than Marquis Mo Dang, 9 of them, and he was even weaker than Marquis Mo Dang and the others. At this moment, Marquis Abyss suddenly said, I surrender. I admit defeat. Don't kill me. Die. Suyu roared, and the 9 powerful beings attacked again at the same time. Surrender my *s. What use are you, 3 ancient marquises? All of you can die. Endure it. The King of Great Zhou's voice sounded again. Everyone's scalps tingled. This was the first time they had felt how sinister and terrifying this guy was. Endure it even after being killed. Be a human. Die. Boom, the sky collapsed. This time, the heavens were blasted apart again. It was far too easy for 9 supreme beings to defeat a single Marquis Abyss. A resounding boom erupted. Marquis Abyss didn't even have a chance to say anything before his physical body disappeared. The great Dao collapsed, dark clouds appeared, and a rain of blood fell. This was quite a powerful phenomenon, but the important thing was that the people who were killed didn't make too much of a commotion. The will of civilization swept through again, a black hole pierced through the realm of life. They weren't able to stop themselves in time, and even the entrance to the realm of life was reduced to nothingness. The 3 ancient marquises had finished their battle in less than a minute. All of them had died. At this moment, all of the battles around them had stopped. Behind them, Marquis Tianlong and a few other Dao integration stage mighty figures were less than 50 kilometers away from them. All of them instantly turned tail and ran. There was only horror and astonishment on their faces. What was going on? The 3 ancient marquises had all died in less than a minute. In the distance, Tiangu was also in a daze. In the next instant, he let out a shrill roar. Retreat! Everyone retreat! Retreat! Run! Quick! Attack the mortal realm! Attacking the mortal realm was a shout directed at the others. It was to force Suyu and the others to retreat. In the blink of an eye, 3 marquises had been killed. If they didn't run now, he was worried that Marquis Tianlong and the others would all die. Even without his reminder, all of the powerful beings who had flown out not far began to flee back toward the realm of life. Those who had almost reached the mortal realm gritted their teeth uneasily. They would first attack the mortal realm a few times to force Suyu and the others to retreat, then they would prepare to escape. Behind Marquis Tianlong, the Kuanping, the Golden Crow, and the 3-headed demon wolf were the first to flee, their faces drained of color. They were all shocked. The 3 marquises had died just like that. Didn't they say that they would destroy the human race this time? They were all liars. Were the 3 fake marquises? They had to be fake. They couldn't accept this reality. Even in the primordial era, these three were not weaklings. They couldn't accept that they had died here just like that. In the boundless void. The heaven supervisor, who had just come out, turned around and fled into the void without saying a word. In the distance, many treasures and bare one's teeth had expressions of horror on their faces as they fled rapidly. They were thinking, how do I contact the human race? I want to surrender. They really wanted to surrender. It was too fast. Suyu had unleashed his blitzkrieg to the extreme. He had killed 3 marquises at the fastest and most terrifying speed. Otherwise, if they had gathered their forces, the battle might not have been so easy. In fact, the difference wasn't that great. In fact, Suyu's side didn't even have the advantage. The one had 5 more Dao integration stage marquises, while Suyu's side only had the Great Qin Monarch and the Daxia of Goguryeo. However, the result was that the 3 marquises were instantly killed. This was because Suyu had initiated the battle and had all the intelligence. He was fighting against the information gap. The battle started quickly and ended even more quickly. All the Wan Dao integration stage marquises were fleeing. 3 ancient marquises had fallen, and the heavens and earth had collapsed. All the Dao integration stage cultivators fled frantically. Besides Suyu, Lu Yu, Emperor Yan, and the others were extremely excited. This was the first time they felt that fighting a winning battle could be so satisfying. They couldn't believe it, especially on the human side. The Great Qin King and Daxia of Goguryeo were extremely powerful, which made them excited and a little fearful. Suyu, this fellow, his trump cards were inexhaustible. It was as if he always had trump cards. Who would have thought that the Great Qin King and Daxia of Goguryeo had both advanced to Dao integration? There was no movement at all. At this moment, Suyu's blood was boiling. After killing 3 ancient marquises, he looked around. Everyone was fleeing. However, there were still people flying toward the human realm. Upon closer inspection, there were not many people. There was only one idiot. It was actually the Underworld Emperor. After looking again, he roughly understood. If Suyu and the others did not retreat, they would block his way back. If Suyu retreated, he could think of a way to go around them. I'm dead. I'll pretend he doesn't exist. Suyu looked over there and did not look any further. If he did not die, the heavens would not tolerate it. Besides Wan Tianxing, there were still 7 Dao integration cultivators hiding in the human realm. They were all guarding the place. Of course, if Wan Tianxing couldn't be taken down, they probably wouldn't make a move. Suyu had ordered them not to make a move unless it was absolutely necessary. Looking at Divine Emperor Jiwu, Suyu was actually quite wary of the god race. They did not say a word. Both immortals and demons had fallen Dao integration stage cultivators. The god race only had 1 Divine Emperor, but he had not died yet. Not many god race eternal cultivators had died. Further away, Marquis Tianlong was also fleeing with 3 Dao integration stage cultivators. Suyu was actually not in a hurry to kill the Phoenix Emperor and the Ape Emperor. They would die sooner or later. Killing them now would not be a good thing apart from increasing their deterrence. It could easily cause the ancient heavenly fish to fight to the death. However, Divine Emperor Suyu actually wanted to get rid of him. The silent guy, the dog that bites doesn't bark, feels more dangerous than the heavenly ancient city. There were also a few fellows who had just appeared. He hadn't paid too much attention to them before. It would be best if he could kill them. These few races dared to participate in the battle. They were quite bold. He took a look and quickly turned back. Great Zhou King, teleport everyone to kill Marquis Tianlong and the rest. Yes, sir. The king of Great Zhou hollered in excitement. It was still very difficult for him to kill Marquis Yunxing alone. But today, he felt really good. All he had to do was activate his great Dao energy. With a few powerful fighters around, it was too comfortable to kill. Shenwen City appeared, and a spatial passageway was opened. The Space Divine Emperor was also proficient in teleportation, and with the 2 of them working together, they were able to teleport several Dao integration stage mighty figures even more quickly and accurately. The king of Great Zhou asked quickly, who must be killed? 3 newbies. Marquis Tianlong is not in a hurry. Newbies are not in my plans. Eliminate the candidates who were not part of the plan. The king of the Great Zhou quickly understood and was about to activate the teleportation formation. When he saw Suyu, he hurriedly said, Sovereign I'll go to the life realm. The king of Great Zhou was startled. Suyu said in a low voice, 3 Dao integration stage mighty figures have died, and they might still die. I have to go and see the specific situation. I can't be careless. If that old life emperor is not helping us, but helping the higher realm to open the passageway, then that'll be troublesome. That's too dangerous. Suyu couldn't go alone. The king of Great Zhou hurriedly said, I'll go with you. Suyu shouted, listen to my order. Quickly, teleport over immediately and stop them. After saying that, he glanced at Jiwu who was fleeing towards the divine world. Suyu frowned, and in the next moment, he shouted, God Eater, primordial chaos, give up on celestial demon and kill Jiwu. Beat the old antiques of the divine realm out. I don't believe that there's only one Dao integration stage mighty figure in the divine realm. Wah, I'm going to eat Tiangu, Bean Bun roared. No, I'm going to eat Tiangu, I've already eaten one of his fingers. It smells so good. I don't want to go, Suyu shouted, kill Jiwu first, Tiangu still has a trump card, he's not easy to kill. In front of everyone, Suyu roared, and the voice of the great Dao pierced through the heavens. Tiangu's expression changed slightly. As for Bean Bun and Steamed Biscuit, although they weren't too happy, they still quickly flew toward the divine realm. In the distance, the old turtle was also extremely decisive. Even though he was suppressing 3 Dao integration stage mighty figures, he still obeyed the order and charged toward the divine realm. Tiangu, demonic halberd, and the others didn't stop him. In fact, they were dumbfounded and a little fearful. They were also obedient, strict obedience. As soon as Suyu spoke, all of the human race alliance, including the human Dao integration stage mighty figures, obeyed the order. Regardless of the safety of this realm, regardless of the human realm. Regardless of whether his current opponents were suppressed by him or not, the old turtle suppressed the 3 of them, and there was even a faint hope of killing the ape emperor. He gave up and charged toward the divine realm. Who dared to stop him, near the divine realm? Jiwu's expression was extremely ugly, and he quickly fled toward the divine realm. The river of time was turbulent, and he couldn't remain calm anymore. 3 powerful beings were charging toward him. He roared angrily, Tiangu, stop them for a moment. Do you want to see me blocked outside the divine realm? At this moment, their strength was not weak, but their morale had collapsed. A bunch of scattered soldiers, Marquis Tianlong led 3 Dao integration stage mighty figures, but they were like headless flies. They were incomparably terrified, and who still had the will to fight. They weren't from the same race, and they weren't like Suyu, who threatened and suppressed the alliance every day. Tiangu and the others were completely an alliance based on interests. Tiangu could generally make decisions, but he couldn't suppress other Dao integration stage mighty figures. It was fine to fight with the wind, but once the wind was against them, Suyu had already said that this kind of alliance would collapse, without a top-notch existence standing out to unite everyone. No matter how many people there were, no matter how powerful they would lose everything if they were the slightest bit careless. Clearly, Tiangu and the others felt it at this moment. The Divine Emperor was about to be intercepted, and Tiangu frowned. If the Divine Emperor was killed, then this time, the lower one would really collapse. But, the Divine Emperor. Jiwu, his eyes flickered. Jiwu was too low-key, and the Divine Realm was also too low-key. The upper realm didn't send people down, and there were no old antiques in this realm. Compared to the demon realm, the divine realm was much weaker. The divine race, demon race, and immortal race were about equal in strength. His immortal race had lost 2 Dao integration stage powerhouses, and the demon race had also lost one. On the other hand, the divine race hadn't lost even a 9th stage eternal realm powerhouse. With these thoughts in mind, Tiangu shouted in the next instant, Marquis Tianlong, enter the dragon realm, and don't run around. Don't return to this realm, just hide from the dragon realm for now. In the distance, Marquis Tianlong was just about to reply when the golden crowsaur soared into the sky and disappeared. No, staying in the dragon realm is just eternal. Returning to this realm is the Dao integration stage. Once the humans kill their way into the dragon realm, how can Marquis Tianlong stop them alone? Rather than hiding in another realm, it was safer to return to this realm. At least in this realm, his battle power was stronger. Even if he was surrounded, he had a chance to turn the tables. The other side also wouldn't dare to rashly enter this realm, in case they were stirred up. Go to the dragon realm? Tiangu's thoughts were good, but he didn't think about it. If they left, what would happen to the races of this realm? That would be completely abandoning their race. At this moment, the void rippled, and in an instant, 8 experts appeared, their blades and spears floating in the sky. Endure. Silence. Great Zhou Wang roared, and the silent Shenwen Dao erupted. The great Dao of endurance also erupted. The golden crow that had just left roared, and flames burned the sky. Endure. He was indeed disturbed, but he knew that this was a moment of life and death. His great Dao burned intensely to expel the influence. He couldn't endure. If he endured, he would die. As for Marquis Tianlong and the other two, seeing that the golden crow was blocked, they had no intention of helping. In an instant, Marquis Tianlong dove into the dragon realm below. Kuan-Peng also dove into the star sea, and the 3-headed demon wolf madly flew towards its own realm. Just one wish, Golden Crow didn't want to die too quickly. If he died too quickly, those people would chase after the others. But with 8 experts working together, it would be hard for him not to die too quickly. In the void, the 9 great Daos clashed. The Golden Crow half-emperor revealed a look of helplessness and despair. He suddenly felt lost, and laughed bitterly. I have foolishly hibernated for countless years, and now it's time for me to die. He was really helpless. Seeing the 3 marquises in the life realm, he felt that it was a chance, and also a time to show his loyalty. He had really hibernated for countless years, and in the end, he had come to die, and he didn't get any benefits. How could he not feel bitter? Golden Crow race, seal the realm. The Golden Crow half-emperor roared, with eternal life, seal the realm. If the upper realm doesn't open, it will never leave. Hong, a loud explosion spread out, and the 8 experts all retreated. The great Daos collapsed, and a rain of blood poured down. Daxia of Goguryeo spat, Old Zhou, why is your turtle ninjutsu useless? He actually self-destructed. Great Zhou Wang's face turned white. Try activating it multiple times, and even teleporting you many times. Let me see how much strength you have left. Do you really think I'm made of iron? My great Daos are also being depleted. After killing a few Dao integration stage beings, where would I have so much strength left to control these Dao integration stage beings who knew that they were going to die? Forget it, you are useless. You will be responsible for teleporting. Daxia of Goguryeo shouted, quick, the Kuan-Peng is about to return to this realm. Great Zhou Wang glanced around, it's too late, go kill the 3-headed demon wolf. Kuan-Peng had already reached the realm gate, and it was too late to teleport. There was still a chance to intercept the 3-headed demon wolf. He and the spatial beast emperor quickly teleported, leading people to chase after the 3-headed demon wolf. At this moment, the 3-headed demon wolf was roaring madly, speeding up, tearing through the void, stepping into the river of time, burning its blood essence. There was only one thought, go back, otherwise, they would die. The Kuan-Peng had returned to this realm, and so had Marquis Tianlong. It was still difficult for the human race to kill their way into this realm, but outside, they would definitely die. Today, 4 Dao integration stage beings had died. He didn't want to become the 5th, yes, he didn't want to. The 3-headed demon wolf didn't want to, and naturally, the Underworld Emperor didn't want to either. At this moment, the Underworld Emperor was too close to the human realm. In fact, he already didn't want to go there, but he saw the endless slaughter on the battlefield, and the human race powerful beings coming out in full force. With his situation, did he really have hope of returning to the netherworld? Great Zhou Wang's teleportation was invincible. Could he return? At this moment, he saw some people, Qin Zhen, Xiaolong Wu, Wan Tianxing, Nan Wujiang, Yun Chen. The Underworld Emperor's heart stirred slightly. Don't kill, capture them, in exchange for a chance of survival. These were some of Suyu's good friends, masters, and descendants of Daxia of Goguryeo and the great Qin king. If he captured them, he might be able to return smoothly. Yes, capture them. This was a thought that flashed through his mind. If he could capture one, he would have a great chance of survival. A group of eternal beings, as long as he paid some price, he would definitely be able to capture them. He quickly flew toward the East Rift Valley. East Rift Valley. Wan Tianxing stood proudly on the summit of the East Rift Mountain, his white robe fluttering in the wind. Seeing this, he sighed. I don't want to make a move. According to Suyu, if he could stay dormant, then so be it. If he couldn't stay dormant, then Wan Tianxing would make a move, try not to expose the existence of the guards, unless they really couldn't hold on any longer. However, at this time, why would the Underworld Emperor run toward the human realm? He could just run around. Suyu and the others might not have time to deal with him. The Underworld Emperor was getting closer and closer. Soon, he crossed the Sea of Desire plain and flew straight toward the East Rift Mountain. Behind Wan Tianxing, dozens of eternal beings roared, attack, kill him. There were many eternal beings, so there was no need to fear the Underworld Emperor. However, a few might die, but they would be able to capture the Underworld Emperor. Protect the realm. Wan Tianxing roared. So you wanted people to not die, not to die. He would rather give up on killing the Dao integration stage cultivators in the lower realms. Why would he send people to die at this juncture? Otherwise, Suyu would have destroyed the realm and killed all the Dao integration stage cultivators in the infinite realms. However, if that really happened, a lot of people would die. Time is with me. He chuckled lightly. Forget it, I'll also test my battle prowess. His finger streaked across the sky, and a long river of time went straight toward the Underworld Emperor. The Underworld Emperor's aura erupted, wanting to suppress this long river, but Wan Tianxing had already descended beside him in an instant. Duplicate. In an instant, countless Wan Tianxing appeared. Each of the Wan Tianxing controlled a long river of time. On the human side, many people looked toward Lan Tian. Lan Tian giggled and said excitedly, Go, Tianxing, kill him. A group of eternal beings instantly left Lan Tian's side. Wan Tianxing, what Dao is this? What Dao? Wan Tianxing quickly told them what Dao he knew. He knew everything. The human Dao contained thousands of things. Every moment of one's life was a kind of enlightenment, a kind of Dao, all-encompassing. He bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied mankind. The Underworld Emperor suddenly felt inextricably sad. Tears fell from his eyes as he exchanged blows with Wan Tianxing. In the next moment, the Underworld Emperor was enraged. Wan Tianxing also glared at him. Traitor, die. The Underworld Emperor only felt panic in his heart. It was as if he had really become a traitor. You are Dao integration? No, you are not Dao integration. The Underworld Emperor was shaken. The one who opened the path, Wan Tianxing had opened the path. Do you admit your sins? A thunderous roar pierced through heaven and earth. The Underworld Emperor roared and clawed at Wan Tianxing. I admit my sins, my ass. Take a trip through the long river of time and wash away your sins. With a low roar, the long river of time opened. He and the Underworld Emperor fought farther and farther away, as if they were far away from this space-time. Wan Tianxing led him in a fierce battle in the long river of time. Countless waves crashed over. The battle was incomparably fierce, and the Underworld Emperor was actually extremely shocked. At this moment, he suddenly realized that it was not that the human race did not have any defenses. They did not really rely on those Eternals to consolidate their human realm. It was because of Wan Tianxing. In the long river of time, outsiders could no longer see their existence. The two of them fought farther and farther away, so far away that it was as if they had reached the end of the long river of time. And at this moment, Wan Tianxing looked around. Very good, there was no one. In the next moment, with a low roar, a Wan Tianxing walked out of his body, surging with demonic aura. I am a demon, and I will kill all things. Another Wan Tianxing appeared, shining with holy light and with a compassionate expression. I am a saint, and I will reform all living beings. Another Wan Tianxing appeared, and he was incomparably bitter. I am suffering, and all living beings are suffering. One after another, Wan Tianxing appeared. At this moment, Wan Tianxing truly resembled the blue sky, or rather, the blue sky resembled him. The Underworld Emperor's expression changed drastically. Each of these Wan Tianxing was very powerful, and even felt no weaker than the main body. As for Wan Tianxing's main body, he had an indifferent expression. All living beings have joy, anger, sorrow, joy, love, hate, resentment, desire. The human Tao is all-encompassing, the great Tao is myriad, and emotions control human nature. He spoke of things that the Underworld Emperor did not understand. In the next moment, dozens of Wan Tianxing, incomparably powerful, charged towards him. The underworld emperor was like a mad demon, crying one moment and laughing the next. One moment, he was incomparably bitter, the next moment, he was filled with boundless anger, and the next moment, he was crying and repenting. It was like he had gone mad. Indeed, he had gone mad. Those countless emotions constantly attacked him, causing the underworld emperor to almost collapse. Wan Tianxing, lunatic one, what kind of Tao did he walk? As for Wan Tianxing, he looked around again. No one saw me, right? I'm hiding in the long river of time, fighting. Last time, when Suyu observed the great Tao, he was the one holding the book. Suyu actually did not read it in detail. Many books were actually a kind of emotion, one book, one Tao. At that time, Wan Tianxing could be considered carefree, and he looked very serious. But now, he was a bit strange. There were many monsters in this tide, and Wan Tianxing was considered one of the top ones. It was not without reason that Blue Sky liked to hang out with him. All kinds of emotions erupted, and all kinds of great Taos appeared. After fighting for a while, the underworld emperor was covered in wounds. He looked at Wan Tianxing's main body, panting like an ox. With a look of fear, he said, "You, what kind of monster are you?" Monster? Wan Tianxing bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. The people of the world think of everything they do not understand as monsters. Little do they know, in my eyes, you are also a monster. So you appointed me as the director of the Anti-Corruption Bureau. You are too dirty, so I will clean you up first. At this moment, countless Wan Tianxing took the brooms and really began to clean. One by one, the brooms swept towards the underworld emperor, covering the sky, cleaning up the filth. The underworld emperor's Tao shook. At this moment, it was like silk being spun out of a cocoon. Wan Tianxing smiled and swept the broom, stripping away a trace of Tao power. You shouldn't be angry. In an instant, the underworld emperor was no longer angry. He seemed to have lost the right to be angry. There was no such emotion as anger. Wan Tianxing swept the broom again, causing the Tao to tremble. Another weak trace of rule power was stripped away. There is no need to be sad. The underworld emperor was no longer sad. Boom, countless brooms struck at the same time. No sorrow, no joy, no anger, no evil, no desire. Traces of rule power were stripped away by him. In the end, the underworld emperor seemed to have become a puppet, fighting woodenly. Without any emotions, he was just a puppet. Wan Tianxing looked around to see if anyone had seen him. The next moment, he stopped testing his Tao. He was afraid that someone would see him and treat him as a monster. I am not. If I don't show him my Tao, what Suyu sees is only the surface. It is somewhat evil. The woodenly underworld emperor continued to attack. Wan Tianxing slashed out with his sword, cutting off the Tao. Boom, the underworld emperor's aura fell. The next moment, the sword pierced through his head, the Seeable was obliterated. Wan Tianxing put away the corpse and quickly disappeared in the river of time. Let's go. Everyone doesn't know how I killed him, right? It's best if they don't. Boom. Because Wan Tianxing was going against the current, time actually passed very slowly. It seemed like a while. Suddenly, blood clouds gathered in the sky, and blood rain poured down. The experts who were fighting all looked toward the human realm. They only saw Wan Tianxing walking out of the river of time confidently with a smile on his face. He descended from the void toward the East Fisher Mountain. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he cupped his hands and laughed loudly. Emperor Yu's Mansion's Anti-Corruption Bureau Chief Wan Tianxing, please advise me. The Underworld Emperor has been killed. The first mission of the Anti-Corruption Bureau has been successfully completed. Everyone was silent. Even the humans were shocked beyond belief. Wan Tianxing, he killed the Underworld Emperor alone. This, down below, Lan Tian smiled brightly. The heavenly saint did not disappoint me. He is number one in the world. Wan Tianxing ignored him and looked around with a smile. Human realm. It seems like you won't be able to come. Celestial world. Tiangu and the Talisman King both had extremely grave expressions. He killed the Underworld Emperor alone. His speed was extremely fast. Wan Tianxing, from today onwards, there would be a place for Wan Tianxing in all the realms. Today, the fifth Tao integration cultivator was killed. At the same time, there was a loud rumble. Between heaven and earth, an incomparably huge three-headed demon wolf was cut down. The great Qin King and Xia of Goguryeo each cut down one. The iron-eating beast emperor smashed another with a bamboo stick. 3 died at the same time. The three-headed demon wolf that had just joined the battle was killed. Today, the 6th Tao integration cultivator was killed. Even further away, in the divine realm, there was a roar. Jiwu's hair was disheveled as he let out an angry roar. In the next instant, an incomparably huge hand appeared in the sky above the divine realm and grabbed Jiwu. The hand had been smashed by the old turtle's mountain, but it did not care and forcibly dragged Jiwu back to the divine realm. Tiangu and the others looked over again. The god world was quickly sealed off, and a powerful being appeared. This powerful being was actually a powerful female cultivator. She was incredibly old, and was not a Tao integration stage cultivator like everyone had imagined. Instead, she was an incredibly ancient being. The old woman looked at the old turtle and panted. "Junior is rude, Tao brother Hong Meng, please forgive me. This old one should still be able to fight. Fellow Taoist, please retreat." The old turtle looked at the old woman, and after a while, his mouth opened and closed. "You are still alive, unbelievable, struggling at death's door. I can no longer leave this realm. Tao brother, please excuse me." The old woman seemed to have difficulty speaking, but Hong Meng frowned. After a while, he said, "Retreat." Beside him, Bean Bun said angrily, "Fight your way in, why are you afraid of her?" Hong Meng was helpless. Did Bean Bun not know her? The Divine Emperor's Tao companion. Jiwu's wife? The ancient Divine Emperor. Hearing this, Bean Bun immediately reached out and ran away with Bu Bing. Scared, the ancient Divine Emperor's Tao companion, she was still alive. As for the old turtle, he also glanced at her, and after a while, he sighed. So that's how it is, relying on the Divine Emperor Great Tao to maintain her vitality. No wonder she is unwilling to fight. You're on your own. If Jiwu doesn't die today, he will die sooner or later. The old turtle chose to retreat. That person might not be able to come out, but she might be able to come out. If she came out for the final battle, she would probably die. Because she had lost the great Tao to maintain her vitality. However, once it was a battle to the death, this old woman was also boundlessly powerful. The old turtle did not say anything. The trump card of the divine realm had been revealed. Jiwu was almost killed by them. The divine realm really did not leave any other Tao integration cultivators behind, because there was no need. As long as they defended their realm, this old woman had at least the battle prowess of a heavenly king, perhaps even a bit stronger than the old turtle. No wonder no one from the divine realm came down. If they did, they might even share the old woman's nomological power. The old turtle quickly retreated. Soon, he met up with the other powerful beings. On the side of the monarch of Great Zhou, the old turtle and 2 from the God-Eater tribe, 11 Tao integration cultivators quickly gathered outside the life realm. On the side of the human realm, Wan Tianxing guarded the East Fisher Mountain alone, looking around with a smile. In less than 10 minutes of battle, 6 Tao integration cultivators were killed. At this point, only Heavenly Ancient, Talisman Monarch, Demonic Halberd, Demonic Yu, Jiwu, Divine Imperial Concubine, Marquis Tian Long, Phoenix Emperor, Ape Emperor, Kuan Peng, Primordial Giant King, Heaven Supervisor Marquis, Treasure of Many Treasures, and Life Emperor were left. It was hard to say for the Life Emperor, but it was the same for the Primordial Giant King. In the blink of an eye, 6 Tao integration cultivators were killed in the human realm. As for the human realm, including Su Yu and Wan Tianxing, there were currently 13 Tao integration cultivators. In fact, far more than that. At this moment, the heavens were silent. Defeat, Su Yu had been planning for many days. After the last battle, he killed 5 Tao integration cultivators. Today, he killed another 6 Tao integration cultivators and killed 11 Tao integration cultivators in Wan, Immortal Realm. Heavenly Ancient looked dejected as he looked toward the realm of life. The passageway to the upper realm. Expending the nomological power now to lure the upper realm cultivators to the lower realm might be sending them to their deaths. Because there would be a suppressive force, Su Yu and the others would kill them. Therefore, at this moment, even if they wanted to pay a huge price and loosen the passageway's power, they had to think twice. If the upper realm was not prepared, rashly sending 4 or 5 Dao integration cultivators to the lower realm would be sending them to their deaths. They were just adding fuel to the fire. The humans had taken over a strategic location like the realm of life. All of a sudden, Heavenly Ancient and the others had to be cautious. Unless they could guarantee that the passageway could be directly opened, all the Dao integration cultivators from the upper realm could come down. Otherwise, even 3 or 5 of them would be sending them to their deaths. Don't let anyone come down. Heavenly Ancient thought to himself. He hoped that the upper realm cultivators would not be stupid. Even if many Dao integration cultivators had died and the passageway's power might have loosened, they should not go down. Suyu had entered the realm of life. There was a high chance that Wu Ming had defected to the human clan. The King of Great Zhou and the others were just outside. Once the King of Great Zhou also entered, it would be impossible for 3 Dao integration stage mighty figures to not send down a few Heavenly King mighty figures to suppress them. We lost our realm of life and 6 Dao integration stage mighty figures. Tiangu had never been more dispirited than now. It's over, the lower realm would never be able to stir up any more waves. From today onwards, the history of the lower realms would be completely rewritten, and the human race would achieve a great victory in the lower realms. Even now, there were still many Dao integration stage cultivators remaining. However, they were all scared out of their wits. If the upper realm did not open, who would dare to go out and fight? As he was thinking this, a rumble suddenly came from the Phoenix realm in the distance. The Phoenix monarch did not say a word and directly paid a huge price to seal the realm passageway. She was not the first. Immediately afterwards, the Dragon realm, Ape realm, and Kuan-Pung realm did the same, all of them releasing loud noises. They paid a great price to seal their realms. They also set their resolution. The higher realms wouldn't open, they wouldn't fight. As for King of Great Zhou and the others, their expressions changed. It wasn't dejected like Tiangu, but strange. Sealed realm, this was courting death. Once Suyu located the location of the dead spirit realm that corresponded to their small realms, this was cutting off their escape route. Even if a Dao integration stage cultivator attacked, it would take time to break through such a sealed realm. King of Great Zhou had a strange look in his eyes. At this moment, sealing the realm might be the best method. However, if you sealed the realm, Suyu would probably laugh himself to death if he found out. He was afraid that they would run away. Now, not only could they not run away, but the realm was sealed. If they fought, the outside world might not know for a while. The heavens are with Suyu. King of Great Zhou sighed in his heart. The heavens were truly with Suyu. He hadn't expected such an outcome. He took down the life realm, forced the various races to seal their realms, and killed 6 Dao integration stage cultivators. They fought for 10 minutes from start to finish. Such a result surpassed the countless years of accumulation and effort of the human race. King of Great Zhou sighed in his heart. The others were also filled with emotions. Powerful beings hovered in the air, their auras erupting and covering the heavens. Countless small realms trembled and trembled. The human race had won, although they had not killed the main powerful beings of the 3 races. The god, demon, and immortal races no longer had the strength to fight against the human race in the lower realm. They could barely protect themselves. The human race had taken down the life realm and guarded the passage to the upper realm. Unless the upper realm opened, they would not be able to fight anymore. At the same time, Life realm. At the peak of Destiny Mountain, Suyu looked at the void. Not far away, the Fate Emperor looked at Suyu. He felt that Suyu was too bold. Emperor Yu. Aren't you afraid of me? Suyu looked at him and said calmly, what are you afraid of? Or do you think that you can defeat me if I come alone? Suyu said with a smile, there are always people who like to forget. They like to forget things that happened not long ago. The Fate Emperor frowned slightly. Emperor Yu, you misunderstand. I just feel that I trust the fated kin too much. No, I don't trust you. I don't trust a stranger. Suyu did not hide anything and said with a smile, I only trust myself. If you attack, there will be no more fated kin in the lower realm today. Do you believe me? The Fate Emperor was extremely solemn. After a long while, he nodded. I believe you. The dead soul's world is changing. The fated kin can also open the passage to the dead souls. I like smart people. Suyu smiled. Since I'm here, if you attack, I will destroy the fated kin today. The Fate Emperor sighed and did not say anything else. Suyu was really speechless. He was extremely cautious. He did not come here to bet that the fated kin would really submit to him. He was certain that even if the fated kin came out in full force, he could still deal with them. Suyu ignored him and instantly turned into a Dao King. His aura weakened, and his face was filled with grief. In an instant, his aura changed drastically. In the next moment, the door to the upper realm shook violently in the sky. A loud and angry voice traveled into their ears. Is anyone there? What happened? Suyu quickly shouted, the lower realm is in chaos. The humans ambushed Marquis Yunxing, Marquis Modang, and Marquis Abyss. Hong Meng worked together with the King of Great Zhou and the powerful God Eater to kill the three strongest. May I ask if the upper realm is the immortal progenitor? The tunnel shook violently, vaguely, an extremely powerful being could be seen on the other side of the tunnel. It was furious. Where are the fated kin? The Fate Emperor's eyes flashed. The fated kin don't care about this. Marquis, this is between you and the humans. Bastard! The old antique shouted. How dare you? The fated kin, do you think you can do whatever you want just because the Marquis of Destiny is alive? The Fate Emperor was speechless. I didn't participate in the battle. No matter how fierce the battle in the outside world is, it has nothing to do with the fated kin. Marquis, why must you vent your anger on me? Then, he added, many Dao fated kin were killed in the lower realm. Marquis, it's best if you don't descend now. Otherwise, you will be surrounded and killed by the humans. Humans? In the sky, the Marquis said coldly, do you think the humans have the ability to kill me? Hong Meng, how dare you? At that moment, he was filled with boundless anger. Soon, he shouted, who are you? I am immortal Dao Heng. I am in charge of the Dao King's region and am in charge of the realm of life. My lord, the fated kin does not allow our Dao fated kin to be stationed in the realm of life. They might be helping the humans in secret. My lord, I suspect that he sold out the information about Marquis Yunxing. Bastard! The Fate Emperor shouted angrily. How dare you spread rumors? Do you think I won't kill you? You're the one who has the guts. A huge face appeared in the air. Lightning flashed. The Marquis was filled with boundless anger. He manifested his face in the air and said angrily, do you dare to kill him? The huge face scolded and quickly looked at Suyu. Can you descend now? He asked in a low voice. Suyu quickly said, no. My lord, there are several powerful humans outside the realm of life. Lord Ancient Heaven and the others have already left the battlefield and returned to this world. We cannot continue fighting now. The Marquis sighed. I already have some guesses. Ancient Heaven, that trash. I can descend now, but there's no need for that. Continue to stay here. Wu Ming, if he dies, your fated kin, we'll see. Don't think that the humans can overturn the heavens just because they have a little advantage in the lower realm. At this point, the power of lightning became even stronger. The Marquis looked at Suyu again and said in a low voice, tell Ancient Heaven to lie low. Think of a way to continue weakening the power of the laws of the realm gate. Don't be so stupid and send Dao integration stage cultivators to their deaths again and again. Bastards, how many Dao integration stage cultivators have died? The lower realm has such a good foundation, but you guys have turned it into this. Trash, a bunch of trash. He was furious. They were all trash. The situation in the lower realm was too good, the ninth tide had ended. If the battlefield had not been sealed, the human race would have been completely wiped out. There were almost no powerful beings left. How could they end up like this? He couldn't understand. He was furious. Suyu nodded hurriedly but said pessimistically, my lord, the human race has produced a Suyu who has inherited King Wen's Dao of the Brush. Because of this, all the iron-eating races have pledged their allegiance to him. He has inherited King Wen's legacy and is extremely lucky. It's not that we are not enemies, but that Suyu's luck is too strong for us to suppress. Please give us a way to suppress him, my lord. King Wen's legacy? The Marquis hesitated for a moment. The next moment, he stopped shouting and sent a voice transmission to Suyu. King Wen's luck is indeed strong. His heir, the power of his luck is not something that ancient heaven can compare to. Only the primordial council can suppress it. Tell ancient heaven that the best thing to do now is to collect councilman badges. I still have 6 here. Give them to ancient heaven. No matter what, collect more than 50 badges as soon as possible and suppress the power of the laws of this place. Stay here and don't leave. I will continue to collect councilman badges. My main body cannot go to the lower realm, but I can take advantage of the fact that the power of the laws of this place is weakened to send some councilman badges down. They are very strong and will not be destroyed, so you also send a voice transmission. No, my lord, the fated kin's attitude is unclear. If we send the councilman badges now and are intercepted by the Fate Emperor, then, the Marquis laughed. Dao Heng, you're not bad. I actually know your name. Oh well, you were still young during the last tide, so there's no need to mention it. The fated kin will not dare to intercept you. But just in case, I will put the councilman badges into my war dragon staff. I will teach you the method to open it. No one else knows how to open it. If they try to take it away recklessly, they will only humiliate themselves. I will take it back when I go to the lower realm. My lord, how can I take away your weapon? It's fine. The threat in the upper realm is about to be settled. The next moment, waves of willpower entered Suyu's mind. It was the method to control the war dragon staff. Soon, the Marquis quickly said, we can't delay any longer. Tell ancient heaven to remember, don't fight anymore. We will lose our soldiers and waste our strength for no reason. Gather the 50 councilman badges as soon as possible. Once he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. An incredibly strong staff came from the door in the sky. It blocked the countless lightning bolts and shot down, streaks of golden patterns flashed, it broke through the lightning bolts. It was incredibly powerful. Soon, it became a little duller after being hit by the lightning bolts, but it broke through the power of punishment. With a loud bang, it broke through the air and fell from the sky. The power of punishment has returned. I am leaving. Dao Heng, take good care of my weapon. Yes. Wu Ming, I don't want anything to happen to him. A cold snort. The next moment, the face shattered, and the air calmed down. As for Suyu, he stretched out his hand and the powerful war dragon staff landed in his hand. The Fate Emperor opened his mouth. F***ck, he got it just like that. That works, my god, the Marquis even gave him his own weapon. What is this? He looked at Suyu, a little stupefied. Suyu was not surprised and said casually, what do the people in the upper realm know? They're all idiots. They don't have access to information. Besides the reports from the lower realm, what else do they know? They know who died and who lived. That's all they know. The fated kin are still neutral. Who would believe that I would pretend to be a celestial in front of the Fate Emperor? Why do you look at me like that? Thank you, Fate Emperor, for your cooperation. Suyu smiled. 6. The council token was not bad. After some calculations, he realized that he actually had quite a lot. When he went back, he would sort it out and see how many he had. In any case, it was quite a lot. The Marquis of Celestial had gotten quite a lot, and he really dared to give it to him, Suyu had just casually asked if there was anything powerful in the upper realm that could suppress him. In the end, they gave him the council token and the weapon of the Marquis of Celestial. After a while, the Fate Emperor said bitterly, I have no other choice. The Marquis of Celestial is extremely powerful. He is one of the top 5 strongest in the upper realm, but now he lost his weapon, Suyu smiled. Not only that, there are 6 council tokens. They might be even more important than the weapon. The Fate Emperor's expression changed completely, alright, there was no other way. He could only rely on the human race. Otherwise, he would be killed by the Celestials. He definitely would. Not even the Marquis of Heaven would be able to stop him. 6 council tokens, he wanted to curse, were you an idiot? Did you believe everything Suyu said? F***ck, you actually gave him the council token, and 6 of them at once. Are you crazy? If the Marquis knew that the council token had fallen into Suyu's hands, the first thing he would do would be to kill Suyu, and the second would be to kill him. Because of him, the Marquis of Heaven did not suspect anything. Who would pretend to be a celestial in front of the Fate Emperor? Moreover, the Fate Emperor had always been neutral. He had been neutral for countless years. At this moment, the Fate Emperor was completely speechless. As for Suyu, he smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. The Fate Emperor actually has nowhere else to go. I want to control this place. Unless, the Fate Emperor wishes to start a war with me." The Fate Emperor was silent. After a long while, he sighed and did not say anything else. "Forget it. I've made my choice. Don't regret it." He easily swindled a battle weapon and 6 counselor badges. Suyu was more interested in the immortal battle marquis. He smiled. Does this person have the combat power of a heavenly king? More powerful than Marquis Yunxing. As for Marquis Yunxing, Suyu rated him as a third-class elite. Heavenly king combat power? The Fate Emperor knew what he meant and nodded. More or less. The immortal battle marquis, divine origin marquis, the demon blood severing marquis, the human Minshan marquis. These marquises all have the combat power of the Dao integration stage. In the primordial era, the marquises were also divided into different ranks. The most elite could be considered as the heavenly kings that Emperor you mentioned. Suyu nodded and didn't say anything else. He looked up at the sky and asked, "What about the heavenly fate marquis?" This, after a moment of hesitation, the Fate Emperor said, "The heavenly fate marquis is very powerful. He ranks in the top 10 among the 1080 marquises and is close to the masters of the laws. He is slightly weaker than the 100 battle monarch, but not too far off. This kind of existence can be described as a half-monarch." The Fate Emperor said softly. "The reason why our race can stand until now is closely related to the heavenly fate marquis. Strictly speaking, the 100 battle monarch is only a half-monarch, but he is slightly stronger than the heavenly fate marquis. How many of such existences are there in the upper realm?" "Not many." The Fate Emperor said quickly, "Even if there are, they are the strongest of the race." Suyu frowned slightly. "Is the 100 battle monarch the most elite?" "Of course." The Fate Emperor nodded. "If he wasn't one of the elite, he wouldn't have been beaten so badly. It's because he is too powerful that he suffered." Suyu wanted to laugh. "All right then. It seems like the upper realm is quite deep." Suyu smiled. "I originally thought that a few heavenly kings in the Dead Soul realm would be impressive. I didn't expect there to be so many heavenly kings in the upper realm." "Not many." The Fate Emperor quickly said, "After all, it has been accumulating for countless years. Some of the ancient marquises are also extremely talented. After more than 100,000 years, some of them have reached this stage bit by bit." Suyu nodded again. "How long do you think the upper realm gate will open?" "About 5 years." The Fate Emperor said in a deep voice, "Recently, the power of rules has been greatly depleted. If this continues, the Gate of Destiny will definitely open in 5 years." 5 more years? Suyu smiled. "Not bad, it's quite long." The Fate Emperor was speechless. "Is it long? Very short, alright." For powerhouses, it was just a moment of seclusion. Only Suyu thought it was okay. In fact, about 10 years ago, everyone thought that 10 years would pass in the blink of an eye. One wasn't in a hurry because the upper realm was about to open. It was too fast. The All Heavens battlefield had been sealed for 5,000 years, and it had been 990 years since it opened. 6,000 years. It was only a matter of time before the upper realm opened. In the end, with this last shiver, something went wrong. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't have expected such a huge change. Suyu looked at the Fate Emperor. After a moment of silence, he said, "I want to station cultivators in the life realm." The Fate Emperor remained silent for a while. Suyu continued, "Also, I want to locate the location of the Dead Souls realm and build the city of the Dead Souls under it. What do you think about conscripting heavenly kings and a large number of marquises of Dead Souls to station there?" Heavenly kings, marquises of Dead Souls, a large number. How many was a large number? Did Suyu really unify the Dead Souls realm? The Fate Emperor was bitter. After a long while, he nodded. "Okay. The fated kin have already made their decision. Naturally, they hope that the human race can win. However, this place is becoming more and more unstable. People from the upper realm might descend at any time, or they might even pry into the life realm. If we summon human cultivators here, it might be inappropriate. If we summon other human cultivators, we will be suppressed. So you thought about it and nodded. That was true. Then, let me think about it. So you smiled. Thank you, Fate Emperor, for providing me with information that helped me kill the 6 Dao integration cultivators and swindle the Marquis of Immortal War for their weapons and tokens. Fate Emperor, you have contributed greatly in this battle. It's my duty. The Fate Emperor looked at Suyu with a bitter expression. Suyu smiled. Are you unhappy, Fate Emperor? It's alright, but... Emperor Yu, can you move this recording talisman away? No. Suyu smiled. Because I want to write biographies for the human race's allies and the emperors of the various races. As images that will be passed down in the future. Fate Emperor, as a hero of the human race, of course, I have to record you and record your contributions. His heart was tired. He did not do that. As expected, Suyu really had a lot of tricks up his sleeves to be able to subdue the various races. The Fate Emperor thought about it and said, Emperor Yu, subduing the various races depends on the will of the people, not on some small tricks. Suyu nodded. First hit them with the stick, hit them until they cry, then give them carrots. It has been like this since ancient times. Giving them benefits without beating them is not the right way. Suyu smiled and said, the so-called cooperation and alliance are all built on a certain foundation, interests, feelings, future, and deterrence. Suyu smiled. Right now, our feelings are not deep enough, and our benefits are not enough. It's hard to say what will happen in the future, so we should first deter them. He was speechless. The Fate Emperor nodded and did not say anything else. However, seeing that Suyu was about to leave, he followed him and quickly asked, Emperor Yu, can Tiangu and the others be defeated? There's no rush. Suyu smiled. What's the rush? There's no need to force them into a life and death struggle. Why bother? Give them a little hope. If they are all forced into a dead end, we can just fight. We have to give them hope. I don't want to see them fight with their backs against the wall and burn their boats. It's better to cut flesh with a blunt knife. Look, I cut them again and again. I've cut 11 Dao integration cultivators. Not only did I not suffer any losses, but they are also reluctant to die. Humans are afraid of death. They are even more afraid because they are so powerful. The Fate Emperor nodded. They know that, but they also have some hope. They hope that Emperor Yu will not attack the various realms before the upper realm opens. Therefore, I think that if Emperor Yu wants to delay until the upper realm opens naturally, it's best not to attack the various realms in the next few years. These were the words of an experienced person. If they attacked the various realms now, it would easily make them despair. Under despair, they would fight. I know what I'm doing. I've said too much. The Fate Emperor knew that Suyu had a domineering personality. If he was not, he would not come to the realm of life alone. This person was even more domineering and direct than Kingwen in the past. He was also more unsettling. Kingwen was actually the kind that was easy to talk to. Soon, Suyu walked out of the realm of life. Outside the realm of life, everyone turned around. Suyu did not say anything. The Fate Emperor followed behind him and also did not say anything. Suyu looked around and looked down at the heavens and earth. After a long time, he said, "What's the situation with the ancient giant tribe?" The monarch of Great Zhou saw everyone looking at him. After a while, he said in a low voice, "Emperor Yu, the ancient giant tribe, is related to the 100-battle monarch." So you guessed it. He nodded. You contacted them through this before? Yes. What about now? Previously. I used the 100-battle monarch's favor. Now. I don't know what they want. So you nodded. Go to the ancient giant tribe and express your attitude. 3 choices. First, they are allies of the immortals and demons. Second, they are my allies. Third, they are allies of the 100-battle monarch. First, kill them. Second, the ancient giant king comes to the human realm to pay his respects. Third, the sealed realm. Let him wait for the 100-battle monarch. The monarch of Great Zhou said in a low voice, yes. Go now. The monarch of Great Zhou hesitated for a moment, but he still left quickly. So you wanted to differentiate between friend and foe. Those who were not his enemies were his enemies. Luckily, he gave him a third choice. He sealed his realm and was not allowed to come out casually. Even if he came out, he had to make some noise to prevent ruining his plan. The monarch of Great Zhou did not dare to delay. He left quickly and went to the ancient giant tribe. As for Suyu, he looked down at the heavens and his voice shook the heavens. Ancient heaven, solitary nothingness, demonic halberd, sealed realm. I need time to wait for the higher realm to open. All of you also need time to wait for the higher realm to open. I will attack the various realms by force. All of you probably do not want to be killed by me. All of us need time. All of you do not want to die. I do not want to face the experts of the higher realm too soon. Sealed realm, everyone has a way out. Do not force me to attack the various realms and fight to the death. Suyu's voice was cold. The choice is up to you. If any realm is not willing to seal their realm, then today, I will destroy all of you. I want to see who is willing to be buried with these people who do not seal their realm. When the higher realm opens, all of you still have a chance. Now, do you have a chance? His voice shook the heavens, incomparably powerful auras erupted from Suyu's side. I still have troops that I have not used. King Wen's dog, Heavenly King battle strength. The 36 guardians are all peak Eternal Realm experts. If all of you think you are a match, then feel free to try. Suyu shouted, within a day, seal your realm. Otherwise, we will fight to the death. Before I die, I will destroy the heavens. The heavens and myriad realms were silent. Suyu did not play dumb with them. He was straightforward. You can either wait in the realm, or, we will fight to the death today. A path of life or a path of death. How would you choose? Even if he broke the realm, Suyu would not have a good time. It might cause the higher realm to open earlier. The key was that killing them was enough. He had the strength to do it. In the sky above the immortal world, Tiangu's shadow floated, looking at Suyu in the sky. In the past, he, Tiangu, was the ruler of the heavens. Today, it was him, Suyu. From start to finish, it had only been 3 years. Tiangu sighed in his heart. His voice was calm. Suyu, if you want us to seal our realm, that is fine. However, if you attack any realm, then we will fight to the death. Suyu sneered. He taunted, do you dare? Tiangu, if the demon realm says he dares, I believe it. If the god realm says he dares, I believe it. You, Tiangu, are the most afraid of death. You don't even dare to fight to the death. Stop talking nonsense with me. I bet that others will fight to the death with me. I bet that you don't dare. If you don't believe me, try not sealing your realm. Tiangu's expression was ugly. Face slapping, Suyu crazily slapped his face. Suyu said faintly, stop pretending. It's fine if you're afraid of death, but you're also harming your teammates. Tiangu, do you think I can't see through you? Maybe, you also have the battle power of a heavenly king. Pretending to be a grandson, maybe you can't wait for me to kill more Immortal Clan experts. Don't think that I don't know that most of the Dao integration stage Immortal Emperor cultivators have already perished. In fact, the number of powerful beings who have lived for a long time in the past 9 tide flows can be easily determined by looking further back. Of course, the number of Immortal Emperor cultivators who have perished in the past 9 tide flows has been accounted for, Suyu sneered. You can hide it from others, but can you hide it from me? I'm afraid there are people in the Immortal Clan who know. I think Xianxia and the others may be able to advance to Dao integration, but because they cultivate the Dao of life, they don't dare to advance to Dao integration. Jade King, Xianxia, and the others have been stuck for countless years. Are they really unable to advance? I think Soldier King and Talisman King, these people without virtue and talent, can advance, but Xianxia and the others can't advance in a tide. Laughable. Their hearts are clear, they just don't dare. They would rather die of old age than dare to Tao integration. Sad, lamentable. The myriad worlds were silent. Was this a secret? Actually, it wasn't. It was just that this was the first time someone had pointed it out in front of the myriad worlds. Just before this, Tiangu had directly said that divine Marquis Yuan walked the immortal Emperor Dao, and Tiangu was incomparably domineering. He wanted him to change paths, but the other party refused. He even said that he wanted the other party to learn from the human race's Dao integration in the last tide, to be the vanguard and die. This matter, in the upper echelons of the immortal clan, was actually not a secret. Everyone knew about this, therefore, walking the immortal Emperor Dao of life was to go against Tiangu. Everyone knew this. In the past, no one said anything. Now, Suyu had exposed Tiangu in front of the myriad worlds. In the sky above the immortal realm, Tiangu's face was slightly gloomy. He said in a low voice, Suyu, all the races are like this, why bother? Not to mention my race, your human race. Suyu directly interrupted him. Shut up. Don't mention 100 Battle King, it has nothing to do with me. I, Suyu, do not need to do this. Tiangu mocked. The Wen King's Dao of the brush, didn't you take it all for yourself? You have the nerve to say that about me. Suyu smiled lightly. In the human realm, whoever can step into the Dao of the brush, I will take the initiative to give way. These words are Suyu's promise. The heavens bear witness. Laughable fellow, you think you are worthy of competing with me? Say something, whoever steps on the immortal Emperor Dao, you will also give way, I will still respect you. Tiangu looked at Suyu, and after a long time, he chuckled and did not say anything else. A moment later, the immortal realm shook, and a monstrous aura rose. Sealed world, he also did not want to say anything more to Suyu. Bickering, don't look at how young Suyu was. The key was that he was not weak at bickering, and he had seen a lot of things and knew a lot. And Suyu himself was also full of spirit. Saying that he would give way to the Dao of the brush, instantly made Tiangu lose the mood to bicker with him. Did he dare to say it? He did not dare, then he could only accept his bad luck and swallow this loss. The immortal realm was sealed. At this moment, the heavens were speechless. If the strongest immortals chose to temporarily avoid the conflict and retreat, how could the other races fight against them? Soon, the demon realm was sealed. After a while, a cough came from the god realm, and a silent voice sounded, Suyu, the former imperial concubine wants to say a few words to you. Suyu smiled, looking at the god realm. Say what? You should have opened the gate of heaven, the former imperial concubine wants to ask, the former imperial concubine, is he dead or alive? Interesting, Suyu smiled, maybe he is alive. Who knows, I can't see the Dao of those top powerhouses. Since your race's former imperial concubine asked, I have answered truthfully. I heard that there were a few sun and moon kings of the human race who sought refuge with the god race and changed their bloodlines. You can kill them now to repay my favor. The god emperor was speechless. Suyu smiled and said, are you unwilling? Then forget it. But at this moment, the old voice rang out, kill him. Take it as returning the favor of this generation's human overlord. This old one just misses my emperor a little. Although I don't have an answer, I have a little more hope. I hope. I can wait until the day my emperor returns. Suyu said coolly, I hope so. At the final moment of the higher realm's opening, everyone, be careful. If I can't live, whether you can live or not will depend on luck. At the final moment of the higher realm's opening, I will attack the wand 5 years from now. As soon as these words were spoken, some experts' hearts palpitated. At the final moment of the higher realm's opening, Suyu would attack the wand, and since he said so, he would definitely do it, that would be the most dangerous time. At most, 5 years, silence. Moments later, several corpses appeared outside the god realm, and the god realm closed with a rumble. Experts closed the higher realm. This was something that had never happened since ancient times, but it was realized in this tide. Suyu led experts from all directions to suppress the myriad worlds. At this moment, Suyu was 21 years old. At this moment, countless humans cheered. Emperor Yu is wise. Heaven and earth shook with their voices. At this moment, the iron-eating beast realm, the nightmare realm, the spatial ancient beast realm, and some of the smaller realms that had submitted to the Wan realm began to cheer. The human race's fortune skyrocketed. The human lord seal appeared on Suyu's body. In the next instant, a map of the realms appeared on the human lord seal. It was no longer just the human realm. Suyu's aura was ethereal, and golden light covered heaven and earth. At this moment, he had achieved a glory that had never been achieved in the previous 9 tides. 0 Dao integration stage cultivators died, and he killed 11 Dao integration stage cultivators. The Wan sealed realm, in the sky above the human realm, a projection of Suyu covered heaven and earth. Everyone could see this powerful projection presiding over the human realm. The master of the human realm, Suyu, was once again winning over the hearts of the people. Even though this glory could only last for 5 years, it was enough. 5 years was also an unparalleled glory. As long as the human race was not destroyed, even if Suyu died in battle in 5 years, he would still leave an indelible mark in these 100,000 years. At this moment, far away in the primeval giant world, there was a huge rumble. The realm was sealed. Suyu's eyes narrowed and he smiled. Interesting, they had actually chosen the third option. The 100 Battle King had tricked his allies. At this time, the primeval giants had actually chosen to support the 100 Battle King. This was somewhat incomprehensible. Suyu had thought that they would choose the second option. Moments later, the king of Great Zhou returned. He looked awkwardly at Suyu. Emperor Yu, speak. Why? Is there a reason? The king of Great Zhou was embarrassed, but he still said, there is. The primeval giant king said, his daughter and the 100 Battle King, had a descendant, who is the current crown prince of the primeval giants. Everyone was stunned. There was such a thing? Emperor Yan couldn't help but say, is there such a thing? Why didn't we know? I didn't know before either. The king of Great Zhou was incomparably embarrassed. This, I really didn't know before. I only know that the 100 Battle King and the primeval giant race have some private relations. Suyu smiled. Interesting. The descendant of the 100 Battle King? Interesting. Forget it, I understand. Let him be. Since the realm is sealed, that is his own choice. If he dares to open the realm, then kill him. After saying that, Suyu looked toward the direction of the human realm and shouted loudly, all troops of the human realm, heed my command. Conquer the heavens of Wan. Conquer the Dao integration realm. Disobey and your race will be annihilated. Surrender and hand over 30% of the resources of this realm. Any less and your race will be annihilated. Yes. A heaven-shaking shout reverberated through the heavens, excitement, agitation, indescribable. Conquer the heavens, Suyu shouted again, reward the heavenly horse tribe of Wan with 10 vessels and 1,000 drops of sun-moon mystic yellow liquid. Reward the antelope tribe of Wan with 8 vessels and 1,000 drops of sun-moon mystic yellow liquid. Annihilate the mystic armor tribe of Wan with no survivors. Annihilate the Yunhu, bull, and flying tiger tribes of Wan with no survivors. Yes. Earth-shattering cheers sounded again. Besides Suyu, some of the powerful beings were surprised, some were confused, and some were fearful. What was going on? Meanwhile, the mouths of Dasha of Goguryeo and the others twitched slightly. This was a vengeful person. Of course, they also remembered this favor. This matter could be traced back to Suyu's escape from Dixia province. He still remembered it. Respect, Yunhu's tribes had been conquered in Dixia province before, but because of the protection of the Flying Tiger tribe, they were not completely annihilated. Now, great. Suyu really did not forget it, he had a good memory, he would take revenge if he had a grudge. The Mystic Armor tribe was the same. Suyu still remembered that he wanted to annihilate them now. These few races could only wait for death. There was nowhere to run. The great Qin king glanced at Suyu and felt that Suyu was too vengeful. But after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. Suyu had already said it. It would not be good to refute Suyu's words now. Suyu's face was calm. What was the point of success and recognition? Of course, it was not to forget enmity with a smile, but to take revenge. I said that I will annihilate you, so I will definitely annihilate you. Wait for death. These few races had provoked me in the past and almost caused me to die. If I don't kill them, who should I kill? At this moment, countless beings from several small realms instantly fled through the realm channel. Flee to the heavens. Even if the heavens battlefield was filled with humans, it was better than being wiped out by the human race. The Mystic Armor King of the Mystic Armor tribe had a sorrowful expression and did not escape. The weak could escape, but he was an eternal. There was no way to escape. He could only fight to the death, or choose to surrender and be killed by the human race. He wanted to see if the human race could leave behind a foundation for the Mystic Armor tribe. At this moment, Suyu was the king of the heavens. No one stood out to say no. After killing 11 Dao integration stage beings, Suyu's prestige had already surpassed everyone else. Unless the ancient times reappeared and King Wen and the others returned. But this was not their era. These people only existed in legends, and Suyu was a living legend. At the same time, Heavenly Destruction Ancient City. The Great Zhou King instantly appeared in front of the 4 Mountain Sea Realm experts. It was not the Mountain Sea Realm. The Great Zhou King's eyes were very sharp, and he could tell with a glance that these people were all eternal. They were not Mountain Sea Realm experts. That made sense. The Mountain Sea Realm had long since been cut to ashes. At this moment, the 4 great experts' expressions changed. The Great Zhou King smiled. This old man is the flame bearer, Zhou Xianxia, the first flame bearer. Everyone, please go to the human realm and have a chat with Emperor Yu. Don't say anything to me. Wait until you see Emperor Yu. Also, I hope you have some brains. Everything that happened today is still vivid in your minds. If you don't want to die too miserably, keep a low profile. The 4 people's expressions changed. The female expert said in a low voice, "Greetings, Senior. Thank you for your reminder, and congratulations on winning this battle." The Great Zhou King chuckled. This is Emperor Yu's contribution. You, don't harm me. The 4 people's expressions changed slightly. The Great Zhou King smiled. Let's go. I'll mention a few things along the way. Take it seriously. Among the 4, the middle-aged man said in a low voice, "Please enlighten us, Senior. First, answer whatever you ask. Don't hide anything. Second, be respectful and don't mention the 100 Battle King. Third, don't refute Emperor Yu. Fourth, women, don't talk too much." Among the 4, the woman was surprised. What did this mean? The Great Zhou King didn't say much. So you didn't like women and was wary of women. He always felt that the 100 Battle King was tricked by women. It was better for women to talk to him less. Otherwise, if he was in a bad mood, he'd kill them all without asking. Among the 4, the middle-aged man said in a low voice, "Senior, did you choose this generation's human master?" Me? The Great Zhou King smiled. I forgot to mention this. Don't mention this. It's not us who choose the human master. It's the human master who decides whether we exist or not. Emperor Yu isn't the previous 9 human masters. No matter what you think, your lives are your own. He'll kill us? Of course. The 4 were silent. The Great Zhou King smiled. Why wouldn't he? Before you see this battle, you might be lucky. Now that you see it, if you want to die, I don't mind fulfilling your wishes so that you won't be a burden to others. You can be stupid once. How many times can you be stupid? Then, you can die. They were silent again and followed the human realm of the Great Zhou dynasty. After a while, another person appeared in the void. Their expressions tensed. They recognized him, Wan Tiansheng. The person who had just killed the emperor of the underworld alone was also a terrifying existence. Chief Wan. King of the Great Zhou dynasty. Wan Tiansheng smiled and looked at the 4 of them. It's them? Yes. For eternal realms can also come down? That's rare. The Great Zhou King smiled. I'm afraid it's not just these few. There are quite a lot of people, but the others should be dead. These few are quite lucky, right? Among the 4, the middle-aged man was a little sorrowful. He quickly said in a low voice, "Yes, there are 16 eternal realms, 22 sun and moon realms, a total of 38. Only the 4 of us survived. Quite lucky." The Great Zhou King smiled faintly. To be able to survive, their strength is only average. It's quite lucky. Logically speaking, those who haven't reached Tao integration should be crushed. It looks like the higher realm isn't doing too well. However, to be able to send so many eternal sun and moon realms down, it's not bad. It's not like I imagined, where there are only 7 or 8 people left. The middle-aged man said in a low voice, there aren't many Tao integration cultivators left, but some Tao integration cultivators are protecting some people. The great Zhou King nodded and did not continue asking. However, Wan Tianxing was a little interested. He smiled. Are you together or separated? Separated. We belong to Marquis Dingjun, who is also a flame-bearer, so we are also part of the flame-bearer lineage. The great Zhou King laughed. What flame-bearer? During the last tide, his son was a flame-bearer, but he died. His son was a flame-bearer, so he is? Forget it, let's not talk about this. If you really want to count, you can count as one. The few of them did not dare to refute. Before this, they might have dared, but now they did not dare. The lower realm might be more terrifying than the higher realm. That Suyu led people to kill 6 Tao integration cultivators in one day, forcing Heavenly Ancient and the others to seal their realm. Even though this was their first time coming down, they were familiar with Heavenly Ancient. He was the leader of the celestial world. Even in the upper realm, there were many of Heavenly Ancient's subordinates. They were quite nervous. The great Zhou King came directly. Clearly, the humans already knew of their existence. This was very scary. They did not seem to have been exposed before, right? It turned out that they were already under surveillance. At this moment, Wan Tianxing sent a voice transmission. King of the Great Zhou, how is Marquis Dingju in strength? Not bad, probably, comparable to the current old Qin. That's indeed not weak. Wan Tianxing nodded slightly and quickly sent another voice transmission. It depends on these people's fate. King of the Great Zhou. Don't provoke him anymore. Don't waste the trust that you just built for these eternal beings from the upper realm. The great Zhou King nodded and did not reply. The trust that he had just built was referring to him successfully completing the mission given to him by Suyu and killing 2 marquises with ease. He was very useful, so you should still be in a good mood. If there was another conflict, useful. Wan Tianxing was also worried that Suyu would explode. That kid's temper was quite bad. At this moment, Suyu did not care about these people. He did mention that he wanted to see them, but it was not an urgent matter. What was the hurry? He could not be bothered to let people follow him and directly asked the great Zhou King to bring them here. At this moment, what Suyu wanted to see was blue sky. This was the main point he was concerned about. Emperor Yu's hall. Blue Sky had transformed into a little girl and was looking at Suyu with a smile. Suyu had a headache. Chief Lan, big brother Emperor Yu. The little girl, Blue Sky, shouted happily. Suyu's expression changed. I, Suyu, have killed Tao integration, heavenly kings, and martial emperors. There is no one in the world that I do not dare to fight or kill. I'm not afraid of anything. Damn it, I'm really a little vague about Blue Sky. I can't say, if she's an enemy, I'll kill her with a slap. Most importantly, Blue Sky has made great contributions several times and has a close relationship with Wan Tianxing. I really can't say anything. So you did not dwell on the issue of address. Whoever Blue Sky transformed into, he would be able to substitute his emotions and personality. There was no way to distinguish between the real and the fake. This was also the strength of his cloning technique. Everything was perfect, so you said quickly, is the thing buried? Big brother Emperor Yu, it's buried. However, the 3 realms of gods, demons, and immortals are not buried. It's too powerful. I can't get close. It's in the other realms? Yes, yes. The little girl nodded and said happily, isn't Tian amazing? F***ck, I'm impressed. So you said quickly, I got it. Chief Lan has made a great contribution this time. After I take down a few realms, I'll bring Chief Lan to see the essence of the great Tao. Chief Lan, you can go do what you need to do. I'm not busy, no, go do what you need to do. So you said seriously, Chief Blue Sky, you have a lot of things to do. I need eyes and ears in all realms. Are your clones all over the realms now? Are you in all the heavens and 10,000 worlds? Blue Sky was stunned. That is too much. I don't have that many clones yet. Yes, that's why your Tao is not perfect. Go do what you need to do and make more clones. I want to see you everywhere. Suyu said quickly. After refining the living, try to refine the dead. After refining the dead, try to refine the clones and send them to the upper realm. Intelligence is the foundation of our victory. We can catch the enemy off guard. They don't know me, but I know them like the back of my hand. How can I not win? Suyu said quickly, and all of this depends on Chief Lan. In the future, if I win and unify the heavens, Wanfu Prefect will be the Holy King and Chief Lan will be the Holy King. I've already thought of the names. It's about time. Blue Sky was stunned. He stood up. Alright, I'll go and cultivate my clones. You promised, no changes. Of course. At this moment, Wan Tianxing, who had just walked to the entrance of the hall, stopped in his tracks. His expression changed as he looked at Suyu. A word slowly rose in his heart, F***ck, do something human, you're not human. Blue Sky was very happy. He skipped like a child and walked out with a smile. When he saw Wan Tianxing, he said excitedly, Big brother Tianxing, I'll go do my work first. As soon as she finished speaking, she looked at the 4 people from the upper realm and giggled. How interesting. Big brother Yu Huang, you can leave these people to me. I'll refine them. They feel a little different from us. After that, the little girl skipped away. The 4 people beside Wan Tianxing had strange expressions on their faces. They did not know him. Blue Sky, they seemed to have heard of him before. However, they had just descended to the lower realm and did not collect much information. Suyu, on the other hand, smiled and said, Alright, I'll leave them to you if they're disobedient. Chief Lan, you've worked hard. Big brother Yu Huang, you're welcome. Blue Sky skipped away quickly without looking back. The moment Blue Sky left, there were actually many people outside the main hall. Some were playing, some were quarreling, some were fighting, and some were reading. At first, the 4 thought it was very noisy here, but they did not think much of it. However, after Blue Sky left, the hundreds of people inside and outside Emperor Yu's main hall instantly disappeared. They were all gone in an instant. It was as if these people did not exist at all. The 4 suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. The bustling Emperor Yu's manner instantly quieted down. It made their hearts palpitate. The corner of the mouth of the King of Great Zhou, who was following behind them, also twitched slightly. This? Suyu was very indulgent towards Blue Sky. No one dared to come near Emperor Yu's main hall. The King of Great Zhou also felt that something was wrong when Blue Sky made a few hundred clones here. However, he did not expect that they were all his clones. Even the dozen soldiers guarding the door, which he thought were arranged by Xiahou Yi and the others, turned out to be. Blue Sky, the King of Great Zhou felt a headache coming on. These fellows should be more obedient. The scariest thing was not being killed by a slap from Suyu, but being handed over to Blue Sky. That would be a fate worse than death. Wan Tianxing did not care so much. At this moment, he was also very tired. Holy King, are you kidding me? He did not say anything. He entered the door and said, Greetings, Emperor Yu. Wan Tianxing of the Anti-Corruption Bureau, together with the King of Great Zhou, brought a few guests from the upper realm for an audience. The King of Great Zhou also bowed slightly. Suyu smiled and looked at the 4 without saying anything. He only smiled for a while, but his smile made the 4's hearts go cold. This damned place, this lower realm, why does it feel so strange? Didn't the upper realm say that this tide in the lower realm was very weak? However, they were afraid of everyone they saw today. The more they saw, the colder their hearts became. They felt even more afraid than seeing Marquis Dingjun. Marquis Dingjun's aura was strong, but in the upper realm, his strength was at most similar to Marquis Yunxing's. Today, several powerhouses of this level died. The battle in the lower realm felt even more exaggerated than the upper realm. The 4 of them thought, not knowing what to say or what to say. Instead, Suyu smiled, revealing a meaningful smile. Eternity, they are all alive. 4 of them. Then other than the realm of life, perhaps I can also control an excellent passage. This has brought me a great deal of convenience. Disregarding everything else, just this point alone is enough for me to earn a lot. Suyu's smile became more and more radiant. His smile made the four of them even more terrified. His smile made the king of Great Zhou and Wan Tianxing feel helpless. You better restrain yourself. Both of us are a little uncomfortable. End of chapter 685. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.